Luwan wasn't a fool. At a time like this, how could he not know that Mo Wuji was not an easy person to deal with? Naturally, Mo Wuji wouldn't only have his world of man. The instant Luwan broke free and swung his monk's spade, Mo Wuji's finger changed. The world of man transformed into a vast heaven and earth. Second finger of the seven-world finger, heaven and earth. The Tao laws of the vast heaven and earth clashed against Luwan's spider net. The laws of the space and God elemental energy from both parties started exploding ferociously. During this clash, half of the tiny cosmos God city had a large part of the earth swept up and destroyed. The broken rain resting storehouse was previously described as being destroyed into fine powder. Presently, this piece of land in the cosmos God city could also be described the same way. Countless cultivators started retreating. None of them dared to take a single step closer to the fight. With such explosive Tao laws, one could possibly get swept into it and turn into nothingness. At this point in time, nobody dared to laugh at Mo Wuji for being arrogant. During this short fight, Mo Wuji was clearly the one with the upper hand. Even though it lasted for merely a second, the sight of Luwan being beaten was clear for all to see. Guyu, who wanted a share of the rewards, looked increasingly worried when he saw Mo Wuji's attacks. He knew that he was wrong and that Mo Wuji's breath of Hongmeng wouldn't be obtained so easily. This was normal. If Mo Wuji's breath of Hongmeng was so easily taken away, why would he still be alive today? Stop, I am trying to kill Lian Ji. Why is Tao friend interfering? After these two clashes, Luwan started to suspect that he might not be a match for Mo Wuji. Why would Mo Wuji listen to the words of Luwan? From among the explosions, Mo Wuji took a step forward and upwards once more. He sent out yet another finger from above. With a finger, the laws in space seemed to be in reverse flow. A heaven-devouring energy was sent out. Third finger of the seven-world finger, fortune. Back then, even Huan Tu suffered from his fortune. Mo Wuji didn't believe that Luwan could remain unharmed under his fortune after defending his world of man and heaven and earth. Heaven and earth as the furnace, fortune as the labor. Yin and yang as the charcoal, all objects as the copper. The sharp killing intent brought by Luwan's monk's spade was instantly put out under the finger of fortune. The dispersed world of man and heaven and earth were also merged into the gigantic furnace. Within this gigantic smelting furnace, waves like laws came flooding down. Luwan and his monk's spade were also drowning within it. Kakaka. Luwan could sense that his domain was started to tear apart. His laws were also not able to defend against such terrifying pressure. This was the first time Luwan's eyes revealed signs of fear. What kind of strength was this? What kind of sacred art? Luwan wanted to escape desperately, but he knew that it was already too late. He might still have a chance if he escaped when he executed the spider web space. Now that Mo Wuji's finger of fortune was fully executed and he was bound by it, there was no way he could escape. This was unless Mo Wuji chose to stop. When Luwan was inside Mo Wuji's furnace of fortune, he sensed that everything around him was disappearing. He shouted in a terrified tone, "Tao friend, please stop. Are there any misunderstandings between us? Why can't we talk it out peacefully? I really do not wish to self-explode. If I do it, what will happen to common people of Cosmos God City?" The surrounding was already destroyed into ruins because of the fight between Mo Wuji and Luwan. Even Lian Ji was dumbfounded when he heard the words of Luwan. Since when was Luwan a person who cared about the common people of Cosmos God City? Mo Wuji remained emotionless as the circulation of his traces of Tao grew increasingly smooth and round. It was as though the entire universe was under his control. He shut his eyes as he started to feel every single Tao laws around him. Any explosion of any Tao law was within his senses. Wheel of life and death. Just as Luwan was trying to escape Mo Wuji's furnace of fortune, Mo Wuji suddenly opened his eyes. A hand seal was struck towards Luwan. The messy laws of the space suddenly cleared up. Countless laws started to have order and tidiness. The life and death were also divided clearly as they formed a seal on Lu Wan's body. At this moment, Lu Wan didn't even get his chance to ignite his third sacred art. He was restrained by Mo Wuji's wheel. His life force started to dissipate as death grew closer. Lu Wan revealed eyes of desperation. If it was possible, he would give up on anything if it meant that he could escape. There was no if in this world. His life force was completely bounded by the wheel of life and death. It was flowing away like water in a river. Dao friend, I believe there are some misunderstandings between us. I can open my world for you to take anything you want. My monk's spade is a peak-grade treasure and I am willing to gift it to you too. Lu Wan was no longer concerned about his pride as he shouted frantically. As compared to life, what good would his pride do? Mo Wuji didn't sway at all. The circulation of his wheel of life and death was even faster than before. Kacha! Lu Wan's body exploded as blood fogs ruptured. The traces of his Tao disintegrated under the finger of fortune. Mo Wuji said faintly, I am too lazy to collect even the 7 Buddha spade. Why will I bother about your low-grade treasure? Let me go, I am willing to hand over my soul for you to brand. Sensing that his life was collapsing, he was certain that his soul would be destroyed along with his body. Mo Wuji couldn't care as he executed his scholar's heart. The explosive flame swept Lu Wan's body up and he disappeared without a trace. At this point in time, Mo Wuji replied, do you think rubbish like you have the rights for me to brand your soul? Not. The whole battle was neither too short nor long. When Mo Wuji hung his half-moon weighted halberd on his back, the laws of the space were already stabilized. Besides the buildings and streets on this area, quasi-sage Lu Wan was the only other thing that disappeared. Even though Cosmos God City was at a corner of Cosmos Myriad God's dock, there were still a lot of cultivators here. A large majority of them had yet to regain their composure after witnessing how Mo Wuji killed Lu Wan. This was not expected by most of them. In the eyes of the crowd, Mo Wuji and company would definitely be killed by Lu Wan. In the end, it was Mo Wuji who killed Lu Wan. Moreover, it could be said that Mo Wuji overpowered Lu Wan during the battle. Looking at how this youth didn't even mess up his hair, the crowd knew that there was a vast difference in strength between Mo Wuji and this quasi-sage. Senior, I, Lian Ji, am too short-sighted to not notice that you're a quasi-sage too. Lian Ji was the first person to walk over. He looked rather awkward as he spoke. If Mo Wuji was truly a quasi-sage, he needed to address him as senior. For cultivators, cultivation level and strength determined everything. Moreover, this was Cosmos God City, which was a place which emphasized on being strong. Mo Wuji clasped his fist. Dao friend Lian, just address me as Mo Wuji. I am truly not worthy to be your senior. I will always remember how you rescue my senior sister and me. Lian Ji was an optimistic, fair, and open-minded person from the very beginning. Otherwise, he wouldn't stand up for something that wasn't right. He heard the words of Mo Wuji before chuckling away. Brother Wuji is right. Since that is the case, I shall not stand on any ceremony. If Brother Wuji doesn't mind, I can bring you to a decent drinking place to enjoy some wine. They have one of the strongest liquor in the Cosmos God City. As for the destruction of this place, would Mo Wuji be required to pay for it? Lian Ji didn't even think about it. With Mo Wuji's strength, who would dare to ask Mo Wuji to pay for it? Just like how Lu Wan destroyed the broken rain resting storehouse with a single slap. Who would dare to say anything about it? All right. Mo Wuji replied without hesitation. Jili needed to find a quiet place to heal after receiving his breath of Hongmeng. Guyu greets Dao friend Mo. If Dao friend Mo doesn't mind, you can rest for a bit at my immortal residence. Guyu came forward with a pleasant smile to greet Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji hated a fella like Guyu, so he said without any courtesy, "I do mind, so please get out of my way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1134, The Broken-Hearted Man is in a Faraway Place from Home. Chapter 1134, The Broken-Hearted Man is in a Faraway Place from Home. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Guyu was a man of prestige in Cosmos God City. Now, he had personally invited Mo Wuji, but he had actually hit a wall. This caused his face to instantly turn unsightly. The only way to reclaim his reputation was to naturally teach Mo Wuji a lesson. However, just based on how easily Mo Wuji got rid of Lu Wan, he wouldn't dare to do anything against Mo Wuji even if he had another extra ball. Kiki. Guyu forcefully suppressed the displeasure and anger in his heart. He laughed dryly and retreated. "Senior Sister Ji, let's find a place to rest. We will wait till your injury heals before we decide anything else." "Dao friend Lian Ji, you said that you know of a drinking place. Why don't we go for a drink?" Mo Wuji naturally wouldn't care about Guyu's displeasure. "Alright, two Dao friends, please follow me." Lin Ji could feel that Mo Wuji was definitely not simple. He suspected that Mo Wuji wasn't a quasi-sage expert. If Mo Wuji was a quasi-sage, it wasn't anything special that he killed Lu Wan. After all, Lu Wan's combat power couldn't be considered very high. That person could only behave so arrogantly in Cosmos God City because of his dog *T luck, which allowed him to step into the quasi-sage stage. However, Mo Wuji wasn't even in the quasi-sage stage, meaning that he defeated Lu Wan with only a Unity God stage cultivation. Then things definitely weren't simple. This sort of person would definitely become a powerhouse. Before this, he already appreciated Mo Wuji's straightforwardness. Now that he had received Mo Wuji's invitation, he naturally wouldn't reject it. After Mo Wuji and company left, the area which had been turned into ruins by Mo Wuji instantly stirred with activity. Multiple cultivators even charged to the heart of the battle and fought for that monk's spade that Mo Wuji hadn't taken away. Battles continuously occur in a place like Cosmos God City. Now that an expert like Mo Wuji had arrived, this place was sure to become more unstable. Although a huge area had been destroyed during the battle between Mo Wuji and Lu Wan, most of Cosmos God City were in perfect condition. The good drinking place that Lian Ji mentioned was one of such places. It was situated at the most remote corner of Cosmos God City. Previously, Mo Wuji thought that he would be going to a restaurant. However, as he followed behind Lian Ji, he discovered that it was not a restaurant but a dark and swarthy house. As they stood outside the house, the air felt rather heavy. However, when the three entered, that pressure instantly disappeared. In its place was a sort of invigorating and clear sensation. The house wasn't very big, it was only roughly 20 square meters. A tiny stone staircase led to the second floor. It was unknown what kind of material this house was made from. Even without cultivating, one would feel relaxed and comfortable. Moreover, this definitely wasn't solely due to the god's spiritual energy. Several low-grade magic weapons hung haphazardly on the wall. Besides that, there was a smithing furnace at the corner of the house. At the center of the house, there was a square table. A few chairs were laid around the table. No matter how he looked, this was a smithing room. Alternatively, it could even be a shop which sells low-grade magic treasures. Mo Wuji could not see this as a drinking place. "Brother Tong, give us a flask of your best wine," Lian Ji called out. He did not mention the name of the wine. "Coming," a voice dragged out from the back of the house. After a few minutes, a back door suddenly appeared. An old man with a crooked back slowly hobbled in. The old man held a pitch-black wine flask. If you observed this scene from the distance, you would think that it was a tortoise climbing in. The spiritual aura around this old man was dim and his breath seemed to be disordered. He looked like an ordinary god monarch cultivator at the end of his longevity. Lian Ji did not hesitate as he walked to the table and sat down. Then he waved towards Mo Wuji. "Dao friend Mo, take a sit. The wine here is truly amazing." Mo Wuji's eyes, however, started to twitch. This was because this brother Tong fella definitely not simple. He could actually feel a sage aura similar to Huan Ti. Sage aura? Mo Wuji was increasingly shocked. He was sure that he was right. This brother Tong was definitely a sage. At the very least, he used to be a sage. Forcefully suppressing the shock in his heart, Mo Wuji nodded towards Lian Ji and sat down at another chair. He said, "I wonder whether there's any place for my senior sister to rest?" "There is." Ki. "Of course there is." Brother Tong coughed as he spoke. Then, he pointed towards the stone staircase. "Walk up from there. The second floor is very clean. Feel free to take a rest." Mo Wuji did not detect any danger from the second floor. He said to Jili, "Senior sister Ji, go up and heal your dantian. We will wait for you down here." Jili knew that now wasn't the time to talk. She immediately walked towards the stone staircase and went to the second floor. Recovering her power earlier would definitely be a major help to her and Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji's spiritual will continuously follow Jili to the second floor. He only retracted it after Jili finally sat down and started to heal herself. Regardless of whether this brother Tong was a sage, he had no fear. Now, there was even a sage Huan Ti imprisoned in his mortal world. If this brother Tong didn't act appropriately, then he wouldn't mind imprisoning another one. Jili had already reached the second floor and started healing, but this brother Tong only just arrived at the table. He placed the black flask down, then he brought out 2 black cups. Lian Ji could not wait as he picked up the black flask, placed 1 cup in front of Mo Wuji and filled the cups. He lifted his cup up and said, "It's been many days since I last came here for wine. My wine bug has been so stifled, come." As he was speaking, Lian Ji had already raised his cup and took big gulps. Mo Wuji also raised his cup. The difference between him and Lian Ji was that he drained his cup in a single gulp. Originally, Mo Wuji thought that Lian Ji would call this wine good because of the Tao energy within the wine. He only realized that he was wrong after drinking it. This was true wine, there was no form of Tao energy in it. It was unknown what ingredients were used to brew this wine. As it moved from his mouth to his belly, it felt as though a wild dragon was raging. That intense wine intent rampaged wildly in his body. Mo Wuji suspected that if he tried to dispel it with his cultivation technique, it still wouldn't be dispelled immediately. Good wine. Just as Mo Wuji said these 2 words, he stopped in his tracks. He actually detected a poison in this wine. It was just that his detoxification channel had instantly reacted, sucking that strand of poison in. Lian Ji clearly did not notice this. He smiled towards Mo Wuji. "Dao friend Mo, this sort of wine shouldn't be drunk in a single gulp. The strength of this wine is enough to get you drunk with just 2 cups. No matter how you try to dispel it, it won't work." After saying this, Lian Ji turned to the hunched-back old man and said, "Brother Tong, your wine is getting more powerful." "What wine is this?" Mo Wuji turned to this brother Tong and asked smilingly. "The wine is called Faraway Place." The old man lifted his head and said to Mo Wuji, revealing his black teeth. Lian Ji immediately said, "Brother Tong, I've come here for more than 10 times and you have never told me the name of this wine. Why did you tell Dao friend Mo on his first visit?" Brother Tong chuckled, "It's because you don't need to know the name of the wine but Dao friend Mo does." Mo Wuji picked the wine flask up, poured another cup and downed it. "The wine is not bad and its name is good too. There's a saying from my hometown, the broken-hearted man is in a faraway place from home. From the looks of it, those that drink this wine will become broken-hearted people. The hunchback old man suddenly jerked. He lifted his head and looked at Mo Wuji. A brilliant light flashed across his eyes. What? Although Lian Ji is straightforward and candid, he wasn't an idiot. He could naturally tell that something was amiss from Mo Wuji's words. After Mo Wuji finished the wine in his cup, he picked up that wine flask and started to chug it down. When he finished it, he casually threw it to the ground and said, "It's nothing much. There's just something extra inside this wine." Lian Ji asked doubtfully, "What thing? Why wasn't I able to detect it?" "If you could have detected it, then I, Brother Tong, would have wasted these 10 million years. AI. The hunchbacked old man sighed. He did not continue to talk to Lian Ji and Mo Wuji, but turned and walked away slowly. Lian Ji clearly knew that there was something wrong. He immediately cried out, "Stop, did you place poison in the wine?" "So what if I did? You weren't even able to detect it, so what can you do about it?" Brother Tong slowly turned his head and looked at Mo Wuji and Lian Ji blankly. "Being able to drink the faraway place of this broken-hearted man is your fortune. Do you think that every trash would have a chance to drink my wine?" Mo Wuji jolted. He realized that he had said such words not long ago. That meant that when he killed Lu Wan, this Brother Tong was in the area. However, he did not discover it. At this moment, Mo Wuji was 100% sure that this Brother Tong was a sage. None of these sages were easy people to deal with. "Who are you?" Mo Wuji did not stand up. He only stared calmly towards Brother Tong. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1135, You Don't Know How Powerful a Sage Is. Chapter 1135, You Don't Know How Powerful a Sage Is. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Brother Tong sighed, "Who I am isn't important. The important thing is that we will be fighting together. Beside me, you will enjoy things that you wouldn't even dream of." Mo Wuji's spiritual will had already scanned that Jili was still in the process of her recovery. He rested assured and said, "I don't know you, but someone else does." Before Mo Wuji could throw Huan Ti out to recognize this Brother Tong snickered, "It's better if you don't recognize me. My identity might scare you." Mo Wuji shook his head, "Just a mere sage like you isn't enough to scare me. You're viewing yourself too highly, old man." "Oh, I was wrong. You should only be an ex-sage. Who are you?" When he heard Mo Wuji's words, Brother Tong's crooked back suddenly straightened till it was as straight as a pen. A large man close to 2 meters talks appeared in front of Mo Wuji and Lian Ji. How was this the same hunchbacked old Brother Tong? The aura of a domain powerfully swept over and killing intent pervaded through the air. Mo Wuji harumphed and he also released his domain. His Tao laws intermingled within his domain, blocking Brother Tong's domain entirely. At the same time, Lian Ji suddenly felt a lethargic sensation throughout his body. There was no need to talk about his god elemental energy, he couldn't even release his spiritual will. "You're all right?" Brother Tong stared at Mo Wuji in shock. Mo Wuji drank his broken-hearted man's faraway place, but he was actually fine? Even sages wouldn't be able to do that. Immediately, the space around Brother Tong started to get erratic. An intense killing intent sealed the entire area. Anyone that could see through him would have to forget about getting out here alive. Moreover, this was a person that remained fine after drinking his broken-hearted man's faraway place. "Tao friend Mo, I'm sorry. I have implicated you." Lian Ji sighed. He had never thought that Brother Tong would be such a sinister man. This Brother Tong had actually been hiding in a corner plotting against a person he didn't have any enmity towards. Mo Wuji waved his hand, gesturing to Lian Ji that there was no need to worry. After which, he grabbed Huan Ti from his mortal world. "Huan Ti, help me take a look. Who is this fella?" You're actually okay? Huan Ti did not notice Brother Tong. Instead, he stared at Mo Wuji as though he had seen a ghost. Huan Ti truly could not understand. A person that had been struck by the needlehead book could actually recover in such a short time? This was definitely impossible. Even if he had the soul-severing brush, he still couldn't have recovered so quickly. Mo Wuji snorted, "I'm not asking you about me. I'm asking you to take a look at this old man." Old man? Huan Ti looked at this approximately 2-meter tall man who had a ferocious expression on his face. This was an old man? Before Huan Ti could recognize Brother Tong recognized him. "You are Huan Ti? Sage Huan Ti?" "That's right, I am Huan Ti." Just as Huan Ti said these few words, he recognized Brother Tong. "I was wondering who you were, so it's Sage Tong Ming. I knew that you wouldn't die so quickly." It's indeed the case. "Huan Ti, this is?" After knowing Huan Ti's identity, Tong Ming was truly shocked. A sage was actually imprisoned by Mo Wuji? Since when did such a fierce person appear in the universe? Sage Huan Ti laughed ruefully. "What do you think this is?" Mo Wuji grabbed Huan Ti like he was lifting a chicken. What could Huan Ti do? "So you're Sage Tong Ming." Mo Wuji waved his hand and threw Sage Huan Ti back to his mortal world. At the same time, he brought out his half-moon-weighted halberd. "I love collecting sages. Since we've met and since you've offended me, then..." Wait. If he hadn't known that Mo Wuji had captured Huan Ti, Tong Ming definitely wouldn't have asked Mo Wuji to wait. But now, he no longer had the confidence of eliminating Mo Wuji. "Forget about your bullshit." Mo Wuji's domain burst forth. At the same time, his spirit storage channel continuously formed void array runes. This time, it was this Sage Tong Ming that picked a fight with him. Naturally, he wouldn't be polite. "Dao friend Mo, seeing that you could capture Sage Huan Ti, it shows that your abilities are far from simple. Perhaps we can work together." Tong Ming clasped his fists and said sincerely. With that, he waved his hand and a faint energy was sucked out from Lian Ji. Lian Ji sprang up and said loudly, "Dao friend Mo, the poison is gone." Mo Wuji nodded. He was slightly surprised at Tong Ming's actions. Even before they discussed any conditions, Tong Ming had removed Lian Ji's poison. Although he could also expel the poison in a few breaths, Tong Ming's action had represented his attitude. "Dao friend Mo, to express my apologies, I will bring out my best wine." Tong Ming waved his hand and a green wine flask appeared on the table. After which, he took the initiative to fill 3 cups. He raised his cup and said, "I will drink first as a form of respect." With that, Tong Ming drained his cup in a single gulp. Lian Ji still had some apprehensions. Mo Wuji, on the other hand, also drained his cup. A mellow sensation spread throughout his entire body. Although Mo Wuji had a sage physique, he still felt his entire body relaxing. He even felt that if were to cultivate now, his power would definitely rise by another level. The rich wine fragrance wafted through the air. Soon, the entire house was filled with this fragrance. After finishing his cup, Tong Ming did not wait for Mo Wuji to say anything before he spoke. "Dao friend Mo, I don't have any malicious intentions for laying poison in the wine. I only wish to find some experts to help me." Mo Wuji said critically, "You are a sage, an existence with a god throne. You need to resort to such methods to find helpers?" Tong Ming laughed self-deprecatingly. "Sage? Kiki, I'm afraid I'm the most humiliated sage. This is because I'm that unlucky bastard that fell because of a unity god ant." After hearing the word sage, Lian Ji was so anxious that he didn't speak. He had heard of sages before. They were throne gods that stood at the very top of the universe. Every single action that a sage takes could impact the lives of billions of living things. He would not have thought that he would be drinking wine on the same table as a sage. Mo Wuji frowned slightly. a unity god was able to fall a sage? Even when Huan Ti was struck and heavily injured by the 7 Buddha spade, he wouldn't have fallen by an ordinary unity god, right? Are you wondering how I fell because of a unity god, Ant? There's no need to think much. That unity god was the one who killed me, but the person who truly screwed me was that bastard Luo Su, Tong Ming said hatefully through gritted teeth. Junior brother Mo, you've saved me once again. Ji Li's clear voice came. It no longer had that smoky and raspy sound. Mo Wuji stood up and laughed. From the looks of it, that extreme ice heavenly bamboo was really not bad. Senior sister Ji, Dao friend Lian, we can go now. Seeing that Ji Li was able to recover her dantian here, Mo Wuji wasn't going to be calculative with this Tong Ming. Moreover, he knew that even if he tried to discipline Tong Ming, his victory could not be determined. When he heard that Mo Wuji was going to leave, Tong Ming hurriedly cried out, Dao friend Mo, you need to hear what I'm going to say. But Mo Wuji's face sank and he said coldly, Tong Ming, I only let go of the matter of poisoning my friend and me because my senior sister borrowed your place to recover. If you don't know how to behave, then don't blame me for behaving impolitely. Tong Ming was a sage. Mo Wuji did not know what a person like him was doing here. However, if this fellow wanted to entangle him any further, then they would fight. Even if he was weaker than Tong Ming, it definitely wouldn't be by much. Thus, he had no need to fear Tong Ming. I know the sage's secret. If I'm not wrong, with your power and your breath of Hongmeng, that Luo Su would definitely chase after you. As long as you're an enemy of Luo Su, then you are my friend, Tong Ming said seriously. Mo Wuji stopped. He had no suspicions on whether he could step into the quasi-sage stage. With his mortal Dao and his stash of cultivation resources, stepping into the quasi-sage stage was only a matter of time. The sage stage, however, was something unfamiliar. Huan Ti was still so terrifying even after he was screwed so badly. One could only imagine how powerful a true sage was. If Tong Ming knew the sage's secret, then he wouldn't mind listening. I know that you're very strong. You should only be in the early Unity God stage, right? Seeing that you were able to kill Luan so easily with your Unity God stage cultivation, I can tell that your Dao is incredible. In the future, when you step into the quasi-sage stage, you would definitely be the strongest person under the sage stage. However, I need to tell you this. Even if you reach the peak of the quasi-sage stage, you still wouldn't be able to resist the sages. If you want to deal with Luo Su, you would need my help. When Tong Ming said this, Mo Wuji turned his head. He didn't believe this. With his mortal Dao, he actually wouldn't be a match for a sage even after he reaches the peak of the quasi-sage stage? That was impossible. Tong Ming inhaled a deep breath and slowed his pace. I'm speaking the truth. You don't even know how powerful a sage with a god throne is. They are strong enough to leave you in desolation. If they gain control over the universe that they're in, then you and I would be within their control with no means of escape. If you are willing to work with me, I am willing to swear that I wouldn't do anything disadvantageous to you. Moreover, before you grow more powerful, I can also. Mo Wuji waved his hand and interrupted Tong Ming's words, we can work together. Follow by my side then. Anyways, you aren't the only one by my side. Allowing Tong Ming to follow him wasn't because Mo Wuji believed Tong Ming's words. He still believed that if he reached the peak of the quasi-sage stage, he wouldn't need to fear a sage. He only decided to work together with Tong Ming purely because of Tong Ming's combat power. Tong Ming chuckled, Dao friend Mo, even if you were to kill me, I wouldn't hand over my soul imprint. If you really aren't willing to work with me, then forget about it. Mo Wuji laughed, who wants your soul imprint? It's as you said, we are only working together. Since we are working together, we need someone to be in charge. I will be that person. If you agree, then follow me. If you don't, then we'll go our different ways. I agree. At almost the same instant that Mo Wuji said those words, Tong Ming agreed to it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1136, The Team Takes Shape. Chapter 1136, The Team Takes Shape. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Not bad. A wise man can recognize current trends. You will get back what is yours. Mo Wuji clapped Tong Ming's shoulder and spoke with the tone of a wise old man. Tong Ming's face changed. He didn't react till Mo Wuji's hand reached his shoulder. What sacred art was this? Mo Wuji naturally wouldn't tell Tong Ming that this was earth shrinking. Don't simply look at how he was able to easily reach Tong Ming's shoulders. If he was to really attack Tong Ming, his killing intent would be apparent and things wouldn't be so easy. Senior Sister Ji, why did you bring me here? This shouldn't be God domain, right? Mo Wuji no longer attended to Lian Ji and Tong Ming. Mo Wuji had already recovered and there was nothing for Ji Li to be worried to talk about. I originally wanted to bring you from Cosmos Myriad Godstock to the Dark World. However, I didn't expect that we would be intervened by those 4 people. There's also a huge change in Cosmos Myriad Godstock and I'm no longer sure whether we can get to the Dark World. Fortunately, the Needlehead book had been resolved, so it's fine even if we don't go. You can get to the Dark World through Cosmos Myriad Godstock? Mo Wuji's heart started to stir and he asked anxiously. He had a fragment of Darkwood and he always wanted to return life to it. Unfortunately, he had never been successful. It took him much difficulty to find out about the Soil of Breath, but not only was he unable to obtain it, he was almost screwed by Ming Yu's Needlehead book. Darkwood was the #1 wood of Dark World. Even though he did not have the breath of life, going to the Dark World might actually help bring his Darkwood back to life. You can. It's just that some places are rather mysterious. Also, you can directly use the transfer array at the 7-World Stone to get to the Dark World. Tong Ming chuckled and glanced at Ji Li meaningfully. He was an experienced and sly man. After hearing Ji Li talk about the Dark World and knowing that Mo Wuji had been struck by the Needlehead book, he understood what was going on. Although his expression was calm, his heart was pounding in astonishment. He was truly confused as to how Mo Wuji was able to resolve the issue of the Needlehead book. One must know that besides the Needlehead book itself, the only other treasure that could expel the Needlehead book's Tao laws was the soul-severing brush. Moreover, the soul-severing brush was currently in the world of ruins. This was something that he knew for sure. The 7-World Stone was the only way to get to the world of ruins. Mo Wuji always wanted to return to the 7-World Stone. Unfortunately, he had never found a way. Just as Mo Wuji thought that it was necessary to get to the Dark World, Tong Ming chuckled, "Dao friend Mo, it's easy to get to the 7-World Stone. In fact, the 7-World Stone is a place that we will need to pass. In the future, we would need to use it to deal with Luo Su." This fellow was truly an old fox. Mo Wuji said, "My cultivation is still low and I believe that Dao friend Tong Ming's cultivation isn't very high. Now still isn't the right time to deal with Luo Su. Moreover, I heard that the world-ending cataclysm is coming. Perhaps when that time comes, we would not be worried about dealing with Luo Su but about saving ourselves." When Tong Ming heard Mo Wuji's words, he immediately clasped his fists and said, "Dao friend Mo, since we're working together and since I will be listening to Dao friend Mo's orders, I will reveal some truths. Over these years, I've gained control of some experts. When the time comes, they would also be a part of our strength. Mo Wuji said indifferently, "Dao friend Tong Ming, I'm not looking down on your poison, but I honestly do not believe that those experts will cooperate wholeheartedly with us. Moreover, our abilities are truly insufficient. If Dao friend Tong Ming is able to step into the ranks of sages, then our chances of victory would be much higher." When Tong Ming heard that Mo Wuji didn't view his poison-controlled comrades highly, he didn't speak any further. He had already agreed that Mo Wuji was the leader for their cooperation against Luo Su. They hadn't even officially started, and it wasn't a good sign if he disagreed with his leader now. As an ex-sage, he was very clear of this fact. Before Tong Ming answered, Mo Wuji continued, I intend to go to the Seven World Stone to raise my cultivation. Of course, I hope that Dao friend Tong Ming can also raise his combat abilities. Mo Wuji had no other option but to raise his abilities. With his current power, he would only be courting death by returning to God World. There was a sage Tian Hen there. He probably couldn't even withstand a single slap of that sage Tian Han. There was no need to talk about sage Tian Han. He might not even be able to win that Dao Monarch Grand Desert and God Emperor Mingyu. Tong Ming agreed to these words. He nodded, Dao friend Mo, if we must raise our abilities, we would need to go to the world of ruins. If I'm not wrong, Dao friend Jili also wants to go to the world of ruins, right? Noticing Mo Wuji's gaze, Jili could only say, yes, I intended to bring you to Dark World, then from the Dark World, we would go to the Seven World Stone to get to the world of ruins. Why? Tong Ming and Jili knew about the soul-severing brush, but Mo Wuji didn't. Jili explained, the Tao laws of the Needlehead book can only be resolved by one item, the soul-severing brush. Back when I was in God's Tower, the information I obtained was that the soul-severing brush has appeared in the world of ruins. Well, you know what actually happened. If not for Dao friend Lian Ji's help and you waking up, I would have harmed you. No, senior sister Ji, I should thank you. If not for you, I would have probably died inside, Mo Wuji said gratefully. He wasn't exaggerating. If Jili didn't bring him out of the mortal world, the results would really be hard to tell. It was true that he had used the Fecta clay to construct a primordial spirit in his sea of consciousness. This primordial spirit was absorbing the Tao laws from the Needlehead book, but this process still had its risks. If his primordial spirit didn't manage to open 108 spirit channels before facing the corrosion of the Needlehead book, then no one would have been able to save him. This possibility wasn't small. In fact, it was very large. Fortunately, Jili had brought him out. Moreover, he was impacted by the God elemental energy from the surroundings. This allowed his breath-scattering channel to wake him up. Jili didn't say anything. She wasn't a person that could express her thoughts easily. In her heart, whatever she did for Mo Wuji was not even 0.01% of what Mo Wuji had done for her. Mo Wuji had saved her from Huan Ti's hands and brought her to find the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. Even when Mo Wuji was struck by the Needlehead book, it was because of the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. Dao friend Mo, to deal with Luo Su and the others, we would need to form a team. Thus, I suggest that everyone goes to the world of ruins to raise our power. Tong Ming said. There was one thing he didn't say. It was best to allow Huan Ti to raise his powers too. Naturally, it would be better if they had more people. Jili asked doubtfully, Dao friend Tong Ming, I heard that the laws of the world of ruins have shattered and there isn't any God spiritual energy. At the very most, we might find some treasures scattered over the area. Also, that place is extremely dangerous. Why must we cultivate in the world of ruins? Tong Ming laughed, that's why it's good that I am here. The world of ruins is also called the God Throne World. Why is it called the God Throne World? It's because the laws there exceed the quasi-sage laws. It's true that the laws have shattered and God's spiritual energy is sparse. However, at our level, cultivation is based on our own Tao laws. We can find our own God spiritual energy. It's true that it's easier to cultivate in other places. However, no matter how high your talent is, and no matter how much resources you have, the quasi-sage stage is the limit. After saying this, Tong Ming paused slightly before he continued, Dao friend Mo, if Dao friend Huan Ti can join us, then it would be better. God Throne World is more suitable for people like Huan Ti and me. There, we can regain some things that we had lost. There was one more thing that Luo Su didn't say, that was if they cultivated at any other place other than the God Throne World, it would be useless. So what if they reached the very peak of that place? In front of a sage like Luo Su, they would still be ants. What are Dao friend Lian Ji's intentions? Mo Wuji looked at Lian Ji. He was also inclined to cultivating at God Throne World. Before he reached the quasi-sage stage, he had no qualifications to fight with Tian Hen. Lian Ji, who had remained silent the entire time, hurriedly clasped his fists in response to Mo Wuji's question. I do not know what is the world-ending cataclysm, but I know that if the cataclysm really comes, then my puny cultivation really isn't worth much. I trust Dao friend Mo and I hope to join your team. Alright, then we will go to God Throne World. With that, Mo Wuji brought Huan Ti out. The tired and emaciated Huan Ti no longer showed any tantrums. Moreover, his soul imprint was in Mo Wuji's hands. Even if he was angry, he couldn't do anything to Mo Wuji. Looks like the two of you have finished your discussion. Huan Ti glanced at Tong Ming and said indifferently. When he saw Tong Ming, he knew that Tong Ming was also helpless against Mo Wuji. If Mo Wuji was a person that could be controlled, then he, Huan Ti, wouldn't have been imprisoned by Mo Wuji. Huan Ti, I intend to work together with Dao friend Mo. We will head over to the world of ruins to raise our abilities. What do you think? Tong Ming asked the moment sage Huan Ti came out. Huan Ti chuckled. Tong Ming, when I started following Brother Mo, you were nowhere to be seen. What do you think my intentions are? Moreover, since you've decided to work with Brother Mo, then you wouldn't call him Dao friend Mo. Without rules, there will be no standards. In the future, you have to call him Brother Mo. Tong Ming stared at Huan Ti blankly. How is this the same gallant sage Huan Ti? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1137, Lei Hongji wants to cough blood. Chapter 1137, Lei Hongji wants to cough blood. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. This time, Mo Wuji didn't say anything. He agreed to Huan Ti's words. Without rules, there won't be standards. If a proud person like Tong Ming decided to act on his own instead of following his, Mo Wuji's, instructions at a critical time, then it might drag everyone down. If that was the case, he would prefer not to work with Tong Ming. Noticing that Mo Wuji was looking at him, Tong Ming coughed dryly. Kiki, I will naturally follow Dao friend Mo, no, Brother Mo. After hearing Tong Ming's words, Mo Wuji did not hesitate to form a blood mist for soul imprints. Since everyone has the same goals, then let's form a soul blood imprint. Huan Ti and Lian Ji immediately formed soul blood imprints. Even Ji Li brought out her soul blood imprint. These soul blood imprints attached themselves onto Mo Wuji's soul imprint and quickly disappeared. Tong Ming's face turned slightly unsightly. He looked at the Dao aura circulating around the soul blood imprint in front of him. After a moment of silence, he finally said, Brother Mo, I already agreed that you would be the leader. This soul blood imprint isn't necessary. In this sort of soul blood imprint, the person who forms the soul blood imprint first would be the leader. As the first person to form the soul blood imprint, Mo Wuji could retire from the cooperation without any harm. However, those that had their imprints attach onto Mo Wuji's one could not leave casually. At any moment, Mo Wuji could injure the people involved in this alliance. He could even control them. Huan Ti already had his soul imprint controlled by Mo Wuji. Why would he be afraid of this simple soul blood imprint? As for Lian Ji, he had deep trust towards Mo Wuji and he clicked with Mo Wuji as a friend. He did not believe that Mo Wuji was an evil person. Moreover, the upcoming world-ending cataclysm definitely wasn't a small matter. Mo Wuji was only in the Unity God stage, he could imprison sages and he was even able to easily eliminate the quasi-sage Lu Wan. One could clearly see how bright Mo Wuji's future was. Currently, he had no pillars of support for the upcoming cataclysm. There was no better opportunity than now. A pillar of support was not one that you could hug as and when you liked. This was equivalent to an investment. If he wasn't willing to take risks during this investment, who would be willing to take a mere level 4 unity god like him? Ji Li's trust towards Mo Wuji couldn't even be explained with words. She didn't even need to consider. Mo Wuji said indifferently, "I'm not forcing you. If you agree, then form your soul blood imprint. If you don't, then we will go our different ways." Tong Ming sighed. He knew that he had no other options. It was impossible for his past words to cause Mo Wuji to have complete trust in him. Since he was looking for help from a person like Mo Wuji, then disadvantages were unavoidable. As he thought of this, he gritted his teeth, smiled and said, "Brother Mo is right. Everything requires rules." As he said this, he formed his own blood imprint. Mo Wuji allowed Tong Ming's blood imprint to latch onto his own. Only then, he waved his hand and said, "Now, we are all on the same side. There's no need to worry about any sort of backstabbing. Our first course of action is to go through Dark World to get to the World of Ruins. There, we will raise our abilities. For Huan Ti and Tong Ming, your goals are to reach the Sage stage. For Senior Sister Ji and Lian Ji, your goals are the Quasi-Sage stage." Tong Ming smiled bitterly, "Brother Mo, even if we had mountains full of cultivation, we wouldn't be able to step into the Sage stage. Oh, perhaps Huan Ti has a chance. However, I don't." "Because of the God Throne?" Mo Wuji asked. Tong Ming nodded, "That's right. Because of the God Throne. Without the God Throne, the highest cultivation level that you can get is the Quasi-Sage stage. It is impossible to step into the Sage stage." "What is the God Throne exactly? Is it a law of the heaven and earth? A treasure? Or some heavenly Tao?" Mo Wuji asked. Huan Ti shook his head, "Even ex-sages like us don't really know about this. Supposedly, the God Throne is a sort of law of the heaven and earth bestowed by the heavenly Tao or a person from a higher level. In reality, after you reach the Sage stage, you don't sense any existence at a level higher than sages. Perhaps there is such an existence but you weren't able to detect it?" Mo Wuji said. Huan Ti went silent for a long time before saying, "Perhaps." Mo Wuji didn't know whether Huan Ti was really clueless or whether Huan Ti didn't want to talk about it. He waved his hand and said, "Tong Ming, lead the way. We will go to the Dark World now." Time was really crucial for him. He needed to raise his power as high as possible before the cataclysm arrives. Tong Ming chuckled, "There's no need to lead the way. My house is the way to get to the Dark World." As he was speaking, Tong Ming had already waved out 10 array flags. A faint silhouette of a transfer array gradually formed. Mo Wuji and company finally realized why a sage like Tong Ming would stay in a place like this. From the looks of it, this fella frequently goes to the Dark World. He might even frequently use the 7-world stone to visit the various planes. Ji Li was inwardly shocked. If they hadn't come here by coincidence, she probably wouldn't have found this place in 100,000 years. Even if she found it, it would still be useless. This is the place. Lei Hongji kept his directional crystal ball. His figure transformed into a lightning bolt and he disappeared from the air above God Continent. Days later, Lei Hongji chuckled loudly as he stood in space, "Old horse Tianhen, I have already left God World. If you have the capabilities, come chase this Lord Lei." Although Tianhen hadn't chased him for many years, Lei Hongji wasn't a careless person. He knew that bastard, Tianhen, definitely left an imprint on him. However, he couldn't find where that imprint was. Moreover, decades was merely the blink of an eye for cultivators. Decades ago, something sudden must have happened to Tianhen, which was why he suddenly disappeared. Lei Hongji believed that the moment Tianhen resolves that matter, Tianhen would definitely come for him again. Over these decades, Lei Hongji had always been searching for ways to leave God World. He found out about God Burial Cave, but God Burial Cave had disappeared. Lei Hongji did not resign to this and he continued to search for ways. Finally, he found out about an exit in God Continent in an ancient ruin. Now, he had finally escaped from God Continent. With his current resources, he only needed to find a safe place to cultivate. Lei Hongji believed that he would eventually reach the quasi-sage stage. When that happens, he, Lei Hongji, would no longer need to fear Tianhen. Then, it wouldn't be Tianhen chasing after him. Instead, it would be him chasing after that old bastard. The refreshed Lei Hong left the boundaries of God-world. He brought out his peak-grade flying treasure, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into vast space. According to what Lei Hongji believes, it was naturally better to get as far away as possible from God-world. Lei Hongji believed that after Tianhen was done with his matter, he would immediately return to God-world. Thus, getting further away from God-world would be safer. The grade of Lei Hongji's flying treasure was already very high. Together with his full-powered activation, he was able to ditch God-world in a few decades. Just as Lei Hongji thought that he could finally find a safe place to cultivate, that deep sense of danger came again. His spiritual will swept outwards and he immediately noticed Tianhen approaching him at lightning-fast speeds. Seeing Tianhen, Lei Hongji almost coughed out blood. He truly didn't understand how Tianhen was able to find him even after he had been flying away from God-world for decades. It didn't matter whether he understood it or not. He started to flee. Tianhen, who was chasing Lei Hongji, also didn't expect to encounter Lei Hongji on his journey back to God-world. To him, this was simply food falling out from the sky. Previously, he was in a transfer. However, the transfer array was destroyed and the laws of space went into disorder. As a result, he was thrown into space. Tianhen did not mind that he was thrown into space. His only vexation was that he didn't know the direction back to God-world. In God-world, there was an ant that he needed to eliminate. If he didn't know the way back, how long would he take to reclaim what belonged to him? One must know that the furnace of heaven and earth was something that he needed to take back. Without it, he would not be able to revalidate his sage Tao. Fortunately, there are no dead ends in life. After roaming in space for several decades, he actually sensed Lei Hongji's presence. At the very beginning, he was in disbelief. However, when he finally saw Lei Hongji, Tianhen knew that his luck has finally come. Even though Lei Hongji simply wanted to cough blood out of depression, he could only run away. Lei Hongji frantically used his escape technique. He did not even leave behind a single trace as he fled. Tianhen didn't fall behind as he closely followed behind Lei Hongji. He was very clear that if he lost Lei Hongji now, he might not be able to find Lei Hongji again. It's truly the dark world. Mo Wuji could feel it the moment his 2 feet stepped on hard ground. They were surrounded by the laws of darkness. Perhaps there were other laws here, but the laws of darkness were definitely supreme. This should be the old home of Ku Kai. Mo Wuji wondered whether Ku Kai would return here. His spiritual will swept outwards and he realized that this was actually an ancient palace hall. There weren't any other signs of life within a 10,000-mile radius. This place is called the Darkness Origin Hall. It's the most revered place in the entire dark world. No one dares to approach 10,000 miles from here. Otherwise, they face death. Noticing that Mo Wuji had sent his spiritual will outwards, Tong Ming chuckled and explained. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1138, Darkwood. Chapter 1138, Darkwood. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. I heard that Dark World's Darkness Origin Hall used to be a tree. However, a huge event occurred in Dark World and that tree was destroyed, Lian Ji sighed and said. Tong Ming nodded. Lian Ji is right. This place was indeed a tree and it was called Darkwood. Darkwood is the symbol of Dark World because the presence of Darkwood allowed the laws of Dark World to become clearer. Thus, a long time ago, there were innumerable experts that came from Dark World. After Darkwood was destroyed, the Dark World constructed this Darkness Origin Hall in an attempt to allow Darkwood to resprout. Unfortunately, countless years passed but the Darkwood never sprouted again. Mo Wuji's heart pounded and he brought out his Darkwood fragment. This is a fragment of the Darkwood? Before Mo Wuji could say anything, Tong Ming cried out agitatedly. That's right. This Darkwood fragment was something that I obtained by chance. I want to ask you, how can I bring life to this thing? Mo Wuji pinched the Darkwood fragment in his hand and said. He had tried different methods on this Darkwood fragment but nothing ever seemed to work. Tong Ming sighed, Brother Mo, you're really lucky. To think that you're even able to obtain a Darkwood fragment and arrive at Darkness Origin Hall. However, while the Darkwood is valuable, you have no means of growing it. To grow the Darkwood, you would need two other things besides the Darkwood fragment in coming to this Darkness Origin Hall. What two things? Mo Wuji blurted. Tong Ming shook his head, there's no point in knowing because you definitely wouldn't be able to obtain them. There's no need to take about you, even a sage might not necessarily be able to obtain these two items. The first item is the Darkness Origin Bead. When Mo Wuji heard this, his heart jumped. He happened to have one of that. Those years ago, Ku Kai and him found the Darkness Origin Bead. Currently, it was sitting in his world. The Darkness Origin Bead is the rarest origin bead in the universe. It's very likely that there is only one of it in a universal plane. Besides the Darkness Origin Bead, you would also need the Soil of Breath. This item is even harder to obtain. Hearing Tong Ming's words, Mo Wuji's heart sank. He finally understood why Kuan Yun would say such nice things and give him the Darkwood fragment. This Kuan Yun probably knew that there wouldn't be much use in this Darkwood fragment. Dao friend Tong Ming, do you know what is the greatest use of Darkwood? From Ku Kai's crystal ball, Mo Wuji learnt this item was the #1 treasure in Dark World. If one possessed Darkwood or cultivated under Darkwood, then his future would be immeasurable. This time, Huan Ti was the one who spoke. Previously, didn't you ask me about the existences above sages? In theory, there shouldn't be such existences. This is because such existences would need to dual cultivate the laws of light and darkness. Only then, would they be able to surpass the level of the universe. According to the classification of laws, the laws of the 5 elements, lightning, wind, ice, etc., all belong to the laws of light. Moreover, almost all sages cultivate one or several laws within the laws of light. People that cultivate the laws of light are unable to cultivate the laws of darkness and vice versa. However, Darkwood contains the highest grade laws of darkness. It's rumored that the person who obtains Darkwood would have the qualifications to simultaneously cultivate both the laws of light and darkness, and they would be able to give rise to these two kinds of laws in their worlds. Thus, if a person possesses Darkwood, he would have a chance of surpassing sages and stand at the very peak of the universe. Unfortunately, Darkwood has disappeared. Even though you have a Darkwood fragment, it's still useless. As he heard all this, Mo Wuji's heart was beating like crazy. Cultivating the laws of light meant that he couldn't cultivate the laws of darkness? Wasn't he cultivating the two of them now? If Huan Ti's words were the truth, then this would be an extremely terrifying secret. If this matter was leaked, then probably all the sages would come hunting for him. Mo Wuji revealed a disappointed expression as he stored his Darkwood fragment. Since that's the case, then forget about it. But he decided that if he gets hold of the Soil of Breath, he would definitely return back to Dark World and grow the Darkwood. After keeping his Darkwood fragment, Mo Wuji wanted to ask about how they would go to the 7-World Stone. At this moment, his Dao Revelation channel suddenly detected an unfamiliar Dao energy. He could faintly feel that his 7-World finger was going to make a breakthrough. Yes, the 7-World finger should be related to the 7-World. Now that his Dao Revelation channel detected an opportunity to make a breakthrough in Dark World, he was not going to miss out on it. In reality, his his fourth finger had already made a breakthrough when he was dealing with Huan Ti. However, that breakthrough was based on his world of life and death. Mo Wuji always seemed to feel that he was lacking something. This current breakthrough in his seven-world finger was definitely going to supplement and complete his fourth finger. Since that's the case, then let's go to the world of ruins. Huan Ti looked at Mo Wuji and said. He had been struck by the seven Buddha spade, his cultivation had been suppressed and his injuries were far from healing. It could be said that he was the weakest among the group of them. Originally, he was one of the strongest in the world. Now, he was one of the weakest in the group. As an ex-sage, Huan Ti naturally felt depressed. Tong Ming and company also looked at Mo Wuji. Since Mo Wuji was the leader of their squad, they would naturally follow his instructions. Mo Wuji asked, "Dao friend Tong Ming, is this place safe?" Tong Ming nodded. "Brother Mo can rest assured. We came here through a spatial transfer, so nobody knows that we are here. However, we cannot leave from here. If we leave, it would be hard to escape. There are no other signs of life within a 10,000-mile radius of this place. This is because anyone that approaches this place would face an untimely death. Fortunately, we do not need to leave this place to head to the Seven-World Stone. Many people know that there's a transfer array from Dark World to the Seven-World Stone. However, the number that know of its location definitely doesn't exceed more than the number of fingers in a hand. I happen to be one of those people." Tong Ming spoke in a slightly complacent tone. A transfer array to the Seven-World Stone was extremely useful. Because of some matters, I need to leave Darkness Origin Hall and pay a visit outside. I would return in a couple of days. I hope that everyone would wait for me during this period of time. Mo Wuji said. He sensed that he was going to make a breakthrough with his seven-world finger in Dark World, thus he naturally wasn't going to leave now. Tong Ming revealed an ugly expression. "Brother Mo, if you leave this place, the experts of Dark World would definitely notice it. In the future, it would become difficult for us to silently go through this place." Mo Wuji laughed faintly. "Dao friend Tong Ming can rest assured. If I want to leave, the people of Dark World definitely wouldn't know about it." Tong Ming knew that Mo Wuji had underestimated the experts of Dark World. He could only spread his hands and say, "Since that's the case, then Brother Mo can go ahead. We will wait for you here." "Alright, I will be back soon." With that, Mo Wuji's figure flashed and he instantly disappeared. After Mo Wuji left, Huan Ti said in a calm tone, "Tong Ming, you believe that Brother Mo would definitely be discovered by the people of Dark World, right?" Tong Ming acted helpless as he said, "Yes. But Brother Mo is our leader. How can I go against his decision?" In reality, Tong Ming believed that it was good for Mo Wuji to learn this lesson. When Mo Wuji learns that he wasn't as powerful as what he thought himself out to be, his, Tong Ming's, words would be viewed with greater importance. Tong Ming believed that Mo Wuji would definitely be discovered. This wasn't due to Mo Wuji's lack of strength. Instead, it was because the laws in Dark World were different. Under the laws of Dark World, it didn't matter how profound Mo Wuji's concealment techniques were, he would definitely be discovered. Hours passed. Tong Ming and Huan Ti started to glance towards each other meaningfully. A long time had passed, but there were no disturbances outside. Moreover, there were no traces of Mo Wuji. It could be confirmed that Mo Wuji had already left this area. How was it possible that Mo Wuji wasn't discovered? Huan Ti felt slightly better out of the two. His soul imprint had already been controlled by Mo Wuji. It would naturally be better for him if Mo Wuji was stronger. Tong Ming, on the other hand, felt a chill in his heart. He discovered that his understanding of Mo Wuji was still too low. He had already given his soul blood imprint away. Was that truly the right option? Not only did Mo Wuji cultivate the laws of darkness, he also possessed the fetal transformation technique. If he was still discovered, then he could only blame his noobness. At this instant, Mo Wuji was in a spacious and desolate wilderness far from Darkness Origin Hall. He did not continue to perceive that insight, his Tao revelation channel had already done most of that. The moment he reached this spacious area, Mo Wuji struck out with his finger. 7 world fingers, 4th finger, yin yang. The heaven and earth, all creation, and yin yang changed. A majestic aura filled the entire area and all the laws in the surroundings ripped apart. Moreover, the laws of light within the laws of darkness started to get clearer. At this instant, the laws of space changed completely. If one was in the area, he would definitely be torn apart by these laws of yin and yang. Indeed, there was a yin-yang level above the world of life and death. All life force in the area was separated into 2 kinds, one yin and one yang. Everything started to collapse. Mo Wuji did not manage to take a look at the results of this finger before another finger suddenly appeared in his mind. This was the 5th finger, all creation? Mo Wuji finally came to an understanding. It turned out that his Tao revelation channel did not sense insights on the 4th finger, yin-yang, but the 5th finger, all creation. Alternatively, it could be said that these 2 fingers were associated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1139, 5th finger, all creation. Chapter 1139, 5th finger, all creation. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. With a single thought, Mo Wuji's 5th finger had already been pointed. The heaven and earth aren't kind, all creation are their humble dogs. The disarrayed laws instantly stabilized. Space, which had been destroyed by his 4th finger yin-yang, also rapidly restored its original state. The wild grass stopped withering and the dried-up river stopped drying up. All creation was within the control of this finger. Under this finger, life energy flourished and rapidly returned to their past state. Various kinds of laws were also within the control of this finger. Mo Wuji stared blankly as he stood in mid-air. He inhaled a breath of cold air. The 7 world fingers' 5th finger actually wasn't a destructive attack. Instead, it was a sacred art which could instantly stop the destruction of any sacred art. It could even undo the damage done as long as his finger wasn't stopped. Mo Wuji still didn't know whether time could be reversed. Even if it could, he couldn't do it now. However, Mo Wuji knew that a sacred art which could return things back to their previous states was much more difficult than a destructive sacred art. After this 5th finger was released, everything that was destroyed went stalled, then they reverted back to their past states. Looking as the area destroyed by his yin-yang finger regained its calm, Mo Wuji muttered to himself, so this is the true meaning behind all creation. All creation wasn't about destroying all creation. Instead, it revived all creation. Even though all creation could probably end all life and destroy laws just like the great curse art, Mo Wuji definitely wasn't going to use it in such a manner. He had more than enough destructive sacred arts. His single great art of destruction could already destroy a world. Why would he need to use all creation to do such a thing? To him, the value of all creation definitely wasn't lesser than the great art of destruction. Even though Mo Wuji still didn't know how powerful were his 6th and 7th fingers, he believed that they wouldn't be much better than this 5th finger, all creation. Originally, he thought that he would need to spend several days ruminating on his 7-world finger. Mo Wuji didn't expect that this session would end so quickly. Mo Wuji contentedly landed back on the ground. They could go to 7-world stone now. When Mo Wuji returned to the Darkness Origin Hall, he realized in shock that there was actually a person nailed onto the outside of the hall's doors. He had used his spiritual will to sweep this place multiple times. From the looks of it, there was a concealment array here which wasn't simple. Ordinary vision could see what was here, but spiritual will sweeps couldn't. It could be faintly seen that the nailed person was female. It's unknown how long she had been nailed her for. There was no need to talk about her skin and muscles, even her bones had started to turn black. The woman's head rested on her shoulder. She seemed to be dead for a long time. However, Mo Wuji knew that she wasn't dead. This was because there was still a soul flame burning this woman's weak soul. If not for this array which intentionally prevented her soul from dissipating, she would probably have died a long time ago. What a cruel punishment. This was Mo Wuji's first time seeing such a thing. Mo Wuji shook his head. This darkness origin hall would be of great importance to him. In the future, he would need to return here to revive the Darkwood. He should not place his nose in such a matter. Although no one discovered him yet, he was sure that he would be immediately discovered if he dared to touch this woman. Moreover, he didn't know who this woman was and why she was being tortured by a soul flame. Didn't you say that you would take a few days? Why are you back so soon? Tong Ming and Huan Ti had just sat down when Mo Wuji stepped into Darkness Origin Hall. When they saw Mo Wuji enter, Tong Ming almost stood up in shock. How could Mo Wuji not understand what Tong Ming was thinking? He naturally wasn't going to explain himself. He only said, Huan Ti, come over, I will help you remove the 7 Buddha spade. Many thanks, Brother Mo. When Huan Ti heard that Mo Wuji was going to help him remove the 7 Buddha spade, his heart was filled with glee. Previously, Mo Wuji had said that he could help him remove the 7 Buddha spade. It was just that Mo Wuji had never mentioned it, so he also didn't. Tong Ming didn't know what Mo Wuji did outside and why he came back in such a short time. Since Mo Wuji didn't talk about it, he could only say, I've seen Huan Ti's 7 Buddha spade, it has struck his Tao foundations. If you make a mistake, his Tao foundations would be destroyed. Even if his Tao foundations aren't destroyed, Tao friend Huan Ti might be heavily injured again and he might never re-enter the sage stage. I know. Mo Wuji nodded, extended his hand and placed it in the 7 Buddha spade. If he didn't know about this, he would have extracted the 7 Buddha spade a long time ago. He previously said that he would help Huan Ti pull out the 7 world spade because they were on different sides. Since they weren't on the same side and since Huan Ti had harmed Zhili, why would he, Mo Wuji, care about damaging Huan Ti's Tao foundations? But it was different now, Huan Ti was now part of his team. This was why he did not pull the 7 Buddha spade yet. Now what he understood the 7 world fingers' 5th finger, all creation, he had confidence that he would be able to extract the 7 Buddha spade without damaging Huan Ti's Tao foundations. Brother Mo, do it. Huan Ti had been bedeviled by the 7 Buddha spade for so long that he no longer felt impatient about it. Moreover, he had already seen Mo Wuji's capabilities. Since Mo Wuji said that he could do it, then he would allow Mo Wuji to do it. Also, his soul imprint was in Mo Wuji's control. Thus, he no longer had the same strong desire to recover his abilities as a sage. Was there a difference between the sage stage and the quasi-sage stage if that person's soul imprint was being controlled? Mo Wuji didn't care what Huan Ti was thinking. He grabbed onto the 7 Buddha spade's hilt and his all-creation Tao laws started to flow. All laws started to reconstruct themselves. With the return of spring, all creation comes back to life. In an instant, Mo Wuji pulled the 7 Buddha spade out. At the same time, Huan Ti's defunct circulation path started to circulate again. The god's spiritual energy in the surroundings surged into Huan Ti's body. Mo Wuji brought out some pills, crushed them into powder and threw the powder on Huan Ti. In just 10 breaths of time, the muscles on Huan Ti's body started to grow. Half an incense's time later, Huan Ti no longer had the same shriveled appearance. Many thanks, Brother Mo. Huan Ti clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji agitatedly. This time, he was truly grateful. Mo Wuji actually allowed his Tao foundations to remain undamaged. Mo Wuji was even able to pull the 7 Buddha spade out without affecting a single one of its laws. Mo Wuji waved his hand, we are all on the same side. This is nothing much. After saying this, he stored the 7 monk spade in his mortal world. He did not care much about Lu Wan's counterfeit monk spade, but this was the true 7 Buddha monk spade. It was of value to Mo Wuji, so he didn't intend to give it to Huan Ti. If it didn't have value, would it have been able to trade for the Tao Tai pot? Would it have been able to pin a sage? Tong Ming stared at Mo Wuji in a loss. After some time, he finally said, "Brother Mo, how did you do it? That sacred art that you just used, why did it seem to have some Tao law capable of revitalizing all creation? What sacred art was that? Could it be the great art of rejuvenation? But it didn't seem like it. I will tell you more about it in due time. Dao friend Tong Ming, I feel that we will need to raise our powers as quickly as possible. Can you hurry and bring us to the location of the transfer array to the 7-world stone?" Mo Wuji casually said. When Tong Ming heard Mo Wuji's words, he knew that Mo Wuji didn't intend to tell him about the sacred art. He could only say, "Everyone, follow me." As he was speaking, Tong Ming had already walked to a corner of this darkness origin hall. He threw out multiple array flags and an array gate appeared in front of everyone. Tong Ming was the first to step through the array gate. Mo Wuji and company also followed suit. They all arrived at an inclined passage. Mo Wuji's spiritual will immediately swept outwards. Indeed, he found a huge black stone below. That huge stone was clearly a transfer array platform. Tong Ming had displayed this transfer array platform in front of all of them. This clearly demonstrated his determination in this cooperation. Mo Wuji was very satisfied with Tong Ming's attitude. As he walked behind Tong Ming on this passage, he asked, "Dao friend Tong Ming, do you know about the woman nailed outside Darkness Origin Hall?" Tong Ming nodded, "I do. That woman has been nailed there by Dark World for God knows how many years. Not long after Darkness Origin Hall was built, she was nailed there." "You witnessed the construction of Darkness Origin Hall?" Mo Wuji asked in astonishment. He. Tong Ming chuckled, "Not only did I witness the construction of Darkness Origin Hall, I also know who constructed it. Back then, I had been hiding beside this transfer array, healing my injuries. I witnessed the entire process of Darkness Origin Hall's construction. That array gate that we just walked through was something that I added on after. Even the fella that constructed Darkness Origin Hall doesn't know about the array gate that I installed in Darkness Origin Hall, but if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1140, The World of Ruins. Chapter 1140, The World of Ruins. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Even though Tong Ming was already on the same team as him, Mo Wuji still felt that this fella was too patient and secretive. If not because this fella saw his abilities and wanted to work with him, he definitely wouldn't have found this transfer array to the 7-world stone. Tong Ming activated the transfer array. The 5 people were simultaneously transferred away. The transfer from Dark World to 7-world stone was clearly a super high-distance transfer. With Mo Wuji's current abilities, he wasn't able to send his spiritual will outwards. When Mo Wuji could finally release his spiritual will, the 5 of them had already arrived on the familiar 7-world stone. Mo Wuji had been to 7-world stone several times. No matter when he came, the 7-world stone always looked the same. It was the same half-gray and half-white stone which floated in space. I guess many of you have been here before. However, you probably didn't know that this huge stone is actually a supreme magic treasure, right? He. Tong Ming chuckled and said. When Lian Ji heard that this was a magic treasure, he released his spiritual will and tried to communicate with the 7-world stone. Tong Ming instantly noticed Lian Ji's actions. He laughed and said, "There's no need to talk about you." Even when Dao friend Huan Ti was at his peak, he still wouldn't be able to take the 7-world stone away. Dao friend Tong Ming, you mean that this 7-world stone was left behind by a person at a higher level? Mo Wuji hurriedly asked when he heard those words. Tong Ming shook his head. I don't know about that. However, I can tell you for certain that the Seven World Stone isn't related to any of the sages here. Huan Ti also nodded. That's right. At least, I don't know who was the one that installed the Seven World Stone here. Tong Ming pointed to a slightly distant black hole and said, that's the way to the world of ruins. Everyone remember that after we enter the world of ruins, the transfer location would be different for each of us. Thus, we would not be together when we arrive at that world. Moreover, various kinds of communication beads cannot be used. Everyone could only rely on luck. However, we're different from others, we have a specific target. When he finished speaking, Tong Ming brought out several crystal balls and handed them out to Mo Wuji and company. When we arrive at the world of ruins, do not be in a rush to find treasures or cultivate. We will first gather at this place. As we head towards this place, everyone needs to guard their primordial spirits and seas of consciousness. There are far too many old things in the world of ruins. They are only waiting for a chance at possession. Alright, I will go in first. Tong Ming did not hesitate to speed towards the black hole that he pointed at. Brother Mo, I will also be going. With that, Huan Ti also sped towards the black hole. While he was moving towards the black hole, he suddenly turned back and said, Brother Mo, I guess my luck isn't that bad to be able to meet a person like you. Lian Ji also clasped his fists and said, I will also be making a move. Following which, he also charged into the black hole. Jili was so beautiful and she cared so much for Mo Wuji, Lian Ji didn't wish to stay here and act as a third wheel. Senior sister Ji, enter my world. We will leave together. Mo Wuji looked at Jili and said. Jili suddenly stared at Mo Wuji for a long time. Being stared at by a woman of such beauty left Mo Wuji feeling slightly uneasy. Could it be that senior sister Ji suspected that he had errant thoughts? Just as Mo Wuji was about to cough and explain himself, Jili asked a strange question, Wuji, do you have a Tao companion? I have a wife. It's just that power is still too low and I'm unable to go to her. Mo Wuji subconsciously answered. He didn't quite understand why Jili would suddenly ask him such a question. Jili smiled sweetly, Wuji, I hope that you would be able to find your wife and reunite with her. When Mo Wuji heard Jili's well wish, Sin Shuin's smile instantly appeared in front of his eyes. There was also the scene where Shuin carried him as they fled through space. A flame ignited within Mo Wuji's heart. He clenched his fists forcefully. He definitely needed to raise his abilities. If he didn't raise his abilities, there was no need to talk about finding Shuin. He wouldn't even be a match for that green-robed sage nun that was in God Burial Cave. You must remember, Shuin had left through God Burial Cave. Sensing Mo Wuji's agitation, Jili said softly, I believe that your wife is definitely a beautiful, compassionate and understanding woman. She's very lucky. Was Shuin lucky? Mo Wuji's heart instantly cooled down. Had Shuin even spent a single fortunate day with him? When they were together, they were either chased or hunted. At this instant, a deep sense of guilt filled Mo Wuji's heart. He owed Shuin. He owed her far too much. He came from Earth, thus he knew what a woman looked for in a husband. It was a life that was safe and stable. What did he give Shuin? None of this. In his life, he owed two women. One was the already dead Wen Xiaoqi and the other was Cin Shuin. Junior brother Wuji, I believe that I should go to the world of ruins by myself. After all, I would need to depend on myself in the future. I can't always stay in your world. I need to work hard to raise my abilities. That's the only way that I can continue to survive in this world. After saying this, Ji Li's figure flashed. As she was moving through space, she also turned her head back slightly. Junior brother Wuji, we will meet again in the world of ruins. But after finishing this sentence, Ji Li's silhouette had already disappeared into the black hole. Mo Wuji stared at the 7 black holes for a long time and sighed. He didn't immediately enter that black hole. Instead, his spiritual will penetrated into the seven-world stone. Tong Ming definitely wasn't speaking blindly. Since Tong Ming said that the seven-world stone was a magic treasure, then it definitely was. He did not intend to take this magic treasure away. He only wanted to check whether he could leave behind a trace of spiritual will here to monitor it. Half an incense's time passed and Mo Wuji was left disappointed. Whether it was with his sea of consciousness or his spirit storage channel, he was unable to leave behind a spiritual will imprint on this seven-world stone. Even when he slashed it with his Kuan Wu sword, he was unable to move this seven-world stone. Only after Mo Wuji opened his spiritual eye and carefully examined this seven-world stone, he found a mark at a corner of the stone. On the surface, this mark looked exactly the same as the seven-world stone. However, with his spiritual eye, Mo Wuji could see that the mark was formed when someone tried to mend the seven-world stone after it was damaged. How impressive! Mo Wuji was inwardly shocked. The seven-world stone was clearly left behind by a person. It wasn't an object that was naturally born in this space. How strong was the person who left such a powerful transfer array like the seven-world stone here? After staring blankly for a long time, Mo Wuji finally used his spirit storage channel to inscribe several spiritual will imprints and he concealed them. When he was done with all that and after he verified that there was nothing that he had overlooked, Mo Wuji's figure flashed and he stepped into that black hole. Violent and turbulent spatial waves came. With Mo Wuji's cultivation, he was unable to stabilize himself in such violent waves. He could only roll and turn with the waves as he tried to release his spiritual will. The laws of space changed drastically, causing Mo Wuji to be unable to release his spiritual will like before. He could only use it to protect himself. It was unknown how long he spent rolling in the spatial waves. After this unknown period of time, Mo Wuji's body lightened and he landed in a dried-up riverbed. The largest crack in this riverbed was several meters wide. It looked like a black man-eating hole. Mo Wuji swept the area with his spiritual will. Indeed, he didn't find Ji in company. Just as he was about to take out the crystal ball that Tong Ming gave him, an icy-cold breath came from that huge crap. In an instant, it wrapped around the space that he was in. Boom! A violent spiritual will attack exploded on Mo Wuji that icy-cold breath. Mo Wuji was affected by this spiritual will attack and he retreated back by several miles. Old thing, this fella is mine. An illusory primordial spirit appeared. This spirit's voice was sounded like teeth grinding. At almost the same instant that this primordial spirit appeared, another primordial spirit revealed itself. Is it yours just because you said so? This god has been lying here in ambush for countless years. This has always been my territory. What rights do you have to snatch a person on my territory? The second primordial spirit chuckled. It sounded as though it didn't have any front tooth, air seemed to be leaking out in all directions. Mo Wuji's heart sank. He understood what was going on. These two primordial spirits were actually having a conflict over the possession of his fleshly body. He wasn't worried for himself but Ji. With his abilities, there was no need to talk about these two primordial spirits. Even if 10 of such primordial spirits swarmed him, he would still be easily able to eliminate them. However, things were different for Ji. Ji's cultivation was only Unity God level 4. Moreover, this wasn't the most important thing. The key thing was that Ji was too kind. Being too kind in a place like this was simply courting her own death. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji no longer had the mood to entertain these two primordial spirits. His figure flashed and he tried to leave. He didn't think that these two spirits were already familiar with this space here after staying here for countless years. Before Mo Wuji could leave, those two primordial spirits sealed the space around him. They simultaneously pounced onto Mo Wuji and they simultaneously said, "A little ant actually wants to escape?" Mo Wuji, who was in a hurry to leave, raged. The violet lake in his sea of consciousness bubbled violently. he shot out 2 spiritual wool arrows with his full power. Originally, he didn't intend to kill these 2 primordial spirits. However, since these 2 fellas were courting their own deaths, then they couldn't blame him for behaving impolitely. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1141, The Cultivation Holy Land in the World of Ruins. Chapter 1141, The Cultivation Holy Land in the World of Ruins. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. 2 shrill cries sounded. One of the primordial spirits was immediately reduced into nothingness. Because of some red ring of protection, the other primordial spirit wasn't immediately killed. However, even with that protective ring, that primordial spirit got significantly weaker. Before Mo Wuji could attack for a second time, that primordial spirit shouted with a sharp voice, "Dao friend, please stop. I know of a great place to cultivate. It would definitely allow Dao friend to make a breakthrough in the shortest time." Mo Wuji, who actually wanted to strike again, forcefully stopped his actions. He had come here to cultivate. This primordial spirit had stayed in the world of ruins for God knows how many years. It definitely had a greater understanding of the locality than him. When he saw Mo Wuji stop, this primordial spirit heaved a sigh of relief. It said with a tinge of lingering fear, "I have eyes, but I was blind to have actually offended this Dao friend. To make up for my mistakes, I have decided to tell Dao friend about the best location to cultivate, which I only found after searching for millions of years." This primordial spirit clearly knew how to quickly show that it could help Mo Wuji. That way, he could preserve his little life. Mo Wuji snorted coldly and brought out the directional crystal ball that Tong Ming gave him. When Mo Wuji's spiritual will entered the crystal ball, he was dumbfounded. Supposedly, a location marker would appear in the crystal ball when he arrived at the world of ruins. However, there actually wasn't any marker. The crystal ball was still pitch black. With such a crystal ball, how was he going to find the gathering place? Mo Wuji didn't believe that Tong Ming would like about such things. If Tong Ming would lie here, then he wouldn't even have wanted to cooperate with Mo Wuji in the first place. Mo Wuji's face turned slightly unsightly as he kept his directional crystal ball. From the looks of it, something had happened to the world of ruins. Thus, the marker inscribed by Tong Ming wasn't able to be seen. Dao friend. Noticing Mo Wuji's unpleasant expression, this primordial spirit muttered nervously, "Hurry and lead the way. If you're lying, then don't blame me for behaving impolitely." Mo Wuji wasn't in a good mood. His voice contained a hint of killing intent. Yes. Dao friend can rest assured. I'm sure that you will be satisfied with that location." After saying this, the primordial spirit hesitated slightly before he stuttered, "After I bring Dao friend over, can Dao friend spare me once? Lead the way first. We'll see if I'm satisfied," Mo Wuji said harshly. Without a gathering place, he was increasingly worried, for Jili Tong Ming and Huan Ti were both cunning old foxes. It would be weird if these primordial spirits could possess them. As for Lian Ji, he stayed in a place like Cosmos God City for so long, thus he definitely wouldn't fall so easily. This primordial spirit didn't dare to waste any time. It hurriedly floated ahead and led the way. In less than half an instance's time, another primordial spirit charged out. This time, Mo Wuji didn't wait for this primordial spirit to utter any nonsense. He directly sealed the space around the primordial spirit and threw a ball of his scholar's heart at it, burning it into nothingness. When the leading primordial spirit saw Mo Wuji's might, it started to shiver in fear. Which one of the primordial spirits here weren't past experts? But today, they were nothing more than ants in front of Mo Wuji. If Mo Wuji hadn't used the spiritual wool arrow previously and used this flame instead, he would have already lost his life. "What's your name and how long have you been here?" Mo Wuji casually asked as he followed behind this primordial spirit. "Junior is called Wan He. After the cataclysm, I had always been here." His voice was shaky. He was afraid of offending Mo Wuji. At the same time, he lowered his status to a junior. Which god throne did you obtain? Mo Wuji asked. He hurriedly and carefully answered, Junior didn't have a god throne. Mo Wuji didn't think that a fellow without a god throne could actually survive in this broken world for so many years. Clearly, this fella's tenacity was truly strong. The place that he talked about wasn't very far. After another incense's time, he stopped. They were still in this dried-up riverbed. It was just that he stopped at a tiny crack. This crack was only 15 centimeters wide and it was unfathomably deep. Mo Wuji's spiritual will only managed to reach a certain limit before he could not scan any further. Senior, it's down there. It's just that it is slightly deep. I only went down once before and that single trip took me 10 years. He looked at Mo Wuji cautiously. Since that's the case, then follow me and take a look. With a sweep of his hand, Mo Wuji brought He to him and they entered the crack. He was wrapped around by a trace of elemental energy. His heart started to quiver with fear. His spiritual will couldn't be considered weak, but they were actually moving at a speed where he couldn't even release his spiritual will. Clearly, Mo Wuji's speed was overwhelmingly strong. He suspected that even sages might not be that fast. In just a few days, Mo Wuji stopped. There was only a black stone in front of him. After repeated sweeps with his spiritual will, Mo Wuji finally verified that there was only this black stone here. This is the cultivation Holy Land? Mo Wuji's face sank and turned slightly unsightly. He could sense Mo Wuji's anger. He hurriedly said, Senior, please catch your breath. If you wait here for a few days, rich god spiritual energy would seep through. It's just that the time is extremely short and I only managed to discover it by chance. I believe that this is definitely the best hidden spot for cultivation. Mo Wuji stared at this primordial spirit and said, I will believe you this once, but... After saying that, Mo Wuji crossed his legs and sat down. His spiritual eye started to examine this black stone. In just a day, a terrifyingly rich wave of God's spiritual energy seeped out of the black stone. Mo Wuji's spiritual eye happened to be on this black stone. Thus, the moment the God's spiritual energy seeped out, his spiritual eye caught some slight movements. Mo Wuji did not hesitate to inscribe 10 array runes on this black stone. Indeed, a crack appeared. With a flash, Mo Wuji disappeared into this crack. The God's spiritual energy outside had already dissipated. When Wani saw that Mo Wuji had disappeared, how could he dare to stay here any further? He hurried up. Even though he knew that it would take him 10 years to leave, he didn't want to stay here and wait for Mo Wuji. The moment Mo Wuji's surroundings went clear, he knew that he had passed through that black stone. At this instant, Mo Wuji's spiritual will swept out in a huge wave. Soon, he saw a huge pool. The pool water was faint gold. A kind of God's spiritual energy that Mo Wuji had never felt before swept across him. His entire body felt incomparably relaxed. He suspected that this wasn't even God's spiritual energy. Instead, it was a form of spiritual energy which surpassed God's spiritual energy. Moreover, Mo Wuji actually didn't sense any loss here. This caused him to remember the heavenly chasm back in immortal world. There was a space within the heavenly chasm which was devoid of life and elemental energy. There, Su Shi and him obtained the void nirvana root. The reason why his cultivation could proceed so smoothly wasn't only due to his cultivation technique. The void nirvana root had a huge part to play as well. This place was similar, there weren't laws and elemental energy. The only thing he can sense is the spiritual energy from the gold pool. Something's not right, there's a stone statue next to the pool. When Mo Wuji saw the stone statue, he knew that something was wrong. Immediately after, he knew that this wasn't a stone statue but a living person. That stone statue seemed to know that Mo Wuji had discovered him. He sighed and said, "AI, how many years has it been? I haven't even recovered from the previous cataclysm, but could it be that a more terrifying one is coming? Who are you?" Mo Wuji opened his hand and the half-moon-weighted halberd on his back landed in it. The stone statue sighed, "This is my place and you're actually asking me who I am?" Mo Wuji chuckled, "This is your place? I don't think so, right? Although I don't know who this place belongs to, I'm sure you're not the first owner." The stone statue nodded in agreement, "You're right, I'm not the first owner. However, I can tell you that I am its last owner. Since you're here, then you don't have to leave." With that, the stone statue suddenly reached out for Mo Wuji. His hand was extremely slow, he seemed like an aged old man. Mo Wuji looked at this slowly moving hand blankly. He was slightly speechless as he said, "What has this world become? Why does every single person believe that they are so powerful and that they could easily crush others?" Mo Wuji could not be blamed for feeling speechless. He was experienced in combat and battles. Even his weakest enemy would try to seal the other party's space before attacking. However, when this stone statue attacked, it actually didn't form any spatial ripples. He, Mo Wuji, could still move normally. If this kind of attack could crush him, then he would be better off smashing himself against a piece of tofu. His half-moon-weighted halberd slashed out, conjuring a silver river which cascaded down to this horribly slow stone statue. "Gotcha!" A loud, crisp sound resounded. This stone statue's hand suddenly exploded and several drops of gold blood fell. "You? How are you able to use sacred arts?" This stone statue seemed as though it had seen the world's most terrifying scene. It stared at Mo Wuji and spoke with a tone of intense disbelief. Mo Wuji came to a sudden realization. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1142, Fortune. Chapter 1142, Fortune. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. This was the law of the universe. Since there weren't any laws here, no one would be able to activate their sacred arts unless they were experts with their own laws. Moreover, laws weren't the only things that weren't present, there also wasn't any elemental energy. That meant that regardless of the elemental attribute of one's spiritual roots, he wouldn't be able to use any sacred arts. Mo Wuji cultivated the mortal technique and his mortal world had already taken shape when he was only in the heavenly immortal stage. At this moment, his mortal world's laws were complete and they were continuously being refined. On the other hand, this stone statue was actually able to attack despite not cultivating the mortal technique. From the looks of it, this stone statue wasn't simple and had his own techniques. "It looks like you have some abilities, you are actually able to attack in a space without any elemental energy." Mo Wuji naturally wouldn't answer this stone statue's question. "I will leave this place and I will give you my god throne. As for my world, it is empty and there's nothing of value inside it." The stone statue instantly understood his predicament and spoke in a straightforward manner. Mo Wuji did not seem to care as he said, "Is your god throne very amazing? Unfortunately, I don't really care about it. If this stone statue was a sage, then perhaps Mo Wuji would consider his god throne." However, Mo Wuji was sure that this stone statue wasn't a sage. There were 8 sages and Mo Wuji already knew of 3 of them. If he included the sage that was schemed against, Tong Ming, then he could truly claim that he had met many sages. From his experience, he could tell that this stone statue wasn't a sage. The stone statue said proudly, "That's because you still don't know what my god throne is. My name is Huang Fanhong and my god throne is one of the 4 Dao monarchs, Dao Monarch Yellow River." "4 Dao monarchs?" Mo Wuji repeated in slight astonishment. From the looks of it, he had some fate with the 4 Dao monarchs. If he included this Huang Fanhong, he would have encountered 3 Dao monarchs. He traded with Dao Monarch Darkness and battled with Dao Monarch Grand Desert. He didn't think that he would now meet Tao Monarch Yellow River. He wondered what's the name of the last Tao Monarch. You've never heard of the 4 Tao Monarchs? Looking at Mo Wuji's calm expression, Huang Fanhong asked in shock. Supposedly, a person of Mo Wuji's strength should definitely have heard of the 4 Tao Monarchs. Mo Wuji laughed. No, I have heard of the 4 Tao Monarchs. I even know of Tao Monarch Darkness and Tao Monarch Grand Desert. However, your god throne isn't very attractive to me. The pride in Huang Fanhong's eyes instantly disappeared. He sighed in his heart. In reality, he could already have predicted it. This young man was even able to suppress him in a place like this. His target should definitely be the sage stage, right? The upcoming cataclysm would probably be this young man's stage. If I'm not wrong, you should be condensing your fleshly body here, right? After staying here for so many years, I believe that your fleshly body should be approximately completed? Mo Wuji suddenly asked. Huang Fanhong answered, yes. Actually, I intend to seal this place and search for some treasures to prepare for the upcoming world-ending cataclysm. The 2 cataclysms are occurring at such a short time interval. Perhaps this is the only time such a thing has happened in this universe. Thereafter, he didn't need to say anything else for Mo Wuji to understand. That was before Huang Fanhong managed to leave. Mo Wuji arrived. In Huang Fanhong's eyes, if he didn't have anything to offer Mo Wuji definitely wouldn't spare him. If this was outside, he would have some rights to battle with Mo Wuji. But in here, he didn't even have a single strand of hope. Thus, he couldn't be bothered to beg for his life. A Tao Monarch had a Tao Monarch's pride. He wouldn't do something so meaningless. Since you already intend to leave, then go. I will be cultivating here for a period of time. I hope that you do not come back and disturb me. Mo Wuji nodded and said. You're not going to kill me? Huang Fanhong stared at Mo Wuji in shock. This was the first time that he heard of such an absurd situation. Mo Wuji chuckled, why would I want to kill you? You didn't try to steal my items. Since you're done with this place, then can't I use it? Why must I kill you in order to cultivate here? Immense glee instantly surged into Huang Fanhong's head. He hurriedly said, no, I will leave immediately. This place is now yours. I swear that I definitely wouldn't tell a third person about this place, but... Mo Wuji didn't care whether Huang Fanhong told anyone else about this place. He shouldn't be cultivating in this place for a long time. With the time plate, the liquid in this gold pond shouldn't be able to last for long. Huang Fanhong stood up. The stone skin covering his body started to release cracking sounds. Like removing the shell of a boiled egg, all the stone skin on his body fell onto the ground. Without the stone skin, Mo Wuji could see the circulation of the spirit channels and the gold blood within Huang Fanhong's body. Mo Wuji could not help but sigh emotionally. After Huang Fanhong's body was destroyed, he was able to find a place like this to condense a new fleshly body. This was truly a great fortune. I have yet to ask Tao Friend for his name. In the future, I will definitely repay this favor. After Huang Fanhong donned a set of robes, he clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji and spoke. Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji did not feel that this was something that he needed to hide. Many thanks. I wish Tao Friend Mo good luck in his cultivation. With that, Huang Fanhong threw out multiple array flags. His entire body seemed to merge with the black stone and he suddenly disappeared. After Huang Fanhong left, Mo Wuji started to install defensive arrays. Thereafter, he retrieved his time plate and threw it into the gold pool. He planted another 49 creation-level god spiritual veins by the side of the pool, then he entered the time plate. He had come here to raise his abilities. Thus, Mo Wuji didn't waste any time. The moment he entered the time plate, all 108 meridians instantly formed a huge circulation path. Just as the first circulation path completed, Mo Wuji discovered, in a pleasant surprise, that his primordial spirit formed from fecticlay was also circulating its spirit channels. A violent whirlpool formed in this gold pool, and a faint gold mist started to shroud around Mo Wuji. The energy from the gold mist merged with the white god spiritual energy from the god spiritual veins, and this energy flowed rapidly into Mo Wuji's meridians. Mo Wuji's cultivation rose rapidly, even he felt that his cultivation speed was terrifying. What further shocked Mo Wuji was that his fecta primordial spirit was merging with his sea of consciousness. The aura of the fecticlay started to gradually fade away. At a single go, he went from Unity God level 2 to level 3. His advancement from level 3 to level 4 also didn't take much time. Time continued to pass as Mo Wuji cultivated. If Mo Wuji could open his eyes, he would discover that this gold fluid did not start to dry up as he predicted. Instead, it continuously seeped out and merged into Mo Wuji's circulation whirlpool. Within the vast space, Lei Hongji was already emaciated in fatigue. However, he was unable to ditch the sage Tianhen chasing after him. If he could, Lei Hongji really wanted to stop and reason with Tianhen. He would say that he never touched the furnace of the heaven and earth, so why was he being chased? However, Lei Hongji wasn't a fool. He knew what would be his outcome if he stopped moving. Tianhen definitely wouldn't bother about reason. Instead, Tianhen would simply kill him and search his memories. In space, there was much space for one to run, but few for one to hide. Over the past few years, Lei Hongji had continuously been searching for the imprint on his body. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to locate it. Although his talent and cultivation speed was even faster than Mo Wuji, he couldn't be like Mo Wuji and possess the world channel and a complete world while at the Unity God stage. On this day, Lei Hongji swallowed some revitalizing pills and herbs. In his mind, he was wondering whether he should dive into a spatial crack. The chance of surviving through a space crack was low. However, he was better than being chased by an incomparably strong expert. Before Lei Hongji decided on that idea, a huge planet appeared in his spiritual will. This was a green planet? Lei Hongji didn't even think twice as he charged straight towards the planet. The moment he landed on this planet, Lei Hongji started to celebrate with intense glee. He discovered that he wasn't able to release his spiritual will here. This was a planet with completely different laws. There were many laws here that he had never encountered before. Since spiritual will couldn't be used here, that meant that Tianhen wouldn't be able to find him for a period of time. Lei Hongji pushed his escape technique to its maximum potential. After half a day, he lost that ominous threat of death. He stopped. He was almost shivering with excitement. There were many god spiritual veins lying in the open. Not only that, he could even see a god crystal quarry in the distance. High-grade god spiritual herbs grew throughout the land, and he even saw some rare treasures that he wouldn't even see in auctions. I've struck it. I've really struck it this time. Lei Hongji muttered to himself. Ever since he started cultivation, this was the greatest surprise and fortune that he had encountered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1143, Taking Away. Chapter 1143, Taking Away. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The instant Mo Wuji entered Unity God level 10, his surging elemental energy turned faint gold and completely filled his meridians. Mo Wuji suddenly opened his eyes. There clearly weren't any laws here, but he somehow felt that he could interact with every law. The lack of laws was also a kind of law. A new insight appeared within Mo Wuji's heart. He closed his eyes and his meridians started to circulate. The time plate had turned completely hazy. Within the gold pool, there was only a faint silhouette. At this instant, the revolution of the time plate was multiple times faster than when Mo Wuji was in God Burial Cave. Unity God level 11, Unity God level 12. When Mo Wuji's elemental energy had turned completely gold, his cultivation reached the pinnacle of the Unity God stage. Although the amount pool water had dropped, there was still a good half of it remaining. A shackle similar to a chasm stopped Mo Wuji's cultivation from rising. No matter how much spiritual energy he absorbed, his cultivation was stuck in the pinnacle of the Unity God stage. He could not advance by a single inch. Mo Wuji released a long sigh. He stood up, extended his hand and stored the time plate. He estimated that he had spent at least 10,000 years in the time plate. However, he wasn't very sure how long had passed in the outside world. Being unable to break into the quasi-sage stage was within Mo Wuji predictions. The quasi-sage stage was a unique stage. It definitely wasn't a stage that could be broken into through cultivation alone. Moreover, he cultivated the mortal technique. Thus, whenever he reached such critical junctures, he would need unordinary opportunities to make a breakthrough. At a time like this, he should not be impatient for results. He needed to maintain his usual attitude, then he would be able to find an opportunity to step into the quasi-sage stage. To him, this cultivation spot was far more important. The gold fluid together with the creation god's spiritual veins were definitely the best resources for Unity gods to cultivate. He definitely needed to bring these things away. Mo Wuji stared at the gold fluid. He could sense that this gold fluid contained a peerless form of energy. When he was cultivating, not only was it able to raise his cultivation rapidly, it also brushed away all the impurities in his body, allowing him to have a clearer perception towards the laws. Moreover, he cultivated for such a long time but only half of the fluid was used. Clearly, this pool was rather unique. Thus, he needed to take this whole pool away. If this was an ordinary pool, Mo Wuji only needed to use some array flags to move it into his mortal world. However, this wasn't an ordinary pool, it was a pool that could produce this gold fluid. Mo Wuji was sure that if he simply used array flags to move this pool into his mortal world, it would lose all its effects. Mo Wuji knew that there was a sacred art called the Great Art of Displacement. Such a sacred art could definitely move this pool into his mortal world perfectly. Mo Wuji did not have this sacred art, but he had something similar, the Heavenly Spirit transformations. In the Heavenly Spirit transformations, there was a sacred art called moving mountains in shifting seas. In Mo Wuji's eyes, this sacred art was completely useless, so he didn't learn it. However, with Mo Wuji's current capabilities, he wouldn't need much time to learn this sacred art. 10 days later, rumbling sounds resounded throughout Mo Wuji's location. The gold pool under him started to rise and it was transported into his mortal world. The Tao laws within the pool remained intact. If there was a change, it would be that after moving to his mortal world, the pool was no longer surrounded in a space devoid of laws. Instead, it was in a space where all laws were gathered. Ji stopped. Her heart turned cold. This was the first time that she encountered so many attempts at possession. Because she had her guards up and because there weren't any experts among those that tried to possess her, she was able to resolve those troubles. However, this spirit in front of her was clearly different. This primordial spirit was almost solid. Moreover, it released an aura which suppressed his domain. Even the space around her was sealed by its aura. Because of a fortune that she encountered, her cultivation level had broken into Unity God level 5. However, it was still a distance away from this primordial spirit. Destroy your sea of consciousness and extinguish your soul. If you do that, I will allow your primordial spirit to live. This almost solid primordial spirit stared at Ji Li and said. His tone was calm, but only he knew how excited he was. A greater cataclysm was coming and he finally saw a perfect target for possession. If he wasn't wrong, this body should have just interacted with the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. To him, this was simply a gift from the heavens. The reason why he didn't make a move was because he didn't want anyone, even himself, to damage this perfect body. Ji Li held a white Rui scepter in front of her. This was a treasure that she obtained here in the world of ruins, a perfect peak-grade god equipment. Even if I have to explode myself, I wouldn't allow you to possess my body. Ji Li's voice was filled with determination. There was no room for negotiation. Can you even explode yourself? This primordial spirit harumphed coldly and the space around Ji Li started to solidify. Ji Li jerked her body, but she discovered that even her Tao laws were controlled by the other party. If you dare to possess me, someone would come after you. Even if he has to search the entire universe, he would not let you go. Ji Li's voice was trembling slightly, indicating the pain she felt in her heart. She felt some regret. Why didn't she listen to Mo Wuji and travel together with him? She wasn't afraid of death. She only didn't want her body to be possessed by a foreign soul. Ha ha ha. The primordial spirit chuckled loudly. I, Feng Shiyu, am afraid of being chased after? Ji Li calmed down. She tried to slow her beating heart and she tried to speak with greater persuasiveness. Senior, I'm not lying to you. My friend is called Mo Wuji. If anything happens to me, even if he has to ascend the heavens or dive into the earth, he would not let you go. I'm sure of that. Moreover, he has the abilities to do it. As she said this, an inexplicable feeling suddenly brewed within Ji Li's heart. She was actually sure that Mo Wuji would do anything if something bad had happened to her. Why was that so? Yes, it was because if anything happened to Mo Wuji, she would do the same for him. Mo Wuji had brought her out of God world and risked his life to help her find the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. That was the greatest evidence. She sighed. Unfortunately, there was no future for her. If she still had a future, she needed to change the way she did things. Who's that? The primordial spirit didn't even care about Ji Li's words. Instead, it turned and stared at an empty space. A tall man in gray robes suddenly appeared. When the primordial spirit saw this tall man, it said with a dissatisfied tone, Tao Monarch Yellow River, you have already recovered your fleshly body. Why did you appear here and disturb my business? The gray-robed man was exactly Tao Monarch Yellow River. He didn't respond to the primordial spirit. Instead, he turned to Ji Li and asked, you said that your friend is called Mo Wuji? A strand of hope suddenly appeared in Ji Li's heart. She hurriedly nodded, yes, he's called Mo Wuji. Is this him? Tao Monarch Yellow River waved his hand and Mo Wuji's image appeared. Yes, that's him. Senior, have you seen him? Ji Li's tone started to get higher. When she arrived at the world of ruins, her directional crystal ball didn't show any sort of directions. She started to get worried about Mo Wuji. Tao Monarch Yellow River nodded towards Ji Li. Then, he turned to that primordial spirit and said, Feng Shiyu, we weren't friends but we knew each other. Give me some face and let go of this lady. The primordial spirit looked at Tao Monarch Yellow River in disbelief. Huang Fanhong, could my hearing be failing me? You actually want to stand up for an ant? If you didn't have a fleshly body, I would understand your actions. But you actually have a fleshly body, so why are you speaking such cynical words? Could it be that you think that I, Feng Shiyu, am afraid of you? Tao Monarch Yellow River said calmly, you were a reputed swordsman back in Cosmos Myriad God's Dock, an existence second only to the sages. Naturally, you wouldn't be afraid of me. But now, you don't even have a fleshly body. If you want to compete with me, you're still lacking. As he spoke, Tao Monarch Yellow River released his domain. An oppressive pressure swept outwards. Ji Li immediately felt the space around her feeling lighter. That aura which suppressed her also disappeared without a trace. She immediately moved behind Tao Monarch Yellow River and stared at Feng Shiyu warily. Feng Shiyu's heart sank. He had always been a proud man. Although he didn't have a god throne, he was in the great circle of the quasi-sage stage and he didn't fear anyone below the sage stage. However, Tao Monarch Yellow River's words were right. He didn't have a fleshly body but Tao Monarch Yellow River did. Even if his sacred arts were any stronger, he still wouldn't be a match for Dao Monarch Yellow River. Fang Shiyu spoke slowly. Huang Fanhong, I, Fang Shiyu, will remember this kind act. I will definitely repay you in the future, but... Now that Dao Monarch Yellow River had offered to help Jili, he, Fang Shiyu, definitely didn't have a chance at possessing her. Dao Monarch Yellow River chuckled, feel free to come at me. I, Dao Monarch Yellow River, am not afraid. Moreover, I need to tell you that you should be grateful to me. If Dao friend Mo has his eyes on you, you wouldn't be able to escape even if you ascend the heavens or dive into the earth. Very good. In the future, I will see exactly how powerful the Dao friend Mo is. After saying this through gritted teeth, Fang Shiyu's primordial spirit disappeared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1144, Golden Sphere. Chapter 1144, Golden Sphere. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. After Mo Wuji took the gold pond away, the area suddenly started to collapse. Mo Wuji's figure flashed as he dashed out. In just half a day, Mo Wuji stopped. With his sage physique, this sort of collapse wouldn't even damage him. The reason why he stopped was because he saw a basketball-sized gold sphere rise up from a deep ravine. Extremely rich gold god spiritual energy revolved around the surface of the sphere. No, that's not god spiritual energy. Instead, it's the same kind of energy as the one in the gold pool. In fact, it might even be richer and purer. Not only that, Mo Wuji could sense a sort of life force from the sphere's Dao aura. Mo Wuji instantly came to an understanding. The reason why the gold pool had the gold liquid was because of this sphere. If he didn't obtain this thing, then the pool wouldn't be able to continue producing the gold liquid. As he thought of this, how could Mo Wuji wait any further? He directly charged towards that slowly rising sphere and extended his hand towards it, attempting to send it into his mortal world. However, at the very next instant, shock flashed across Mo Wuji's eyes. Even a planet would be swept away by his grasp. However, when his hand landed on this sphere, it didn't even budge, it continued to move upwards at the same pace. That grab, which contained millions of newtons of force, was nothing more than an itch for this basketball-sized sphere. Mo Wuji's heart started to heat up. He definitely couldn't let this treasure fall into the hand of others. If he was able to obtain it, he could continue to use it to cultivate in the gold pool after he stepped into the quasi-sage stage. He rose together with this golden sphere. At the same time, he continuously inscribed array runes around the sphere. As long as the sphere stops moving, he would activate his displacement array. No matter the price that he had to pay, he would send this sphere into his mortal world. The value of this thing was definitely not inferior to any other treasure. Moreover, it was related to his cultivation after he steps into the quasi-sage stage. Regardless of how Mo Wuji tried to conceal this golden sphere's aura, it still leaked out. Only a day passed before a shadow charged towards this huge gully. Mo Wuji's spiritual will had constantly been surveilling. The moment this shadow charged in, he knew that it was here to snatch this golden sphere away. There was no need to talk about how the sphere couldn't be moved. Even if it could, he had already sealed the space around it with his array runes. Even a sage wouldn't be able to sweep it away in a short period of time. Thus, Mo Wuji was prepared to ambush the other party once that fella fails to grab the golden sphere. A terrifying wave of killing intent swept over. Mo Wuji didn't think twice as he punched out. Sacred Art Domain Crushing Fist. Mo Wuji didn't expect that the first thing that the shadow did wasn't to snatch the treasure but to attack him. The only possibility was that this shadow knew that this treasure couldn't be taken away in a short period of time. Mo Wuji didn't manage to ambush the other party. Instead, he was the one that was ambushed. This caused Mo Wuji to feel extremely gloomy. Boom! Mo Wuji's domain-crushing fist was actually torn apart by his opponent's attack. The sharp beam of killing intent continued to move towards Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness. Out of Mo Wuji's expectations, the killing intent transformed into a substantive blade light the moment it reached Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness. The blade light seemed capable of cleaving a planet in half. Everything that was in the way of this blade light was reduced into fragments. The material primordial spirit that was floating above the violet lake of energy immediately whipped out a page of the Book of Luo. At the same time, it struck out with the Kuan Wu sword. Kacha! The two attacks exploded within Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness. Mo Wuji felt his mind buzzing as his sea of consciousness threatened to tear apart. That blade light that entered Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness dissipated. The residual energy from the blade light was blocked by the Book of Luo. The rumbling within Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness finally quietened down and the violet lake of energy also regained its calm. Mo Wuji inhaled a breath of cold air as he broke out in cold sweat. If he didn't condense a material primordial spirit, he wouldn't have been able to defend against that attack. This was because he wouldn't have been able to use his Book of Luo to defend his sea of consciousness in time. If his sea of consciousness was destroyed, then what would he be left with? He was too careless. In the future, he would not use his own opinions to deduce his opponent's actions. At the next instant, the Book of Luo floated beside Mo Wuji's body. His whirlpool domain merged together with the aura from the Book of Luo, protecting him tightly. Material primordial spirit? A figure finally appeared out from the shadow. It was a man in yellow robes. He exclaimed in astonishment, then he stared at Mo Wuji and said, "You are the second person I met to have a material primordial spirit. No wonder why you were able to defend against that attack of mine, but..." At this moment, Mo Wuji didn't only have the Book of Luo guarding him, he also wielded the half-moon-weighted halberd in his hands. He looked at this yellow-robed man and said solemnly, "I wonder this lord is which one of the 8 sages?" Mo Wuji's cultivation was already at the Great Circle of the Unity God stage. He believed that even a Great Circle quasi-sage wouldn't be able to ambush his sea of consciousness and almost eliminate him. Thus, Mo Wuji was sure that the other party was a sage. Moreover, this fellow looked as though he had a complete fleshly body. However, Mo Wuji suspected that this wasn't the case. If a sage had an intact fleshly body, then he, even at the Great Circle of the Unity God stage, wouldn't be able to withstand that ambush. What kind of thing is a sage? This yellow robe spoke with disdain. Then he said to Mo Wuji, "You have a material primordial spirit. However, you're still lacking if you think you can compare with me. There's no need to talk about how you aren't even in the quasi-sage stage. Even if you were, you still wouldn't be my opponent. This treasure isn't something that an ant like you should dirty. Get lost. Don't utter such nonsense." Mo Wuji's whirlpool domain turned material. At the same time, his half-moon-weighted halberd began to pulsate with his Dao aura. This fella had just ambushed him. Even if this fella wanted to leave, he, Mo Wuji, wouldn't allow him to. This was completely different from what he spared Dao Monarch Yellow River. Ha 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 ha. The yellow-robed man chortled loudly. Then, he pointed at Mo Wuji and said, "You think you can scare me, Guang Yizhen? Since you don't know what's right for you, then die." A majestic scroll was unfurled in front of Mo Wuji, a seething pressure of laws came pressing down. Mo Wuji immediately felt that the space and the laws around him were no longer within his control. Although he tried circulating his Dao laws to the maximum, he still wasn't able to change the laws around him. For huge, golden words God-slaying array diagram appeared from the 4 corners of the scroll. Then, they all converged towards the center. The 4 words transformed into the vast dome of the sky and crushed down towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji groaned. If there wasn't a treasure on the line, he wouldn't want to pit his life against such an opponent with a mere cultivation of the Unity God stage. However, that golden sphere was pivotal to his future aspirations. How could he leave it to this yellow-robed man? Since the surrounding space was under the control of his opponent, then he wouldn't use the laws of the external world. Tao laws began to flow around Mo Wuji as the laws from his mortal world supported him. A majestic aura burst forth from Mo Wuji. Not only was this aura complete with laws, it also contained the grandeur of creation. The space which pressed down on Mo Wuji, as well as the external laws which Mo Wuji could not control, clashed against the laws of Mo Wuji's mortal world. Loud tearing sounds began to reverberate throughout the air. At this instant, it felt as though this world would collapse because of their battle. Space was shaking. The laws were shaking. A primordial world? Huang Yizhang stared at Mo Wuji in shock. Because of this, his god-slaying array diagram also paused. How was this possible? How was there still a primordial world after it had been split apart? Where did you obtain this primordial world? And why is it perfectly merged with your own Tao laws? Huang Yizhang no longer viewed Mo Wuji with the same disregard and calm. An ant doesn't need to talk so much. After saying this sentence, Mo Wuji's half-moon weighted halberd conjured a halberd light which slashed towards his opponent's god-slaying array diagram. After conjuring this silver halberd light, Mo Wuji directly shot out with 4 fingers. This was the first time Mo Wuji consecutively used the first 4 fingers of his 7-world finger. It was truly because this yellow-robed man was too strong. Also, he didn't want to prolong this battle and draw more opponents in. Just a random yellow-robed man was already so strong. He could only imagine how many terrifying experts were hiding in this world of ruins. Tong Ming, waiting like this is not the solution. Because of a change in this world, Brother Mo, Lianji and Jili wouldn't be able to locate this specific place with their directional crystal balls. They definitely wouldn't be able to get here. On an ordinary-looking mountain valley, Huan Ti spoke with slight worry. There was a problem with the crystal balls that Tong Ming handed out. Up till now, only Huan Ti and Tong Ming were able to locate this place. There were completely no signs of Mo Wuji, Lianji, and Jili. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1145, Back, Strengthen for me. Chapter 1145, Back, Strengthen for me. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Tong Ming sighed. How would I have known that this planet's core would be touched and even be used for cultivation? The laws are now in a terrible mess, causing my directional crystal balls to lose their direction. I feel that we should not continue staying here. Why don't we set a time? We will split up to look for them, then we would return here, Huan Ti said. Tong Ming nodded. That's the only thing we can do. Otherwise, the 2 of us aren't even strong enough to open this place. Huan Ti naturally knew what Tong Ming meant. Naturally, this is where the origin energy of this world is located. The origin core is with the planet core. With the 2 of us and Brother Mo, we should be able to just barely open this place. Huan Ti didn't even include Jili and Lianji in his calculations. What's the matter? Huan Ti and Tong Ming didn't continue speaking any further. They both turned to look at the mountain valley in front of them. A fissure appeared in front of them, and this fissure was getting bigger and bigger. Concentrated origin energy seeped out from this fissure. It was even accompanied with milky white mist. I understand. Someone must have found the planet's core and is currently moving it. The laws which hold the origin energy in place has been loosened, causing this world's origin energy to seep out. Hurry and cultivate, hurry and cultivate. Tong Ming was so agitated that his speech felt rather incoherent. Huan Ti was also so agitated that his entire body was shaking. The origin of God Throne World has appeared. Even if he was heavily injured again, he would be able to recover quickly if he cultivated in such a place. Fortunately, the 2 of them were ex-sages. They were only agitated for a short instant before they reverted their calm. The two were very clear about what this meant. This fissure definitely wouldn't stop like this. As the planet core continued to be moved, this fissure would get bigger and bigger. It might even grow to the size where it could be seen from the entire planet. How many primordial spirits were on this planet? The moment this planet's origin appears, those countless primordial spirits would swarm here like bugs. This was because this thing was a treasure that could perfectly construct a fleshly body. It was a treasure that symbolized the destruction of a planet world. What do we do? Tong Ming regained his calm. He stared at Huan Ti as he asked that question. Huan Ti said solemnly, "There's no way of stopping it. The only thing we can do is to occupy the best spot to cultivate for when the origin energy is fully exposed. Then, we would furiously cultivate." Tong Ming nodded. The two of them stared closely at the fissure. The search for Mo Wuji had already been completely forgotten. The earth-shattering Tao aura of the world of men swept over and covered the yellow-robed man. Before this yellow-robed man could react, he was suppressed by a boundless and majestic energy. Space is the furnace. Everything will become the copper pieces inside the furnace. At this instant, the life and death of all objects within the furnace would become clear. There was no room to choose. World of men, heaven and earth, fortune, yin-yang. The first four fingers of the seven-world finger were consecutively shot out by Mo Wuji. They slammed against the god-slaying array diagram and completely drowned the yellow-robed man. If the half-moon-weighted halberd's winding river caused some elemental ripples to form when it hit the god-slaying array diagram, then the four fingers caused violent waves throughout the entire universe. Even if the god-slaying array diagram was any stronger, it could not help the fleshly bodiless yellow-robed man to easily block against the pressure of the four fingers. A terrifying aura of the laws filled the entire area. The yellow-robed man's almost material primordial spirit started to vibrate. Under this vibration, his primordial spirit started to weaken at a rapid pace. Boom! 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 The bursts of God elemental energy and laws were diverted by the god-slaying array diagram to the golden sphere. Even if this golden sphere was any heavier, it could not remain still as it got bombarded by the energy of the various laws. God-slaying array diagram, kill! The yellow-robed man roared hoarsely. The god-slaying array diagram conjured millions of rainbow-colored light. Mo Wuji's four fingers didn't manage to completely eliminate the yellow-robed man before the god-slaying array diagram suppressed the Tao law from them. The world of men collapsed. Heaven and earth split apart. The fire below the furnace was extinguished. Yin and yang also started to blur. A boundless aura came from the god-slaying array diagram. It felt like millions of huge mountains came crashing down on Mo Wuji's head. Mo Wuji's domain shattered inch by inch. He could no longer hold it back as he opened his mouth and coughed a mouthful of blood. He wasn't able to move up at all. In fact, he was continuously pushed down into the deep gully by the god-slaying array diagram. Mo Wuji's face turned pale white. This was the first time that he met such an expert. One must know that he was already in the great circle of the Unity God stage. Even after he went all out, he was still oppressed so miserably. At this point, there was no path to retreat. Mo Wuji forcefully used his pre-installed void array runes to try and prevent the golden sphere from moving any further. The oppressive aura of the god-slaying array diagram continued to press down on him. Even though Mo Wuji had the mortal world, he was unable to borrow it to release his own Tao laws. All of his Tao laws were restrained. It was like a bamboo placed under huge pressure. Mo Wuji's back started to get increasingly bent under the pressure of the god-slaying array diagram. He wanted to struggle, but the tyrannical might of the god-slaying array diagram left him helpless. Mo Wuji was suppressed miserably. However, the yellow-robed man wasn't doing much better. His body was vibrating continuously, and by now, his face was a blur. The yellow-robed man's primordial spirit got increasingly hazy. It seemed as though it was going to disappear. Both Mo Wuji and the yellow-robed man knew that this was a battle of perseverance. The one that couldn't endure was the one was screwed. The one that persevered till the end was the true winner. The yellow-robed man didn't say another word. He knew that now wasn't the time to speak. However, he was sure that Mo Wuji was definitely going to be the first one to break. What kind of treasure was the god-slaying array diagram? Back then, if not for the god-slaying array diagram, he, Guang Yizheng, would be like those other old fogies and disappear in the rivers of time. Now, he was fully activating the god-slaying array disc. He even placed his life and Tao on the line. If he couldn't even deal with a unity god ant, then what meaning was there left in his life? He even had some regrets for going all out at such a late time. If he didn't ambush Mo Wuji when he first arrived, but went all out, this unity god any would already have been killed. The gold planet core would naturally be his, Guang Yizheng's. With this gold planet core, what injuries would he not be able to recover from? After so many years, this was his first time feeling regret for a small difference in his actions. How many years had it been? He finally tasted regret again today. Mo Wuji's back was already bent like a cooked prawn. His heart turned icy cold. The yellow-robed man knew it and he also knew it. If this carried on, he, Mo Wuji, would be the one who loses. He had already viewed the yellow-robed man highly, which was why he struck out with 4 fingers. However, he didn't think that he would still be suppressed. This was even after his attacks depleted a large amount of the yellow-robed man's elemental energy. If not for that, he would have died much horribly. During this conflict, space calmed down. The oppressive pressure was suffocating. Drops of bloodied sweat seeped out of Mo Wuji's forehead. They dripped down. Pata, pata. The bloodied sweat landed on the golden planet core. Mo Wuji could feel his energy leaving him. He couldn't even enter his mortal world. Was he really going to die here? He had just reached the great circle of the Unity God stage. He hadn't even advanced to the quasi-sage stage. He was not willing to accept this. Mo Wuji struggled to lift his head. However, every time he struggled, the fierce pressure from the god-slaying array diagram got stronger. If I died, what would happen to Shuyin? If I died, what would happen to my mortal world? What would happen to my mortal Tao? If I died, how will my mortal Tao be passed on? What about Yan'er, is she doing well? Is she still in Jinxing? She was the only girl that lived for him. And she was the only girl that had a young master like him. Eventually, she lost her memories because of an injury and her character changed. However, Mo Wuji had always left a spot in his heart for her. And there's Jili, is she safe? If I die, will that old horse Tong Ming mercilessly kill her? What a pity, there are many things I haven't done and many people I haven't met. When Xiaoqi's face suddenly floated in front of Mo Wuji's eyes. Her face got increasingly clear. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Mo Wuji. She seemed to be shouting. She seemed to be using her hands to stop him from going towards her. However, Mo Wuji felt his mind getting weaker and weaker. His sea of consciousness also got hazier and hazier. He was completely unable to understand what Wen Xiaoqi was saying. No. I cannot die. I haven't seen Shuyin. I haven't seen how Yan'er is doing. I still don't know if my mortal Tao will stand at the peak of this universe. There are far too many things that I haven't done. Back, straighten for me. Mo Wuji's eyes turned blood red. His entire body was filled with a sort of madness. His back truly started to straighten. The yellow-robed man's faint body started to vibrate far more vigorously. His 2 hands slowly formed enigmatic hand seals, god-slaying array diagram, condensed the myriad laws. Suppress for me. Boom! An incredibly explosive pressure came pressing down on Mo Wuji. Even if I die, I will not be pressed down any further. Blood flowed out from the corner of Mo Wuji's eyes. His bones started to shatter inch by inch. Kacha! A crisp sound came from Mo Wuji's forehead. It was like a seed cracked open and a roaring wave came surging out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1146, Mortal Tao, Stand. Chapter 1146, Mortal Tao, Stand. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. When he was suppressed to the limit and when he was about to crumble, that boundless Tao aura burst forth. Perhaps this was his Tao collapsing right before he perishes. Mo Wuji's eyes were filled with a sort of courageous determination. Even if his Tao collapses, he will not allow this yellow-robed man to leave in one piece. I rose from the ordinary. I was one of the many ordinary people in the world of mortals. As a mortal, I was still able to forge my own mortal Tao. I established the mortal sect. I established the meridian cultivation technique. I left behind the words, one's Tao can differ, but all men are equal. This is my Tao, the Tao of mortals. I am confident that my mortal Tao is no inferior to any other Tao in this universe. The Tao seed within Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness started to sprout and grow. It became a huge and sturdy tree which reached high into the sky. His Tao revelation channel started to tremble. A radiant light flashed into Mo Wuji's mind. This was a sort of enlightenment, a sort of metamorphosis, a sort of evolution. In an instant, that unripe Tao law abruptly riped. During this instant, his premature mortal world also perfected its laws. A majestic might surged forth. Mo Wuji's bent back started to straighten. I, Mo Wuji, erect the mortal Tao today. The Tao rises from me and becomes mortal. My mortal Tao is born from the lives of all creation, My mortal Tao creates a new law in this universe. My mortal Tao ensures that will be no difference between immortals and mortals. Mortal Tao, stand. Every single sentence reverberated through the air like a morning bell. Space started to rumble and the laws of the heaven and earth started to turn clear. It seemed like at this moment, a new era was going to begin. The golden energy from the sphere instantly wrapped around Mo Wuji. At this instant, Mo Wuji's aura started to rise insanely. His bones and body also seemed to heal in an instant. Boom! 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 10 terrifyingly huge bolts of lightning came crashing down. Mo Wuji no longer cared about the yellow-robed man but clenched his fist to punch towards the lightning. He's actually managed to validate his own Tao law. No, this isn't his own Tao law, it's... The yellow-robed man stared at Mo Wuji blankly. His entire spirit seemed to have turned completely translucent. In his fear, he tried to retrieve his god-slaying array diagram and flee. However, that immense pressure that seemed to come from the entire universe seemed to cause him to be unable to retrieve it. How could the yellow-robed man dare to stay here? He didn't even dare to retrieve his magic treasure. His faint spirit transformed into a beam of light and shot away. Kakaka. The lightning bolts crashed against Mo Wuji's fist, causing the space around him to tremble strongly. Following these 10 lightning bolts, more lightning bolts began to descend in increasing intensity. In the blink of an eye, Mo Wuji was thrown into the mix. At this instant, Mo Wuji wasn't only surrounded by his Tao aura. The laws continuously got clearer and the golden sphere merged with the violet lightning bolt, covering Mo Wuji sturdily. One lightning after another crashed against Mo Wuji in the golden sphere below him, causing Mo Wuji's aura to get stronger and stronger, and at the same time, causing the golden sphere to vibrate harder and harder. Boom! When the fissure in front of Huan Ti and Tong Ming finally became a huge white depression which was 300,000 meters wide, terrifyingly rich god spiritual energy and clear planet laws seeped out. That milky white light charged up into the sky. Even if one was billions of miles away, he would be able to see it. Tong Ming and Huan Ti excitedly charged towards that white depression. With their fastest speed, they formed a defensive array and they frantically started to cultivate. At this moment, the entire world of ruins could sense this rocketing in boundless energy. Countless primordial spirits and surviving cultivators swarmed over. Senior, this is Geely, who was following behind Dao Monarch Yellow River in search of Mo Wuji, also noticed that white and towering pillar of energy. She could also clearly feel the laws of origin. This world's origin energy has been released. Let's hurry and cultivate. Dao Monarch Yellow River cried out agitatedly. He reconstructed his body in that golden pool. However, his spirit channels and sea of consciousness had yet to fully recover. To the current him, a world's origin energy was definitely the best resource for cultivation. But Geely hesitated. She wanted to see Mo Wuji, but Dao Monarch Yellow River wanted to cultivate. Moreover, she couldn't force him to continue to accompany her. Dao Monarch Yellow River said with slight anxiety, "How could you be so stupid? Now that this world's origin energy has been released, Dao friend Mo would definitely notice it. He would definitely head over there to cultivate. If we go over, we would definitely see him. Moreover, it wouldn't matter even if he isn't there. If you got stronger, would it be hard for you to find your Dao companion? Also, once this world's origin energy has been fully depleted, this world would collapse." Geely said awkwardly, "I will listen to Senior. Let's go." After the final lightning bolt landed, faint golden light rose from Mo Wuji's body. Mo Wuji had completely evolved. He had officially stepped into Quasi-Sage Stage Level 1. When the lightning stopped, Mo Wuji did not immediately retrieve the golden sphere. Instead, he sent the god-slaying array diagram which the yellow-robed man left behind into his mortal world. Thereafter, he sat cross-legged above the golden sphere and started to stabilize his cultivation. At this moment, Mo Wuji's quasi-sage aura seeped out, his mighty Dao ripples filled with this entire area. Anyone would be able to sense it even if they were at a distance. Mo Wuji knew that he needed to stabilize his cultivation here. Otherwise, his mortal Dao might be fractured if he met with any experts. At the same time, countless primordial spirits had already gathered at the huge depression. The moment Dao Monarch Yellow River reached this place, he directly charged in, found a spot, formed a defensive array and started to cultivate furiously. Geely first swept the area with her spiritual will. She noticed that the primordial spirits were trying to condense their fleshly bodies here. At the same time, she saw Tong Ming, Huan Ti and Lian Ji. The only person she didn't see was Mo Wuji. She sighed. Now, she could only find a spot to cultivate. After her cultivation level rises, she would plead Dao Monarch Yellow River to bring her to find Mo Wuji. There wasn't any form of strife within this huge depression. All cultivators, regardless of whether they had a fleshly body or not, were furiously absorbing this world's origin energy to stabilize their cultivation and fleshly bodies. Geely's innate talent had always been amazing. Moreover, she had never encountered such a perfect cultivation environment before. Thus, in merely a few months' time, she broke through the shackles of her cultivation and charged into Unity God Level 6. Unity God Level 6 clearly wasn't the final destination. At every instant, her cultivation was rising. Cries of glee continuously sounded within this huge depression. These cries either came when primordial spirits successfully condensed a fleshly body or when cultivators met a breakthrough in their cultivation. Time passed quickly. No one left this depression. The auras of the cultivators and within this depression were getting stronger at every moment. Everyone knew clearly that the origin energy within this depression wasn't unlimited. With so many people cultivating here, the energy would eventually be depleted. Taking a step back, even if the origin energy wasn't depleted, the world of ruins would still lose its foundations and disintegrate into tiny bits of rock. To them, Furiously absorbing the origin energy to cultivate was the best thing that they could do. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years. In the blink of an eye, 171 years passed. The gold color of the golden sphere below Mo Wuji finally diminished. The sphere turned into an ordinary-looking sphere floating in mid-air. At this moment, Mo Wuji no longer had that overbearing aura. In fact, he seemed to look far more ordinary than before. If he walked in his city of mortals, no one would be able to notice that there was something peculiar about him. Mo Wuji opened his eyes and stood up. After more than 100 years of cultivation, his cultivation level had firmly stabilized at quasi-sage stage level 1. This time, not only did he validate his Tao, his mortal world had also turned a true world. It had mountains and valleys, rivers, seas, plains. Everything felt majestic and vast. His world seemed to carry the breath of when the universe was first born. The heavenly Tao in this world was his, Mo Wuji's, mortal Tao. Here, he was the heaven and earth. Here, he was everything. Mo Wuji's gaze landed in the distance. An aura of defeat and collapse assaulted his senses. This was the world of ruins? Mo Wuji's heart turned cold. When he first arrived, this world was still a world, besides its chaotic and disarrayed laws. But now, even non-cultivators could sense the desolation and destruction of this place. Mo Wuji looked at the faintly gold sphere below his feet. He sighed and waved his hand. Boundless Tao ripples were swept up. Those years ago, he spent vast amounts of strength, but he still wasn't able to move this golden sphere. But now, under his Tao ripples, he did not face any difficulty in sending it into his mortal world. Regardless of whether he could find Tong Ming, there was no longer a need to stay in a place like this. At almost the same instant that Mo Wuji swept up that golden sphere, a loud cracking sound echoed through the depression. At this instant, all the origin energy had disappeared without a trace. The surrounding space started to collapse and the depression started to rapidly recede. All the cultivators frantically charged out. Everyone knew that the world of ruins was finally going to collapse. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1147, Who Dares to Touch Geely? Chapter 1147, Who Dares to Touch Geely? Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Little fella, stop. Just as Geely was charging out with the rest of a crowd, a figure stopped in front of her. It was an aged old woman. Her skin barky like the surface of a tree. She was the one who called out to Geely. Geely stared at this old woman warily. Senior, is anything the matter? I see that your innate talent is not bad. I'm willing to accept you as my disciple. Follow me. This old woman laughed cruelly. Her laughter sounded rather horrifying. Geely took a few steps back. Then, she clasped her fists and said, Senior, many thanks for your appreciation. However, this junior doesn't have any intentions of accepting a master. Geely's talent was truly insanely good, and she was also nourished by the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. Additionally, she encountered a first-rate cultivation resource like the world's origin energy. In just a little more than 100 years, her cultivation level had already reached the late stage of Unity God level 8. With just a single step, she would step into Unity God level 9. If Geely currently faced those 4 intermediate stage Unity Gods that blocked her previously, she would be able to deal with them easily. However, Geely knew that even if her cultivation level was higher, she still wouldn't be a match for the old woman in front of her. This old woman's aura vastly overwhelmed hers. The flow of this old woman's Tao ripples seemed material. Clearly, she was an expert at the quasi-sage stage. Ha ha ha. This old woman laughed ominously. If this young lady wants to accept a disciple, others would be begging to be the one accepted. However, you actually rejected me. This is truly not giving me face. Young lady? Jili looked at the tree bark-like skin of this old woman and almost coughed. Feng Chigu, please forgive her. This junior sister is the Tao companion of my friend. She cannot accept you as a master. A clear resounding voice broke this old woman's laughter. Feng Chigu stopped laughing. She stared coldly towards the incoming man and said, Huang Fanhong, you are going to interfere with this young lady because of this girl? You are a Tao monarch, but I am also a Tao monarch. Don't force me to throw a tantrum. Tao monarch Yellow River said calmly, I owe her Tao companion a favor. Thus, as long as I am here, I will not allow you to touch her. Among the 4 Tao monarchs, Tao monarch Yellow River was considered the weakest, while this Tao monarch Golden Pool, Feng Chigu, was the strongest. Currently, everyone had recovered most of their powers. Thus, Tao monarch Yellow River had some apprehensions towards this Feng Chigu. Huang Fanhong, I want to see what abilities do you have to threaten this sage. A green-robed man laughed maniacally as he appeared in front of Tao monarch Yellow River. Tao monarch Yellow River saw this green-robed man and his face changed. However, his tone remained steady as he said, Feng Shiyu, although you borrowed this world's origin energy to condense your fleshly body, I, Huang Fanhong, am not afraid of you. What, Tao friend Huang Fanhong also offended you? Feng Chigu immediately asked. At this moment, Feng Chigu felt quite delighted. Among the 4 Tao monarchs, she was the strongest. By herself, she wouldn't need to fear Tao monarch Yellow River. Now that Feng Shiyu had joined her, she had less need to be afraid. Previously, when she was cultivating, she wasn't far from Jili. Because of that, she was extremely clear of Jili's outstanding innate talent. This wasn't the important point. More importantly, Jili's beauty had left her crazy with desire. If this fleshly body wasn't hers, Feng Chigu's, then she would never forgive herself. Thus, when she was absorbing the origin energy, she focused it towards stabilizing her sea of consciousness and consolidating her Tao. As for her fleshly body, she didn't spend much time on it. This was because she had already planned to take Jili's body as her own after the cultivation ended. Kiki, this turtle tried to antagonize me when I didn't have a fleshly body. Now, I do want to see how powerful this Tao monarch Yellow River is. At this moment, Feng Shiyu had already condensed a fleshly body. Thus, he no longer had a need for Jili's body. However, he had a resentful character. Naturally, he wouldn't forget about what Tao monarch Yellow River had done to him previously. Alright, then I would have to ask Tao friend Feng to help me teach Huang Fanhong a lesson. I will handle the girl. After Feng Chigu said that, she tried to grab Jili. Tao monarch Yellow River, Huang Fanhong, had an unsightly expression on his face. He was a person that knew how to repay his debts. However, if he faced off Feng Chigu and Feng Shiyu alone, he would undoubtedly die. The only solution was to run away and relay this incident to Jili's Tao companion, Mo Wuji. I do want to see who dares to touch Tao friend Jili. Following this voice, a figure appeared in front of Feng Chigu. This person's appearance was truly too unique. Although he was extremely skinny, his red crown was extremely eye-catching. Not only that, his thin and long face, as well as his tiny eyes, also attracted attention. Feng Chigu immediately stopped in her tracks. She stared at this man and muttered in disbelief, Sage Huan Ti? Ha 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 ha. Huan Ti chuckled loudly. He only stopped after some time. I don't believe that someone still recognizes this Huan Ti. I still thought that no one in this world remembered of Huan Ti. Apprehension flashed across Feng Chigu's eyes. Although she knew that Huan Ti was no longer a sage, she still subconsciously retreated by a few meters. This was caused by the might of a sage. She was a throned god. However, the difference between her Tao monarch god throne and a sage throne wasn't so simple. Feng Shiyu's eyes also went cold. He said with an ominous voice, Huan Ti, others might fear you but I, Feng Shiyu, don't. Feng Shiyu had the capabilities to say such word. Back then, his sword allowed him to be the strongest expert under the sage stage. It was just that he didn't have a god throne. If Huan Ti was still a sage, he could only flee as far as he can. But now, Huan Ti wasn't even a sage. There was no need to talk about a sage. Huan Ti wasn't even a great circle quasi-sage. Thus, Feng Shiyu was sure that Huan Ti currently wasn't a match for him. A world's origin energy was definitely a first-class thing. However, in just a little over 100 years, a good thing still wouldn't be enough for Huan Ti to recover his cultivation to the great circle of the quasi-sage stage. Huan Ti's face turned ugly. He used to be a sage. He didn't think that Feng Shiyu, a person who never had a god throne, would actually dare to challenge him. Moreover, the reality was that he really wasn't a match for Feng Shiyu now. If you, Feng Shiyu, are so amazing, then why don't you let me, Tong Ming, exchange some pointers with you? Tong Ming snickered and entered the fray. You're still here? After Feng Shiyu saw Tong Ming, the shock on his face was even greater than when he saw Huan Ti. Feng Shiyu wasn't the only one that was shocked. All the cultivators in the surrounding also stared at Tong Ming in astonishment. This was because Tong Ming was a sage that was even older than Huan Ti. After he was schemed against those years ago, everyone thought that he was already buried in the dust. No one expected that Tong Ming hadn't died and was still living fine. Tong Ming sneered, if you, Feng Shiyu, haven't died, how could I, Tong Ming? Tong Ming, you are actually doing this for this girl? Those years ago, you were an expert at the pinnacle of the universe. The world-ending cataclysm is coming. Don't tell me that you are going to have a battle with me before it comes? Feng Shiyu's face was unsightly. Before Tong Ming revalidated his sage Dao, he, Feng Shiyu, didn't need to fear Tong Ming. However, he had just recovered his elemental energy and he didn't want to waste it on a battle with an expert like Tong Ming. Dao friend Jili is brother Mo's Dao companion. If he comes, you, Feng Shiyu, wouldn't be able to bear the brunt of his anger. Tong Ming chuckled. Ha, she's just a mere girl. I, Feng Shiyu, do want to see whether I can actually bear it. Feng Shiyu laughed loudly. In the past, he was a supreme expert second only to the sages. However, everyone was using this girl's Dao companion to threaten him. Did they think that he, Feng Shiyu, was a herbivore that only ate grass? Brother Feng, I, Feng Chigu, will stand beside you. She's merely a little girl. Her name is Jili, right? I really do wish to touch her. After saying this, Feng Chigu turned and said, various Dao friends, Huan Ti has already lost his god throne. There's no need to talk about the sage stage, he isn't even in the great circle of the quasi-sage stage. In the future, after Brother Feng obtains a sage throne, those that stand by us now will be considered our comrades. In a short time, Feng Chigu had explained the situation clearly. It was true that Huan Ti used to be a sage. But now, he was a phoenix without feathers. A single Feng Shiyu was enough to eat him up. Also, Tong Ming clearly wouldn't pit his life for Jili. With so many experts here, she only needed to pull in a few quasi-sages and she would be able to deal with them. To Feng Chigu, it was far too easy to pull some people to her side. Here, there were those with god thrones and those without. How many of them had dealings with her before? One must know that her Dao monarch title was Golden Pool. Indeed, after Feng Chigu said those words, multiple people instantly volunteered. Before the cataclysm arrived, it was definitely a great opportunity to follow a potential sage. Who dares to touch Jili? An ordinary-looking young man with a halberd on his back descended from the sky. Wuji. Ever since she was saved by Dao Monarch Yellow River, an impulse had been brewing in Jili's heart. This impulse finally exploded after it found its source. Jili didn't even think twice. With a single step, she landed in front of Mo Wuji and she pulled him into her embrace. A warm and soft sensation assailed him. Mo Wuji was slightly stunned. What was with Jili? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1148, the number one person under the sage stage. Chapter 1148, the number one person under the sage stage. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji subconsciously returned Ji Li's embrace. At this instant, his heart started to throb. Ji Li instantly felt Mo Wuji's body heating up. She immediately returned to her senses and tried to break free from Mo Wuji's embrace. The reason why she did all this was because of the extreme sense of weakness she felt since Feng Shiyu threatened to possess her. Thus, after she saw Mo Wuji again, she did not think twice to hug him. This was an act which was entirely based on excitement and fragility. In reality, there were no feelings between a man and a woman in her action. However, Mo Wuji's reaction waked her up. This was because it was out of the ordinary. As a cultivator that reached the level of Mo Wuji in her, he definitely wouldn't have such a reaction in that short moment. However, Ji Li soon gave up trying to break free of Mo Wuji's embrace. No matter what, Mo Wuji was the closest person to her. Her late-stage unity god strength seemed to evaporate as her entire body felt relaxed. Mo Wuji immediately noticed when Ji Li first tried to break free from his embrace. He hurriedly let go of her and clapped her shoulders. There's no need to worry. After I discipline these fellas, we will return to the immortal world. Also, I was slightly impulsive. In reality, Mo Wuji knew why he had such a reaction. If he said that he didn't have any feelings for Ji Li, he would be lying. Ji Li was the most beautiful woman he knew. Moreover, she was gentle and compassionate, which caused him to appreciate her. Ever since he stepped into the quasi-sage stage, his mortal Tao became much clearer. From a certain perspective, Mo Wuji was still a mortal. Thus, he was different from other cultivators. He still had his feelings and desires. Ji Li shook her head and said nothing else. You are that Mo Wuji that cannot be offended? Feng Shiyu harumphed and sized Mo Wuji up. To be honest, he didn't notice anything special about Mo Wuji. In his eyes, the current Mo Wuji looked no different from a mortal. Of course, this should be because Mo Wuji practiced a kind of concealment technique while allowed him to hide his Tao aura. Kiki, was this useful? Only an ignorant person would conceal his cultivation in front of a true expert. Brother Mo. Huan Ti and Tong Ming seemed to come to greet Mo Wuji at the same time. Huan Ti's soul imprint was in Mo Wuji's hands. Thus, he naturally wouldn't show any form of disrespect to Mo Wuji. On the other hand, Tong Ming agreed to follow Mo Wuji in their cooperation against Luo Su. Although Mo Wuji didn't participate in the cultivation of the world's origin energy, Tong Ming suspected that Mo Wuji met some other fortune which was no smaller than theirs. Huan Ti and Tong Ming were both ex-sages. Now, the two of them actually addressed Mo Wuji as a brother. All the cultivators in the surrounding immediately went quiet. Those that wanted to help Feng Qigu also stopped moving. Mo Wuji nodded towards Huan Ti and Tong Ming. Then he said to Feng Shiyu, Who are you? How is the fact that I should not be offended related to you? Mo Wuji had just arrived and there were many things that he didn't know. Originally, he prepared to act against Feng Qigu because she was the one that threatened Ji Li. As for Feng Shiyu, he didn't think much of him. However, Feng Shiyu was currently the one that came to challenge him. Ji Li hurriedly said, Previously, this fella tried to attack me. It was Senior Dao Monarch Yellow River that saved me. At this time, Dao Monarch Yellow River hurriedly came forward and clasped his fists. Dao friend Mo, long time no see. When Mo Wuji heard that Dao Monarch Yellow River saved Ji Li, he immediately clasped his fists. Many thanks for saving my senior sister Ji Li. In the future, if you need the help of Mo Wuji, you only need to open your mouth and ask. Now, I still need to request Dao friend to explain the situation. Dao friend Yellow River was extremely clear of Mo Wuji's potential. Now that he heard Mo Wuji's promise, he was extremely delighted. Originally, he only wanted to repay Mo Wuji's favor for not killing him. He didn't think that he would actually earn the friendship of an expert like Mo Wuji. Now that Mo Wuji asked him a question, he immediately replied, "Dao friend Mo is too serious. After I parted from Dao friend Mo, I happened to see that Feng Shiyu was about to possess Dao friend Jili. When I found out Dao friend Jili's relationship with Dao friend Mo, I stepped forward to stop Feng Shiyu. Now, Feng Shiyu has condensed his fleshly body and he has come back to take revenge on me." Hearing that Feng Shiyu wanted to possess Jili, Mo Wuji burst forth with killing intent. His killing intent seemed almost material as it enveloped around Feng Shiyu. Even Feng Shiyu wasn't let off. If he didn't kill the people that tried to possess Jili, then he wouldn't be happy. Ha, this is the first time that I, Feng Shiyu, met such an arrogant junior. Feng Shiyu laughed. Not only didn't she retreat, she even took a step forward and stood beside Feng Shiyu. Dao Monarch Yellow River, then why did this tree bark try to attack senior sister Jili? Mo Wuji's domain continuously swept outwards. However, he did not make a move. After what happened with Dao Monarch Yellow River, Mo Wuji decided to listen to the reason before making a move. If he needed to kill, then he wouldn't show mercy. If he didn't need to kill, then he would behave appropriately. Before Dao Monarch Yellow River could say anything, Huan Ti snickered and said, "Brother Mo, this person is called Feng Shiyu. Don't simply look at her tree bark-like skin. She actually calls herself a young lady." When he heard that this old tree bark actually calls herself a young lady, Mo Wuji almost vomited the food that he ate hundreds of years ago. Huan Ti didn't have any intention of showing Feng Shiyu any face. This woman was one of the 4 Dao monarchs. In terms of combat abilities, she was the top of the 4 Dao monarchs. However, her Dao monarch title is not relevant to the 4 Dao monarchs. She's called Dao Monarch Folden Pool. As long as a person is male, she would go on him. Her pool is filled with the smells of different men. Just now, Dao Monarch Golden Pool also wanted to possess Dao friend Jili. However, she was stopped by Dao friend Tong Ming, Dao Monarch Yellow River and me. Kiki, so she's a public bus. Mo Wuji sneered and his domain burst forth violently. At the same time, he shot out with a finger. 7 world fingers. First finger, world of men. After Mo Wuji stepped into the quasi-sage stage, his mortal Dao had fully formed his own world of laws. This finger was no longer on the same level as it once was. The seething Dao ripples of the world of men surged out. This entire area was instantly enveloped by Mo Wuji. The laws of heaven and earth instantly changed. Feng Shiyu and Dao Monarch Golden Pool could not help but fall into the influence of the world of men's Dao aura. "Brother Mo, I will help you." As Huan Ti spoke, he tried to lend a hand. He knew of Mo Wuji's abilities. Mo Wuji, alone, wouldn't be enough to deal with Feng Shiyu and Dao Monarch Golden Pool. Those years ago, Feng Shiyu was a renowned swordsman that was known to be the #1 expert below sages. Even though Feng Shiyu hadn't recovered his powers to his prime, he was still extremely terrifying. Mo Wuji said calmly, "There's no need. Dao friend Huan Ti only needs to look out for me. If any of these 2 fellas try to flee, help me block them. This is an intent-level sacred art. It should be derived from the 7 Buddha scripture and it gives birth to a world of the common people." Feng Shiyu instantly woke up from the world of men. After giving Dao Monarch Golden Pool that reminder, he retrieved a peculiar-looking gray blade. Mo Wuji suspected that this blade was made of water. Like water, it seemed to have ripples and waves. It seemed as though anything material could not block the attack of this blade. Feng Shiyu woke up fast. However, his Dao laws still weren't recovered. His blade only managed to slash out after Mo Wuji struck out with another 2 fingers, heaven and earth and fortune. Even though the space had already been sealed by Mo Wuji's world of men, Mo Wuji's heaven and earth finger was still able to sweep up a majestic and mighty aura. Within this vast and boundless heaven and earth, the things that collapse wasn't only the heaven and earth. The space within this heaven and earth, as well as the laws, started to collapse. Mo Wuji had just stepped into the quasi-sage stage and had cultivated for more than 100 years. However, his mortal Tao still couldn't be retracted and released as he wished. The mighty aura from his mortal Tao caused the almost collapsing world of ruins to tear apart. The world of ruins broke into countless pieces of rock and dispersed in all directions. Boom! When the collapse of heaven and earth was about to rip Feng Shiyu apart, the water blade in Feng Shiyu's hand struck against the Tao ripples of Mo Wuji's heaven and earth finger. Mo Wuji instantly felt a sort of deathly energy. This caused Mo Wuji's heaven and earth to be unable to press down any further. That blade continued to conjure this deathly Tao ripples. However, it was unable to break through Mo Wuji's domain and his world of men. In the clash of these powerful Tao ripples, everything started to shatter. Not only the world of ruins below their feet started to shatter. Mo Wuji's world of men also started to crumble. His heaven and earth also started to collapse. It could no longer suppress Feng Shiyu and Tao Monarch Golden Pool. Tao Monarch Golden Pool's abilities were much weaker than Feng Shiyu. Until now, she still hadn't recovered. If not for Feng Shiyu's help, she would already have been restrained by Mo Wuji's 2 fingers. By the time Mo Wuji's 3rd finger comes, she would have been killed. Brother Mo, Feng Shiyu's cultivation isn't the main point. The main thing is that his blade is forged from planet core death water. To forge this weapon, he destroyed countless planets and ended countless lives. If this water blade restrains you, even sages would have to spend great efforts to break free. Huan Ti's voice came calmly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1149, A Rising, Young Expert. Chapter 1149, A Rising, Young Expert. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. The collapse of the world of ruins did not cause the battle to stop. After Feng Shiyu's water blade crashed against Mo Wuji's heaven and earth finger, it suddenly exploded. The water blade transformed into countless deathly blade ripples. If it was any other cultivator that got assaulted by this deathly blade ripples, his spiritual will and elemental energy would immediately stop functioning. However, Mo Wuji's primordial spirit was a material primordial spirit. At the same time, his world channel did not fear the invasion of laws from the external world. Although it was like so, Mo Wuji was still extremely shocked. Even after Feng Shiyu's water blade was exploded by his heaven and earth finger, it did not lose its attack power. In fact, it transformed into these much more terrifying deathly blade ripples. These blade ripples looked material. Even if he used the Book of Luo to defend against it, it would not be able to exterminate these blade ripples. Perhaps the water blade might not compare to the Needlehead Book. However, Mo Wuji was sure that Feng Shiyu's control over the water blade vastly exceeded God Emperor Mingyu's control of the Needlehead Book. What kind of thing was that planet core death water? To think it could actually forge such a terrifying treasure. He was a smith. However, he had never heard of this planet core death water. Clearly, it could be seen that there was boundless knowledge in this vast universe. What he knows was merely a small fraction of that knowledge. Tao friend Mo, hurry and retreat. Those blade ripples cannot be blocked by any sort of treasure. Unless it's a supreme treasure of fortune. Seeing Feng Shiyu's water blade splitting into millions of blade ripples, Tao Monarch Yellow River called out anxiously. In reality, the reason why Feng Shiyu was called the number 1 person under the sage stage was because of his water blade. Without the water blade, Feng Shiyu wouldn't be a match for the other expert, Xing Lijin. But with the water blade, Xing Lijin might not necessarily win Feng Shiyu. Sensing that Mo Wuji was being suppressed by Feng Shiyu, Tao Monarch Golden Pool finally regained her senses. She immediately brought out her magic treasure. It was an incomparably huge golden comb. The moment the comb was whipped out, it transformed into boundless golden lines. These comb lines seemed to contain a thundering might. They threatened to comb through all the laws in this area. Everything in the way of this golden comb would be combed through by those comb lines and be reduced into nothingness. Mo Wuji did not listen to Tao Monarch Yellow River's advice to retreat. When he was in the Unity God stage, he already didn't fear quasi-sages. Now that he was already a quasi-sage, if he still needed to fear these two quasi-sages, then validating his mortal Tao would have been for waste. The Tao aura of his third finger, fortune, exploded. Heaven and earth transformed into a huge furnace. The Tao ripples from the world of men and heaven and earth entered this furnace. Their Tao laws started to roll and boil. Regardless of how many blade ripples Feng Shiyu conjured, and regardless of how many comb lines were formed from Tao Monarch Golden Pool's golden comb, they were all sucked into the furnace and burnt into nothingness. With this furnace, all creation will be its bronze. Kacha. A crack appeared on the water blade. Feng Shiyu's face changed. This was such a terrifying sacred art. Feng Shiyu knew himself clearly. The reason why he could behave so arrogantly was because his water blade could not be defended against. If his water blade could be defended against, then he wouldn't be much stronger than Tao Monarch Golden Pool. Now, Tao Monarch Golden Pool was still a distance from her prime. If he stayed here with this old woman, he would only be courting his death. This Mo Wuji was far too scary. He needed to leave. The moment that idea was born, Feng Shiyu's domain instantly weakened. This entire space had been enveloped by Mo Wuji's world of men. It was completely filled with the Tao ripples of his mortal Tao. The moment Feng Shiyu thought of escaping, Mo Wuji detected it. His half-moon weighted halberd conjured a huge silver river which cascaded down from mid-air. The silver river cascades down from the sky, everything in its way is turned to ash. Feng Shiyu didn't even manage to break out of the domain of the world of men before he was obstructed by half-moon weighted halberd's innate spiritual severing sacred art. Stop. As he was filled with fear, how could Feng Shiyu behave rationally? He hurriedly called out for Mo Wuji to stop. However, he only managed to mutter a single word before the silver river landed. PFF. A mist of blood exploded. The half-moon weighted halberd had sliced him into two pieces. Feng Shiyu's primordial spirit seeped out. The moment it appeared, it was trapped within the world of men and was turned into dust. From this day on, there was no longer a person called Feng Shiyu in this universe. The cultivators spectating by the side were stunned and speechless. No one was unaware of Feng Shiyu's strength. Besides a few sages, who would dare to challenge Feng Shiyu? Even experts with god thrones would not dare to antagonize Feng Shiyu. This was because this person had killed many experts below the sage stage with his water blade. This sort of expert didn't die during the cataclysm. He was even able to condense his fleshly body. Although he didn't fully recover his powers, he should have recovered 70 to 80% of it, right? Even so, Feng Shiyu was still easily eliminated by the unknown Mo Wuji. One must know that this was with Tao Monarch Golden Pool by his side. If Tao Monarch Golden Pool didn't help him, wouldn't he have died even faster? Senior Mo, I, Feng Shigu, am willing to offer my soul imprint and forever be your emissary. The instant Feng Shiyu was sliced by a single slash of Mo Wuji's halberd, Feng Shigu hurriedly cried out in fear. Without Feng Shiyu, she was nothing. Her golden comb had already been restrained by Mo Wuji's fortune finger. There was no possibility that it could break free. She, herself, was also going to be extinguished by Mo Wuji's world of men. I don't want trash. Mo Wuji harumphed and the Tao ripples from his fortune finger surged over. Like an eruption from a volcano, Tao Monarch Golden Pool, Feng Shigu, was swept with Mo Wuji's Tao ripples. She disappeared without a trace. Not even her ashes were left behind. Mo Wuji waved his hand, sweeping away Feng Shiyu's water blade and Tao Monarch Golden Pool's golden comb. the entire area quietened down. The world of ruins had already been shattered into many pieces and scattered into vast space. The spectating cultivators were all silent. No one laughed and no one said a word. Which one of the people here didn't used to be experts? They experienced the cataclysm and they survived. Not only did they survive, they borrowed the origin energy of the world of ruins to condense their fleshly bodies. Now, a young man that they had never seen before had killed two supreme experts right in front of their faces. Whether it was Feng Shiyu or Feng Chigu, they were both renowned existences. Feng Chigu was even the strongest Dao monarch among the four. But in front of Mo Wuji, she was nothing more than an ant. Brother Mo, congratulations on the improvement of your Dao. Tong Ming was the first to greet Mo Wuji. He might be smiling, but his heart was actually filled with shock. If it was him, he also wouldn't fear the combined forces of Feng Shiyu and Feng Chigu. After using the origin energy of the world of ruins to consolidate his Dao laws, Tong Ming was very clear of his own abilities. However, he also knew that he couldn't be the same as Mo Wuji. He couldn't eliminate Feng Shiyu and Feng Chigu that easily. He was also sure that Mo Wuji didn't go all out. In other words, Mo Wuji still had many methods which he hadn't seen. When he first joined hands with Mo Wuji, he still had some sensing of Mo Wuji's power. But now, he was completely unaware of how strong Mo Wuji was. In his heart, he had a feeling that Mo Wuji's Dao technique had already achieved a major success. Mo Wuji understood a person like Tong Ming clearly. He was a second Meng Yi. He could only work with such a person based on mutual benefits. The two of them definitely wouldn't be friends. He laughed and returned the greeting. After which, he walked in front of Dao Monarch Yellow River and said, "Dao friend Yellow River, if you don't have any plans, you can follow us." Dao Monarch Yellow River's heart pounded. However, he seemed to recall something. He shook his head and said, "I still have some important matters to attend to. After I'm done, and if the world-ending cataclysm hasn't arrived, I will definitely come to find Dao friend Mo." "Alright, then we will go with that." Mo Wuji exchanged communication beads with Dao Monarch Yellow River. He had met all four Dao Monarchs. He had just killed Dao Monarch Golden River. On the other hand, Dao Monarch Grand Desert and Dao Monarch Darkness were the same kind of people. They were both selfish people that only cared about furthering their own Dao. However, this Dao Monarch Yellow River's character was suitable with his. This caused Mo Wuji to have the intention of befriending him. As Mo Wuji was speaking with Dao Monarch Yellow River, other cultivators came to greet him. Even though they didn't know who was Mo Wuji, where he came from and what he was going to do, there were only benefits with befriending an expert like Mo Wuji before the world-ending cataclysm. Indeed, the world of ruins hid countless experts. Although more than half left with the world of ruins collapsed, there were still many principal gods, valued gods and minor gods here. There were also some strong experts that didn't have god thrones. The cataclysm was not something that one could face alone. Since these experienced experts had come to befriend him, Mo Wuji naturally wouldn't ignore them. He seriously spoke to all of them. Even if he was any stronger, he would not be able to face the world-ending cataclysm by himself. After splitting up with the crowd, Mo Wuji turned to Tong Ming and asked, "Dao friend Tong Ming, how do we go back to the Seven World Stone?" Now that he was a quasi-sage, Mo Wuji no longer feared than Sage Tian Hen. Since that's the case, he wanted to go back to God World. Once he returned to God World, he would also deal with that green-robed sage nun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1150, Ku Shinran's Foot Washing Water. Chapter 1150, Ku Shinran's Foot Washing Water. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Tong Ming shook his head. There's no way back. To get back, we would need the help of the God Throne World, which was the world of ruins which had just collapsed. Now that the World of Ruin's origin source has been extracted, it has been reduced into stray pieces of rock lost in space. The transfer array that led to the Seven World Stone no longer exists. Mo Wuji's face turned black. It seems like every time he found a place with a transfer array to the Seven World Stone, that place would be destroyed. He wondered whether the immortal world's great desolate sea domain had also been destroyed. Tong Ming could sense Mo Wuji's discontent, so he didn't speak any further. In his heart, he was thinking that Mo Wuji was actually the one to blame for this matter. If Mo Wuji wasn't so vicious in his actions, perhaps they might be able to use the transfer array before the World of Ruins completely collapsed. Is there no other way? After some silent reflection, Mo Wuji knew that no one should be blamed for this matter. If there were no other places with a transfer array and if they had to depend on their flying shuttles, then wouldn't they need countless years to reach the God World? Moreover, would they even know the direction back to God World? Tong Ming said, "It's not that there are no other ways. If we can find one of the four Dao Monarchs, Dao Monarch Darkness, then we can also return to the God World quickly." Why? Mo Wuji hurriedly asked. Tong Ming explained, Dao Monarch Darkness possesses a supreme treasure of fortune called the Time Plate. The Time Plate could allow us to return to the God World at the fastest speed possible. Mo Wuji opened his mouth and interrupted Tong Ming's words, "Dao friend Tong Ming, according to what I know, the Time Plate is indeed a supreme treasure of fortune. However, the Time Plate can only increase or decrease the flow of time. It isn't a treasure that could influence the laws. How can this treasure allow us to return to the God World in the shortest time?" Tong Ming chuckled, "That's why the Time Plate is still in Dao Monarch Darkness's hands. No one is able to snatch it away and few even know that it can't even be snatched away." When Mo Wuji heard this, he faintly felt as though he had fallen into one of Dao Monarch Darkness's schemes. As for the specifics of this scheme, he also didn't know about it. "I still need to learn from Dao friend Tong Ming." Mo Wuji clasped his fists and spoke sincerely. Tong Ming was slightly confused as to why Mo Wuji cared so much about the Time Plate. However, there was no harm in telling Mo Wuji such knowledge. Even if he was 10 times more shrewd than he was now, he still wouldn't be able to imagine that the Time Plate was currently with Mo Wuji. Tong Ming seriously explained, "The Time Plate can speed up cultivation. But that's only one of its use. Secondly, the Time Plate can serve as a supreme flying treasure. Not only that, the Time Plate has the coordinate directions of the entire universe. The moment the Time Plate operates at full power, even multiple sages wouldn't be able to stop it." Why? Jili asked subconsciously. Since she was oppressed by Huan Ti, Jili had a deep fear towards fighting sages. Now that she heard that even multiple sages couldn't stop the Time Plate, she wondered how strong the Time Plate was. Tong Ming sighed and said, "Not only does the Time Plate possess the coordinates of the entire universe, it also possesses a speed which can transcend space and time. In other words, if the Time Plate is used properly, it could break the limits of time and travel through the void. That is even scarier than a transfer array. We know that all transfer arrays allow us to reach our destination quickly because they utilize the laws of space. The Time Plate, on the other hand, utilizes the laws of time to travel through space. Perhaps those that didn't understand the laws of heaven and earth would be confused by Tong Ming's words." Mo Wuji, however, was extremely excited. To think that the Time Plate could borrow time to pass through space. Could sages do that? He possessed the Time Plate for such a long time, but he actually didn't know that it had such a capability. If he could understand this capability and gain insights into that law of time, then Mo Wuji's heart started to stir. The laws of time were the hardest to perceive. Even though he was already in the quasi-sage stage, his understanding towards the laws of time was extremely shallow. However, this shallow knowledge was already enough for him to know the strength and might of the laws of time. Tong Ming continued, "The Time Plate has a third capability called recall. The Time Plate is currently in Dao Monarch Darkness's hands. Even if Dao friend Huan Ti was in his prime, he wouldn't be able to snatch the time plate from Tao Monarch Darkness. Tao Monarch Darkness would still be able to recall the time plate back to him. What he makes use of is the laws of time, allowing him to eternally control the time plate. As long as he doesn't die, he would be able to recall the time plate. Of course, these aren't the most terrifying ability of the time plate. The most terrifying ability of the time plate is its self-explosion of the laws of time. If you anger Tao Monarch Darkness, he could explode the laws of time within the time plate. Against the self-explosion of the laws of time, even sages could only die. Thus, among the 4 Tao monarchs, Golden Pool might be the strongest, but Darkness is the most terrifying one. Tao Monarch Golden Pool is very showy and often engages in battle. Every time she battles, people would leave some leeway in the estimation of her strength, causing her abilities to be over-exaggerated. On the other hand, Tao Monarch Darkness is low-key, which is much more terrifying. Mo Wuji inhaled a breath of cold air. His heart had some lingering fear. It was fortunate that he met Tong Ming. Otherwise, he would be drinking Tao Monarch Darkness's foot-washing water and still didn't know what was going on. In the future, he definitely needed to be more careful against these old bast *RDS. Brother Mo, tell us what we should do now. Lian Ji's cultivation had just entered Unity God level 7. After he saw Mo Wuji single-handedly kill Feng Xiu in Tao Monarch Golden Pool, his admiration towards Mo Wuji grew. This time, Mo Wuji did not hesitate as he said, "Dao friend Huan Ti, Dao friend Tong Ming and Dao friend Lian Ji, the 3 of you will form a team and head to Godworld. Senior sister Jili and I will form the other team. If anyone finds the way, inform the other team and we would immediately gather it out." The reason why he would split the teams like so was because Mo Wuji didn't want people like Huan Ti and Tong Ming to know about his possession of the time plate. Although Huan Ti was his house slave, he still didn't wish to do so. Sages had far too many methods. Who knows whether Huan Ti could do something with the soul imprint after he regained his capabilities. When Jili thought about her embrace with Mo Wuji and now that she knew that she would be alone with Mo Wuji, her face heated up slightly. However, she didn't say anything. "Alright, then we will go with that," Huan Ti immediately said. He, Tong Ming and Lian Ji didn't question the way Mo Wuji split the teams. This was because Mo Wuji's splitting was very logical. Mo Wuji definitely wasn't weaker than Huan Ti and Tong Ming combined. Now, Mo Wuji will form a team with Jili while Tong Ming and Huan Ti will form a team with Lian Ji. This was an extremely normal allocation. As for whether Mo Wuji and Jili were Dao companions or not, that wasn't important. Since that's the case, then we will leave now. We will try to return to God World as soon as possible. Mo Wuji whipped out his flying ship and left with Jili. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in vast space. The moment the flying ship entered space, Mo Wuji had Jili control the ship while he entered his mortal world. Now that he knew that Tao Monarch Darkness could recall the time plate, how could Mo Wuji still dare to take it out? Although leaving it in the mortal world also wasn't very safe, it was still better than taking it out. After he stepped into the quasi-sage stage, mortal world had completely transformed into a new world. It was no longer that gloomy and empty world. The laws here had become clearer and was suitable for everyone to cultivate. Mo Wuji wasn't in the mood to admire his world. He hurriedly grabbed the time plate and shot his spiritual will in. Just like before, his spiritual will still couldn't infiltrate into the time plate. Mo Wuji knew that refining and controlling the time plate definitely wouldn't be so easy. If it was truly so easy, then the time plate wouldn't have remained in Tao Monarch Darkness's hands for so long. He dropped a few drops of vital blood on the time plate and sent his spiritual will in again. However, he could only sense a blur. Previously, he found 12 spiritual will imprints left behind by Tao Monarch Darkness and he thought that he had fully removed all traces of Tao Monarch Darkness. After hearing Tong Ming's words, Mo Wuji finally realized that those 12 imprints might have been left behind to lower his guard. He already knew that those old bast *RDS weren't so simple, but he still almost fell for a scheme. He could only blame his carelessness. Spiritual will from his spirit storage channel and his sea of consciousness continued to enter the time plate. Even though it was pushed out every time, Mo Wuji did not give up. If the time plate was really as powerful as Tongming said, then this time plate was far too important to him. Whether it was his vital blood, his sea of consciousness's spiritual will, his spirit storage channel's spiritual will, or his spiritual eye, Mo Wuji had tried it multiple times. Unfortunately, he couldn't even learn anything about the time plate, much less refine it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1151, her name was Xia Ruoyin. Chapter 1151, her name was Xia Ruoyin. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Half a year passed. Mo Wuji was still unable to find any clues. It seemed like he could only use the time plate, but he couldn't make any changes to it. Mo Wuji sighed and left the mortal world. Wuji, I don't have any clue where we're going. I'm only moving based on my instincts. Seeing Mo Wuji emerge, Jili said embarrassedly. Mo Wuji had given her control over the flying ship. However, she still didn't find any clues after flying for half a year. It's not bad to follow your instincts. Mo Wuji sighed. Suddenly, he thought of a song. Follow your instincts, grab your dreams. He suddenly went blank. If he continued to follow his instincts, then what was the dream that he wanted to grab? To continuously cultivate? To continuously get stronger, To attain longevity and stand at the summit? Then what comes after attaining longevity? What would he do after he arrives at the summit? Since he cultivated the mortal Tao, this was the first time that Mo Wuji fell into this sort of confusion. At this instant, he lost his direction and goals. At this moment, his Tao ripples started to get erratic and his laws started to go into disarray. Towards the end, his entire body started to shake. However, Mo Wuji did not seem aware of this, he was still in his daze. He cultivated the mortal Tao, and the mortal Tao was with its advantages and disadvantages. At the very least, if he didn't get past this obstacle, he would be nothing more than an ordinary mortal. A pair of warm hands grabbed him. Mo Wuji woke up from his confusion. He lifted his head and saw a pair of clear glistening eyes. Within those eyes, there seemed to be a sense of unconcealable worry. Wuji, are you alright? Seeing Mo Wuji open his eyes and noticing that his Tao ripples weren't ebbing as violently as before, Jili heaved a sigh of relief. Mo Wuji's heart suddenly started to throb. He stared blankly at Jili Chuin's, and Yen'er's smile continuously flashed in front of his face. Then came Wen Xiaoqi. However, their smiles rapidly dissipated and a sense of loneliness surged through him. Towards the very end, Xia Ruoyin's face actually appeared. An intense feeling of hatred surged into Mo Wuji's mind. With a quick move of his hand, he slapped out. Jili could sense that there was something amiss with Mo Wuji. There seemed to be an intense aura of loneliness which surrounded him. Pa! Jili, who was not on guard, was slapped by Mo Wuji. She coughed out a mouthful of blood as she was sent crashing to the side of the flying ship. Jili stared at Mo Wuji in a daze. She sensed an intense feeling of hatred from Mo Wuji. At this moment, her mind was blank. If Mo Wuji's Tao ripples were messy, then Jili's Tao ripples were indescribably chaotic. At their level, there were times where the greatest injury wasn't caused in battle. Instead, it was caused by times like this. Senior Sister Jili. The instant he slapped Jili, Mo Wuji woke up. He did not have time to feel upset as he directly rushed over to Jili and pulled her into his embrace. Jili's mind was still slightly blank. Deep in her heart, there was a feeling of terror. Why did Mo Wuji show her such intense feelings of hatred? That kind of hatred only comes when someone saw something extremely disgusting. She no longer had any relatives in this world. The only person that she regarded as a closed one was Mo Wuji. Her Tao also didn't require her to sever her emotions. If she didn't have any close ones, then what was the meaning of pursuing the Tao? Previously, to save her father, she single-handedly charged into God's tower. Now, Mo Wuji was the only closed one in her heart. This only closed one had actually revealed such hatred in front of her. This caused her to feel a sense of despair. This despair caused her Tao ripples to go into severe disarray. Sorry, senior sister Geely, I didn't mean to. Mo Wuji grabbed a few healing pills and placed them in Geely's mouth. He apologized profusely. However, Geely's injury didn't come from that slap. It was not something that could be healed with pills. I do not blame you. Geely had a melancholic smile on her face. She truly did not wish to ask Mo Wuji why he hated her. She only wanted to settle down, then quietly leave. The healing pills weren't useful at all. Mo Wuji started to get anxious. Senior sister Geely, can you tell me why there is an aura of death in your eyes? Among Mo Wuji's sacred arts, he had the wheel of life and death and the yin-yang finger. Thus, he had a unique understanding towards death. He was extremely clear that the aura of death in Geely's eyes didn't come from external reasons. Instead, it was from Geely herself. In other words, Geely had suddenly lost her hope and anticipation in life. Geely struggled to shake her head. Mo Wuji's heart sank. He was sure that Geely definitely had something that she didn't want to tell him. However, he didn't know how he could get Geely to speak. Time slowly passed. Geely finally struggled to stand up. Her face was still slightly pale and her Tao aura was clearly unstable. Senior sister Geely. Mo Wuji uttered as he let go of Geely. Geely looked at Mo Wuji for some time. Then, she smiled gently. Wuji, do you remember the words that I previously said to you? Ultimately, I need to depend on myself. If I always stay by your side, I would forever be unable to grow. After I leave, you need to take care of yourself. After saying this, Geely turned and stepped out of Mo Wuji's flying ship. In an instant, she disappeared into the vast space. Mo Wuji stared blankly at the direction that Geely disappeared in. He sank into silence. His Tao aura started to get chaotic again. It seemed as though he was going to fall back into that previous state. No, there seems to be a problem. The primordial spirit within Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness trembled and formed countless hand seals. Mo Wuji reopened his eyes. This time, even if he was any more foolish, Mo Wuji knew that there was a problem with him. He did not hesitate to charge out of the flying ship and move in the direction that Geely disappeared in. Geely's speed wasn't very fast. Not long after she left the ship, her mind slipped back into a state of blankness. It was unknown how long she traveled in space for. By the time she stopped, she found that she was in front of a huge spatial tear. During this period of time, she was repeatedly asking herself a single question: why was she still living? Perhaps, this spatial tear was supposed to be her final resting place. As she thought of this, Geely's eyes suddenly turned clear. She lifted her head, looked into the distant space and smiled. That smile was like pure sunlight, it caused the haziness in space to disperse. At this instant, she no longer thought about anything else. A new lease of life appeared in life. She was no longer able to endure the silent and lonely years of cultivation, also that she could raise her cultivation level like a puppet. She finally lifted her feet and stepped into the spatial tear. When Mo Wuji's spiritual will found Geely's feet had just stepped into the spatial tear. Mo Wuji was frightened out of his wits. He hurriedly activated his earth shrinking to its full power. Mo Wuji seemed to enter the spatial tear at the same time as Geely, then he hurriedly pulled Geely into his embrace. PFF. 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 The shredding force within the spatial tear swept over. Although Mo Wuji had a sage physique, he was unable to resist damage from spatial tears of this level. By the time he whipped out his Book of Luo, countless scars had already been slashed out on his body. His robes seemed to be entirely decimated by the spatial blades. It was fortunate that he had the Book of Luo. Otherwise, perhaps he would have been slashed in half. He also didn't dare to enter his mortal world. At this moment, his mortal world was not fully perfected. If his mortal world was torn apart by these terrifying spatial tears, then not only would he not prevent his death, he would die along with his world. Wuji, you. Geely noticed the fresh blood throughout Mo Wuji's body and she was stunned. She only regained her senses when Mo Wuji whipped out the Book of Luo. If Mo Wuji hadn't protected her, she would already have been torn into pieces within this spatial tear. Now, Mo Wuji was the one that was almost torn into pieces with scars all over his body. His clothes had been fragmented and bloodied. All this was because of her. Geely's heart was filled with guilt and distress. Senior sister Geely, although I don't know what was the reason, you should tell me. Otherwise, I would forever be unable to forgive myself. Mo Wuji's tone was slow and pained. No matter what, Geely only became like this because of his slap. Geely opened her mouth. She could sense that Mo Wuji wasn't blindly speaking. She could also hear that every word that Mo Wuji uttered was sincere. She hesitated. She extended her hand and tried to stroke Mo Wuji's face. She wanted to wipe away the blood that was on his face. However, Mo Wuji grabbed her hand. There was no hatred in his eyes. Instead, there was only a sense of gentleness and elation. Mo Wuji was indeed elated. If he had been later, Geely would have already disappeared from this world. Bang! The spatial tear suddenly disappeared. Due to the intense revolving force from the spatial tear, Mo Wuji and Geely crashed into a murky black ground, forming a huge crater. Geely was protected by Mo Wuji, so she didn't suffer any damage. Sorry, Wuji. It was because I saw hatred in your eyes. I was worried that I might be affecting your Dao if I continued to stay with you. Geely said with melancholy. She recalled the scene where Mo Wuji's Dao ripples went into disarray and turned unstable. In addition to the hatred she saw in Mo Wuji's eyes, she believed that staying together with Mo Wuji might only harm him. In the future, she might cause Mo Wuji's soul to be damaged and have no hope of reincarnation. Regardless of the reason why Mo Wuji hated her, she did not wish to affect Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji came to a realization. Geely had seen the hatred that he felt towards Xiaoruoyin. He subconsciously tightened his embrace. He did not climb up from the crater but turned up to look at the sky. His voice seemed to come from the corner of the sky. Senior sister Geely, I used to live in a mortal world called Earth. There, I was devoted to the study of drugs. At the same time, I had a girlfriend. Her name was Xiaoruoyin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1152, The Method to Refine the Timeplate. Chapter 1152, The Method to Refine the Timeplate. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. She actually killed you. In her shock, Geely subconsciously stood up from within Mo Wuji's embrace. Her erratic Dao aura started to calm down and her elemental energy started to recover. She finally understood that the intense hatred within Mo Wuji's eyes wasn't related to her. At this instant, she no longer cared about what had just happened. She was only thinking, why did that woman have to be so cruel? More importantly, she was thinking about the difficulties and pain that Mo Wuji suffered after he transmigrated to Jinxing. Sorry, it's because of me. Geely's heart was filled with guilt. Since she was almost possessed by Feng Shiyu, she decided to change herself. However, her personality still didn't change. Thus, she felt deep guilt for causing Mo Wuji to follow her into this spatial tear and suffer those heavy injuries as a result. Mo Wuji shook his head and continued, I am not willing to stop cultivating. Since I stepped onto this road, I need to continue to search for ways to cultivate. However, I actually saw the lost yin air. Mo Wuji went from yin air to Shuyin. Then, he started about how Shuyin burned her life force to save him. Jili finally understood why no one could replace Shuyin in Mo Wuji's heart. She forcefully suppressed her impulse to hug Mo Wuji. After all, Mo Wuji cultivated the mortal Tao and possessed his feelings and desires. At this moment, if Mo Wuji said he wanted her, she would be willing and without regrets. However, she knew that she couldn't do such a thing. This was because of Shuyin. Shuyin was Mo Wuji's only Tao companion and only Shuyin was worthy of Mo Wuji's protection. If Shuyin saw the hatred in Mo Wuji's eyes, would she leave? In her mind, Jili was shaking her head. She was sure that Shuyin wouldn't leave. That was why she wasn't Shuyin. Even if she could do the same now, she still felt that she could not compare to Shuyin. Shuyin died because she was saving Mo Wuji. She, on the other hand, caused Mo Wuji injuries as he tried to save her. That was the difference. Wuji, you will definitely find Shuyin in yin air, Jili said gently. She did not feel disappointed or unwilling. It was true that Mo Wuji was the only man that she would consider as a Tao companion. But after listening to Mo Wuji, she felt that she was not more suitable for Mo Wuji than Shuyin in yin air. Mo Wuji's EQ wasn't low. By this time, he already knew what Jili felt. However, he also knew that he could no longer take another step forward with Jili. In his heart, he had Shuyin. Thus, he could no give any sort of ending to Jili. If it was any other cultivator, they probably wouldn't think much of this. It was perfectly normal for a person to have multiple Tao companions. However, he wasn't any other cultivator. He preferred to leave his heart to one person. Jili noticed that there were some unspeakable things between Mo Wuji and her. Thus, she tried to change the topic. Wuji, why did you look so lost when you came out of your secluded cultivation? Mo Wuji didn't hide anything from Jili. Actually, I have the time plate. Ah! Jili was stunned by Mo Wuji's words. Mo Wuji actually had the time plate? Didn't Sage Tongming say that the time plate was in Tao Monarch Darkness's hands? Soon, Jili came to an understanding. Mo Wuji must have been unable to refine the time plate. Indeed, Mo Wuji continued, I traded the time plate with Tao Monarch Darkness. Besides the breath of Hongmeng, I also offered him an extreme ice heavenly bamboo. At that time, I thought that I got a great bargain. Now, I finally know that I was scammed by that Tao Monarch Darkness, Ku Shinran. There's no need to talk about refining the time plate, I haven't even gleaned its surface since I went into seclusion. When that Ku Shinran fully stabilizes his cultivation, I'm afraid he would immediately recall his time plate. I was truly using a wicker basket to draw water because the time plate cannot be refined. Moreover, I started to worry about other things, causing me to lose my Tao heart. What method did you try to refine the time plate? Jili asked. Spiritual will, vital blood and elemental energy. I even tried to use array runes. Mo Wuji suddenly stopped. It felt like a light flashed across his sea of consciousness. However, he wasn't able to grab it in that instant. Jili did not seem to mind Mo Wuji's actions. She continued, the time plate is a supreme treasure of fortune. It should not be understood using ordinary methods. Before Jili finished speaking, that light within Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness suddenly brightened. He realized that his thinking had been too rigid. I need to go into seclusion. Just as Mo Wuji said those words, an explosion sounded in the distance. With his fastest speed, Mo Wuji changed into a new set of clothes and charged out of the crater with Jili. We are trapped in a cage. After Mo Wuji's spiritual will scan outwards, his face turned slightly unsightly. There were void barriers formed around them. The area they were in was roughly a few hundred square miles. Mo Wuji had heard of these void barriers before. They were basically a dead end. Once one entered a void barrier, it was impossible to leave. Regardless of your cultivation, you would not be able to break a void barrier. The only way to get past a void barrier was to skirt around it. Sometimes, skirting around a void barrier required one to travel a distance of several planets. However, for them, they weren't even able to skirt around the void barriers. The void barriers were all around them like a cage. Geely did not seem to mind that they were being confined. Instead, she asked Mo Wuji in shock, "Wuji, what caused that explosion?" Boom! Another explosion sounded, seemingly in response to Geely's question. A towering white light shot into the sky and berserk and murderous currents of Tao ripples swept over. Mo Wuji was used to battles, so he wasn't heavily affected by these Tao ripples. However, when these murderous Tao ripples swept across Geely, she immediately felt uncomfortable. Mo Wuji slowed down his speech. "If I'm not wrong, this place is definitely concealing a supreme expert. This supreme expert didn't choose to be hidden here. Instead, he was sealed here. The world-ending cataclysm is coming and all sorts of demons and monsters in this universe are revealing themselves. We don't need to worry about this. Wait for me outside, I need to go in and continue refining the time plate." Geely nodded. "Go in then. I will wait for you." She did not ask Mo Wuji why he didn't bring her with him. Mo Wuji had already thought of a possible method to refine the time plate, which was the refinement through laws. Because he thought of this law refinement method, he didn't want to bring Geely in. The mortal world was his world and his laws would be at their purest in the mortal world. Even if Huan Ti was in his world at this moment, he would also get Huan Ti to leave. Mo Wuji wasn't worried about what would happen outside. If anything urgent happens, Geely would definitely inform him immediately. There was definitely an expert sealed here. Normally, if they don't offend that person wouldn't antagonize them. After all, the world-ending cataclysm was coming. Unless that person was a fool, he wouldn't want to find trouble for himself before he fully recovered his cultivation. Moreover, Geely was in the late Unity God stage and was about to step into the quasi-sage stage. As long as she wasn't facing a sage, Geely should definitely be able to withstand a single blow and inform him. The moment he entered his mortal world, Mo Wuji immediately brought out his time plate. The energy from his circulation quickly extended to the time plate. At the same time, the Tao aura from his mortal Tao tried to penetrate into the time plate. Geely was right, the rules of the time plate were different. Although Geely might not fully understand, Mo Wuji already had a clear idea. To refine the time plate, he could only use his mortal Tao laws. He did not believe that he couldn't do something that Tao Monarch Darkness could do. In the blink of an eye, days passed. Soon, Mo Wuji was dumbfounded. His mortal Tao laws did not seem to be able to penetrate into the time plate. Even if it did, it was at an extremely slow rate. Without a few tens of millions of years, he wouldn't be able to communicate with the time plate. Mo Wuji sighed. Could it be that the time plate really couldn't belong to him? He heard that such treasures could recognize their masters. If the time plate intentionally prevented him from communicating with it, then he could only stare as the time plate returns to Tao Monarch Darkness's hands. Even after he offered so many things, the time plate still wouldn't belong to him. Mo Wuji could not help but feel depressed. Exactly what method did Tao Monarch Darkness use to make the time plate his? Mo Wuji's mind stalled again. In what way was Tao Monarch Darkness better than others? What was the thing that Tao Monarch Darkness was most proud of? Was it the laws of darkness? To understand and cultivate the laws of darkness, one would need to have darkness-type spiritual roots. Otherwise, it was impossible. Others might not understand the laws of darkness and practice techniques that utilize those laws, but he could. From Ku Kai, he learned many things related to darkness and touched the surface of the laws of darkness. With his current abilities, he could easily use darkness-type sacred arts. His fourth finger, Yin Yang, and his fifth finger, All Creation, involved the laws of darkness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1153, Wasted Effort. Chapter 1153, Wasted Effort. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Since he thought of it, he would do it. Mo Wuji sent a single darkness-type Dao ripple into the time plate. Immediately, Mo Wuji almost cried out in shock. Usually, the methods he used would end up as wasted efforts. The only thing that managed to penetrate into the time plate was his mortal Dao laws. However, the speed at which it did so was incredibly slow. At this moment, his darkness-type Dao ripple had actually entered the time plate easily without facing any obstacles. Soon, Mo Wuji went blank. When his spiritual will entered the time plate, it wasn't able to detect anything. In other words, there was no difference whether his spiritual will entered the time plate or not. He then tried his spirit storage channel's spiritual will, but it was still pitch blackness. After which, he opened his spiritual eye. Mo Wuji suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. After he sent a darkness-type Dao ripple into the time plate, his spiritual eye could clearly see everything within the time plate. With his spiritual eye, all the Dao laws within the time plate became clear. It was as though a huge incandescent light had lit up within the darkness. All had become apparent. Dense runes formed from darkness-type Dao ripples appeared in front of Mo Wuji. In this instant, Mo Wuji discovered why he almost went crazy. Not only did Dao Monarch Darkness leave behind Dao laws which could transpire inner demons within the time plate, he also prepared countless traps. If Dao Monarch Darkness decided to malicious intentions, he could cause time errors to occur during Mo Wuji's cultivation. Even if these time errors didn't kill him, it would ruin his cultivation. Until now, Dao Monarch Darkness still didn't act against him. The only reason for that was that Dao Monarch Darkness still hadn't fully recovered. Mo Wuji didn't believe that Dao Monarch Darkness was a compassionate person that would allow him to use the time plate. Now that he knew all this, how could Mo Wuji still dare to waste any time? He hurriedly began to remove all the darkness-type Dao ripples left behind by Dao Monarch Darkness. At the same time, he started to clean up all the traps and inner demons within the time plate. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Mo Wuji had finally removed all the traces left behind by Dao Monarch Darkness. Although he hadn't started to refine the time plate no longer belonged to Dao Monarch Darkness. At the very least, Dao Monarch Darkness can forget about recalling the time plate. By now, all the imprints that Dao Monarch Darkness left behind had been erased by Mo Wuji. After destroying the traces left behind by Dao Monarch Darkness, Mo Wuji no longer needed to use his spiritual eye and darkness-type laws to interact with the time plate. His spiritual eye was easily able to communicate with the time plate. Mo Wuji finally understood was no one was able to refine the time plate. It wasn't due to the time plate itself, but Dao Monarch Darkness Ku Shinran. Now, he was going to use his mortal Dao to refine the time plate. By the time the time plate was fully connected with his mortal Dao laws, those that didn't cultivate the mortal Dao would similarly be unable to snatch the time plate away. Mortal Dao ripples continuously flowed into the time plate. With every breath that passes, the time plate's connection with Mo Wuji becomes closer. A bamboo house in the resting land of the gods. After Mo Wuji removed all the darkness-type imprints and Dao ripples in the time plate, Ku Shinran suddenly stood up. He lifted his head and faced the sky. All of a sudden, he released a terrifying roar. His fleshly body had already been fully recovered and his cultivation had been restored to approximately 70 to 80%. But at this moment, a sense of worry and fear brooded within Ku Shinran's eyes. It's impossible. It's definitely impossible. Ku Shinran continuously muttered to himself. After 10 whole breaths of time, he finally awoke from his disbelief. He threw out multiple god spiritual veins. Following which, he spit out several drops of vital blood and started to form enigmatic hand seals. Following his hand seals, the spiritual energy within the god spiritual veins started to form a spiritual whirlpool. But soon, Ku Shinran's face turned pale. He was completely unable to connect with the time plate. He suddenly stood up. His entire body was shaking and he no longer had the mood to continue cultivating. Most experts were filled with fear and trepidation towards the upcoming cataclysm. However, Ku Shinran was definitely a unique person. On the surface, he seemed worried about the upcoming cataclysm. But in reality, he was actually hoping that the cataclysm could come earlier. This was because he had the time plate. He had great certainty that when the cataclysm arrives, he could make use of the time plate to step over all life forms and enter the ranks of sages. The moment Mo Wuji took his time plate away, he already had intentions of taking it back. Although Mo Wuji's actions had left him slightly shocked, he still wasn't worried that he couldn't retrieve his time plate. What kind of thing was the time plate? Only he, Ku Shinran, knew it clearly. No one else could snatch the time plate because once the time plate was refined, it would belong to that person. Moreover, he cultivated the rare darkness-type cultivation technique. Unless the person also cultivated a darkness-type cultivation technique, it was impossible to refine the time plate. Moreover, he knew that Mo Wuji didn't cultivate a darkness-type technique. Even if he took 10,000 steps back and assumed that Mo Wuji really cultivated a darkness-type technique, it was still impossible for Mo Wuji to have stolen his time plate. This was because spiritual will wouldn't be able to observe anything within the time plate. If one forcefully tried to use spiritual will to probe what was within the time plate, he might eventually suffer a rebound and damage his sea of consciousness. According to theory, his time plate couldn't be communicated with anyone else but him. He really couldn't understand how Mo Wuji was able to destroy the Tao ripples he left behind with the time plate. PFF. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. This time, Ku Shinran was truly injured. His Tao aura started to get erratic. No one knew what the time plate meant to him. With the time plate, he could become Tao Monarch Darkness Ku Shinran. When the next cataclysm comes, he could possibly use the time plate to step into the sage stage. If he didn't have the time plate, then he was nothing special among the 4 Tao monarchs. Darkness-type techniques were indeed very strong, but that was only against those that didn't have experience with such techniques. However, among those experts that stand at the very peak, which one of them hadn't had experience with darkness-type attacks? Intense regret filled Tao Monarch Darkness's entirety. He regretted allowing his time plate to leave him for such a long period of time. The reason why he didn't retrieve the time plate till now wasn't because he was kind and he wanted Mo Wuji to cultivate. Instead, it was because he eyed the treasures on Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji was able to casually bring out the breath of Hong Meng in the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. In fact, he couldn't even sense the aura of the breath of Hong Meng from Mo Wuji. Clearly, Mo Wuji still had many other treasures on him. He intended to wait till he recovered his fleshly body and his cultivation before he went to find Mo Wuji. Through the time plate, he could easily locate Mo Wuji. After he found Mo Wuji, he had confidence that he could take all of Mo Wuji's belongings. Now, all his plans had gone to waste. At the same time, he also lost his time plate. Even if you hide at the corners of the earth, I, Ku Shinran, will find you, destroy your world and reclaim my time plate. His anger, regret and fear were all concealed. Ku Shinran had finally regained his calm. Even if he had to search the skies or dive into the earth, he would reclaim his time plate. No one could snatch his time plate away from him. There was no need to talk about Mo Wuji, even Sage's wound, to be able to do so. Following Mo Wuji's refinement of the time plate, his understanding towards the laws of time became more profound. At this point, he knew that stopping time was the most simple and elementary move among the laws of time. The moment he fully grasped the laws of time, accelerating and reversing the flow wouldn't be impossible. Months passed. When Mo Wuji finally reached the core of the time plate, he was met with shock and delight. The time plate was indeed a flying treasure. What left him excited was that there was actually a sacred art within the time plate. The first move of this sacred art was called rising time. Within his space, he could control time and allow time to rise and start again. This was an extremely terrifying sacred art. If he could control rising time, then he wouldn't only be able to stall his opponent's space, he could also stall his opponent's sacred art. Experts could do countless things within a single breath of time. If his opponent's sacred art was stalled because of his rising time, then half of his opponent's fate was already in his hands. Just as Mo Wuji was refining the time plate and perceiving rising time, he heard a sharp cry from Geely. Mo Wuji immediately charged out his mortal world and he saw Geely staring blankly into the distance. "What's the matter, senior sister Geely?" Mo Wuji asked anxiously. Within this short time, he already felt that something was amiss. Originally, they were trapped within a void barrier. However, a huge hole had actually appeared within the void barrier. Geely pointed at the huge hole with a trembling hand. "Dragon. I saw a black dragon." Mo Wuji asked quizzically, "Senior sister Geely, dragons are very common. Within this vast universe, the dragon race is a huge race. Countless experts emerge from the dragon race. It's not a big deal that a black dragon was cultivating here in seclusion." Geely's pale face eased slightly. She shook her head and said, "No, that black dragon wasn't an ordinary member of the dragon race. Just its aura alone was enough to force me to the ground. It was more than 100 times stronger than when I met Senior Huan Ti at his strongest. In other words, the black dragon didn't even need to do anything to kill Geely. This strength could only belong to a sage, right?" When Mo Wuji heard this, his face changed. Although Huan Ti wasn't a sage when Geely saw him, he was still at the peak of the quasi-sage stage. Moreover, Huan Ti had the threatening aura of a sage. This black dragon was more than 100 times stronger than Huan Ti. What kind of terrifying existence was that? He was sure that if he faced against that black dragon, there was only one path for him: death. "Senior sister, although I don't know why that black dragon didn't do anything to you, I know that we can no longer stay here. If that black dragon suddenly returns, we would only be courting death by staying here," Mo Wuji immediately said. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1154, Returning to God World. Chapter 1154, Returning to God World. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. An anxious Geely nodded her head. "I can sense the black dragon's use of the spiritual will to glance at me. Its energy is truly frightening. Just like your prediction, it is likely that he will return. Let's leave from where this black dragon came out from." Mo Wuji shook his head with a stern face. "We must not leave from there. Leaving from there might lead us to death." Mo Wuji realized why the black dragon chose not to touch Geely first. It was probably because the black dragon was certain that Geely wouldn't be able to leave. Therefore, he must not lead Geely through the route left behind by the black dragon. Previously, Mo Wuji wouldn't have any method to leave this place. Presently, he had the time plate. "How shall we leave then?" Just as Geely muttered these words, a boundless energy surged in. Even at quasi-sage level 1, Mo Wuji's heart was beating frantically because of this surge of energy. "This isn't good, that black dragon is back. We should leave now." Mo Wuji drew out his time plate as he made use of his spiritual will. The time plate started suspending in mid-air as it rotated gradually. Mo Wuji carried Geely up onto the time plate. Soon after, a clear map of the universe appeared at the front end of the time plate. Even though Mo Wuji knew that the time plate could make use of time to travel across space, this was still his first time executing it. Therefore, the whole process was rather slow. Before Mo Wuji could activate the space-traveling purpose of the time plate, the terrifying energy was already surging in. That massive black dragon had landed with berserk and vicious energy. Why would Mo Wuji care about anything else? His sea of consciousness spiritual will supported by his spirit storage channels spiritual will was focused on the time plate. The time plate trembled as its rotational speed increased. Following which, it started oscillating on the ground for a few moments before disappearing completely. At almost the same moment the time plate disappeared, a massive black claw grabbed onto the space where the time plate was. The space was almost torn apart. However, the black claw didn't manage to grab onto anything else besides a few energies of the time laws. Now that the time plate appeared, it was impossible for the black dragon to control his urge. He wouldn't want to miss out on such a rare opportunity. The time plate was the only possibility Mo Wuji could escape this time barrier. The black dragon let out a roar before flying away in the same direction as Mo Wuji. That time barrier, which Mo Wuji was unable to shake up, was merely like a piece of paper to the black dragon. After the time plate charged out of the time barrier, a void route appeared as the time plate traveled swiftly along the route. Mo Wuji looked surprisingly at the time plate. There was even an indication of the location of the world of ruins, which was already destroyed. The time plate clearly indicated the location of Godworld, which he wanted to go. In fact, even the position of the Seven World Stone was visibly indicated. The only pity was that he didn't manage to completely refine the time plate. He was indeed able to use the time plate to travel across spaces. Most of the time, however, he could only depend on the original speed of the time plate to travel. Mo Wuji never wondered if that terrifying black dragon would chase after them. If one could chase after the time plate, it wouldn't be considered as a supreme treasure of fortune anymore. The time plate was extremely swift. Even though it wasn't constantly shifting space, its speed wouldn't be any slower than his earth shrinking. His earth shrinking was considered a sacred art. Therefore, it would be impossible for him to constantly execute that. Now that his time plate was always moving forward in such speed, it was naturally incomparably rapid. After charging out, the first thing Mo Wuji did was to send messages to Huan Ti and company. To Mo Wuji's surprise, he didn't actually receive any replies from Huan Ti or Tong Ming. With the strength of Huan Ti and the other two, Mo Wuji wasn't particularly worried about them. Instead of waiting for them, he continued heading towards Godworld on his time plate. There were too many matters for him to settle in Godworld. Without mentioning Tian Hen, there was still the green-robed sage nun in God Burial Valley. Either one of these two fellas would be enough to cause a catastrophe in Godworld. The time plate was indeed mighty. Even without Mo Wuji's complete refinement, his spiritual will detected the location of Godworld in less than 3 months. Mo Wuji kept his time plate as he knew where the location of the entrance to God Continent was. At this point in time, Tong Ming came to a halt. Huan Ti and Lian Ji looked over to Tong Ming as Lian Ji asked, "Dao friend Tong Ming, is there a problem?" According to strength and seniority, Lian Ji wouldn't even be qualified to address Tong Ming and Huan Ti as seniors. It was because of Mo Wuji that Lian Ji would not address Tong Ming as a senior. Otherwise, there would be a complication in the level of seniority in the group. Because Mo Wuji was the head of their small group, it wouldn't make sense for him to address Mo Wuji Dao friend Wuji while addressing Tong Ming as a senior. Tong Ming spoke in a serious tone. "Ever since we were swept in by the void tear, I could sense a familiar energy. Now, that energy is increasingly evident and I'm guessing it belongs to a sage." Huan Ti replied promptly, "I sensed it too. However, I always thought that my senses were not accurate because of my low cultivation level. I didn't expect it to be true. Shall we go over to take a look?" Tong Ming looked over to Huan Ti. Both of them were sages previously. While Tong Ming was harmed by someone close to him, Huan Ti fell because of the cataclysm. To be general, Huan Ti was also plotted against by a sage. Now that a sage appeared near them, they wanted to take a look regardless of who it was. Huan Ti was agreeable as he looked back at Lian Ji. "Dao friend Lian Ji, this matter has nothing to do with you from the very beginning. Why don't you stay here and wait for us? We will inform you immediately if anything were to happen." Lian Ji laughed out loud. "Even though my cultivation level isn't high, I have a decent sense of responsibility. Since everyone is a team now and Dao friend Mo isn't here, there is more reason for us to stay together. Since this is a matter of my two big brothers, how can I, your small brother, leave myself out of this? Alright, let's go together then." Tong Ming responded as he turned and headed off in a new direction. After traveling for less than half a month, the trio stopped in their tracks. They looked dazedly at a green planet. The spiritual energy of this planet was all over the surface, and there even seemed to be exposed spiritual veins. The three of them were stunned at the sight of this planet. They couldn't believe there was still such a planet in this universe, where cultivation resources were always lacking. This was simply, "That fella is on this planet. If I am not wrong, it should be Tian Hen." After a short while, Huan Ti commented anxiously. He wasn't afraid of Tian Hen because it was clear that Tian Hen wouldn't have found back his god throne. Since Tian Hen was still not a true sage, he would merely be slightly stronger than him. Tian Hen would certainly not be so much stronger that he could suppress him easily. Now that he was with Tong Ming, the combined efforts of the two of them should be enough to get Tian Hen to stand aside. "What are we waiting for?" Tong Ming hurried over towards the green planet. Huan Ti and Lian Ji followed suit without any hesitation. They were all people who absorbed origin energy before. Such dense god spiritual energy was simply a gift from heaven. As long as they could find a good spot to absorb these god spiritual energy to cultivate, the strength of the three of them would be only to rise. Our spiritual will is restraint on this planet. Once they landed on the planet, Huan Ti exclaimed, "The god spiritual vein fruit is definitely pleasing to the eye. There is also another Dao fruit there." Tong Ming was equally as excited. Huan Ti and Tong Ming were sages previously and had definitely dealt with big occasions before. Very soon, they managed to calm themselves down as they exchanged glances. Both of them understood each other's intention as Tong Ming spoke. "We will collect cultivation resources here. No, it will take up too much time since the use of our spiritual will is restricted. Look for spiritual plants first. After that, look for a place to cultivate. It will better if the three of us stick together." Huan Ti commented. With their spiritual will restrained, digging god crystals or collecting spiritual veins wouldn't be easy. However, collecting god spiritual fruits and herbs shouldn't be a problem. However, even searching for god spiritual herbs would take up quite some time without the use of spiritual will. It was clear to all three of them why they should stick together. It was because Sage Tian Hen was around this area. As long as the three of them stuck together, Sage Tian Hen wouldn't be able to do anything to them. The moment the three of them entered, Tian Hen noticed them. Similarly, he wasn't too concerned about Huan Ti and Tong Ming. To him, it was more important to collect God's spiritual herbs and to look for Lei Hongji. Because he couldn't use his spiritual will, there were great restraints whether he was finding God's spiritual herbs or Lei Hongji. While feeling helpless, all he could do was to keep a lookout for Lei Hongji while collecting God's spiritual herbs. He didn't even dare to cultivate here because he was worried that would give Lei Hongji a chance to escape. Boom! There were faint thunders heard from around his body. It was as though lightning bolts were sent out from within his body. An emotional Lei Hongji opened his eyes. He didn't stand up immediately as he advanced from Unity God Level 4 to Unity God Level 7 in such a short time period. Once he entered the quasi-sage stage, he would definitely teach that old fella, Tian Hen, a lesson. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1155, Bring me to AO Clan God Corner. Chapter 1155, Bring me to AO Clan God Corner. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. God City of Extinction beside Nirvana. Ocean of Extinction in God Continent looked pretty much the same as before. Besides some parts which were affected by the recovery of laws previously, there weren't many changes to it. The moment they returned to God World, Mo Wuji brought Geely to God City of Extinction. He didn't head back to Nirvana Learning Academy immediately. To him, he felt that it was more important for him to go to God Burial Valley first. He still had a few broken pieces of Paramitha flower with him. If Shuin really did use a Paramitha flower to leave God Burial Valley, there was a chance for him to use the Paramitha flower to locate Shuin. Mo Wuji. Just as Mo Wuji was about to bring Geely into the transfer array tower, a voice could be heard. Mo Wuji turned back to look at an extremely down-and-out cultivator. This cultivator with white hair was only in the heavenly god stage. This cultivator set up a stall at the corner of the transfer array tower and was selling a few broken pieces of magic treasures. The grades of these broken pieces of magic treasures were not very high. Even the best one was merely an intermediate grade god equipment. Without any extraordinary circumstances, such broken pieces of magic treasures should be extremely difficult to sell. You're calling me? Mo Wuji walked over to this cultivator. He truly had no idea who this cultivator was. You're really schoolmaster Mo? This old-looking man saw that Mo Wuji walked over. He was so emotional that his hands were trembling. It's me. Mo Wuji knew that this man only called out the name Mo Wuji to attract his attention. However, Mo Wuji didn't know why he called him schoolmaster instead of sect head. I am Fu Chang and I am from the land of mortals of Nirvana Learning Academy. My master is Chi Chuan. Before Fu Chang could continue, Mo Wuji hurried to ask. How is Chi Chuan? How is Bai Yu? Fu Chang got on his knees as he exclaimed. Schoolmaster, please rescue my master and elder Bai. Mo Wuji helped Fu Chang up before inquiring in a stern tone. What happened? What happened to the land of mortals? Mo Wuji was inwardly shocked because nothing should happen to the land of mortals. The land of mortals was a place within Nirvana Learning Academy. Who would have the guts to barge their way into the land of mortals? Could he be tired of living? Even in the outside world, nobody would dare to openly attack a cultivator of Nirvana Learning Academy, right? The reason why he wasn't worried about the land of mortals was only because he knew nothing would happen to them inside Nirvana Learning Academy. As he spoke, Mo Wuji's spiritual will already started trying to scan the defensive array of the land of mortals. Following which, Mo Wuji noticed that the defensive arrays of Nirvana Learning Academy had actually improved. At the very least, his spiritual will could no longer casually tear apart their defensive array. Mo Wuji still felt suspicious because even with his current strength, his spiritual will wasn't able to seep through the defensive array of Nirvana Learning Academy. The only explanation to this was that this defensive array was installed by at least a quasi-sage expert. In terms of array Dao, that person should also be in grade 9. According to what he knew, the strongest expert in terms of array Dao should be Tsang Jingxing. There was a high possibility that Tsang Jingxing could enter the quasi-sage stage. However, how was it possible that he became a grade 9 God Array Emperor in such a short period of time? Regardless the case, he must definitely head back now that Chi Chuan got into trouble. Scram! Just as Fu Chang was about to speak, a hasty figure rushed over. He extended his arm towards Mo Wuji, who was blocking the entrance of the transfer array tower. Mo Wuji didn't even wait for the other party's arm to land on him as he threw out a kick. This black figure didn't even touch Mo Wuji, but he was kicked into the air. He spat out a mouthful of blood and a piece of his intestine. He fell back onto the ground like a dead dog. Cultivators by the side watched on in horror and shock. This mortal-looking youth was actually so daring? To think he dared to kick Grandpa Ao Chantian of God's City of Extinction. Mo Wuji didn't even look at the fella he kicked as he looked at Fu Chang. Tell me what happened in specific details. Do not miss out on anything. Yes. Fu Chang answered promptly. Earlier on, Mo Wuji already showed mercy on his kick. The main reason was because he came from Earth and disliked how people killed others over small matters. If it was any other quasi-sage in his spot, he would have killed a mere god monarch who dared to ask him to scram. Mo Wuji felt that he showed mercy, but that fella who was kicked didn't feel the same. He shouted furiously once he got up, "Kill that man." Very soon, the young cultivator, who was kicked by Mo Wuji, noticed that his group of footmen were no longer in sight. All of them were desperately concealing themselves. This meant to say that it was likely these fellas recognized Mo Wuji and none of them dared to show themselves. I know, that is Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji, from the land of mortals. I've even heard that the cultivator's embassy's head was killed by him. Do you think any ordinary person will dare to offend an expert like him? Ha, is Ao Chantian an ordinary person? Recently, the Ao clan produced 2 quasi-sages in quick succession and Nirvana Learning Academy is now under the Ao clan's control. The head of the cultivator's embassy should at most be an elementary unity god expert, right? How could he compare to the Ao clan? As the crowd started to discuss, Mo Wuji was also recognized by them. Schoolmaster, that person is Ao Changtian, a member of the Ao clan. My master, Shi Chuan, was also brought away by the Ao clan. Fu Chang, who was standing beside Mo Wuji, explained. Ao clan? Mo Wuji suddenly recalled as he asked. Ao clan of High Firmament God City back then? Fu Chang replied, the Ao clan in High Firmament God City is merely a branch of the Ao clan. The true Ao clan is now established at Ao clan God Corner. After the recovery of laws in Godworld, it was rumored that the Ao clan produced 2 quasi-sages. My master, Shi Chuan, was brought away by the Ao clan. After this incident, Elder Bai hurried to the main palace of Nirvana Learning Academy to find out more. For some ridiculous reason, he was also locked up. All the disciples of the land of mortals started to escape and went into hiding. I chose to wait here for the return of schoolmaster. Mo Wuji grunted as he looked at Fu Chang. From what I see, you don't look like you cultivated Shi Chuan's technique. Shi Chuan was a disciple which he imparted his cultivation technique to. It was his mortal technique and it made use of meridians to cultivate. If Fu Chang also cultivated using his mortal technique, Mo Wuji would be able to tell in a single glance. From Mo Wuji's judgment, Fu Chang was cultivating with spiritual roots and not meridians. Fu Chang responded, my master told me that your technique cannot be passed on without your permission. Moreover, my spiritual roots are pretty decent, so he imparted his previous set of cultivation technique to me. Therefore, I cannot address schoolmaster as ancestor. Mo Wuji nodded his head because this was indeed how his mortal technique worked. Without Mo Wuji to open his meridians, it would be impossible for him to cultivate the mortal technique. Tell me, how was your master brought away by the Ao clan? Mo Wuji's tone brought along a trace of killing intent. Back then, Ao clan threatened him in High Firmament God City. If it wasn't for a God King of Nirvana Learning Academy, he would have been killed by that God King-wide search. After that, he was constantly busy with many other things, so he didn't have the chance to avenge himself. Even before he could seek revenge, the Ao clan actually provoked him. My master's sister. You're talking about Chi Bing? She got into trouble too? Mo Wuji interrupted Fu Chang's words as he furrowed his brows. Fu Chang nodded. After my master's sister got into trouble, my master went straight to the Ao clan to ask for her. After that, my master didn't come back out. Elder Bai went to Nirvana Learning Academy hoping for them to help him look for my master. Similarly, he didn't come back after heading there. I couldn't find anyone else to help, so I left and came to the entrance of this transfer array tower. I've met Schoolmaster before and I finally meet Schoolmaster again after so many years. Mo Wuji nodded as he patted on Fu Cheng's shoulder. Let's go to the AO clan together. After we settle this, follow me back to the mortal sect. I will let Chi Chuan accept you officially as a disciple and teach you the mortal technique. Mo Wuji held high regards for those who valued relationships. Land of Mortals of Nirvana Learning Academy could be considered as being destroyed after Chi Chuan and Baiyu got into trouble. Nobody would fault Fu Cheng even if he chose to leave on his own back then. In this world, there were simply too many of such people and they wouldn't feel ashamed. They would even craft the perfect excuse for themselves by saying that they were too weak, that they escaped so that they can find an opportunity to cultivate. They would say things like how they would seek revenge after getting stronger. The truth was that most of the disciples in the land of mortals were like that. Only Fu Cheng would continue waiting for him here. Not only did Fu Cheng not leave, he stood outside the entrance of the transfer array tower for countless years. This was all because he held on to that tiny bit of hope which many gave up on. Yes, ancestor. Fu Cheng instantly got on his knees again as he called out emotionally. He heard many times about how extraordinary his ancestor, Mo Wuji, was. However, he couldn't cultivate his mortal technique unless Mo Wuji agreed to let him. Now that Mo Wuji gave him his promise, how could he not be excited? Seeing how nobody helped him out, Ao Changtian grabbed a few healing pills to swallow. He was prepared to retreat. He didn't send out any messages as he intended to return and tell the story himself. He wanted to add some additional details about Mo Wuji's reappearance so the AO clan would send a few experts to deal with this arrogant fella. However, a hand seal struck his body just as he took a step. Following which, his body felt as though it was on fire. In split seconds, Ao Changtian let out a devastating cry. The pity was that he couldn't even say what he wanted to say. Mo Wuji destroyed his spiritual roots as well as his sea of consciousness. Mo Wuji stepped on Ao Changtian as he said to Fu Cheng, "Bring this trash along and bring me to Ao Clan God Corner." Yes, Fu Cheng grabbed hold of the wasted Ao Changtian as he left the God City of Extinction hurriedly. He couldn't wait to jump right into the Ao Clan God Corner now. After the recovery of the laws of God World, Ao Clan was the one who was the fastest to rebuild their empire. In the two opportunities in God Continent, Ao Clan God Corner obtained great rewards. Two experts stepped into the quasi-sage stage. One must know that from the entire Nirvana Learning Academy, not even a single person became a quasi-sage from the same incident. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1156, I am here. Chapter 1156, I am here. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. During the past 10 years, the AO Clan God Corner was gradually replacing Nirvana Learning Academy to become the #1 force in God Continent. Or rather, the AO Clan God Corner had already replaced Nirvana Learning Academy. At the very least, the main palace of Nirvana Learning Academy was now under the AO Clan's control. Two quasi-sages were enough to control the entire God world, let alone Nirvana Learning Academy. Mo Wuji? In the main hall of the AO Clan God Corner, a red-faced man held onto a flying sword messenger as he exclaimed. At this moment, the AO Clan God Corner's main hall was holding an extremely important clan meeting. Now that the AO Clan was basically in control of God Continent, the AO Clan wanted to control the transfer array at the Nirvana Ocean of Extinction too. This included controlling New God Domain City as well as the entire God world. After the AO Clan produced two quasi-sages, the two quasi-sages didn't even need to show their face to settle matters. A regular disciple of the AO Clan would usually be enough, and who wouldn't dare to comply. There were indeed a few who didn't want to comply. However, they would usually be assassinated after stating that they refused to comply. This red-faced man was called Aocho and he was in Unity God level 7. He was also the clan's patriarch. Because he was always in seclusion, Aocho wasn't very familiar with all the things Mo Wuji had done in God Continent or in God Domain. A man as skinny as a bamboo walked out as he clasped his fist. In reply to Patriarch, Mo Wuji was the fella who destroyed Elder Dai's vitality soup many years ago. This person rented the cure-all clinic in High Firmament God City and even did something to the contract. He is basically the one who caused our AO clan to no longer have the vitality soup. Eventually, it leads to the death of Elder Dai. Because this person has a very big secret, he attained the top place in the Nirvana Learning Academy's assessment and entered Land of Mortals. After the recovery of the laws of God world, his strength rose tremendously. He was even the one who killed Cultivator's embassy's embassy head. He likes to act arrogantly and our disciple Ao Chung Tian accidentally knocked him on the streets not too long ago. Because of this, Mo Wuji severely injured him. Presently, he should be on his way to our Ao clan God corner to reason out with our Ao clan. This skinny man was Ao clan's Wide Search, the person who almost killed Mo Wuji back then. If it wasn't for Chi Kuan's intervention by inviting a God King of Nirvana Learning Academy here, Mo Wuji would have already been killed by him. Because of the recovery of God world, God King Wide Search before was already in the early Unity God stage. Reason with my Ao clan? This shows that he isn't that arrogant. Someone bring him over. It has been a long time since I see such a hot-blooded youth. Ao Choi replied faintly. He didn't even see Mo Wuji as someone worthy of threatening him. The entire hall quietened down and there was actually nobody who volunteered to bring Mo Wuji here. Ao Cho scanned the hall as his voice turned icy cold. Is it not only by luck that my Ao clan can achieve what we achieved today? It is also because we have a fighting spirit and tenacity. It is truly humiliating that nobody dared to bring an ant like this over to our Ao clan. Or do you need me or our two quasi-sages to bring him over instead? Wide Search hurried to bow respectfully as he replied. Replying Patriarch, that Mo Wuji should possess a massive secret on him. Previously, he was merely a nascent god when I met him. I've recently heard that he killed Su Ping of Cultivator's embassy when he was merely in Unity God level 1. While Wide Search didn't continue talking, everyone knew what he meant. Back then, Mo Wuji was capable of killing a Unity God level 1 expert. After so many years, who knew if Mo Wuji could be capable of killing an advanced Unity God? Besides Patriarch Ao Cho, nobody else in this hall was in the advanced Unity God stage. Who would dare to head out? Ha ha ha. Ao Cho started laughing out loud. However, his face showed that he was not amused at all. Not too long ago, he was still claiming how a young man could dare to provoke the Ao clan. Now, he was slapped in his face because nobody in this clan meeting dared to step out to capture Mo Wuji. Ao Cho stood up abruptly as he pointed at the members of the Ao clan in the hall. He shouted furiously, "A bunch of cowards! Even with the two quasi-sages, our Ao clan will perish in the hands of cowards like all of you in the future. Since none of you is willing to go, I will bring him in myself. I do want to see." Boom! An intense explosion disrupted the words of Ao Cho. Following which, a shocked Ao Cho realized that the entire walls and roof of his hall was removed by someone. Without the walls and roof, members of the Ao clan in the hall could see the clear blue sky if they lifted their heads. Everything in all four directions was empty. Presently, everyone seated in the hall looked like idiots. The Ao clan God corner was not only filled with members of the Ao clan. A lot of outsiders tried their best not to laugh at how ridiculous the Ao clan looked in the hall. The Ao clan was too strong and anyone who offended the members of the Ao clan would usually not be able to see the next day's sunlight. Now that someone actually kicked their way into the Ao clan God corner, it was very satisfying to watch. This was regardless of what tragedy would fall upon this man in the future. There is no need to pick me up because I am here. After the silence, Mo Wuji landed from the space above them. Standing beside him was a beautiful-looking woman. Following behind Mo Wuji was an old-looking man. This man was holding was the Ao clan's Ao Chung Tian. With Ao Chow's strength, he was able to tell in one glance that Ao Chung Tian had his spirit channels and sea of consciousness destroyed. He looked like a complete idiot being carried by that old man who was only in the heavenly god stage. Ao Cho looked in disbelief at the non-existent defensive array of the Ao clan god corner. Multiple seconds later, an infuriated Ao Cho shouted, "If I don't turn your bones into ashes and extract your soul, I..." Looking at the hysterical Ao Cho, the spectators in Ao clan god corner started to worry for Geely. After offending the Ao clan, Mo Wuji even dared to destroy the defensive array, walls and roof in the Ao clan's territory. Mo Wuji was undoubtedly a dead man. The worry was the absolute beauty beside Mo Wuji. Who knows what terrifying consequences would be in store for her? The majority of them didn't even want to think about this. This was because they were certain that the Ao clan would definitely not just kill them both. The girl would definitely be stripped of her clothes before being thrown onto the streets to be humiliated by everyone. It wasn't as though the Ao clan hadn't done such things before. Even so, Ao Cho stopped talking abruptly. He realized that the space around him was actually at a standstill. An elemental hand imprint choked his neck as he was lifted off the ground. He wanted to speak, but the only sound he was making was a duck's cry. Quasi-sage. His heart was filled with desperation as his mind went blank. The last few thoughts in his mind were, the Ao clan is doomed. Even the quasi-sage of the Ao clan wouldn't be capable of strangling him so hard that he couldn't even struggle. They definitely wouldn't be able to use an elemental hand imprint to lift him up from his neck. Even if the two quasi-sages were to combine to chase Mo Wuji away, he would eventually sneak his way back to kill all the disciples. The person Ao clan offended this time was simply too frightening. He was so frightening that even Ao Cho was still in disbelief. Ao Cho really wanted to admit defeat. However, his space was restrained and controlled by Mo Wuji. He couldn't even speak. If there was one person that the Ao clan really hated now, that person wouldn't be Mo Wuji. It would be Ao Chung Tian. He was convinced that the reason why Mo Wuji would be here was because Ao Chung Tian offended Mo Wuji. He didn't know that Mo Wuji would come even without Ao Chung Tian offending him. Mo Wuji was here to look for Qi Bing and Qi Chuan. Quasi-sage. Just as Mo Wuji was holding Ao Chow's neck, everyone in the Ao clan was shocked. What else could Mo Wuji be? He had to be a quasi-sage. Ao Cho was an expert in the Unity God level 7. If he wasn't a quasi-sage, could he have left Ao Cho so helpless? In fact, Ao Cho should still be able to struggle slightly even when an ordinary quasi-sage grabbed him like that, right? Wide Search's heart turned cold as he knew that Mo Wuji was not one to be offended. Even so, he didn't expect Mo Wuji to be this vicious and ruthless. He retreated cautiously, but after a while, a hand imprint charged over to him. Similarly, he was trapped in a space with his neck held onto. If I remember correctly, you should be God King Wide Search, right? Oh, you should be called Unity God Wide Search now. Not bad, you managed to advance to become an intermediate Unity God in such a short period of time. You have potential. Mo Wuji said in a sarcastic tone as he looked at Wide Search. Wide Search was so desperate he almost cried out loud. I only jumped from God King stage to Unity God stage. Kerr jumped from a puny nascent god to being capable of choking my Ao clan's patriarch Ao Cho so easily. What kind of potential do you have then? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1157, Aggressive and Unbridled. Chapter 1157, Aggressive and Unbridled. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Pillmaster Mo, this is a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. That Ao Chang Tian is the most unworthy disciple of my Ao clan. We have yet to thank Pill Master Mo for helping our Ao clan get rid of him. An Ao clan's God King came forward to speak while furrowing his brows. Kill him then, Mo Wuji indicated to Fu Chang after saying this. With a swing of the hand, Fu Chang threw Ao Chang Tian, whose spirit channels and sea of consciousness were already destroyed, out. In his heart, there was a burning desire and excitement about what was going to happen next. If he could, he would even shout his lungs out. He was oppressed for such a long period of time ever since the land of mortals was sealed. Everything got worse after Elder Baiyu and his master, Shi Chuan, got into trouble. The separation of disciples from the land of mortals made him extremely vexed and helpless. At this moment, he had an urge to let loose. Ancestor Mo was truly acting like a proper ancestor of the land of mortals. The moment he stepped into the Ao clan god corner, he destroyed the Ao clan's defensive array. Without wasting any time, he went on to demolish the walls of the Ao clan's main hall. Mo Wuji even choked their patriarch, Ao Cho, with his hand imprint and threw him into the sky. There was simply no other sight more satisfying than this for Fu Chang. It was perfect and most suitable for him to vent and let out all his frustrations. Ancestor Mo was indeed the same person he was rumored to be, aggressive and unbridled. Fu Chang truly admired such an aggressive and unbridled ancestor. The originally dazed Ao Chang Tian looked puzzledly at the various experts of his Ao clan. He didn't understand or manage to come to terms as to how things ended up this way. Logically speaking, the experts of the Ao clan should be the one destroying the spirit channels of this arrogant fella. He, Ao Chang Tian, should be able to get back at Mo Wuji for humiliating him. Bang! This god king of the Ao clan threw out a fireball. Before Ao Chang Tian could regain his senses from the shock, he was turned into ashes. Ao Cho recovered enough strength to speak at the moment Ao Chang Tian was turned into ashes. He took in a deep breath and realized that he didn't have anything he wanted to say in particular. He only wanted the two quasi-sages of the Ao clan to arrive fast enough to restrain Mo Wuji. At this instant, he also understood why nobody from the Ao clan dared to step out when he asked for volunteers to bring Mo Wuji back. Besides the two quasi-sages, nobody else in this hall would be of use against an expert like Mo Wuji. Looking at how none of the elders in the Ao clan's hall dared to retreat, Mo Wuji spoke calmly. My senior sister, Shi Bing, was captured by the Ao clan. Tell me where she and my disciple, Shi Chuan, are. Since there are 30 of you here, you have 300 breaths worth of time. Ao Cho's heart sunk as he realized that Mo Wuji wasn't here because of Ao Chang Tian. Instead, it was for Qi Bing. He was aware of who Qi Bing was. Qi Bing was a woman who had a treasure called the Heaven and Earth Cauldron brought up by a cultivator from the immortal world. However, this treasure was kept by Qi Bing in her world. At the present moment, she was being forced to take that treasure out by the two quasi-sages. Because they had yet to obtain the Heaven and Earth Cauldron, the two quasi-sages didn't dare to kill Qi Bing. PFT. A blood radiance splattered as one of the Ao clan's elders standing in front was instantly killed with his primordial spirit destroyed. You? Ao Cho stared at Mo Wuji grudgingly. It was still reasonable that Mo Wuji killed Ao Chang Tian because he offended Mo Wuji. Now that he was randomly killing elders of his Ao clan, this was simply too outrageous. In the past, the Ao clan was always the one killing others. Since when did the tables turn? How could someone so arrogant barge in to start killing members of his Ao clan? PFT. Yet another blood radiance could be seen as a second elder was killed. Ao Cho finally understood what Mo Wuji meant by 300 breaths worth of time. After every 10 breaths, Mo Wuji would kill one elder. If Qi Bing and Shi Chuan weren't brought over within 300 breaths, this implied that Mo Wuji could kill every single elder, including himself, in this hall. How vicious! Ao Cho, who was trapped by Mo Wuji in midair, shivered in fear. He came to realize that his AO clan wasn't the only vicious people around. AO clan could torture any cultivator who went against the orders of his AO clan. However, this person didn't even need to torture as he started killing them one after the other. PFT. At the same moment the third elder was killed by Mo Wuji, AO Cho sent out a purple message. This was a signal to indicate that the AO clan was in a desperate trouble. This purple signal was meant for the two quasi-sages. Regardless of what they were doing, these two quasi-sages were required to rush back to the AO clan the moment this purple signal was sent. The entire space was filled with stifling air as none of the elders of the AO clan dared to move an inch. Even though Mo Wuji didn't say anything about slaughtering everyone in the AO clan who would dare to move. This was especially when they saw how Mo Wuji choked Wide Search when he tried to retreat. Every passing breath was a form of torture of the AO clan. After every 10 breaths, someone would be killed by Mo Wuji. In fact, even cultivators from all across the AO clan God Corner was stunned by Mo Wuji's viciousness. Everyone was awaiting the arrival of the two quasi-sages of the AO clan. All of them wanted to see how things would turn out eventually. Some of the cultivators started to retreat as they were clear about what was going to happen. Once the quasi-sages arrived and started fighting, it would be too late for them to retreat without getting hurt in the fight. Very soon, more cultivators understood and realized why everyone else was retreating as they followed suit. Mo Wuji noticed how some of the members of the AO clan on the periphery of the hall wanted to retreat. He threw out a few wind blades without any hesitation as he shouted, "Any disciple of the AO clan tries to move a single step again shall be killed without mercy." After saying these words, none of the disciples on the periphery moved. In front of an expert like Mo Wuji, these disciples didn't even need to speak for him to differentiate who cultivated the AO clan's technique. PFT. When the 19th cultivator, who happened to be Wide Search, was killed and turned into a fog of blood, a gray shadow landed. Stop. The moment the gray shadow landed, a stern voice could be heard. Mo Wuji stopped as he sized this gray figure up. This gray figure was merely in the quasi-sage level 1. Previously, he killed Fang Shiyu and Dao Monarch Golden Pool, who were both in the advanced quasi-sage stage. In fact, they were both illustrious figures of the past. Presently, Mo Wuji really didn't feel threatened by this mere quasi-sage level 1 expert. "How dare you kill the members of my AO clan?" The gray-robed man was so enraged that he was actually trembling. He pointed furiously at Mo Wuji. Fortunately, he seemed to realize and know that Mo Wuji should be a quasi-sage expert like himself as he contained his anger. As much as he wanted to attack, he wanted to wait for the other quasi-sage to arrive first. Mo Wuji glared at this gray-robed man as he asked, "Where are my senior sister and disciple, Qi Bing and Qi Chuan?" Ha ha ha. The gray-robed man might be laughing, but he wasn't amused at all. "My AO clan and you are two incompatible standpoints. Regardless of where you came from, it is a huge mistake for you to be killing members of my AO clan on our turf. To think that you still dare to look for someone." The asterisk starred. Why would Mo Wuji continue wasting his precious time? He sent out multiple blade radiances as the remaining elders, including Ao Cho, were instantly killed. Other than Patriarch Ao Cho's primordial spirit, no other primordial spirit managed to seep out of their body. Ah! The gray-robed man let out a shout as he could no longer wait for his partner. He swept up a yellow radiance as it looked to envelope Mo Wuji. The yellow radiance turned into an extremely massive saw. The laws around the saw started changing, and in a blink of an eye, the laws of the entire space were transformed. Even though Mo Wuji was a quasi-sage too, he wanted to restrain the spatial laws around Mo Wuji. He wanted to restrain Mo Wuji's domain from the very beginning. How could he feel satisfied if he didn't saw Mo Wuji into two halves? Ao clan was established in God Continent for countless years. Ao clan was always the one bullying others, so how could he let a lone person like Mo Wuji trample all over the heads of his Ao clan? If it wasn't Mo Wuji, this yellow saw would have been able to seal up the space temporarily. The opponent would have been trapped for at least a short while. The pity was that the AO clan truly offended the wrong person. Mo Wuji didn't even need to retrieve his magic treasure as his domain expanded wildly. The spatial laws of the yellow saw were destroyed bit by bit. Following which, this quasi-sage could sense that the laws of the space around him were no longer in his control. At this moment, he didn't even manage to execute his sacred art completely. This isn't good. The opponent is definitely not in the early quasi-sage stage. It is possible that he is in the advanced quasi-sage stage or even great circle of the quasi-sage. As this grey-robed man wanted to send out a message desperately to warn the other quasi-sage not to come over, he realized he couldn't do it. The space around him was completely sealed by Mo Wuji. He, Ao Bin, was no longer in control of anything around him. While he was panicking, he realized that Mo Wuji actually didn't attack him after sealing his escape route. This isn't good. He is trying to use me to lure the other quasi-sage, Ao Wuchang, over. After understanding what Mo Wuji was trying to do, his entire body froze in fear. The Ao clan was completely doomed. Why would Qi Bing have such a frightening junior brother? If they knew that Qi Bing had such a frightening junior brother, the Ao clan would never be so daring to try and steal Qi Bing's heaven and earth cauldron. Ao Bin's guess wasn't wrong because if Mo Wuji really wanted to attack, Ao Bin would have been dead by now. He was indeed waiting for the other quasi-sage to come over. Since he was here, he would undoubtedly exterminate the Ao clan once and for all. Why would he allow any expert of the Ao clan to escape? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1158, Ao Clan's Quasi-Sages. Chapter 1158, Ao Clan's Quasi-Sages. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. A woman was pinned in the middle of the extremely grand and imposing hall of the main palace of Nirvana Learning Academy. This woman's head was drooping and her yellow hair covered her entire face. One wouldn't be able to see her face properly. Both her hands and legs were pinned on a massive stone wall. Even so, there was God's spiritual energy circulating around the stone wall. This seemed to be an extremely suitable place for cultivation. In front of the girl who was pinned to the wall was a middle-aged girl in a green robe. Her snow-white finger touched the forehead of the woman pinned to the wall. A mysterious law of energy was circulating around this middle-aged woman's body. The interaction of the different laws here seemed to be igniting the start of something. In the middle of the same hall, there was also green-colored underworld flame. There were two cultivators being trapped on top of this underworld flame. These two cultivators, one male and one female, were gradually being burnt by this flame. At one glance, any cultivator would be able to tell what was the purpose of this underworld flame. Such a flame would usually be used to burn a cultivator's primordial spirit and soul. Looking at how this male and female cultivators were trembling in pain, one could tell that their primordial spirit and soul were going through insane and torturous suffering. Occasionally, a faint-looking gate would appear above the woman who was pinned. However, this gate would only appear for an extremely short period of time before disappearing again. Ah! A devastating cry could be heard from the pinned woman as the green-robed woman smiled. In the next moment, the faint gate above the pinned woman started to become slightly clearer than before. This doesn't seem right. The green-robed woman, who was supposed to continue torturing her with her laws, stopped her hands abruptly. She looked at the outside of the hall with furrowed brows. This was the first time in the Ao clan's history where they sent out the purple emergency signal. Out of the two quasi-sages in the Ao clan, one of them already went to the Ao clan god corner. Logically speaking, that emergency should have been resolved by now. However, why wasn't Ao Bin back yet? This green-robed woman was called Ao Wuchang, the other quasi-sage of the Ao clan. The woman pinned to the stone wall was indeed Qi Bing. Because the heaven and earth cauldron was sent into Qi Bing's world, even quasi-sages were not able to retrieve it without Qi Bing's agreement. As for the two cultivators above the fire, one of them was called Tian Nini while the other was Qi Chuan. The reason for using the flame to torture the two of them was so that the Ao clan's quasi-sages could make Qi Bing's heart waver. This was the only way for them to open Qi Bing's world. Qi Bing was already in the Unity God level 7. The moment they let Qi Bing have some sort of control over her body, it was very likely that she would destroy her world. If that happened, the Ao clan would never be able to retrieve the heaven and earth cauldron. With the combined efforts of Ao Bin and Ao Wuchang, they should be able to open Qi Bing's world in another year or two. At that point, they would be able to find the heaven and earth cauldron even if Qi Bing hid it in the deepest corner of her world. However, the Ao clan's head had to send out the purple emergency distress signal at a time like this. Even if this was the most crucial period in their attempt to open Qi Bing's world, one of the two quasi-sages had to head over to help out. Given the quasi-sage's strength of Ao Bin, he should have resolved the issue before returning very quickly. In a place like God Continent, there weren't many experts who could fend off a quasi-sage expert. However, Ao Bin was already gone for quite a long time. Ao Wuchang no longer had the mood to break open Qi Bing's world. She hesitated and pondered if she should head over to the Ao clan God corner to have a look. However, years of effort from Ao Binhen herself would be wasted if she decided to head over. The moment she left, this meant that the partially open entrance they forced apart with their laws would disappear yet again. If that happened, they would have to start from scratch again. This was still not the main reason. If she left and Qi Bing managed to find an opportunity to self-explode, the Ao clan would never be able to get their hands on the heaven and earth cauldron anymore. After much consideration, Ao Wuchang sent out her spiritual will. She wanted to check on the situation in the Ao clan God corner first. Even with her spiritual will sent out, Ao Wuchang was still paying close attention to Qi Bing. She would restrain Qi Bing if Qi Bing tried to do anything funny. Ao Wuchang wasn't worried that Qi Bing might run away. She was more worried that she would self-explode. When Ao Wuchang's spiritual will was sent out, her expression turned ugly. The defensive array of the Ao clan God corner was completely destroyed. It wasn't just that because the Ao clan's main hall there was now protected by an array which even her spiritual will couldn't penetrate. At this present moment, why would Ao Wuchang stay here? Her figure flashed and she darted out of the hall. As compared to Qi Bing's heaven and earth's cauldron, the Ao clan God corner was of more priority. The moment Ao Wuchang left, Qi Bing started to gain some consciousness. She struggled to lift her head up as she saw her brother, Qi Chuan and Tian Nini above the Yin underworld flame. Qi Bing was so infuriated that she wanted to break free of these pins. However, every struggle increased the level of pain she was suffering. Qi Bing started feeling extremely helpless and devastated. She focused her remaining spiritual will as she attempted to destroy her own sea of consciousness and world. Perhaps it was a brother-sister connection. Qi Bing's devastation and struggle seemed to be detected by the burning Qi Chuan. Following which, he could sense an energy of destruction on his sister, Qi Bing's body. He shouted out in pain, "Sister, what are you trying to do?" Two streams of tears with some bloodstains rolled down Qi Bing's cheeks as she looked at Qi Chuan. "I'm sorry that I've dragged you into this. I will leave first and you can follow me afterwards." They are letting you off? Qi Chuan realized that the two quasi-sages were no longer in the hall. "Sister, could you have handed them the item?" Qi Bing let out a slight smile. "If they've obtained the item, we would have already been killed. Since the Ao clan hadn't gotten their item, why would they allow you to destroy your own world?" Qi Chuan asked inquisitively. Qi Bing was in a daze. After being harassed by the Ao clan's quasi-sage's laws, she hadn't been able to calm herself down. Now that her brother mentioned this point, she started to feel that something was amiss. Given the IQ of the two quasi-sages, how could they not know the risks of leaving her here alone? The moment she decided to destroy her own world, the heaven and earth cauldron would never cross path with the AO clan anymore. At the very least, they should have made her faint before leaving for anything, right? Why weren't her brother, Shi Chuan and Tian Nini killed yet? Wasn't it so that they could affect her heart, which would make it easier for them to open her world? As he forcefully endured the pain of his burning primordial spirit and soul, Shi Bing added, "It is highly likely that the AO clan come across some trouble. Sister, please don't kill yourself. As long as there is still the slightest of hope, we should continue waiting. Perhaps, my master will return." Before he could complete his sentence, the Een underworld flame swept his primordial spirit away yet again. He was suffering endless tortures and pain, so much so that he couldn't continue talking. Boom! A mighty god elemental energy struck the defensive array set up by Mo Wuji over the hall. Mo Wuji sneered coldly as he spoke, "It seems like I don't have to wait any longer." Having said that, Mo Wuji sent out his hand imprint without any hesitation. Gotcha! Aobin could feel that his sea of consciousness was collapsing by the second. Following which, he felt as though his spirit channels were burning away. A feeling of terrifying desperation crept up into his heart and soul. Aobin was truly desperate because he was clearly aware of what was happening to him. His sea of consciousness was being turned into fine powder by Mo Wuji, his primordial spirit was dissipating while his spirit channels were being burned to ashes. Since he could no longer escape, he no longer feared death. What he feared was the arrival of Ao Wuchang. Mo Wuji would only start destroying him fearlessly because of the arrival of Ao Wuchang. Just as he thought about this, a middle-aged woman in green robe charged over. Mo Wuji didn't allow this woman to act as he sent out a punch, the domain-crushing fist. Ao Wuchang did predict that an expert who could restrain Aobin must also be a quasi-sage. However, she would never have predicted that this quasi-sage would be this frightening. Because of a mere fist, her domain was crushed and her entire body was exposed to the laws of the opponent. How terrifyingly strong! Under shock, Ao Wuchang grabbed a black flag. As the black flag was swept through, the laws started to form a sort of order once more. The laws were trying to destroy the domain built by Mo Wuji's domain-crushing fist. Mo Wuji didn't allow the opponent to have half a chance to react. Just as his domain-crushing fist was blocked, Ao Wuchang was trapped in a spatial imprisonment. Time laws? Ao Wuchang wanted to exclaim out loud in shock, but the time around her space was stopped momentarily. In the next moment, a hand imprint grabbed onto her neck and she was trapped in mid-air. She was a quasi-sage, but when she went against Mo Wuji, she wasn't even able to execute any sacred art. Ao Wuchang started regretting her decision to come over. Regardless of whatever good items there were in the Ao clan god corner, all these items would mean nothing if she lost her life. "Tell me the location of Qi Bing now." Mo Wuji spoke with a dense killing intent. "Promise that you will let both of us off and I'll tell you where Qi Bing is." Before Ao Wuchang could complete her sentence, Mo Wuji's finger was already on her forehead. A terrifying energy of Tao laws surged into her sea of consciousness from her forehead. After realizing what Mo Wuji was trying to do, she was dumbfounded. He was trying to search her soul. How vicious could this man be? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1159, Reunited. Chapter 1159, Reunited. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. To think that an elementary quasi-sage would dare to threaten him. Naturally, Mo Wuji wouldn't feel threatened by Ao Wuchang. He instantly tried to search her soul. Even though Mo Wuji was only in the quasi-sage stage, Ao Wuchang's sea of consciousness turned into a juris hell the moment he started searching her soul. All sorts of Tao laws crossed and messed up Ao Wuchang's sea of consciousness. Mo Wuji wasn't bothered about how uncomfortable Ao Wuchang felt. He didn't care how dangerous it was for him to search her soul too. His Tao aura constantly looked through the memory within Ao Wuchang's sea of consciousness. In less than half an incense worth of time, Ao Wuchang let out a sharp cry. Her sea of consciousness, including her primordial spirit, were torn apart by Mo Wuji's Tao aura. With a sweep of his hand, a flame landed on Ao Wuchang's body. The wasted Ao Wuchang was instantly turned into ashes. "Senior sister, wait for me here. I will go look for Sister Qibing and Qichuan." Mo Wuji said this before heading towards the Nirvana Learning Academy. Given his strength, it was impossible for him to search through Ao Wuchang's entire soul. In fact, it was already incredibly difficult to search through 0.1% of her entire memory. Additional, it was also impossible to search her memory while ensuring that she wouldn't be hurt. Nevertheless, Mo Wuji didn't need to search through Ao Wuchang's entire memory. He only needed to find the portion related to Qibing. In Ao Wuchang's memory, Qibing was in Nirvana Learning Academy. The moment Mo Wuji left, a skinny figure landed. This figure instantly pounced on Ao Chao's primordial spirit. Before he could pounce on the primordial spirit, a few burning hot flames landed on Ao Chao's primordial spirit. Ao Chao's primordial spirit let out a mournful shriek. At this moment, everyone saw the figure which pounced on Ao Chao's primordial spirit. He was a skinny youth. Before Ao Chao's mournful shriek could disappear, this youth spurted out a few flames. These flames quickly enveloped Ao Chao. Ao Chao's shriek grew even more miserable as it was clear how much pain Ao Chao was in. "I recognize that man, he is Meijin." The Mei clan was exterminated by the Ao clan for some vein. Someone from the crowd immediately recognized this skinny youth. Concurrently, when Meijin was recognized, even more people pounced on Ao Bin. A majority of those who pounced on Ao Bin didn't have any enmity with him. In fact, they didn't even have any previous conflicts with the Ao clan. They were only pouncing on Ao Bin because they wanted his items. A quasi-sage's items would definitely be worth a fortune. This was even if they couldn't open his world. Geely was a quiet girl by nature, so she wouldn't go fight for Ao Bin's items. Therefore, she didn't even pay attention to everyone pouncing on Ao Bin. Noticing that Geely wasn't concerned, even more people flew over to fight for Ao Bin's items. To these cultivators, the most valuable items weren't Ao Bin's clothing or magic treasures. In fact, it was his flesh and bones. A quasi-sage's flesh and bones contained laws of a quasi-sage. Being able to obtain a small piece of it would be exceedingly beneficial for their future cultivation. Very soon, a muddled war started in Ao Clan God Corner. Geely furrowed her brows before turning to Fu Chang. "You should leave this place with me now." "Yes, ancestor." Fu Chang bowed as he replied respectfully. Mo Wuji landed right outside Nirvana Learning Academy. Previously, Mo Wuji still had some emotional attachments to Nirvana Learning Academy. Presently, those emotional attachments disappeared without a trace. He directly tore apart the defensive array before extending his spiritual will brazenly. Within a short period of time, his spiritual will scan through the entire Nirvana Learning Academy. Soon after, Mo Wuji spotted Geely within the main hall of the Nirvana Learning Academy. When he saw that Qibing was pinned to the wall on both her wrists and ankles, Qichuan and Tian Nini trapped above the Yin underworld flame, Mo Wuji was immensely infuriated. If he knew that the Qi siblings and Tian Nini were being tortured here, he would never have let Ao Wuchang die so easily. With a swing of his hand, the grand and luxurious main hall of Nirvana Learning Academy was entirely destroyed. In the next second, Qibing, Qichuan and Tian Nini were all rescued by Mo Wuji. "Wuji!" Qibing cried out delightfully the moment she spotted Mo Wuji. Qibing was only trapped using Tao aura and then had her wrists and ankles pinned to the wall. After she was rescued, her recovery was swift. However, Qichuan and Tian Nini were in a more precarious situation. After consuming a god pill, Qichuan managed to regain his consciousness while Tian Nini was still unconscious. "Master!" The moment Chi Chuan saw Mo Wuji, he called him emotionally. "I told you Master would come. Let's go, the AO clan god corner has been destroyed by me. The two quasi-sages, who were torturing you, also had their cultivation wasted by me. The remaining one is currently being killed by others." Mo Wuji spoke as he gave a trace of the breath of Hongmeng to Tian Nini. He got the heaven and earth cauldron from Wu Bing and then left it in the hands of Tian Nini. It seemed like she handed the heaven and earth cauldron to Qi Bing after arriving in God World. "Master." Tian Nini woke up as she spoke excitedly. She was able to befriend Qi Bing because she searched all over for her master, Mo Wuji. In her eyes, Mo Wuji was not just her mentor but also her close relative. "Let's go, we shall continue talking after we leave this place." Mo Wuji no longer had any good impressions of Nirvana Learning Academy. He couldn't wrap his head around how the AO clan could produce two quasi-sages but Nirvana Learning Academy couldn't even produce one. In the end, the AO clan even managed to take over Nirvana Learning Academy. Back then, Nirvana Learning Academy was the place with the most number of Unity God experts. Logically speaking, they should be able to produce the most number of quasi-sages after the restoration of God World. This question didn't bother Mo Wuji too much. Before he left, he wanted to bring Baiyu out too. Sect head Mo. Just as Mo Wuji walked out with the recovering Qi siblings and Tian Nini, a person with a flat nose walked over to greet Mo Wuji respectfully. Mo Wuji looked coldly at this person as he replied, "So it's God Pill King Flat Nose, Jian Sha. I wonder why are you blocking my path?" God Pill King Flat Nose was the #1 pill master of Nirvana Learning Academy's Pill C. He was widely known as the God Pill King Flat Nose, but nobody ever dared to call him that in front of him. Calling Jian Sha God Pill King Flat Nose in front of him was equivalent to courting death. While Mo Wuji called him that, Jian Sha didn't dare to show any signs of dissatisfaction. He maintained his smile as he said, "Many thanks Sect Head Mo for helping my Nirvana Learning Academy get rid of the tyrannical AO clan. Thank you Sect Head Mo for giving the Academy a brand new heaven and earth. Sect Head Mo will be our Nirvana Learning Academy's #1 ruler." Mo Wuji sneered coldly, "You don't have to worry about it. I will not be back at the Nirvana Learning Academy. Also, I highly doubt that there will be a new heaven and earth here at Nirvana Learning Academy even after I got rid of the two AO clan's quasi-sages. I do have to tell you something and you can treat it as a warning. If Nirvana Learning Academy were to become as tyrannical as the AO clan, I wouldn't mind eradicating Nirvana Learning Academy too." God Pill King Flat Nose wiped the sweat off his forehead as he replied respectfully, "Yes, Jian Sha will remember Sect Head Mo's warning. Also, the 5 Claws Violet Dragon Pill formula you've been looking for back then is with me too. In the future, you shall not harm others too," Mo Wuji said in a sarcastic tone. Back then, he was almost killed by this flat-nosed person because of the 5 Claws Violet Dragon Pill formula. Fortunately, he got lucky and managed to escape with his life intact. Ah! God Pill King Flat Nose's heart was in great shock. The 5 Claws Violet Dragon Pill formula of his dreams was actually in Mo Wuji's hands. If he knew this. Following which, he regained his senses. He realized how foolish it was if he were to be surprised in front of Mo Wuji when he heard this. Therefore, he hurried to answer, "Sect Head Mo's lecture is right and Junior will always keep it to heart. Don't worry, I will not kill you unless you choose to offend me one day. I only have one question for you. Where did Senior Tsung Zhengxing go? Also, you shall personally bring Baiyu here to me. If there is one strand of hair missing from his body, I will be very angry." A mixture of indifference and disgust could be heard in Mo Wuji's voice. Yes. Senior Tsang Zhengxing and Senior Xingmu didn't return after leaving Nirvana Learning Academy. Otherwise, the AO clan wouldn't have been able to barge their way in here. Baiyu is doing well and I've already ordered my men to bring him here. Following Jian Sha's words, Baiyu walked over. Senior brother Mo, you are back. Haha, and I was just wondering why these bunch of grandsons will politely invite me back. Baiyu was only imprisoned and wasn't tortured like Qi Bing or Qi Chuan. Let's go then. There is no point staying in this wretched place. I've established a sect in God domain, so let's follow me back to my mortal sect. Mo Wuji patted Baiyu on his shoulder as he smiled. Baiyu was already in the great circle of God monarch stage. He was only one step away from entering the worldly God stage. This was even after he was imprisoned for so many years. Otherwise, it was likely that he would have entered the quasi-sage stage already. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1160, God Domain Alliance. Chapter 1160, God Domain Alliance. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. In the entire God domain, the mortal sect had the least number of members. Even so, it was undoubtedly still the number one sect of God domain. This was not simply because their sect head was Mo Wuji. It was also because an extremely powerful expert was tasked to oversee the sect. Back then, the God Evolution sect forced a marriage upon Chuyu and eventually angered sect head Mo Wuji. Because of that, Mo Wuji personally murdered their sect head Tai Lanshan before destroying the God Evolution sect. Presently, the number one elder of the mortal sect was an expert who was rumored to have obtained the principal God throne a long time ago. His name was Jia Hong. Jia Hong was already in the great circle of the Unity God stage and was only a step away from entering the ranks of a quasi-sage. After sect head Mo left the God world, an ambitious and arrogant intermediate Unity God expert gained interest in the land of the mortal sect. Eventually, he was captured by Jia Hong the moment he suggested that he wanted to take over the land. Without mercy, Jia Hong burnt his primordial spirit for 49 consecutive days. From that day onwards, nobody dared to harbor any ill intentions towards the land of the mortal sect. Before leaving, sect head Mo didn't leave any particular instructions about recruiting disciples. Therefore, the mortal sect wasn't particularly keen to recruit new disciples. Even though the mortal sect was publicly recognized to be the number one sect of God domain, it still had the fewest members among all the other sections. Rumors spread that there were only 5 people. No, 4 people and 1 bird. Besides, there was also a foreign cultivator attached to cultivate at the mortal sect. Many outstanding cultivators saw the limitless potential of the mortal sect. Not only were the laws in the mortal sect extremely clear, the God spiritual energy here was also the densest in God domain. Moreover, the God spiritual energy in the mortal sect brought along an energy of creation. It was the same energy of creation which was released during the early stages of the restoration of God world. Anyone who joined this sect would definitely have a massive future ahead. These cultivators, who saw the limitless potential of the sect, constantly paced around the periphery of the sect. Some would even kneel on the floor for years just so that they could join the sect. Elder Jia Hong couldn't be bothered with such matters. Deputy sect head Wei Ru was left helpless, so he accepted a few disciples for reserve. To be qualified to become reserve disciples, the first condition was that they must have excellent spiritual roots. Secondly, their background would be checked to ensure that they were not up to any evil doings in the past. Basically, only those with outstanding talent and character would be chosen to be reserved disciples. Additionally, these disciples would not be able to enter the sect to cultivate. They would stay at a temporary accommodation outside the sect to help with the sect's affairs. One of their main jobs would be to chase away those cultivators who continued to kneel outside the sect for many years. As for when these reserved disciples would be officially accepted into the mortal sect, it would have to wait until the return of sect head Mo. When Mo Wuji returned to the mortal sect, he was greeted by such a scene. There were cultivators all around the periphery of his mortal sect. It almost seemed like a city square was formed right outside his sect. In fact, many cultivators even started trading and setting up stalls here. In the mortal sect, there were still only a few people. Besides De Huang, Shuaiguo and Ji Li's disciple, Yu Ming, who were still cultivating, only Wei Ru and Jia Hong were around. Jin Xinjue, who came to the mortal sect to cultivate many years ago, was no longer around. What is going on? Even though he was greeted by such a scene outside the sect, Mo Wuji was still pleased when he noticed the cultivation levels of Shuaiguo and De Huang. De Huang, who had an unbelievable gift to cultivate, was already in God King level 3. Shuaiguo also progressed well as he was in worldly God level 7. Perhaps it was because Shuaiguo ignited its God beast's blood, which was why it looked much more dazzling than before. Greetings, my lord. Just as Mo Wuji landed outside the mortal sect, Jia Hong sensed it. He took a step forward and bowed as he greeted Mo Wuji. Jia Hong was not the only one who sensed Mo Wuji's return. Soon after, De Huang and Shuaiguo both came out to greet him. Yu Ming, who was incredibly surprised, rushed up to Ji Li as she embraced her tightly. After a warm welcome back, Mo Wuji introduced Ji Li, Shi Bing, Shi Chuan and Fu Chang to everyone. After the introduction, he asked, "Why are there so many cultivators with low cultivation level and brilliant spiritual roots at the entrance of our sect? Also, where did Wei Ru go?" Jia Hong hurried to answer, "Every day, countless cultivators came with the intention to join the mortal sect. However, our mortal sect has no intention to accept disciples without sect head around. Forced without a choice, Wei Ru chose a few outstanding cultivators with good character to become our reserved disciples. We are waiting for sect head's return before making any further decisions. A few days ago, Wei Ru left for the God Domain Alliance and have yet to return." Mo Wuji finally understood the situation as he nodded his head. He spoke with a clear voice, "Everyone interested in joining the mortal sect, please take note. In 3 months' time, the mortal sect will be mass recruiting disciples from God world. There are no restrictions on your cultivation level, aptitude, family status or origins. However, those who have flouted the laws or those who lacked a heart of gratitude and loyalty can forget about coming over. You will not be accepted even if you came over." Given Mo Wuji's quasi-sage abilities, his voice might not sound loud, but it managed to reach millions of miles away. Upon hearing this news, everyone at the periphery of the mortal sect or even those further away were all immensely elated. Soon after, this news spread across the entire God domain. In the next moment, countless cultivators with or without plans for their future turned their heads and headed for only one direction. They were all heading towards the mortal sect. The mortal sect was not only rumored to be a cultivation holy land. There were even rumors spreading that sect head Mo Wuji sealed up many new secret realms from the restoration of God world in the mortal sect. Some people even mentioned that sect head Mo Wuji was a tier 9 God pill emperor. One would not need to worry about the lack of resources the moment one entered the sect. The first thing Mo Wuji did when he returned to the sect was to set up the biggest assessment ground for the sect called the Mortal Tower. Other than the Mortal Tower, he also needed to build a Meridian opening tower. For the Mortal Tower, he used his array Dao to make it such that it would look into the disciple's heart. The first condition for him to recruit disciples was to make sure he wouldn't recruit disciples with evil intentions or vicious thoughts. Besides that, he needed disciples who knew how to repay loyalty and gratitude. Therefore, the Mortal Tower was entirely meant to test a cultivator's nature and temperament. The Mortal Tower would have 7 levels and only those who passed all 7 levels would be able to join the mortal sect. As for the Meridian opening tower, it was meant for disciples who made it into the sect. In the future, when the number of disciples grew exponentially, it would become impractical for him to open meridians for every one of them. Therefore, he needed to build this Meridian opening tower. Every level of the tower would aim to help open one meridian. Naturally, he would infuse the channel opening solution within the array in the tower. Not only that, he would also install a herbal field and an automatic concoction of the channel opening solution. In the past, God Domain Nest was naturally the most prosperous place in God Domain. After the restoration of the laws in God World, there was a complete transformation in God domain nest. There were no longer the mountains and sea domains of the past. After countless years, the original God domain nest was rebuilt into a massive God city. This God city was now known as Domain Nest God City. Not only was there a new city in the original God domain nest, the various sects and clans also formed an alliance called the God Domain Alliance. The headquarters of the God Domain Alliance was located in the Domain Nest God City. The alliance's main purpose was to protect the stability of the various forces in God Domain. It was also formed to defend against any hostile forces who crossed the Nirvana Ocean from God Continent in an attempt to control God Domain. Rumors spread that the AO clan of God Continent produced 2 quasi-sage experts. The AO clan even sent messages saying that they planned on integrating all the resources on God Domain so that it would all be under the control of Nirvana Learning Academy. Naturally, God Domain would not agree to such intentions. Presently, countless experts from all across God Domain were seated in the main hall of the God Domain Alliance's headquarters. Those seated here were either sect heads or patriarchs of powerful clans. Wei Ru was also seated in the main hall as the representative of the mortal sect. Sect head Mo Wuji, of the mortal sect which Wei Ru was representing, was extremely reputable for his fighting prowess. Everyone heard of how he exterminated both the Phoenix Soul God Estate and the God Evolution sect. However, Wei Ru's cultivation level was simply too low at only the Great Circle of the God Monarch stage. Because of this, Wei Ru was only seated in the last row of the hall. The God Lord of the God Domain Alliance was neither God King Blazing Heaven nor the enthusiastic God King Clear Rise of the past. Rumors spread that after Blazing Heaven and Clear Rise entered the Unity God stage, they were no longer concerned about the matters of God Domain. They turned their attention to manage the transfer array of the Nirvana Ocean as well as new God Domain City. Because of the 2 Unity God experts' management, new God Domain City became the most prosperous God city of the entire God world. Even in God Continent, there wasn't any God city as flourishing as new God Domain City. The current God Lord of the God Domain Alliance was ranked number 2 among the 10 great God Kings of the past, God King Spirited Flame. God King Spirited Flame was also the God King who couldn't get along with Blazing Heaven previously. Of course, Spirited Flame was no longer a God King as he was presently at the peak of Unity God Level 8. The Deputy God Lord was not God King Uncruel but God King Lone Cauldron. Back then, God King Uncruel barely made it into the Unity God stage. Until now, he was only in Unity God Level 1. Back then, God King Lone Cauldron was ranked number 9. Currently, he was already in the Unity God Level 7. Being deputy to Unity God Level 8, Spirited Flame, it was a powerful pairing. The AO clan of God Continent produced 2 quasi-sages and I've heard how the AO clan started controlling the resources of God Continent. If this persists, they will eventually extend their greedy hands on our resources. A very handsome-looking middle-aged man stood up as he spoke. Before this man could finish speaking, Uncruel chuckled. Sect head C, you're wrong. The AO clan has already started acting on our God domain. This handsome middle-aged man nodded promptly. That's right, and if we don't come out with a countermeasure soon, we might as well prepare to surrender to them. The handsome middle-aged man speaking was Si Wanshang, sect head of the spiritual Crane God sect. He was also a die-hard supporter of Spirited Flame. And I wonder what sect head Si's intentions are. Lone Cauldron intentionally questioned. Si Wanshang replied with a clear voice, I think we should learn from God Continent. We should push our strongest experts to enter the quasi-sage stage as soon as possible. God Lord Spirited Flame is about to enter Unity God Level 9 and is only one step away from entering the quasi-sage stage. I suggest we gather our resources to help God Lord Spirited Flame enter the quasi-sage stage. But the resources we have are limited, right? Yet another sect head exclaimed. Si Wanshang smiled. Actually, there is a place with an incredible amount of resources, secret realms, and cultivation holy lands. I just wonder if sect head Wei Ru will support our decision, but... As he spoke, his eyes landed on the mortal sect's representative, Wei Ru. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1161, Mo Wuji is back. Chapter 1161, Mo Wuji is back. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Wei Ru laughed in his heart. You want the mortal sex resources? You can stop dreaming about it. The various secret realms sealed in the mortal sect was something even he, deputy sect head of the mortal sect, couldn't touch. Who did this guy think he was? To think that he was actually trying to lust for the mortal sect's valuable resources. Noticing that Wei Ru appeared like he didn't hear anything, Si Wanshan spoke again. Sect head Wei Ru, even though your cultivation is the lowest here, you still have a role to play in this God Domain alliance. Because we treat the mortal sect as a part of us, everyone should contribute to God Domain. Wei Ru replied faintly, yes, that's why I'm here. He wasn't worried that people would lust for the mortal sect's resources. Elder Jia Han was still around to protect the sect. Even Spirited Flame wouldn't be able to do anything if he went over personally. He, Wei Ru, was able to sit here today with confidence because of the mortal sect's progress. They were no longer the same existence who was bullied everywhere they went in the past. Lone Cauldron smiled. Sect headway. I think what sect headway means is that the mortal sect has accumulated a large amount of resources over the years. Maybe you could take it for emergency purposes. Of course, we wouldn't take it for free. After God Domain gets past this crisis, we will all come together to gather enough resources to return the mortal sect eventually. Wei Ru chuckled and thought to himself, return to us eventually? Which idiot will believe such words? Just when everyone was expecting Wei Ru to come up with some excuse, Wei Ru replied directly, we're not giving anything away. Spirited Flame, who was seated right at the front, frowned when he heard how Wei Ru rejected the suggestions of Lone Cauldron and Si Wanshan without any hesitation. He replied, is sect headway implying that the mortal sect should enjoy the success of God Domain Alliance but don't have to contribute to it? Wei Ru replied calmly, my mortal sect does think that it is reasonable for everyone to contribute fairly. As for enjoying the success, I don't think my mortal sect has yet to enjoy any form of success. So is sect headway trying to say that this suggestion is unreasonable? Spirited Flame asked faintly. Wei Ru laughed out loud before answering, I do think it is unreasonable. So why don't you suggest something reasonable? At the very least, everyone will know what to do. A trace of killing intent flashed across Spirited Flame's eyes. If it wasn't for the mortal sect's reputation, why would Wei Ru have the opportunity to sit here? He would have been turned into dust a long time ago. Spirited Flame had always been oppressed by Blazing Heaven in God Domain previously. Now that he finally surpassed Blazing Heaven in terms of strength, he managed to gain control of the matters in God Domain. Naturally, he would want to use his powers and authority for his own good. According to what I know, God Lord Spirited Flame should be in Unity God level 8, right? Elder Jia Hung of my mortal sect is already in the Great Circle of Unity God level 9 and is only one step away from entering the Quasi-Sage stage. Since we are planning to nurture and produce a Quasi-Sage, shouldn't everyone gather their resources to nurture mortal sect's Elder Jia Hung instead? Wei Ru answered in a sarcastic tone. Spirited Flame was dumbfounded and dazed by the words of Wei Ru. In everyone's subconscious mind, most of them knew that Jia Hung only stayed at the mortal sect because of its vast resources. Not many of the people present in this hall would actually think that he was an elder of the mortal sect. Moreover, everyone knew that Jia Hung was once a God-throned expert. Now that he was severely injured after the cataclysm, it should be impossible for him to further increase his strength anymore. If we go ahead with what Sect Headway suggests, there is really no meaning to this alliance anymore. Another unfamiliar sect head stood up to refute. Sect Headway, rumors spread that Sect Head Mo is no longer in God Domain. The mortal sect is neither recruiting any disciples nor opening up the sect for others to cultivate. Don't you think it will be a waste of all the resources you've accumulated? Si Wanshang gave Wei Ru a cold glare. Without waiting for Wei Ru to reply, Si Wanshang continued, furthermore, sect head Mo is indeed exceptionally strong and he could even exterminate the God Evolution sect alone. However, those are matters of the past. Presently, God Lord Spirited Flame is almost in the Unity God level 9 while God Lord Lone Cauldron is also in Unity God level 7. In addition to the rest of the experts here, the number of Unity Gods in this hall will not be any lesser than 10. The mortal sect cannot possibly keep waiting for a sect head, who no one has any idea when he will return, and continue to waste these resources, right? The entire hall fell silent because how could Wei Ru and everyone else understand Si Wanshang's words? He was implying that if Mo Wuji did not return, could the mortal sect really defend against so many Unity God experts while relying on Jia Hum alone? In other words, even if Mo Wuji returned, could the two of them go up against the combined attacks of so many Unity Gods? This was an undisguised threat, and upon hearing this, Wei Ru stood up instantly before replying coldly. My mortal sect will officially withdraw from this alliance. The resources of my mortal sect will remain as our property. Death will be the only outcome for whoever dares to lust for our resources. Having said that, Wei Ru turned and left the God Domain Alliance Hall in the shortest possible time. Bang! Spirited Flame smashed the few teacups in front of him. A puny God Monarch ant dares to act so arrogantly? Is he trying to climb over all our heads and think that I, Spirited Flame, will not dare to do anything to him? God Lord, I think there is nothing for us to say to such an arrogant sect. If it isn't because the mortal sect sees 90% of the resources in God Domain, why will our God Domain not be able to produce any quasi-sage? Si Wanshang instantly stood up to add fuel to the fire. Everyone understood what this sentence meant. After the restoration of God Domain, which sect didn't fight for the resources? Mo Wuji was able to obtain the most only because he saw the earliest opportunity to do so. It was ridiculous to say that if Mo Wuji didn't obtain all those resources would be able to produce a quasi-sage. If quasi-sages were so easily produced, they wouldn't be so rare to find. So what is sect head Si trying to say? Fecta God sects God King Li, he asked. Si Wanshang replied in a stern tone, I am trying to say that we have so many Unity God experts here with us. Since the mortal sect is being selfish, we should all force the mortal sect to release its resources. This is the only way we can improve God Domain. Great! After Si Wanshang said this, someone complimented the idea. Soon after, a second person agreed. The long-bearded Li, he continued, sect head Mo is a man of justice. Everyone can go ahead if you want, but my Fecta God sect will not be participating. An icy cold killing intent landed on God King Li He's body. Li He knew that it was from Spirited Flame, but he remained calm and composed. Firstly, Li He admired and respected Mo Wuji's character. Secondly, he personally witnessed how vicious Mo Wuji was as a person. What kind of man was Mo Wuji? Back when he was only in the nascent God stage, even God Kings couldn't do anything to him. Mo Wuji of the present could even kill Unity Gods easily. Even so, these people still chose to treat him like the same Mo Wuji who exterminated the God Evolution sect back then. Did they really think that throughout the years, everyone else could become stronger and Mo Wuji didn't? How many years did Mo Wuji take to progress from nascent God to God King? Who was certain that Mo Wuji was not in the advanced Unity God stage now? Back when Mo Wuji was still a nascent God, he survived the combined attacks of 45 cultivators who were supposedly much stronger than him. In fact, he didn't just survive as he killed every single one of them. If Mo Wuji was Unity God now, did they really think the combined attacks of a few Unity Gods would bother him? The truth was that Li He wasn't the only who felt this way. There was still a group of people in the hall who didn't express their opinions on this suggestion. All of them knew how frightening Mo Wuji was and how Mo Wuji would never allow such bullying to happen. Spirited Flame only wanted to make use of the Unity Gods here so that he could become the #1 expert on God Domain. Following which, he would want to gather all the resources for himself. I wonder if there is anyone else who feels the same way as Lihi? If so, please step out so that I, Spirited Flame, am clear about who isn't interested in being in the same boat as us. As Spirited Flame mentioned this, he extended his domain vigorously. Killing intense was already filling up the entire hall. The entire hall turned cold as they could sense Spirited Flame's killing intent. While Spirited Flame was in the Unity God level 8, even most Unity God level 9 experts wouldn't be a match for him. Who would step out to oppose him knowing that Spirited Flame's current intention was to punish an individual to warn the masses? Lihi's heart turned cold because he didn't expect Spirited Flame to be this daring. To think that he would actually dare to kill someone here? Sect Head C, please head out and invite Sect Head Way back to the hall. Spirited Flame said after scanning through the hall. Everyone fell silent because they knew that Spirited Flame was prepared to have an acrimonious falling out with the mortal sect. Yes, Si Wanshang stood up and stepped out of the hall. He knew what God Lord Spirited Flame meant by that sentence. Spirited Flame wanted him to teach Wei Ru a lesson, waste his cultivation before throwing him back here. At this moment, a red flying sword flew into the hall. The content of this flying sword was unrestricted and everyone in the hall could read it. It was about the return of sect head Mo Wuji of the Mortal Sect. The Mortal Sect would be mass recruiting disciples from the entire God world 3 months later. The atmosphere in the hall changed abruptly. Even Si Wanshang, who was already half a step outside the hall, stopped to look at Spirited Flame subconsciously. Should he still invite Wei Ru back knowing that Mo Wuji was back? Spirited Flame took in a deep breath. He knew that if he wanted to control God Domain, he needed to face off against Mo Wuji. Just as he was about to ask Si Wanshang to continue his task to bring Wei Ru back, yet another flying sword flew in. Similarly, the content of this flying sword was unrestricted. Everyone stood up in shock when they read the content of the flying sword. Spirited Flame and Lone Cauldron even looked at the flying sword with extremely pale faces. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1162, Escape. Chapter 1162, Escape. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The message on the flying sword started with how Mo Wuji arrived on God Continent not too long ago. Because Ao clan of God Continent captured Mo Wuji's senior sister Qi Bing and his disciple Qi Chuan, Mo Wuji was enraged. He went over to exterminate the Ao clan by killing over 30 elders including Patriarch Ao Cho. Rumors spread that both the Ao clan's quasi-sages rushed over but were easily killed by Mo Wuji without being able to retaliate a single time. After Mo Wuji killed that many experts in the Ao clan, the remaining members ran off in separate ways. There was no longer an Ao clan in God Continent. Spirited Flame and Lone Cauldron were astonished and completely lost for words. In all honesty, Spirited Flame never felt threatened by Mo Wuji even though he knew how he destroyed both the God Evolution sect and Cultivator's embassy. Spirited Flame was already in the peak of Unity God level 8. To him, he wouldn't fear even those in the peak of Unity God level 9. As Spirited Flame thought highly of himself, he had already considered himself as the number 1 expert below the quasi-sage stage. Presently, the same Mo Wuji, who he thought lowly of, actually destroyed the Ao clan so casually. In fact, he even killed the 2 quasi-sages. This would mean to say that Mo Wuji should have already stepped into the quasi-sage stage. If he offended Mo Wuji, he would probably not live for much longer. Fortunately, Si Wanshang had yet to leave. After a while, he realized that he had already offended Mo Wuji about half a year ago. At the thought of this, Spirited Flame grew anxious. He felt the urgent need to leave this place. No, he felt the urgent need to leave God Domain. Lone Cauldron was equally as anxious because he had a deadly enmity with Mo Wuji. More and more pieces of evidence proved that his only son was really killed by Mo Wuji. Back then, He wanted to frame Mo Wuji for doing so. Who knew that it was actually true? Si Wanshan didn't even look at Spirited Flame as he carefully moved back to his seat with a lowered head. If he were to go ahead to deal with Wei Ru, both he and his spiritual crane god sect could forget about seeing the sunlight tomorrow. Everyone else in the hall was either sect heads of patriarchs, but the room was dead silent. After about 10 breaths, Li He stood out with his fists clasped. Fecta god sect shall withdraw from the alliance too. Having said that, Li He turned and left swiftly. He didn't even wait for Spirited Flame's reply. Following Li He's departure, other sect heads started standing up. Some used the excuse that they had something on, while others were as direct as Li He by stating their wish to leave the alliance. Half an incense later, only a minute few were left in the alliance hall. Spirited Flame said to the people left in the hall, Mo Wuji's strength exceeded our expectations. Everyone can head back first and we will talk about the alliance some other day. After a while, Spirited Flame and Lone Cauldron were the only two left in the hall. Brother Spirited Flame. Even Lone Cauldron had no idea what to say too. Spirited Flame shook his hand. I've offended Mo Wuji previously, but I doubt he is aware of it. Therefore, I must leave now. We will meet again if we're fated to. I've heard that a very terrifying cataclysm is about to happen, so maybe we will meet again then. Lone Cauldron nodded as he knew that Spirited Flame had to leave. When Mo Wuji saw Wei Ru, it was already half a month later. He just completed the installation of the Mortal Tower and Meridian Opening Tower. Because there were simply too many cultivators heading towards the Mortal Sect, almost all the available transfer arrays were crowded with people. Even though Wei Ru took out his identity token to show that he was the vice-sect head of the Mortal Sect, it still took him longer than usual to return. On the way back, Wei Ru heard about Mo Wuji's return. Now that he finally saw Mo Wuji in person, he was truly pleased. Not only was Mo Wuji his De Shi Xiang, Mo Wuji was also his life savior as well as sect head. After a brief description of his experience, Mo Wuji started listening to Wei Ru's explanation of the incidents at the God Domain Alliance. When Mo Wuji heard that Spirited Flame wanted to seize Mortal Sect's resources, he sneered coldly in his heart. He couldn't believe how daring that fellow was to think that he could lust for the Mortal Sect's resources. You don't have to worry about Spirited Flame. I will hand the recruitment of disciples to you for the time being. Oh yes, why is my friend, Yuanjini, not in the sect? Mo Wuji noticed that Yuanjini was not around the sect. Because Jia Heng's cultivation level was too high, he wouldn't have anything common topic with Yuanjini. Therefore, the only person who would know where Yuanjini went would be Wei Ru. Wei Ru took out a jade letter as he passed it to Mo Wuji. Sect head, this is what Brother Yuan tasked me to hand to you before he left, but... Mo Wuji ignited the jade letter and Yuanjini's voice could be heard. Wuji, because of my cultivation technique, I am unable to increase my strength just by secluded cultivation. Initially, I was planning to leave after you return. However, I could sense that there is going to be a huge change in God World. It would definitely be burdensome if I am unable to become stronger first. Therefore, I've decided to leave the sect early. We will definitely meet again. Shini. Mo Wuji was aware that Yuanjini cultivated an ancient Tao. Indeed, the ancient Tao would only grow in adversity. Unlike the secluded cultivation of normal cultivators, the ancient Tao would grow during moments of life and death. This was slightly similar to his mortal Tao. The greater the adversity, the faster the growth. Yuanjini spent countless years in the universe fighting for his own life. After achieving what he achieved, Mo Wuji knew that he was aware of his own doing. Mo Wuji didn't feel the need to worry about Yuanjini. After keeping the jade letter, Mo Wuji said, I am going. After saying these 3 words, he suddenly thought of something. He turned to Wei Ru as he asked, when I left, did Clear Rise come over? After killing Cultivator's Embassy Su Ping, he handed the matters of New God Domain City and the Nirvana Oceans transfer array to Clear Rise. After that, he didn't inquire much about it. Wei Ru hurried to answer, Senior Wei Ru always visited us. After every few months, he will send people to bring some God crystals to our sect. He said it was the mortal sect's share of the profit earned in the New God Domain City. In fact, Senior Blazing Heaven would usually come together with Senior Clear Rise. However, they haven't visited for quite some time now and they no longer send any God crystals over too. Mo Wuji nodded before replying, Alright, I get it now. I will be heading towards the New God Domain City. After the recruitment of disciples is over, you have to make full use of the remaining time to cultivate too. Your cultivation level is still rather low. Yes, Wei Ru answered promptly. Mo Wuji was not worried that anything might happen to Clear Rise. Not too long ago, Mo Wuji did pass by the New God Domain City and took a peek at whatever was going on in the city. Not only was the transfer array managed well, the New God Domain City looked proper. Because Clear Rise wasn't in the New God Domain City and he was anxious to return to the mortal sect, Mo Wuji didn't stay long in the city. Now that the mortal sect was preparing to recruit disciples, he felt the need to visit Clear Rise. A middle-aged man in God King Level 4 stood in front of Mo Wuji in the New God Domain City Lord's residence / he was the city lord of the New God Domain City, Bai Hutya. Evidently, Bai Hutya heard of who Mo Wuji was and was trembling in fear when facing Mo Wuji. He felt as though Mo Wuji would turn him into dust if he were to make a single mistake. You mentioned that Clear Rise and Blazing Heaven have not been here for 6 months? And that the income of the city and transfer array was all collected by a man called an Ihi? Mo Wuji was slightly surprised by what he just heard. Yes, Bai Hutya bowed slightly as he continued, I've heard that Ihi is under command of God Domain Alliance's God Lord Spirited Flame. However, even Ihi is yet to come and collect the God crystals for the last month. Bai Hutya was around the New God Domain City for such a long time already. Clear Rise and Blazing Heaven's sudden disappearance was accompanied by the arrival of a guy working for Blazing Heaven's rival, Spirited Flame. How could he not tell that something was amiss? But because Bai Hutya's cultivation level was too low in front of these experts, he could only keep mum. A killing intent grew in Mo Wuji's heart. It seemed like Spirited Flame was courting death even though Mo Wuji let him off once. To think that he would even dare to reach his hands for the income of the Nirvana Oceans transfer array and the New God Domain City. Needless to say, Clear Rise and Blazing Heaven must have fallen for Spirited Flame's plot. Mo Wuji wondered if they managed to escape from his clutches or were killed by him. Given Blazing Heaven's capabilities, Mo Wuji doubted that he would be killed. I get it now. You shall be temporarily placed in charge of the New God Domain City and Nirvana Oceans transfer array. If you require any help, immediately look for Wei Ru or Elder Jiahong at my mortal sect. If you find out any news of Spirited Flame or anyone related to him, let me know. Mo Wuji gave the responsibility to Bai Hutya despite knowing his cultivation level. It was likely that Spirited Flame did everything quite recently, which was why he had yet to find a replacement to be the city lord here. Yes, Junior will not let sect head Mo down. Bai Hutya replied excitedly. With Mo Wuji backing this city and him as the city lord, nobody would dare to do anything to it. Mo Wuji didn't search for Spirited Flame because he was 100% certain that he would have left God Domain. Why would such a crafty fox wait for Mo Wuji to have his brain ripped out of his head? Mo Wuji didn't waste his energy looking for Clear Rise and Blazing Heaven too. As long as they were still around, they would return to the sect after hearing about the mass recruitment. Mo Wuji planned on heading towards the God Burial Valley. Given his current strength, Green Robe Sage Nun shouldn't be able to restrain him even if he was still not a match for her. The pity was that he didn't have time to cultivate. If he could use the time plate to cultivate for 1,000 years, he would be able to enter the advanced quasi-sage stage. At the point in time, he would be confident about taking on Sage Nun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1163, Soil of Breath Again. Chapter 1163, Soil of Breath Again. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The God Burial Valley was turned into a plain field after the restoration of God World. Later on, Mo Wuji executed his great art of destruction and destroyed this place once more. No one else would be able to find the entrance to the God Burial Valley here. In other words, even if someone did find the entrance, he wouldn't have any means of entering the God Burial Valley. However, Mo Wuji knew that he might have destroyed the entrance, but he certainly didn't destroy the God Burial Valley itself. At that point in time, his great art of destruction was barely formed. Even now, after stepping into the quasi-sage stage, Mo Wuji was aware of how hard it would be to destroy the God Burial Valley with his sacred art. Moreover, there was still a resting land of gods within the God Burial Valley. If Mo Wuji was still in the Unity God stage, he couldn't do anything even if he was here. His Unity God strength would not be enough for him to enter the God Burial Valley. Now that Mo Wuji was already a quasi-sage, he found the entrance to the God Burial Valley very quickly. Even without the use of the time plate, Mo Wuji was confident he could enter. Now that he had the time plate with him, Mo Wuji would naturally not want to waste his efforts to tear apart the world domain just so he could enter. Just as Mo Wuji was about to use his time plate to enter the God Burial Valley, two figures darted over. Mo Wuji's spiritual will detected these two figures since a long time ago. The person further away was someone he knew and even had a rather close relationship with. Shi Nianma of the Lightning Sword Manor. She was a girl with yellow hair and big eyes. Back then, a freak combination of factors brought him into the Lightning Sword Manor. Afterwards, he personally witnessed the destruction of the Lightning Sword Manor. Eventually, he brought Shi Nianma and 9 evolutions God Sex Lu rooting out of the Lightning Sword Manor. Shi Nianma's cultivation level was already at the Great Circle of Worldly God level 9. Evidently, Shi Nianma met with a few decent opportunities over the years. Otherwise, she would not have been able to progress so quickly even after the restoration of God World. Mo Wuji didn't call out for Shi Nianma. He could tell that Shi Nianma was chasing after someone. The fella she was chasing after was in the Worldly God level 6, which was much lower than Shi Nianma's cultivation level. When Shi Nianma brushed past Mo Wuji, she definitely spotted Mo Wuji. After dashing out for a few miles, she came back to greet him. "Big brother Mo, is that you?" Shi Nianma called out to Mo Wuji surprisingly. Mo Wuji's contribution to her life was rather significant. If it wasn't for Mo Wuji's jade token back then, she wouldn't have been able to enter the newly incubated God Domain Nest. In the God Domain Nest, she looked all around for cultivation resources. Eventually, she managed to enter God Monarch level 1 during the restoration of God World. Making use of the restoration coupled with her rewards from God Domain Nest, Shi Nianma made huge progress once more. She jumped from God Monarch level 1 to God Monarch level 4. Through the years, she was completely focused on secluded cultivation. She didn't bother listening or caring about any external affairs. She only had one motive, and that was revenge. Her Lightning Sword Manor was razed and all her family members died. Without avenging her family, she would never be able to be at peace with herself. After Mo Wuji gave her the token to enter God Domain Nest, she had a faint idea that Mo Wuji was not truly dumb. Because her focus was entirely on cultivation and revenge, she didn't pay much attention to Mo Wuji. In fact, she didn't even pay attention to the incidents in God World. She was naturally unaware of how reputable Mo Wuji had become in God World. "Nianma, why are you here?" Mo Wuji asked out of curiosity. Shi Nianma took a glance at the disappearing target as she sighed. "I've been cultivating with all my might just so I can avenge my family. Throughout the years, I've finally stepped into Worldly God level 9 and was only one step away from God King stage. Initially, I was planning to continue my secluded cultivation. However, I've found out who was the one who harmed my father. The fella you were chasing after earlier on? Mo Wuji asked again. Shi Nianma nodded her head. Yes, his name is Fei Daoran, the disciple of Qi Qian. Fei Daoran and his master were the ones who harmed my father and eventually exterminated my lightning sword manor. Mo Wuji felt that something was amiss. When Shi Nianma stopped her pursuit, that Fei Daoran also stopped in his tracks. Moreover, this Fei Daoran even concealed himself as if he was waiting for Shi Nianma. How did you know that your Shi clan's enemies are Fei Daoran and his master? After Mo Wuji sensed that Fei Daoran was actually hiding to wait for Shi Nianma, he realized that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Shi Nianma was slightly stunned when she heard Mo Wuji's question. Following which, she answered, I found out about it coincidentally. After the laws of God world were restored, I went back to the old site of the lightning sword manor. I actually found a tail feather of Qi Qian's lightning arrow. Shi Nianma was worried that Mo Wuji couldn't understand what was happening, so she continued her explanation. Qi Qian was actually my father's senior brother. Both he and my father learned the lightning technique. He has a very deadly sacred art called the lightning arrow, and its tail feather actually appeared at the former site of my lightning sword manor. This means that Qi Qian was at my lightning sword manor and even executed his sacred art. After searching for Qi Qian for many years, I didn't find him but found his disciple, Fei Daoran, instead. I believe he is the person you were chasing, right? Mo Wuji asked. Shi Nianma nodded, and if it wasn't for Mo Wuji, she would have continued chasing after him. However, her gratitude towards Mo Wuji was immeasurable. If it wasn't for Mo Wuji, she would at most be a god monarch if she managed to survive until today. It would be an impossible dream for her to charge into the worldly god stage, let alone god king stage. Shi Nianma was kind-hearted by nature and wasn't a person who wouldn't repay her gratitude. It would be out of her character to not greet the person who saved her life. Mo Wuji understood Shi Nianma's thoughts as he smiled and said, Fortunately, you've met me. Mo Wuji had no idea why Fei Daoran was trying to lure Shi Nianma away. However, Mo Wuji was certain that Fei Daoran was planning something vicious. Ah! Shi Nianma let out a confused ah. Mo Wuji shook his hand before throwing out a creation-level god spiritual vein. He handed Shi Nianma a jade vase as he said, Carry on with your god king tribulation first. We will continue talking later. Creation-level god spiritual vein? Shi Nianma stared blankly at Mo Wuji as she was indescribably excited. Just because she wasn't capable of participating in the fight for creation-level god spiritual vein, it didn't mean that she didn't know what it was. She could recognize it the moment Mo Wuji threw it out. Nothing could conceal the clear energy of creation emitted from it. Having just one of such God's spiritual vein was something every cultivator dreamed of. Mo Wuji actually threw out such a God spiritual vein so casually. I'm sorry. Previously, I thought you were. Presently, Shi Nianma was even more certain that Mo Wuji was only pretending to be dumb previously. Mo Wuji shook his hand as he replied, Enter the God King stage first. In his eyes, it seemed like stepping into the God King stage could be done anywhere and any time. Shi Nianma's eyes showed traces of a struggle. Big brother Mo, you should keep this God spiritual vein. Exposing this God spiritual vein like this is extremely dangerous. My aptitude might be decent, but I am not able to step into the God King stage so quickly even with this creation level God spiritual vein. This is why I gave you the pills. Mo Wuji pointed to the jade vase in Shi Nianma's hand. Shi Nianma finally recalled that she took over a jade vase from Mo Wuji just moments ago. She opened the jade vase and shouted, God Jade Pill? God Jade Pill was undoubtedly one of the most precious God pills in the entire God world. After the restoration of laws in God world, entering the God King stage proved incredibly difficult. Even though it wouldn't be as difficult as before, the distance between worldly God and God King was still hard to traverse. The God Jade Pill was something of the legends. Not to mention that such pill required a peak-grade God Pill King to concoct. Even the clear jade godflower used to concoct this pill was rumored to be extinct. Many thanks, Big Brother Mo. Shi Nianma hurried to bow. She could sense that Mo Wuji's cultivation level was definitely far higher than hers because he could take out such items so casually. However, she was unable to discern it properly. With these two items, she was indeed able to step into the God King stage shortly. Mo Wuji shook his hand before saying, "The Fei Daoren you're chasing after seems slightly suspicious. It almost appears as though he is lurking and waiting for you to chase him. Without stepping into the God King stage, chasing after him will not do you any good." Shi Nianmo was shocked after hearing Mo Wuji's words. She wasn't a fool, so with Mo Wuji's reminder, she was able to think clearly. During her pursuit, there were indeed a few odd points about Fei Daoren. I understand now. Shi Nianma appeared to have recalled something as she muttered to herself. Without waiting for Mo Wuji's questioning, she continued to say, "Back then, my father told me that he and Qi Qian once found a historical remains. There was a piece of the soil of breath, but my father had nothing to keep it." What did you say? The soil of breath? Mo Wuji was so surprised that he almost grabbed hold of both her hands. The soil of breath was simply too important to him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1164, Historical Remains with the Soil of Breath. Chapter 1164, Historical Remains with the Soil of Breath. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji had a fragment of the Darkwood. As long as he was able to find the soil of breath, he would be able to head to the Dark World to bring life to the Darkwood. The Darkwood contained dark laws, so once he could bring life back to it, it would be extremely beneficial for his Grand Tao. Shi Nianma nodded convincingly. Yes, it is the soil of breath. Besides the soil of breath, there is also another treasure. However, that treasure was given to Qi Qian. The soil of breath was sealed up by my father using the seals of the historical remains itself. Only my father or anyone with the Shi clan's blood will be able to open up that seal. The pity is that because my father got into trouble, I have no idea where the seal imprint is. Shi Nianma stopped talking because there was no longer a need for her to say anything. She realized why Fei Daoren was trying to lure her somewhere. Evidently, he was trying to make use of Shi Nianma's blood to open up the seal. He was certainly going after the soil of breath sealed up by Shi Nianma's father, Shi Jing. At the thought of this, Shi Nianma's face turned pale. If it wasn't for Mo Wuji's appearance and her urge to come back to thank him, Thank you, Big Brother Mo. You saved my life once more. If it isn't for your timely reminder, I will definitely fall for his trick. Shi Nianma spoke in a trembling tone. So are you not planning to head there anymore? Mo Wuji asked again. Everyone would have their own good karma in life. If Shi Nianma was blinded by revenge and chose not to stop to thank her benefactor, Mo Wuji wouldn't have the chance to warn her. Shi Nianma nodded. I'm intending to cultivate for a period of time. I will only come out after I feel that I'm strong enough. Mo Wuji smiled slightly. There's no need for you to that. You can enter the God King stage now, and after you are a God King, you can follow him over. I am certain that even though you're a God King, Fei Daoren will still lure you over. Shi Nianma shook her head. Even if I am a God King, I will definitely not be a match for Qi Qian. Qi Qian might already be a unity god by now. Fei Daoren is undoubtedly bringing me to Qi Qian. You don't have to worry about that. I will follow closely behind you then. Mo Wuji replied convincingly because he really wanted the soil of breath. Despite knowing that Dao Monarch Grand Desert had one piece with him too, Mo Wuji was aware of how crafty Dao Monarch Grand Desert was. After he entered the void, it would simply be too difficult to catch him. Ah! Shi Nianma knew that Mo Wuji's cultivation level was not low at all. Hearing Mo Wuji's reply, it seemed like he wasn't even afraid of a unity god. After much hesitation, Shi Nianma replied with conviction, "I believe you." "Great." Mo Wuji instantly set up an energy-gathering array outside the god's spiritual vein before turning back to Shi Nianma, "You can head into cultivate now." At the moment Shi Nianma started cultivating, Fei Daoran, who was hiding far away, was equally as shocked. There was actually a creation-level god's spiritual vein. Similar to Shi Nianma, Fei Daoran had no idea how reputable Mo Wuji was in Godworld. During the restoration of laws in Godworld, Shi Nianma was constantly in secluded cultivation. Fei Daoran and his master hid in an extremely concealed ruins to cultivate during the same restoration of Godworld. After the restoration, his master stepped into the Unity God stage while he stepped into the Worldly God stage. After the restoration of Godworld, his master wanted the soil of breath left behind by Shi Jing. He tried to open the seal forcefully but was eventually trapped instead. Fei Daoran was then ordered to look for any loose fishes that managed to escape the massacre of the Shi clan. Before he could even start searching, he actually ran into Shi Nianma of the Lightning Sword Manor. Therefore, he was planning to bring Shi Nianma to where his master, Qi Qian, was trapped. He wanted to use Shi Nianma's blood to open the seal. However, he was simply too weak. If his cultivation level was higher than Shi Nianma, he wouldn't have to put in so much effort to lure her there. Presently, Mo Wuji casually threw out a creation-level god spiritual vein just like that. How could Fei Daoran not be shocked at this sight? Shi Nianma had been pacing around the great circle of the worldly god stage for quite some time now. All she was lacking was the opportunity to enter the God King stage. Now that Mo Wuji took out a creation-level god spiritual vein, there was a high possibility Shi Nianma could enter the God King stage even without the God Jade Pill. Moreover, Mo Wuji even took out a God Jade Pill for her. In just a few days, Shi Nianma, who swallowed the God Jade Pill, finally came into contact with the shackles of the God King stage. In one charge, she managed to break through the shackles. An intense lightning tribulation was ignited and lightning bolts started to descend one after another. Sensing that Shi Nianma was about to become a god king, Fei Daoran no longer dared to stay here to lure Shi Nianma over. It was likely that he could lose his life even before he managed to lure her to his master. The difference between a god king and an advanced worldly god was simply too great. However, he had nothing but ideas. Even if he were to escape now, he could leave behind extremely obscured traces. Maybe a worldly god would not be able to spot these traces, but a god king would definitely be able to. From the very beginning, he never treated Mo Wuji, someone who looked so ordinary like a mortal, as a threat to his plans. Mo Wuji didn't mind that Fei Daoran was escaping now. Given his strength, Mo Wuji only needs a glance at the fella and he could forget about leaving his clutches. He was paying close attention to Shi Nianma's lightning tribulation. Evidently, Shi Nianma was quite fortunate over the past few years. Shi Nianma might find it a little tough to cope with such an intense lightning tribulation, however, her life wasn't in any sort of danger. 11 days later, Shi Nianma advanced into the God King stage level 1. After stabilizing her cultivation level, Shi Nianma packed up her items before stepping out of the energy gathering array. The moment she stepped out, she greeted Mo Wuji with a face full of smiles. "Many thanks, big brother Mo, for your help. Otherwise, I have no idea how many years and months I will take to step across this barrier." Shi Nianma wasn't exaggerating, because if it wasn't for Mo Wuji and the restoration of Godworld, she might only be at most in the God Monarch stage. Cultivators relied on fate most of the time. If she hadn't met Mo Wuji this time around, she might need over a few thousand years before she could enter the God King stage. Maybe even after thousands of years, she might still be pacing around the worldly God stage. Not every random cultivator could casually take out a creation-level God spiritual vein and also a God Jade Pill. Mo Wuji shook his hand before saying, "Go look for that Fei Daoran and I'll follow behind you." That soil of breath is extremely beneficial to me. I wouldn't need a lot of it and I will only be asking a tiny bit from you. Shi Nianmo was already in the God King stage level 1 and would not have much improvement in the short period of time. Now that Mo Wuji agreed to look for Fei Daorun with her, she would naturally agree without hesitation. Big brother Mo, I have no use for the soil of breath. If we could find it, I can give the entire thing to you. Whether it was back then or today, I will never forget Big Brother's Mo help. What does a mere soil of breath mean as compared to that? If those experts with a god throne heard how Shi Nianmo belittled the soil of breath, many of them would probably start crying. However, I sense that Fei Daorun has already escaped and I might not be able to detect his location. Shi Nianmo started to worry. It was truly the best case scenario if she was able to avenge her father, Aunt June, Chen Hua, Sun Ji, and even helped Big Brother Mo find the soil of breath. Mo Wuji didn't hesitate as he replied, "That fella thinks that he is smart. He was afraid you couldn't find him so he left some traces behind." Fei Daorun didn't make it too obvious as he only left a tiny bit of his energy when he left. After so many days, the energy would have dissipated. Shi Nianmo followed this energy and after 6 days, her spiritual will finally detected Fei Daorun. Fei Daorun's body was filled with blood as though he was severely injured by someone. Upon sensing Shi Nianmo's spiritual will, he started to dart out frantically again. Shi Nianmo's spiritual will might not be able to assess the severity of Fei Daorun's injury. However, Mo Wuji had already done so. Mo Wuji realized that Fei Daorun's injuries were not severe at all. Evidently, he was beaten up by someone but Mo Wuji had no idea how he was beaten up but his injuries were not severe at all. However, Shi Nianmo would naturally not consider how severe Fei Daorun's injuries were. She picked up her speed as she dashed into a stone forest. Looking at this stone forest, Mo Wuji had a slight sense of familiarity. He was here before and during the restoration of God World, this was a swamp instead of a stone forest. After the stone forest was formed here, a brand new God spiritual herb secret realm was also formed here. When Mo Wuji was here previously, he managed to keep this extremely vast land of God spiritual herb secret realm and shifted it to his mortal sect. After entering the stone forest, Fei Daorun disappeared. Shi Nianmo didn't actually turn back to look for Mo Wuji because she remembered that Mo Wuji told her to pretend as though she was alone. After the restoration of God World, places nearer to the chasm of laws would become bigger. This stone forest might be slightly far away from the chasm of laws. However, the historical remains below it were actually not affected by the restoration. This was a clear evidence of how exceptional this place was. Therefore, even Mo Wuji didn't dare to alert Fei Daorun or his master unnecessarily. The moment this entrance was sealed up, even Mo Wuji might not be able to find it. In Mo Wuji's eyes, any historical remains or world that could maintain its appearance after the restoration of God World was something extraordinary. Examples would be the God Burial Valley as well as the land of resting gods beneath it. If one was being strict, then the only slight change would be the entrance to the God Burial Valley in God Domain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1165, I can enter. Chapter 1165, I can enter. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Fei Daorun's original intention was indeed to lure Shi Nianmo into the historical remains. He appeared panicky so he naturally wasn't able to conceal his traces anymore. Fortunately, Shi Nianmo managed to find the traces of the array runes where Fei Daorun disappeared. With Shi Nianmo's God King stage's strength, she was able to use her spiritual will to find the entrance of the array runes very quickly. With 2 simple array flags, she was able to open this entrance. Shi Nianmo's spiritual will didn't sense Mo Wuji anywhere near her, which was why she started to wonder if she should head in. However, she jumped right into the entrance after 2 seconds. She had full trust that Mo Wuji wouldn't lie to her. Back then, Mo Wuji gave her the God Domain Nest's jade token without thinking of getting anything in return from her. This time, she wouldn't know that Mo Wuji would help her step into the God King stage if she hadn't met him coincidentally. An intense dizziness could be felt, and Shi Nianma realized that this entrance was a spatial transfer gate. Soon after, Shi Nianma landed on solid ground. She looked behind frantically as the traces behind her disappeared completely. In other words, she didn't have any other way to leave this place even if she was a God King now. This was unless she could find another spatial transfer gate which would lead to God Domain. Not only did Shi Nianma not find any traces of the entrance behind her, she didn't sense Mo Wuji anywhere near her too. Shi Nianma didn't move a muscle. If Mo Wuji wasn't here, she was naturally not a match for Qi Qian. Of course, Mo Wuji had already followed in. His concealment, sacred art, and fetus transformation technique were something even Sage might not be able to compete with. The moment Mo Wuji followed through, he knew that there was a high possibility he wasn't in God Domain anymore. That spatial transfer gate was quite incredible, and it was something even he couldn't set up. After stepping into the transfer gate, the first person Mo Wuji detected was Fei Daorun. Not only did he sense Fei Daorun, he even spotted Qi Qian, who was trapped within an iron cage. This might seem really ridiculous, but Qi Qian was really trapped in an iron cage. The iron rods of the cage was only as wide as a pinky. The distance between each iron rod was slightly more than 15 centimeters. This seemingly ridiculous cage was actually able to trap a Unity God Level 4 expert. If Mo Wuji didn't guess wrongly, this Unity God Level 4 fella should be the Qi Qian mentioned by Shi Nianma. Not only did Qi Qian enter the Unity God stage, he was even in the intermediate Unity God stage. Qi Qian wasn't the reason why Mo Wuji chose not to show himself. It was because he could sense the presence of another expert here. The energy of this expert seemed to be stronger than Fang Shiyu, whom he got rid of previously. Before he found out the location of this expert, Mo Wuji would not show himself. After half a day and Mo Wuji had yet to appear, Shi Nianma had no choice but to move cautiously. Her spiritual will was not as powerful as Mo Wuji's, and she didn't have the spirit storage channel too. Therefore, she was unable to use much of her spiritual will because of the restriction here. She only spotted Qi Qian, who was trapped in the iron cage, after walking about 10 feet and turning past a stone gate. Shi Nianma stopped in her tracks to stare at Qi Qian. She might only be in the God King stage level 1, but she could sense that Qi Qian was definitely not just in the Unity God level 1. In other words, Qi Qian was multiple times stronger than what she expected him to be. At this moment, Shi Nianma regained her composure again. She waited all these years for revenge, so how could she just run away after seeing how strong her enemy was? If she did that, she would never be able to avenge her family and clan. How talented is my niece? After such a short period of time, my niece actually managed to enter the God King stage? Congratulations! Qi Qian started chuckling away after seeing the arrival of Shi Nianma. Shi Nianma glared coldly at Qi Qian before replying, "You're the one who executed my entire lightning sword manor, right? Even my father was killed by you, right? Everyone in my Shi clan was killed by you." Qi Qian continued to laugh. "Everyone who cultivates will eventually die. They simply left slightly earlier than all of us, so why must my niece bear grudges for this long? I am truly impressed by you because of how you stepped into the God King stage so quickly. In fact, you're even so calm in this situation. You don't even seem worried about your own safety." Shi Nianma replied faintly, "Because I've already known what your disciple, Fei Daorun, lured me here for. You need my Shi clan's blood to open up the seal which my father placed here." "You know about it?" Qi Qian was slightly shocked as he extended his spiritual will. The restriction of spiritual will was dependent on the cultivation level. At Unity God Level 4, Qi Qian's spiritual will was naturally able to scan an area further than Shi Nianma could. Very soon, he heaved a sigh of relief because he confirmed that Shi Nianma was here alone. Shi Qian replied in awe, "My niece has grown to become quite a scheming person and I was almost tricked by you. Of course, there is nothing you can do even if you really did bring someone here. I've heard that you used a creation-level god spiritual vein not too long ago?" "Yes, Master. I've personally seen her friend take out a creation-level god spiritual vein for her to cultivate. She managed to enter the God King stage in just a mere 10 days. Fei Daorun hurried to reply. "Wrong." Shi Nianma shook her head. Fei Daorun shouted, "It doesn't matter whether you admit or not because I saw it with my own eyes." Shi Nianma replied faintly, "I am not denying. Not only did I use a creation-level god spiritual vein to cultivate, I consumed the god jade pill too." Shi Qian's face started turning gloomy as he pointed to yin and yang array runes at the corner of the iron cage. "May I ask my niece to stand there for a while? Your uncle needs to use some of your blood." Shi Nianma grunted because she wouldn't let herself be captured so easily. This was even if she was aware that she wouldn't be a match for an intermediate unity god expert. Before she could even take out her magic treasure, a hand imprint charged towards her. Shi Qian might be trapped in this odd-looking iron cage, but he was still able to use his spiritual will. Similarly, he could even extend his god elemental hand imprint. Shi Nianma panicked as she tried to retreat when she spotted Shi Qian's hand imprint. She might be in God King level 1, but she didn't think that she could defend against a Unity God level 4's attack. Shi Nianma tried to retreat but realized that she was completely unable to do so. The space within this house seemed to be restricting her movement. Before Shi Nianma could draw out her magic treasure, she shockingly realized that Shi Qian's hand imprint stopped and then disappeared into thin air. "Who is it?" Shi Qian's expression changed drastically. Mo Wuji's body and voice appeared concurrently, just a passerby. "Oh yes, back then when you were destroying the lightning sword manor, you almost killed me too. Therefore, I came all the way in here after hearing that a B***starred like you was around this area." "Big brother Mo." Shi Nianma called out excitedly when she saw Mo Wuji. Her fast-beating heart finally managed to calm down. If even Shi Qian didn't notice Mo Wuji previously, this meant that Mo Wuji's cultivation level was not low at all. "Who are you?" Shi Qian's heart sunk because he could sense that Mo Wuji wasn't any weaker than him. Even if Mo Wuji's cultivation level wasn't lower than him, being able to block his hand imprint meant that he would at least be a match with him. Shi Qian couldn't leave this place and could only use his god elemental hand imprint to attack while the opponent could move easily. Fei Daorun, who was standing by the side, exclaimed, "Master, this is the person who took out the creation-level god spiritual vein for her." Shi Qian grunted, "You embarrassing piece of sh*t. You didn't even realize that someone was following you all the way." As he said this, he realized that even he didn't manage to spot Mo Wuji's presence all these while. "It doesn't matter who I am because all you need to know is that you almost killed me many years ago and I am here to collect some debts. I've even heard that there is a piece of the soil of breath here. May I know where that is?" As Mo Wuji spoke, his spiritual will scanned through the area. Mo Wuji said this because he didn't sense any soil of breath when he entered this place. This made Mo Wuji extremely anxious. If the hidden expert was the one who kept the soil of breath, Mo Wuji could forget about obtaining it today. All these experts would always have their own method of escaping and Mo Wuji wasn't confident he could restrain him. Moreover, this was the opponent's lair. Shi Qian started sneering in his heart when he heard the words of Mo Wuji. He suddenly smacked an array rune near the iron cage and a creaking sound could be heard. A stone table appeared behind the iron cage. On the stone table was a wooden box. This wooden box had Dao aura circulating around it as though it was sealed by an extremely powerful lock. A person who entered the iron cage would be able to reach for the wooden box on the stone table. If you dare to enter the same iron cage as me, you will naturally be able to get that soil of breath. Of course, the soil of breath is in the wooden box. Shi Qian spoke in a sarcastic tone. He was certain that Mo Wuji wouldn't dare to enter the iron cage. The gaps within this iron cage were so huge that it would be so easy for Mo Wuji to enter. "Big brother Mo, you must not go in." Shi Nianma called out for Mo Wuji as she saw how Mo Wuji was walking towards it. Mo Wuji smiled, "Don't worry about me, I can enter." After saying this, Mo Wuji really walked towards the iron cage and even stepped into it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1166, A True Passerby. Chapter 1166, A True Passerby. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Everyone looked at Mo Wuji in shock. Even Qi Qian couldn't comprehend Mo Wuji's decision. He did guess that Mo Wuji might not be any weaker than him. However, so what if Mo Wuji wasn't weaker than him? How long has he been trapped in this iron cage prison? How long has Mo Wuji been here? Qi Qian would restrain Mo Wuji in the shortest possible time after he entered the iron cage. Once he managed to trap Mo Wuji, what could a mere Shi Nianma do? At the moment Mo Wuji stepped into the cage, both Qi Qian and Mo Wuji acted simultaneously. The only difference was that Qi Qian sent a magic treasure radiance towards Mo Wuji while Mo Wuji's spirit storage channel spiritual will surge towards the wooden box. Mo Wuji really didn't regard Qi Qian, a mere unity god level 4 expert, highly. Boom! Qi Qian's magic treasure clashed against Mo Wuji's domain. Mo Wuji's mighty domain sent Qi Qian's magic treasure flying, and even Qi Qian himself was struck by the attack of the domain. He fell and struck against the wall of the iron cage. Mo Wuji acted as though nothing happened. By the time this clash of explosive god elemental energy calmed down slightly, Mo Wuji was already holding on to the wooden box. Qi Qian stared blankly at the wooden box in Mo Wuji's hands. He subconsciously looked at the empty stone table at the back of this iron cage house. After a while, he asked, "How did you get hold of the wooden box?" For so many years, he never succeeded in getting hold of the wooden box. Why was Mo Wuji able to do it in his first attempt? Mo Wuji didn't open the wooden box as he sent it right into his mortal world. He turned to Qi Qian before laughing coldly, "I think you should think about yourself. With your meaningless and useless grand Tao, what makes you think you deserve this soil of breath?" Qi Qian only just regained his senses from everything that happened. Earlier on, he attacked Mo Wuji and Mo Wuji didn't even retaliate. Even so, he was sent flying by Mo Wuji's domain. This showed how vast the difference in strength between them was. This difference was not something his time spent in this iron cage could compensate for. Qi Qian felt an icy cold sensation in his back and his heart sunk. He realized how Mo Wuji could kill him easily as he wished. Mo Wuji didn't bother about him as he turned to the back of the cage before speaking, "I've already taken the item and you actually didn't reveal yourself. You are a truly patient person. If you're still not coming out, I will be taking my leave." "Do you really think you can leave after taking my item?" A composed voice pronounced every word clearly and slowly. After a short pause, a bald-headed man appeared behind the stone table. The man's eyes were so thin and tiny that they formed a straight line. On a second glance, this fella actually looked simple and honest. "Who are you? How long have you been here?" Qi Qian looked at the bald-headed man like a dazed bird. He was trapped in this iron cage for so many years and he actually didn't realize there was someone right behind him. Mo Wuji could instantly feel the laws around him changing. It was as though he could fall into the trap of these laws any time. Mo Wuji chuckled as he said, "I will come as I wish and leave whenever I want to. Nobody can control me. I think you should watch over yourself if you really want to try restraining me." Mo Wuji took out that wooden box while speaking. This time around, he opened up the wooden box. A piece of soil, which was evidently cut into half, lay peacefully in the wooden box. That all-natural primal energy from the soil was clearly felt by everyone, even Shi Nianma. That's right, this is indeed the soil of breath. Mo Wuji kept the wooden box after inspecting it. His figure flashed by and the restraining laws around him changed once more. He acted as though he was merely strolling through this iron cage. The laws restraining him were of no effects at all. If Mo Wuji wasn't worried that the opponent would have kept the soil of breath already, he would have acted already. Why would he have waited so long? How did you exit? That bald-headed pale-faced man stared at Mo Wuji in great shock. Previously, he was already cracking his brain trying to figure out how Mo Wuji could bring the soil of breath away so casually. Now that Mo Wuji actually walked out of his spatial laws so easily, his mind was in a complete mess. Could this person be a sage? He was in the quasi-sage level 7 and besides a sage, who else would be able to walk away so casually? This bald-headed man was confused, but so was Mo Wuji. If the soil of breath was already in the hands of the opponent, why did they need to lure Shi Nianma here? The two of you. Shi Qian looked at Mo Wuji and then turned to the bald-headed man. He devastatingly realized that he was truly the passerby here. You piece of sh*t. I told you to bring back a person with the Shi clan's blood and you brought back such a troublemaker. Looking at how confused Shi Qian was, the bald-headed man shouted furiously at Shi Qian as he extended his arm towards him. The pity was that Shi Qian couldn't react in time and was turned into a blood fog by the bald-headed man. A shocked and confused primordial spirit emerged and was oppressed instantly by the spatial laws here. Soon, it disappeared into thin air. Fei Daoren noticed that his master was killed so casually, so why would he dare to extend his stay here? He turned and darted towards the spatial transfer gate. At this moment, there was nothing but regret in his heart. Why must he come back after he left in the first place? PFT this time around, Shi Nianma didn't let the opportunity slip by as she crushed him into pieces. After the countless years of cultivation, she finally got her revenge. The bald-headed pale-faced man appeared as though he didn't see Shi Nianma kill Fei Daoren. Instead, he turned to Mo Wuji, hand over the soil of breath and I'll give you one chance to leave this place. An astonished Mo Wuji looked at this bald-headed man, your face is whiter than your butt? Following which, he scratched his head and said, oh yes, your face really does look whiter than your butt. After saying this, Mo Wuji took out his half-moon-weighted halberd. The half-moon-weighted halberd turned into a silver radiance. Gotcha! The halberd brought along a space-splitting energy as it struck this iron cage. In that instant, this cage, which was used to restrain Shi Qian for countless years, was turned into fine powder. After this iron cage was destroyed, Mo Wuji and Shi Nianma's eyes lit up. A real hall appeared in front of the two of them. At one corner of the hall, the bald-headed pale-faced man was standing right there. The stone table in front of him was no longer around. The yin and yang array rune, where Shi Qian wanted Shi Nianma to release her blood, was now right in the center of the hall. After Mo Wuji destroyed the iron cage in one halberd strike, the bald-headed man's expression finally changed. At this moment, he was certain that Mo Wuji wasn't any weaker than he was. He also realized that Mo Wuji's leaving of the cage and removing of the soil of breath were not just cheap tricks. Only a person who controlled the laws of an independent world would be able to destroy the cage in such a manner. Very good, you are strong enough to speak to me. This hall was left behind by a supreme sage from ancient time. Since you have this capability, the soil of breath shall be a greetings gift from me. After the girl opened up this hall with a blood sacrifice, I only ask for one item in it. Everything else shall belong to you. The bald-headed pale-faced man didn't start attacking Mo Wuji. Instead, he spoke in a serious tone. Mo Wuji started laughing. That soil of breath was originally left behind by the father of my friend. She has already gifted it to me, so I don't need you to do that again. As for the blood sacrifice, you can sacrifice yourself if you want. I have no time to fool around with you. I am rather interested in opening the spatial arrays here in this hall. Stop it. Seeing how Mo Wuji was trying to open this hall without a blood sacrifice, the bald-headed pale-faced man was shocked to his core. He called out anxiously, "If you open the seal of this hall, the spatial laws here will collapse and everything inside will disappear." So what if it disappears? It has nothing to do with me. As he was speaking, Mo Wuji was looking around and realized that the spatial array gate to leave this place disappeared completely. "You're courting death!" The bald-headed pale-faced man shouted angrily as his circular body charged towards Mo Wuji. A white radiance was sent out to envelope Mo Wuji. Kaka. At this moment, everything was tearing apart, including Mo Wuji's domain. Nothing could block against this white radiance. When Mo Wuji's spiritual will came into contact with this white radiance, he felt as though he was looked through thoroughly by the opponent. Following which, his spiritual will started dispersing and his domain started to dissipate. He was even unable to execute any sacred art using his spiritual will. Mo Wuji could see the opponent smiling as though he had control of everything in his hands. What an incredible magic treasure! Mo Wuji praised it in his heart. If it was any other person, there was really nothing for him to do except to retreat. The pity was that this bald-headed man met him instead. While his spiritual will of his sea of consciousness was restrained, he still had his spirit storage channel. Mo Wuji sent out a finger, 7-world finger yin yang. The heaven and earth, all creation, and yin yang changed. One yin and one yang, life and death started trading places. Mo Wuji's 7-world finger, yin yang, merged with his wheel of life and death. Once he sent out this finger, all the life force and deathly energy in the hall started converting. The bald-headed pale-faced man's life force was being extracted from him. He could feel deathly energy filling the space around him before seeping into his Tao aura. "This is not possible," the bald-headed man called out shockingly as he subconsciously tried to fly away. When he used his heaven measuring rod, there was only one situation he would be afraid of. That situation was when the opponent could still execute a sacred art. Just like what was happening now, Mo Wuji completely neglected his heaven measuring rod as he sent out his sacred art. Just as this bald-headed man stepped out of the hall, array runes started to solidify as they blocked his path. Mo Wuji had already used void runes to lock onto the space. As long as the opponent tried to ignore his array runes, the opponent's doomsday would be today. "Who exactly are you?" The bald man stopped as he glared at Mo Wuji. "Firstly, you should tell me who you are." Mo Wuji laughed as he took a step forward. His domain locked onto the entire space and he had the absolute upper hand in this battle. "I am Emperor Hongzhua, number 3 of the 12 God Emperors." The bald man replied before staring coldly at Mo Wuji again. A person with the God throne of the 12 God Emperors was someone to be feared. Even if the opponent also had a God throne, he would still fear any one of the 12 God Emperors. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1167, Heaven Measuring Tree Root. Chapter 1167, Heaven Measuring Tree Root. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji already controlled the space between them. At this moment, his whirlpool domain continued to apply pressure as Mo Wuji lifted his hand to slap the opponent. Under the explosive pressure from Mo Wuji's domain, Hongzhua didn't expect Mo Wuji to suddenly attack even after gaining the upper hand. The white radiance from his heaven measuring rod exploded, turned into a firm boundary. Boom! Mo Wuji's slap clashed against the boundary and a tremendously strong energy surged over. Hongzhua was instantly sent flying by this energy as he landed on a wall by the side. "You?" Hongzhua's face turned red upon realizing that Mo Wuji was much stronger than him. Moreover, it felt as though the opponent didn't even regard him, one of the 12 God Emperors in the past, highly at all. Mo Wuji walked towards Hongzhou while Hongzhou took a few steps backwards. Following which, he seemed to have thought of something as he quickly kept his heaven measuring rod in his own world. Even if Mo Wuji were to kill him, Mo Wuji wouldn't be able to obtain his heaven measuring rod. Hongzhou completely ignored the fact that he would be even more helpless against Mo Wuji after keeping his heaven measuring rod. Whether he had the heaven measuring rod or not, he knew he wouldn't be a match for Mo Wuji. Therefore, he would rather this battle be more direct. Mo Wuji was also slightly shocked. He didn't think that there would still be such a person who would keep his magic treasure upon realizing that he wasn't a match for his opponent. Tell me, where is the transfer array gate to leave this place? Mo Wuji didn't continue to attack as he asked calmly. Hongzhou extended his arm to pat on an array rune on the wall. Following that, a transfer array gate appeared outside the hall. Hongzhou pointed to that array gate before saying, "You can leave from that transfer array gate." Mo Wuji nodded his head before asking again, "What do you want from this place that you're trying to open?" Hongzhou shook his head, "I can tell you if you swear not to attack me and touch that item." Mo Wuji chuckled, "Do you really think you're worthy enough to make me swear?" After saying that, Mo Wuji turned back to look at Shi Nianma. "Nianma, you head out first. I'm going to destroy this place." "No, you cannot do that. This is a world domain node and only this girl's blood sacrifice can open up this place. If you try to destroy this place forcefully, everything will cease to exist." Hongzhou hurried to warn Mo Wuji. He was truly worried that Mo Wuji would go crazy and destroy this place. Mo Wuji stared coldly at Hongzhou. When he realized that Hongzhou looked like he was having goosebumps, he continued, "If I don't destroy this place, will you attack my friend again after a period of time? If I'm not going to destroy this place, I have to kill you." The reason why Mo Wuji hadn't killed Hongzhou was because Mo Wuji didn't see any fear of death in Hongzhou's eyes. It was indeed possible for a god emperor to not fear death. However, Mo Wuji believed that Hongzhou had a method to escape. His void array runes were not omnipotent. Hongzhou spent so many years here, so he would have analyzed every corner of this place very thoroughly. With his current strength, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to defeat Hongzhou. In fact, he could even destroy his fleshly body easily. However, he was not confident of completely destroying Hongzhou's soul. Since he couldn't kill Hongzhou cleanly, there was no need for him to continue attacking. Hongzhou was temporarily speechless because he did have this plan in mind. Looking at how strong Mo Wuji was, defeating him should be easy. However, it should be impossible for Mo Wuji to kill him, at least not in this place. He had managed this place for countless years, so even if Mo Wuji's cultivation level was higher than his, he could forget about killing him. In fact, it should even be quite difficult for him to destroy his fleshly body. As long as he could escape, he would definitely bring back a blood descendant of the Shi clan one day. "Dao friend, you should know whose historical ruins is this, right?" Hongzhou spoke again. "I don't know and I don't want to know." Mo Wuji shook his hand as he replied casually. Hongzhou knew that Mo Wuji was interested, so he continued, "This place was set up by Wu Liang many years ago. It was a pity that I came one step too late. When I got here, someone already used their blood essence to seal up this place. That fellow was clueless because he thought that he sealed up the soil of breath. In actual fact, he sealed up the world left behind by Wu Liang. Unless we could find the descendant of that person, we will never be able to open up this place. Fortunately, Shi Qian, that idiot, found this place. I cracked my brain to let him see the soil of breath. Because he wanted to obtain the soil of breath, he will go on to help me find the descendant of the cultivator who sealed this place." "Who is Wu Liang?" Mo Wuji inquired. Hongzhou knew that Mo Wuji wouldn't know who Wu Liang was, so he continued to explain, "Wu Liang has an incredible origin, but it doesn't matter if you don't know who he is. You saw the rod that I used earlier, right?" Mo Wuji nodded. "Yes, I saw that. That is a powerful rod." Hongzhou replied, yes, that is the heaven measuring rod. However, it wasn't the heaven measuring rod to begin with. It was a heaven measuring tree root. The heaven measuring rod is merely a rhizome of the heaven measuring tree root. Upon hearing this, Mo Wuji took in a deep breath of cold air. A mere rhizome of a tree root could be so powerful? How terrifying would the tree root itself be? Nianma, open your heart and soul. I'll send you into my world because I want to destroy this place. Having said that, Mo Wuji took out a page of the Book of Luo to protect the transfer array gate. Initially, Mo Wuji wanted to let Shi Nianma head out alone first. Now, he changed his mind because who knew if the transfer array gate pointed out by Heng Zhuo could be trusted? Book of Luo? Heng Zhuo noticed Mo Wuji's Book of Luo as he cried out. Who was this fella? Why does he have so many good items on him? Alright, Shi Nianma showed no signs of hesitation as she was sent right into Mo Wuji's world. Heng Zhuo didn't mind the fact that Mo Wuji could send Shi Nianma into his world. There were too many of such worlds which could contain people in it. What he was shocked was how Mo Wuji could casually take out a page of the Book of Luo to protect the transfer array gate. Mo Wuji chuckled at Heng Zhuo after sending Shi Nianma into his world. It seems like you are really not afraid of me, right? To think that you still dare to stay and not leave. Heng Zhuo refuted, how do I leave? How can I leave with your array runes locking up the area here? Mo Wuji couldn't be bothered with Heng Zhuo because why would Mo Wuji believe him? He was convinced that Heng Zhuo could leave if he really wanted to. Heng Zhuo sighed as he noticed that Mo Wuji was really going to act now. He was certain that Mo Wuji would not be able to destroy this hall. His only worry was that Mo Wuji would destroy the blood sacrifice array. He didn't want to lose that array because, in the future, he would be bringing Shi Nianma in. After sending Shi Nianma into his world and protecting the transfer array gate, Mo Wuji took a step forward before raising his hand. Vast energy of destruction surged over. It felt as though everything in the way of the energy of destruction would be entirely destroyed. The laws of heaven and earth started to mess up and the space started trembling violently. Under such terrifying energy, everything must be destroyed. Heng Zhuo looked blankly at the ever-changing space and increasingly powerful energy of destruction. He started muttering to himself, Great art of destruction, this is the great art of destruction. After sensing the great art of destruction, Heng Zhuo was truly terrified now. He instantly took out his heaven measuring rod to protect his front while circulating his energy wildly. Initially, he wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to leave. He thought that even if Mo Wuji were to give it his best shot, he would at most destroy the blood sacrifice array runes. Now that Mo Wuji executed his great art of destruction, not leaving would be a devastating mistake. Just as Heng Zhuo used his heaven measuring rod to protect himself, he darted towards the transfer array gate. It was then when he remembered that Mo Wuji used the Book of Luo to guard that transfer array gate. All Heng Zhuo could do was to curse loudly as he stood near the transfer array gate. He was certain that no matter how crazy Mo Wuji got, he wouldn't dare to destroy this transfer array gate. He was confident he wouldn't be in danger as long as he stood near this gate. Additionally, Heng Zhuo wasn't out of his mind to attempt to steal Mo Wuji's Book of Luo. He no longer dared to offend Mo Wuji in any way looking at how frightening Mo Wuji was. Boom! 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 After the great art of destruction was ignited, the terrifying energy of destruction could be felt. The hall started tearing apart as every law and every object started to disappear within this sacred art. A perfect world appeared in front of both Mo Wuji and Heng Zhuo. They saw countless of colorful supreme treasures breaking apart. All of these treasures containing endless Tao aura of the heavens started to disappear one after the other. Heng Zhuo could feel his heart bleeding at this point in time. All these treasures were all destroyed in the hands of this madman. Even after these, he didn't dare to blame Mo Wuji openly. He was afraid that he would disappear along with these treasures if he were to offend Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji was also dumbfounded because he didn't expect this hall to be the entrance to a world. His great art of destruction actually destroyed such a big world with so many treasures. The number of treasures inside this world was something even his mortal world couldn't compare to. However, that heartache only lasted for a while. He was naturally not going to sacrifice Xinyanma to open up this place. Since he wasn't going to sacrifice Xinyanma, the only other way was to destroy this place with his great art of destruction. A white tree root appeared among all the colorful treasures. A powerful and familiar Dao aura could be felt by both Hongzhuo and Mo Wuji as both of them recognized it to the heaven measuring tree root. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1168, Down and Out Green-Robed Sage Nun. Chapter 1168, Down and Out Green-Robed Sage Nun. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. As the great art of destruction was executed, even Mo Wuji didn't wish to enter that area of destruction. In a space with many torn laws, who knew where he would be swept to once he entered it? It would still be fine if the time plate could locate his position. However, if the time plate couldn't do so, he would be wandering around the void for countless years. Mo Wuji wouldn't mind wandering in the void for countless years if he was alone with no responsibility. This was because he could still cultivate anywhere he went. However, he had a pile of matters waiting on hand for him to handle. Even the sage Tianhen's calamity alone was enough reason for him not to leave Godworld. With such an unreasonable sage like Tianhen around, exterminating a sect or even the entire God domain shouldn't be a problem for him. However, the heaven measuring tree root was simply too powerful. Even Mo Wuji couldn't control his urge to obtain it. Mo Wuji's spiritual will from his spirit storage channel just wrapped around the heaven measuring tree root. Before he could execute his earth-shrinking sacred art to get hold of the heaven measuring tree root, Hongzhuo had already darted over. He was different from Mo Wuji. Even if Hongzhuo were to be swept into the endless void because of the torn laws, he wouldn't want to give up on the heaven measuring tree root. Mo Wuji only extended his spiritual will while Hongzhuo was already physically on the move. It wouldn't be difficult if Mo Wuji wanted to ambush Hongzhuo now. All he needed to do was to send a few spiritual arrows and Hongzhuo would definitely be severely injured. However, he wouldn't be able to obtain the heaven measuring tree root in such a scenario. After a slight hesitation, Mo Wuji decided to give up on the heaven measuring tree root and his ambush on Hongzhuo. Mo Wuji didn't wish to harm others with no actual benefits to himself. When Hongzhuo was swept into the spatial tear, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was already prepared for a situation where Mo Wuji chose to ambush him. The moment Mo Wuji ambushed him, he would not hesitate to destroy the transfer array gate which Mo Wuji was going to leave through. Since Mo Wuji didn't ambush him, he would naturally not destroy the transfer array. As the great art of destruction sent Hongzhuo away, the area of destruction grew closer to Mo Wuji. At this moment, Mo Wuji was already keeping his book of Luo as he stepped into the transfer array gate. Just as Mo Wuji landed back at the stone forest, the Dao aura of the transfer array gate in the stone forest disappeared gradually. This signified that the transfer array gate he went through was already destroyed by the great art of destruction. Mo Wuji brought Nyanma out from his world before questioning, "Nyanma, what are your plans now?" Mo Wuji was planning to bring Nyanma back to his mortal sect if she answered that she had no further plans. As compared to previously, Nyanma seemed to be more relaxed now. She bowed towards Mo Wuji before answering, "Big brother Mo, I've been cultivating madly over the years just so I could avenge my clan. Now that I've avenged them, it feels like a heavy rock is off my shoulders now. Back then, my father poured his heart and soul out for the lightning sword manor. Therefore, I want to head back to rebuild my lightning sword manor. Perhaps, there are still some survivors of my Shi clan." At this moment, Nyanma was certain that the past few years hadn't been easy for Mo Wuji. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten so powerful to such an extent. Mo Wuji wouldn't interfere with Shi Nianma's plans, so he handed her a storage ring. "Thank you for helping me find the soil of breath. The soil of breath is extremely important to me. The items in the storage ring will aid your re-establishment of lightning sword manner. I've also established a sect near the Nirvana Ocean of Extinction called the Mortal Sect. Feel free to find me at my sect if you run into any troubles in the future." After sending Shi Nianma off, Mo Wuji took out his time plate. He was planning to head to the God Burial Valley to look for the place where Shuyin and Chuyu left from. Years ago, he heard from Yishang that Shuyin and Chuyu left using a white paramitha flower. He had a red paramitha flower on him, and whether or not he was able to use it to find the location of Shuyin and Chuyu, he needed to head back to take a look. The time plate traversed the void using time laws. In just a single day, Mo Wuji landed back at the God Burial Valley. The first time he was here, his cultivation level was too low. Hence, he was strongly oppressed in this area. Today, he was standing here with a quasi-sage cultivation level. That oppressive energy was no longer able to affect him. Presently, Mo Wuji himself was a world with his own laws. No other space or environment could affect his existence. Mo Wuji's spiritual will sensed that nobody else was around. Previously, his experience got him out of the hands of the green-robed sage nun. Today, Mo Wuji believed that even if he couldn't defeat her, he probably wouldn't find it as difficult to escape. Mo Wuji also wondered how Yishang, who treated him as Lu Xing, was doing now. Very soon, Mo Wuji tossed these thoughts away. He took out the paramitha flower and looked at it intently. He was trying to sense the location of the white paramitha flower many years ago. To Mo Wuji's disappointment, he couldn't sense any energy. As long as Mo Wuji couldn't sense the energy, he wouldn't be able to find out where Shuyin and Chuyu went. The bottom of the God Burial Valley was cold and desolate. After walking with the paramitha flower in his hands, Mo Wuji was still unable to find any traces of energy. Days later, Mo Wuji's spiritual will found the transfer array gate which would lead towards the land of resting gods. Waves of Dao aura were circulating around the transfer array gate, and to Mo Wuji's surprise, he didn't see green-robed sage nun or Yishang. Could green-robed sage nun be the one who opened up this gate? Otherwise, where else could she be? Mo Wuji was aware that green-robed sage nun wouldn't be in God World. If she was in God World, she would have gone to find trouble with Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji landed right in front of the array gate. He observed the gate carefully but was still unable to discern if green-robed sage nun already entered the land of resting gods. Since he was here, he decided he should settle some scores with the fake sage, Min Yuan of the land of resting gods. As long as Min Yuan didn't become a sage, Mo Wuji wouldn't be afraid of him. Just as Mo Wuji drew out his half-moon-weighted halberd, he seemed to detect a very slight trace of tremble in the laws around this area. He subconsciously stopped himself from doing anything. Just as he was about to extend his spiritual will, he heard a faint voice, "Dao friend Lu Xing. A primordial spirit with an incomplete soul?" A doubtful Mo Wuji looked at this primordial spirit. Very soon, he could sense that it was a familiar primordial spirit. "Your green-robed sage nun?" Mo Wuji finally recognized this faint primordial spirit. The primordial spirit trembled, and this time, she didn't use her voice. She used her will to communicate with Mo Wuji instead. "Yes, I am green-robed sage nun. I am sorry for thinking that you're Lu Xing. I only realized that you're not Lu Xing now." Mo Wuji didn't mind about this misunderstanding. Green-robed sage nun was someone who Mo Wuji feared the most. Who was capable of getting rid of green-robed sage nun and even leave a tiny bit of her primordial spirit here? If the opponent could get rid of green-robed sage nun so casually, wouldn't he be courting death by coming here while only being in the quasi-sage stage? At the thought of this, Mo Wuji's heart sunk. He started to desperately look for retreat route. Even though green-robed sage nun was extremely strong, Mo Wuji was aware that she wasn't particularly scheming. Otherwise, Mo Wuji would have never been able to get away from her. Now that someone much stronger than Green-Robed Sage Nun was here, how could he not worry? Green-Robed Sage Nun continued using her will to communicate as she sighed, I am the same as you. You were assassinated by the woman you love while you were experimenting. I was assassinated by the disciple I rescued. How did you know about all these? Mo Wuji was in shock as his spiritual will enveloped Green-Robed Sage Nun. Green-Robed Sage Nun was indeed a sage previously. However, Mo Wuji could kill her easily with a blow of his breath now. Dao friend, please extend a helping hand. Red Lotus will not forget your kindness. Green-Robed Sage Nun's weak primordial spirit bowed. Mo Wuji furrowed his brows before throwing out a peak-grade creation-level god spiritual vein. Afterwards, he threw a lump of breath of Hongmeng to Green-Robed Sage Nun, hurry up and recover. I am in a rush. If it was any other cultivator, he wouldn't have bothered about the life or death of Green-Robed Sage Nun. He would have used his energy to oppress Green-Robed Sage Nun to force her to admit how she knew about this. Mo Wuji was from Earth, so he really wasn't able to do such things. Ah! Green-Robed Sage Nun stared blankly at the god spiritual vein thrown out by Mo Wuji. Following which, she stared shockingly at the lump of breath of Hongmeng. What was going on? She was already prepared for Mo Wuji to force her to speak. She was prepared to tell Mo Wuji how she knew about it in the shortest possible time. After that, she would plead with Mo Wuji to help her condense her fleshly body. However, Mo Wuji didn't even ask her anything else. In fact, he even gave a god spiritual vein. Hold on, this seemed to be a creation-level god spiritual vein? Green-Robed Sage Nun looked back at the purple energy again. Breath of Hongmeng? Green-Robed Sage Nun took in a breath of cold air. The creation-level god spiritual vein and breath of Hongmeng were two extremely important items to her. Mo Wuji actually threw them out so casually. Not to mention how wealthy Mo Wuji was, Green-Robed Sage Nun had never seen anyone with such generosity. Many thanks, Dao friend. Green-Robed Sage Nun was so excited that she was already trembling. She held tightly to the lump of breath of Hongmeng as she landed right on the creation-level god spiritual vein. With a creation-level god spiritual vein and breath of Hongmeng, she could at least recover her cultivation level to God King stage. She would have a rather decent fleshly body if she could recover to that extent. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1169, Are you trying to blackmail me? Chapter 1169, Are you trying to blackmail me? Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. As a sage, Green-Robed Sage Nun's cultivation technique was truly very strong. All Mo Wuji could see was faint white fog condensing around the peak-grade god spiritual vein. After a short period of time, this white fog completely enveloped the Sage Nun's weak primordial spirit. The peak-grade god spiritual vein was also visibly dissolving into the ground rapidly. Mo Wuji started suspecting that this woman might be able to return to her full strength if Mo Wuji were to throw out hundreds of peak-grade god spiritual veins now. However, Mo Wuji didn't have a close relationship with Green-Robed Sage Nun. In fact, they even had some enmity between them. Therefore, Mo Wuji would naturally not waste any more peak-grade god spiritual veins on her. Presently, all Mo Wuji wanted to know was how this woman knew about his past life. Also, he wanted to ask this woman for a favor. He wanted to know how he could use the Paramitha flower to find out where Shuyin and Shuyu went. If he needed help from somewhere else, he would naturally be willing to take out some items to help this woman recover. Moreover, the items he took out might be extremely precious to others, but it didn't mean much to him. While Green-Robed Sage Nun was cultivating, Mo Wuji didn't waste any time too. He took out multiple god spiritual veins and started cultivating. Mo Wuji would naturally make use of the time plate to cultivate. The time plate made use of the time laws around the area, which would make his rate of spiritual energy absorption much faster than green-robed sage nun. In just 1 year, the multiple god spiritual veins with Mo Wuji were turned into ashes. Mo Wuji advanced from quasi-sage level 1 to quasi-sage level 2. Mo Wuji's spiritual will sensed that green-robed sage nun's cultivation was about to be completed too. Even though green-robed sage nun's fleshly body was not perfect yet, it did look rather complete. Her cultivation level was also at the elementary god king stage. Just as Mo Wuji was about to keep his time plate, an immense energy swept over. This energy brought along terrifying killing intent and anger. It almost felt like it was going to swallow Mo Wuji. Green-robed sage nun was awoken by this frightening energy as she retreated frantically. When she finally landed on the ground, she was already wearing a green robe. As long as she could step into the worldly god stage, she would be able to retrieve the items in her world. When Xia Ruoyin assassinated her, she didn't actually destroy her world. If she didn't have Mo Wuji's help, it might take a few million years just for her to recover to the worldly god stage. After all, a diminishing primordial spirit like hers should never have the rights to obtain the breath of Hongmeng. Mo Wuji. A voice filled with anger could be heard as a gray figure charged towards Mo Wuji. Green-robed sage nun, who landed far away from Mo Wuji, saw the incoming person. She knew this person too, even though they usually didn't interact much. This person was called Ku Shinren, one of the 4 Dao Monarch. He was also known as Dao Monarch Darkness. Back then, he was reputable among all the experts with god thrones, and even sages wouldn't want to get into a feud with him. The reason was very simple, and that was because he owned a supreme treasure of fortune, the time plate. What did Mo Wuji, her life savior, do to offend this Dao Monarch Darkness? Dao Monarch Darkness appeared so infuriated as though Mo Wuji murdered his entire family. At the thought of how terrifying Dao Monarch Darkness was, green-robed sage nun was even thinking of escaping with her forbidden technique. If she was at her full strength, Dao Monarch Darkness was simply insignificant. However, she was at the weakest now without a perfect fleshly body. Moreover, she was only at the elementary god king stage. Green-robed sage nun suddenly recalled her gratitude towards Mo Wuji. She was one of the 8 sages, indifferent to life or death of others. However, it was impossible for her to be indifferent towards gratitude. If she were to be this apathetic, what was the difference between herself and Xia Ruoyin? Sage nun? Dao Monarch Darkness suddenly noticed the calm-looking green-robed sage nun standing far behind Mo Wuji. He was inwardly shocked as he hurried to stop his own actions. He could disregard Mo Wuji, but certainly not green-robed sage nun. She was a true sage. Following which, Dao Monarch Darkness had a bad feeling. Could Mo Wuji be controlled by green-robed sage nun, and that his time plate was no longer on Mo Wuji? If the time plate was with Mo Wuji, he would still have a trace of hope to get it back. If the time plate was with green-robed sage nun, Dao Monarch Darkness heart sunk completely. Dao Monarch Darkness. Green-robed sage nun nodded her head calmly. While her strength had dropped to a mere god king, she was still a sage not too long ago. Additionally, her god throne didn't fall like the rest of the people during the cataclysm. Her god throne was still around. Dao Monarch Darkness would never have expected green-robed sage nun's cultivation level to fall so drastically. While he could use his spiritual will to check on sage nun's cultivation level, he didn't have the guts to do so. Sage nun, Mo Wuji borrowed my time plate and has yet to return to me. I've come to get it back forcefully, and I plead that sage nun will stand for justice. Dao Monarch Darkness was trying to test the words of green-robed sage nun. Because Mo Wuji was with green-robed sage nun, Dao Monarch Darkness didn't think that Mo Wuji could conceal the time plate from her. Therefore, he opened up about the topic immediately. If green-robed sage nun asked him to leave, he would have to leave obediently. If green-robed sage nun chose not to bother about this matter, he would then be able to bring Mo Wuji away. Green-robed sage nun replied faintly, I've heard that the time plate is a supreme treasure of fortune and it might even be comparable to my main body. You will be willing to lend such a treasure out? Tao Monarch Darkness sighed. I did lend it to him. He was brought to me by an old friend and even offered items which aroused my interest. Green-robed sage nun decided to stop talking as she even shut her eyes. She was going to wash her hands of this matter because it was beyond the control of her cultivation level. She was aware of Mo Wuji's cultivation level and knew that he was still too far away from being able to handle Tao Monarch Darkness. Seeing that green-robed sage nun seemed like she didn't want to intervene, Tao Monarch Darkness was inwardly pleased. Just as he was about to speak, Mo Wuji threw out a water crystal ball. Among all those with god thrones, it seems like only Tao Monarch Yellow River has some integrity. Have all your integrity been eaten by a dog? Oh, I am sorry. I shouldn't have insulted a dog because even a dog wouldn't want to eat such ** shit. Tao Monarch Yellow River? Why would Mo Wuji need Tao Monarch Yellow River? Just as Tao Monarch Darkness was still wondering, a video recording started playing from the crystal ball. The crystal ball clearly displayed the recording of his trade with Tao Monarch Darkness. In the recording, it was clear that Mo Wuji exchanged 10 creation-level god spiritual veins, the breath of Hongmeng and even an extreme ice heavenly bamboo for the time plate. It was clearly not alone. Green-robed sage nun saw everything and was sighing in her heart. When Tao Monarch Darkness mentioned that he lent out the time plate, she already knew that there was a problem. She knew people like Tao Monarch Darkness too well. Mo Wuji was right because people like him really had no integrity at all. Over the years, she always chose to stay in her own sage nun pool because she knew how everyone only cared about their own interests. She never participated in any feasts or banquets of any sort. Tao Monarch Darkness grunted coldly. Do you think you can fool us by altering the video recording? Die for me. As Tao Monarch Darkness spoke, he charged towards Mo Wuji and threw out a punch. He didn't feel the need to use any magic treasure to deal with Mo Wuji. He was well aware of Mo Wuji's strength from before. Even if Mo Wuji's strength multiplied many folds, he shouldn't be able to escape death from the hands of a quasi-sage like himself. Mo Wuji didn't even move as he sent out a punch from where he was standing. Domain Crushing Fist. Boom! An explosive god elemental energy was swept up as laws in the space started changing. The clash of the two fists caused explosions of Tao aura and destructions of laws. Tao Monarch Darkness could sense the tearing of his domain. Following that, the laws of his fist shattered. Tao Monarch Darkness was spooked out of his mind. A single fist destroyed the Tao aura and laws of his fist. This implied that Mo Wuji improved much more than he would ever expect. How could this be? Could he have been possessed? No, even if it was a possession, he wouldn't be able to execute such a perfect domain-crushing fist. Gotcha. The tearing of the laws in space could be clearly heard. This gotcha was not just from the tearing of the laws and disorder of the Tao aura. It was also from the cracking of Tao Monarch Darkness bones. A blood fog was formed at the back of Tao Monarch Darkness. Tao Monarch Darkness fell from the void like a broken kite. There was a fist-sized hole in the middle of his chest. The hole was filled with Tao aura and no matter what Tao Monarch Darkness did, he was unable to recover this hole. Green-robed sage nun looked dazedly at how severely injured Tao Monarch Darkness was. Her mouth was wide opened as she was completely lost. How could the most mysterious Tao Monarch Darkness, someone even sages wouldn't want to offend, not get himself up after a single fist from this Mo Wuji? This seemed all too abnormal. Tao Monarch Darkness was just as dumbfounded as he stared at Mo Wuji. How could Mo Wuji grow to be so powerful, so frightening? How long has it been? This seemed to be an impossible feat even if he were to use his time plate and piles of creation-level god spiritual veins. Breaking through realms was sometimes not guaranteed even with ample of resources. Mo Wuji walked slowly towards Tao Monarch Darkness as he stepped on his face. Do you really think that highly of yourself? To think that you dare to lie with no guilty conscience? Are you trying to blackmail me? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1170, You Have Guts. Chapter 1170, You Have Guts. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Under Mo Wuji's powerful step, Tao Monarch Darkness subconsciously answered, yes, yes. After hiding in the land of resting gods for countless years, a great half of his lofty ambitions and aspirations were no longer with him. Besides the same anger he had in him, Tao Monarch Darkness was no longer the same person as before. Mo Wuji laughed sarcastically. A person called Feng Shiyu and one of your four great Tao Monarch Golden Pool combined hands in an attempt to deal with me. Both of them were in the late quasi-sage stage and I've killed them both. You are merely in the quasi-sage level 6 yet you dare to act so arrogantly in front of me? I must say that you really have the guts. On the accord of an old friend, I shall give you a chance to choose. Tell me if you want to die or live. Feng Shiyu? Tao Monarch Golden Pool? When Tao Monarch Darkness heard these two names, his heart sunk to the deepest. Tao Monarch Golden Pool was also one of the four Tao Monarchs. While he didn't fear Tao Monarch Golden Pool, she was still the strongest Tao Monarch among them. Feng Shiyu's origin was even more impressive. He was rumored to be the #1 expert under the Sage stage. Even though this was only rumored within the Cosmos Myriad Gods doc, it showed how strong he actually was. Both of them were killed by Mo Wuji and he actually dared to look for Mo Wuji to ask for his items back. This was even before he fully recovered his cultivation level. Wasn't he simply looking for death? Tao Monarch Darkness started to feel a great sense of desperation. If he knew that even the combined attack of Feng Shiyu and Golden Pool wasn't enough against Mo Wuji, he would never have come. What chance? Tao Monarch Darkness might be asking Mo Wuji, but he didn't harbor many hopes. Mo Wuji replied faintly, I heard that you came from the dark world? You should have some roots of the dark tree, right? Give me some because I've been analyzing a bit of the dark laws recently. I do want to see if I can nurture a few dark trees. Hearing the words of Mo Wuji, Tao Monarch Darkness started looking down on Mo Wuji. How could someone call the darkwood, dark tree? Where exactly did this fella come from? Did he really think the roots of the dark tree were something he could ask for so casually, like from a market? Moreover, could anyone even nurture or grow something like the dark tree roots? Tao friend Mo, the darkwood is the most supreme treasure of the dark world. Within the entire universe, there is only one of it. After this darkwood has been destroyed, there is no longer another darkwood. Even if you were to kill me now, I wouldn't be able to take out a darkwood for you. And even if I did have the darkwood, it is impossible to grow it. Tao Monarch Darkness spoke in a dejected tone. He seemed to have resigned from his fate. Mo Wuji furrowed his brows before saying, You are a Tao Monarch yet you're so poor. How about this? Open up your world for me to take a look at what you have. Tao Monarch Darkness only hesitated for a while before opening his world. He had no choice but to accept his destiny if Mo Wuji chose to kill him after looking at his world. As long as he had a trace of hope to live, he really didn't wish to die. Mo Wuji's spiritual will scan through Tao Monarch Darkness' entire world. With a sweep of his hand, a large pile of peak-grade resources with dark attributes were brought away by Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji's eyes landed very quickly on an old-looking gold. The words carved onto the ancient gold was exactly what he wanted the most. It was the introduction of the darkwood, unique characteristics as well as the environment suitable for the darkwood to survive. The reason why he chose to let Tao Monarch Darkness off was indeed because of Kukai. More importantly, it was also because he wanted to know more about the resources needed to bring back life to the darkwood. If he were to ask Tao Monarch Darkness directly, Tao Monarch Darkness might suspect that he had some fragments of the darkwood. If Tao Monarch Darkness suspected this, he would definitely not let go of that ancient gold. With that item on hand, Mo Wuji grunted, "You can leave now and remember not to offend me again. If you do, I wouldn't let you off even if my friend pleaded for you, but you're really letting me go?" As soon as Mo Wuji let go of his feet, Dao Monarch Darkness stared at Mo Wuji in confusion. In all honesty, he would definitely let Mo Wuji off if they were to swap sides. For example, if he were to bring Mo Wuji away today, death was the only outcome for Mo Wuji. Dao Monarch Darkness really didn't believe that Mo Wuji would let him off on the behalf of a friend. He didn't have any friends who were close to Mo Wuji. Therefore, he started to suspect if Mo Wuji had any ulterior motives. Mo Wuji didn't like Dao Monarch Darkness, so he replied furiously, "If you choose not to leave now, you can forget about leaving ever again." After noticing how angry Mo Wuji got, why would Dao Monarch Darkness choose to extend his stay here? With a clasp of the fist, his body flashed and he disappeared without a trace. "How did your cultivation level grow so rapidly?" After Dao Monarch Darkness left, green-robed Sage Nun was still staring dazedly at Mo Wuji. She asked in disbelief as though she was muttering to herself. When she first saw Mo Wuji, he was merely an ant in the God King stage. However, what was his cultivation level now? He could actually oppress Dao Monarch Darkness without even breaking a sweat. In the eyes of green-robed Sage Nun, Dao Monarch Darkness should have recovered at least 80% of his strength. It seemed like even 80% of Dao Monarch Darkness' strength was not enough against Mo Wuji. She suddenly understood why Mo Wuji would come back here again. This was because he no longer feared her, or rather, her in her sage stage. If she was back in her sage stage, Mo Wuji might not be able to defeat her but was most definitely able to escape from her. Immediately after this, green-robed Sage Nun thought of Xia Ruoyin and her heart started beating rapidly. With Mo Wuji's current strength, he would definitely be more than capable of restraining Xia Ruoyin. "This shouldn't be of your concern. I've helped you once, you got to help me with 2 issues. Naturally, all you have to do is to answer 2 of my questions," Mo Wuji said with no signs of fear. Sage Nun straightened her back as she asked, "Dao friend Mo, please ask and I promise to be frank, but..." Even if she used to be a sage, she was currently nothing more than an ant in front of Mo Wuji. Moreover, Mo Wuji really did save her life. If Mo Wuji hadn't done what he did, she would probably not live for much longer. Additionally, what else could she not say at this point in time? Mo Wuji nodded his head. "Firstly, are you able to tell me the location of the white Paramitha flower beneath the God Burial Valley? Also, will you be able to find the location of the 2 girls who left through the Paramitha flower? How can we find them?" The moment Mo Wuji asked this question, green-robed Sage Nun knew that Mo Wuji was definitely related to the 2 girls who left through the Paramitha flower. She instantly took out a water crystal ball for Mo Wuji. This was the recording I managed to retrieve from back then. I just marked out the specific location within the recording. However, it is going to be extremely difficult to look for the 2 girls with such minute clues. My guess is that they could have gone to the place where a few sages are currently residing at. Mo Wuji's heart was heavy because this was what he worried the most. Sin Shuyin and Shuyu facing sages. Ever since Sage Luo Su, none of the sages left a good impression on him. All those sages were existences who would sacrifice anything for their own Dao laws. In their eyes, the lives of billions wouldn't matter to them at all. Noticing the change in Mo Wuji's emotions, green-robed Sage Nun hurried to continue, "Dao friend Mo does not need to worry. If you've been to the God Throne World, you would know. The laws of the place with those sages might not be comparable to the God Throne World, but it will definitely not be smaller in size. In that world, there are countless existences without God thrones. The 2 girls' cultivation levels were not high, so as long as they conceal the Paramitha flower well, they wouldn't be in danger." "How do I get there?" Mo Wuji asked anxiously. Green-robed Sage Nun shook her head. "Even if I am still a sage, it will be extremely difficult for me to head over. I need to make use of my Red Lotus as well as my Sage Nun pool. As of now, I am incapable of returning. Similarly, they are also incapable of coming down here. Mo Wuji could sense that the green-robed sage nun wasn't lying to him. He continued to ask, "Then I am going to ask you my second question. How did you know that I was assassinated? I know that you were backstabbed by the woman you love." Green-robed sage nun's words were interrupted by Mo Wuji. "You are only right for the first part. I am indeed backstabbed by a woman. However, it wasn't a woman I love. Next time, please pay attention to your choice of words." Green-robed sage nun was inwardly respectful of Mo Wuji's confidence when he spoke. She could tell that Mo Wuji had walked out of that past and moved on. On the other hand, Xia Ruoyin was still unable to forget Mo Wuji's figure. She nodded. "Not only do I know that you were backstabbed by a woman, I even know her name is Xia Ruoyin." Mo Wuji stared right into the eyes of green-robed sage nun. He was wondering what kind of person was this sage nun, because how could she know of such details? "Are you going to ask me how I know of all these?" Green-robed sage nun replied calmly. Mo Wuji nodded in silence. Green-robed sage nun let out a breath before continuing, "Because Xia Ruoyin was also the one who plotted against me. And that woman was the disciple I rescued. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1171, The Two Paramitha Flowers. Chapter 1171, The Two Paramitha Flowers. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Xia Ruoyin? Mo Wuji stared at the green-robed sage nun with uncertainty. Could it really be such a coincidence? That's not right. Mo Wuji soon reacted. The Xia Ruoyin that the sage nun was talking about had to be the same one that backstabbed him. Otherwise, the sage nun definitely wouldn't know about such matters. Could she really be the reincarnation of an expert? Otherwise, how could she have come here from a mortal world? Mo Wuji inhaled a breath of cold air and spoke in a slow tone. The sage nun also went silent for some time. Then, she said, "I'm not sure whether she's the reincarnation of someone. However, I am sure that she is the woman that plotted against you." Mo Wuji soon came to a realization. He asked in shock, "You're saying that Xia Ruoyin is here?" The green-robed sage nun nodded. "That's right, she is indeed here. Moreover, she cultivates the mortal Tao, so she could enter the resting land of gods." As she said this, the sage nun paused, looked straight at Mo Wuji and asked, "I heard that you were the one that created the mortal Tao?" Mo Wuji said calmly, "That's right, I am the one that created the mortal Tao. She only obtained some medicinal liquids that are required for the mortal Tao to be cultivated. Moreover, the formula for that medicinal liquid isn't complete. Thus, her Tao couldn't be considered the mortal Tao. One doesn't necessarily need to cultivate the mortal Tao to enter the resting land of gods. That Tao monarch darkness that I let go not long ago didn't cultivate the mortal Tao. However, he was also able to escape from the resting land of gods. Although Xia Ruoyin obtained his incomplete drug formula and opened some meridians, Mo Wuji definitely didn't think that Xia Ruoyin cultivated the true mortal Tao. The reason why he could cultivate the mortal Tao was because he coincidentally managed to obtain the true immortal mortal technique after he opened his meridians. He opened 108 meridians, which was why he could change the immortal mortal technique into the true mortal Tao, into a Tao of his own. This was a Tao which went against the natural order. He didn't believe that Xia Ruoyin could achieve the same level as he did. What you said is right. Many people treat sages as irreplaceable symbols of the universe. But in reality, the sage is merely just a cultivation stage. There's nothing more than that. The sage nun achieved her Tao through her red lotus, so she possessed great knowledge. Mo Wuji clasped his fists and said, "Tao friend Green Robes, I still have another question to ask you." The sage nun said, "Tao friend Mo saved my life. If there's any question that you have, feel free to ask." Also, my true body is a red lotus, so you can directly address me as Red Lotus. Alright, Dao friend Red Lotus. You said that you were the one that saved Xiaoruoyin. Where did you save her? Mo Wuji really wanted to know how Xiaoruoyin managed to walk on the path of cultivation. The sage nun replied, with my character, I don't like battles of wits and schemes. That is why I don't like to interact the other sages. I would spend most of my time in my sage nun pool. Occasionally, I would leave the sage nun pool and explore this vast universe. Once, I visited the underworld. In the underworld, I met Xiaoruoyin, who had just died. When I saw the helpless and blank expression on her face, I was reminded of my past self. Back then, my brain buzzed and I decided to go against the rules of the underworld and brought her away. Back then, she didn't seem to have any cultivation and her soul was incredibly weak. Thus, I was easily able to help her recover her fleshly body. Well, you should be able to guess what happened next. I brought her to the sage nun pool and she ultimately betrayed me. Mo Wuji replied, I understand. You can go now. The sage nun didn't immediately leave. Instead, she bowed to Mo Wuji and said, I know that you cultivate the mortal Tao and the mortal Tao will allow you to enter the resting land of gods. In this god burial cave, the only place left with treasures is the resting land of gods. I hope that you can bring me into the resting land of gods so that I can find an opportunity to recover my powers. Mo Wuji said indifferently, bringing you into the resting land of gods is as easy as lifting a hand. However, if you encounter that woman with your cultivation, I'm afraid that only death will await you. The green-robed sage nun said calmly, even if she is waiting for me in the resting land of gods, I still have to go. To me, if I don't recover my cultivation, then would there be any difference whether I'm dead or alive? Alright, I can bring you in. You will need to wait here for me for a period of time. I need to take a look at the location of the Paramitha flower. Mo Wuji agreed to the sage nun's request. It wasn't a difficult thing for him to do. I can follow you. The sage nun did not hesitate to say. The place where the white Paramitha flower was located was a smooth white stone mountain. It wasn't very far from the entrance to the resting land of gods. As Mo Wuji moved towards the summit of this white stone mountain with the sage nun, he was wondering how a flower could grow at the top of such a mountain. This entire area was made of white stone, there wasn't even a single plot of soil. A white flower grew at the summit of this white mountain. If you were careless, you might miss it. This is the place. When I arrived, this white Paramitha flower already brought those two girls into the void. When she finished speaking, the sage nun brought out a huge red flower. This red flower had already been sealed. Mo Wuji could still sense a majestic aura and clear laws from this flower. If this flower didn't lose one of its petals, it would definitely be more majestic. This is the red Paramitha flower from Nirvana Learning Academy? Mo Wuji only needed a single glance to recognize this red flower. As he was speaking, he brought out his petal fragments. These fragments definitely came from this red Paramitha flower. When the sage nun saw Mo Wuji bring out the red petal fragments, she handed the Paramitha flower to Mo Wuji and said, That's right, this is that flower. I'm giving it to you. Ah! Mo Wuji looked at this Paramitha flower in astonishment. He didn't expect that the sage nun would be so generous. Even sages wouldn't be willing to give this flower away, right? The sage nun was actually giving it to him? You saved my life and I know that this flower is extremely important to you. Thus, I'm giving it to you. The sage nun said calmly. Even though this flower was very valuable, it wasn't of much use to her now. This time, Mo Wuji didn't reject it. He accepted the Paramitha flower and said, Dao friend Red Lotus, this flower is truly too important to me. With it, I will be able to find my friends. Since Dao friend Red Lotus is offering it, then I accept it. Mo Wuji's impression of the sage nun really changed. This woman might not place the lives of others in her eyes, but she placed great importance on favors and gratitude. Because she felt gratitude towards Mo Wuji, she gave him such a precious treasure. He could not help but acknowledge that this was an extremely generous act. After keeping the Paramitha flower, Mo Wuji brought out approximately 300 god spiritual veins and built a huge spirit gathering array. At the same time, he retrieved his time plate. He also brought out some breath of Hong Meng and handed it to the sage nun. Dao friend Red Lotus, I don't have many treasures besides these cultivation resources. I intend to cultivate here for a period of time. If Dao friend doesn't mind, you can cultivate with me. The sage nun stared at the hundreds of creation god spiritual veins and the breath of Hong Meng floating in front of her. She was beyond agitated. It was true that the Paramitha flower was one of the most valuable treasures in this universe. But to her, these cultivation resources were what she needed the most. Moreover, there was even the time plate. What else could be better? Thank you, thank you. The green-robed sage nun thanked continuously. She was so excited that even her eyes had turned red. Indeed, you needed to give to have returns. With a single god spiritual vein and a small clump of breath of Hong Meng was already enough to allow her to recover to the early god king stage. With this huge clump of breath of Hong Meng and these hundreds of creation god spiritual veins, it would definitely be more than enough for her. Moreover, there was a time plate here. It would allow her to raise her cultivation in the shortest time possible. That Xia Ruoyan had eyes, but she was blind. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given up on such a great man. After thanking Mo Wuji repeatedly, the sage nun did not wait any further as she charged to a corner of the time plate and started cultivating. Mo Wuji was also incredibly emotional. To him, even if he had to offer 100 times of this, it still wouldn't be comparable to a complete, red Paramitha flower. He didn't know what other powers the Paramitha flower had. However, just the mere fact that it could help him find Sin Shuyin was enough for him to offer everything he had. When he saw the green-robed sage nun step on the time plate and cultivate, Mo Wuji brought out a gold sphere. He sat on this sphere and also started cultivating. The instant Mo Wuji brought out the gold sphere, the sage nun stared at it in disbelief. As a sage, how could she not know that the gold sphere was a planet's origin core? If it was the origin core of an ordinary planet, then she wouldn't have been so agitated. However, she was familiar with this particular core. It belonged to the past god throne world. It could be said that Mo Wuji had the best cultivation circumstances in the world with this origin core and the time plate. Being able to cultivate next to Mo Wuji also brought her immense benefits. After forcefully calming herself down, the sage nun started to furiously cultivate. Such an opportunity would not present itself twice. If she didn't grab this opportunity, then she didn't deserve to be a sage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1172, Re-entering the Resting Land of Gods. Chapter 1172, Re-entering the Resting Land of Gods. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The gold color from the planet origin core soon wrapped around Mo Wuji. Together with the spiritual energy from the creation spiritual veins, a milky white and gold spiritual whirlpool formed around Mo Wuji. Even the sage nun could clearly sense the laws within the planet core, and her cultivation speed rose rapidly. Mo Wuji was already used to this sort of cultivation environment. It was the sage nun, however, that had a new encounter with such a perfect cultivation environment. She was incomparably delighted, and she did not dare to relax as she started to cultivate furiously. This was already the 112th year that Mo Wuji and the sage nun entered secluded cultivation. During this entire time, the Whitestone Mountain was pitch silent and no one came to disturb them. At the same time, in a bamboo forest surrounded with deathly energy in the resting land of gods, a fatigued Kuan-Yin was stroking his disheveled hair as he muttered to himself, "There's no way I can get through the coming days. I don't even know where that bast asterisk RD Dao monarch darkness is hiding. Koan Yun, used to be a principal god, but I'm living like a mouse, hiding and snooping. Sigh. This bamboo forest was exactly the one that Dao monarch darkness used to hide in. The reason why Mo Wuji could find this place was because Koan Yun had given him the directions. Now, Koan Yun didn't have anywhere else to go, which was why he came here, hoping that Dao monarch darkness could shelter him. He had been searching for many years, but he was still unable to find Dao monarch darkness's whereabouts. After wandering around for half a day, Koan Yun muttered to himself again, that bast asterisk RD Mo Wuji, he's really not a true friend. I gave him 500 creation spiritual veins to help me. So many years have passed, but there's not a single news from him. Boom! An explosion sounded in the distance. It was as though his ass had caught on fire. Koan Yun immediately transformed into a gray light, and in an instant, he disappeared. He was truly like a bird that is startled by the twang of a bough. Any disturbance was enough to scare him into fleeing. Compared to that fake sage Min Yuan, he was more afraid of that demonic woman. If not for his Tao Tai Pot, he would have been killed by that woman many times over. However, hiding like this was not the solution. Others were furiously cultivating, but he wasn't. He had a huge pile of cultivation resources, but he still wasn't able to recover his cultivation. At times, he would wonder whether entering the resting land of gods was a mistake. At the very least, he should have waited till his cultivation reached the late quasi-sage stage before he came. That would be much better than hiding and lurking. Moreover, that Mo Wuji was nowhere to be found. Kakaka. The bones in his body continuously cracked as his elemental energy surged throughout his body. Mo Wuji's cultivation had entered quasi-sage level 4. At the same time, his fleshly body, which had not advanced in a long time, had stepped into the intermediate sage physique. Even though less than 200 years passed in the outside world, Mo Wuji had been cultivating in the time plate for more than 10,000 years. The planet origin core below his feet was now the size of a human fist. Mo Wuji stored his planet core and stood up. The god's spiritual veins in the area released cracking sounds, and soon, they turned into dust. After Mo Wuji stood up, the sage nun also woke up. At this moment, her body was so material that it seemed as though she had recovered her fleshly body. Her cultivation had also been restored to quasi-sage level 6. The main reason why, because it hadn't been long since she was backstabbed by Xiao Ruoyin. Thus, her laws were still extremely clear. If not for the fact that she lost her fleshly body, she might have even reached the great circle of the quasi-sage stage. Many thanks, Dao friend Mo. After the green-robed sage nun stood up, she bowed towards Mo Wuji sincerely. Mo Wuji's support was definitely a huge fortune for her. Mo Wuji waved his hand and said, I also want to thank you for giving the red paramitha flower to me. This is the thing that I need the most. I will be visiting the resting land of gods. I wonder whether Dao friend Red Lotus would like to follow me in. The reason why he wanted to enter the resting land of gods was because he was prepared to teach that fake sage Min Yuan a lesson. Of course, he also had intentions of obtaining some cultivation resources from Min Yuan. In addition, Mo Wuji wanted to find Koan Yun. Back when he received 500 creation god spiritual veins from Koan Yun, he promised to help Koan Yun with 2 tasks. Eventually, he only managed to help with one. Now that he had returned, he would help Koan Yun with the other one. As for finding Xiao Ruoyin, Mo Wuji no longer had the same determination that he had in the past. This was even though he knew that Xiao Ruoyin was in the resting land of gods. Previously, Mo Wuji wanted to find Xiao Ruoyin and ask her why she plotted against him. But now, that determination was gone. Ask her for a reason? Kiki, was there a use in asking a black-hearted person for a reason? As for being plotted against, he had been plotted against by far too many people. Dao Monarch Grand Desert, Mengyi, Mingyu. Xiao Ruoyin was nothing more than one of the many that betrayed him. In his eyes, she was simply a cultivator whose heart had turned black because of her own selfish gains. She was no different from the other fellas that betrayed him. The sage nun hesitated slightly before she shook her head. With my current cultivation, there is no longer any use in re-entering the resting land of gods. Currently, I need to restore my fleshly body, and the resting land of gods doesn't have any treasures that I need to do so. I want to leave this place. As she said this, the sage nun didn't continue any further. Her cultivation was limited and she had no means to leave this place. Ask Mo Wuji for help? Mo Wuji was going to enter the resting land of gods, so how could she ask him to help her? You don't intend to find that woman to take back your red lotus? Mo Wuji asked doubtfully. The sage nun's true body was a red lotus and it had been taken away by Xia Ruoyin. If she could take back her red lotus, then she wouldn't need any special treasures. The sage nun went silent for some time before she said, if I died, then Xia Ruoyin's red lotus will be the only red lotus in this heaven and earth. Thus, it would be a true supreme treasure of fortune. But I didn't die. After I recover my fleshly body, the Tao laws within that red lotus would return to me. The red lotus would be nothing more than a supreme smithing material. Of course, there's one other reason. Xia Ruoyin possesses a treasure called the reincarnation mirror. That's an impressive treasure. With Xia Ruoyin's thinking, she would have made use of it to reach the quasi-sage stage during this time. I don't have a fleshly body, so re-entering the resting land of gods would only be humiliating myself. Mo Wuji held his time plate and said to the sage nun, since that's the case, then Tao friend Red Lotus, I will give you a lift. I will send you to the God world, but I hope that you don't touch the roots of God world. Also, mortal sect is my sect, so I hope that you don't touch it. The green-robed sage nun had been hoping that Mo Wuji would send her off. Now that Mo Wuji had offered her a lift, she hurriedly bowed. Many thanks to Tao friend Mo for your help. Tao friend Mo can rest assured. I definitely wouldn't touch anything in God world. I will only pass through God world and leave. God world didn't have anything that she needed. Her true body was a red lotus, so she couldn't possess a person from God world. All right. Mo Wuji did not hesitate to allow the sage nun to enter his time plate. After which, he activated the time plate and sent the sage nun away. Few people could snatch away his time plate. The reason why Mo Wuji could snatch the time plate away from Tao Monarch Darkness was because he was one of the few that understand the details of the time plate. A more important reason was because Tao Monarch Darkness was too overconfident in his time plate. The time plate borrowed the laws of time to sail through space. In just a short amount of time, it was able to send the sage nun off and return back to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji kept his time plate, then sped towards the array gate of the resting land of gods. When he first came here, he needed to use his half-moon-weighted halberd to tear open this gate. But now, he was already in quasi-sage level 4. He didn't even need to use a weapon. With a wave of his hand, he tore a hole in this array gate and stepped in. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1173, Who Leveled Your Lair? Chapter 1173, Who Leveled Your Lair? Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji appeared within the resting land of gods. The murderous atmosphere here was still very strong. However, there weren't any signs of other people. Compared to the first time he came, the resting land of gods seemed much more desolate. Mo Wuji did not mind all this. Now, he only wanted to find that fake sage Min Yuan. Min Yuan was the #1 person within the resting land of gods. Although the people in the resting land of gods did not have to listen to him, he was still the person in control of this place. Min Yuan had as many cultivation resources as a cow had hair. Previously, he was hunted by that fake sage. Now that he had returned, Mo Wuji naturally wanted a compensation. Resting land of gods Min Yuan should be in the great circle of quasi-sage stage level 9, infinitesimally close to the level of sages. However, Mo Wuji did not put it to heart. Even if he was in quasi-sage level 1, he wouldn't need to fear Min Yuan. Moreover, he was already in quasi-sage level 4 and only a step away from level 5. During the first time that Mo Wuji came, Min Yuan stayed in a gold and brilliant mountain. There was a wide and gold path that led from the outside of the mountain towards the top. It gave the impression of loftiness and the need to worship. However, when Mo Wuji came again, he was slightly shocked at the change that occurred. The previously majestic mountain had lost its mountain top. The river that circumvented the mountain was ravaged and torn into pieces. As for that golden path, not even a trace of it could be seen. Even the defensive arrays around the mountain were gone. With a single step, Mo Wuji landed on the top of the mountain. This was the sage mountain that the great sage Min Yuan used to stay in. But now, there's no need to talk about that fake sage. There wasn't a single soul around. In his helplessness, Mo Wuji could only send Koan Yun a message and descend the mountain. If he truly couldn't find Min Yuan and Koan Yun, then he could only leave. The resting land of gods was huge and vast. Mo Wuji did not wish to waste much time here. He still had some creation spiritual veins on him. Although they wouldn't be enough for him to reach the great circle of the quasi-sage stage, they should allow him to reach quasi-sage level 7. Mo Wuji still didn't know whether being at quasi-sage level 7 would allow him to defeat a sage. However, he knew that there was still a disparity between quasi-sage level 4 and sage Luo Su. Koan Yun, do you think that you can live freely? Just as Koan Yun caught his breath after charging into the depths of the withered bamboo forest, a hoarse voice suddenly came over. Great sage. Koan Yun's face was slightly pale as he stared at the man in front of him. This man was short, but he wore a tall, gold crown. Behind this man, there were two Unity God cultivators that had barely reconstructed fleshly bodies. The short man with the tall crown laughed. Koan Yun, I didn't think that you would remember that I am a great sage. When you came to my sage mountain, I didn't punish you. I even gave you cultivation resources for you to recover your powers. However, your performance truly disappoints me. Great sage, you can't blame me for that. My relationship with that Mo Wuji is shallow. We were strangers that only met by chance. Koan Yun hurriedly and frightfully explained. Then tell me about his origins, the great sage said, without any emotions on his face. How could Koan Yun dare to antagonize Mo Wuji now? He was clearer than anyone else about Mo Wuji's might. Offending Mo Wuji was worse than offending this great sage. Answering the great sage, I met that Mo Wuji by chance while traveling through space. Back then, I was searching for the entrance to God Burial Valley when I met him. This person is incredibly strong and I wasn't a match for him. In the end, I was forced to enter here because of him. The great sage harumphed and interrupted Koan Yun's words. You are lying. You didn't meet that Mo Wuji while traveling through space, right? If you utter another lie, then don't blame me for extracting your soul and your primordial spirit. Don't think that I don't know that asking me to return your items was merely a facade. I know that your true treasures are hidden in a different corner of the resting land of gods. If I haven't been watching you closely and if that Mo Wuji was around, you would probably have gone there, right? When he heard this, Koan Yun broke out in cold sweat. He knew that if he dared to hide anything, he would die today. This vast *RD Min Yuan. His lair had been destroyed and he doesn't have the capability to take revenge, so he's releasing his anger on me, Koan Yun? Sai, who asked me to be the softest persimmon in this area, Mo Wuji, Mo Wuji. Don't blame this old brother for my lack of loyalty. I truly can't hide anything any further. This vast *RD Min Yun definitely intends to leave this place. Even though I know that he would burn your sect to the ground, I can only tell him the truth. Yes. Just as Koan Yun said these two words, the communication bead on his wrist flashed twice. Koan Yun celebrated wildly in his heart. He did not hesitate to send a message out. At the same time, he said, "Great Sage, that was a message from Mo Wuji. He was asking me about where I am. I have already sent him a message and he wouldn't need more than half a day to arrive. If the Great Sage hides by the side, you would be able to capture him." The Great Sage stared at Koan Yun and sneered, "I don't need you to tell me, Min Yuan, what to do." Restrain Koan Yun. When Koan Yun heard these words, his heart pounded heavily. He hurriedly whipped out his Tao Tai pot and said, "Great Sage, I did everything that you wanted. Why must you burn this bridge?" Staring at the Tao Tai pot floating above Koan Yun's head, a light flashed across Min Yuan's eyes. He harumphed coldly, "Do it." 10 figures charged out from the darkness. These 10 figures split into 2 waves. One wave went to prepare an ambush for Mo Wuji while the other wave charged towards Koan Yun. Boom! 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 Multiple attacks landed on Koan Yun. Although he had the protection from his Tao Tai pot, he was still struck from the elemental energy rebound. He coughed a mouthful of blood and his Tao laws started to turn messy. "Min Yuan, you old tortoise. Bast *RD. After Koan Yun barely managed to block another attack, he started to berate Min Yuan. Just as Mo Wuji was wondering whether he should leave, he suddenly received Koan Yun's message. "Old brother Mo, hurry and save this big brother. This big brother has been trapped by the old tortoise Min Yuan in Ku Shinran's bamboo forest. If you come late, this big brother would already be flying towards the underworld. If I die, you wouldn't be able to see that amazing treasure. If you can come in the shortest time possible, I will give you another 200 creation spiritual veins and serve you like a horse." Koan Yun didn't include the fact that Min Yuan had prepared an ambush. He was worried that if Mo Wuji knew, Mo Wuji wouldn't dare to come. As for serving Mo Wuji like a horse, Koan Yun didn't worry much about that statement. During his time with Mo Wuji, he developed an understanding towards Mo Wuji's character. He knew that Mo Wuji wasn't an evil person, but a reasonable one. Of course, the premise was that he had to speak to Mo Wuji with honesty. Mo Wuji didn't think much about it. He had come here to find that fake sage Min Yuan. Now that he knew that Min Yuan had trapped Koan Yun, he did not consider twice as he whipped out his time plate and charged towards the withered bamboo forest. How fast was the time plate? In a little over than 10 breaths of time, the time plate charged to the top of Koan Yun's pot. By the time that Mo Wuji arrived, those waiting to ambush Mo Wuji weren't even ready. "Koan Yun, you can keep that old tortoise shell," Mo Wuji said smilingly. He kept the time plate as he landed by Koan Yun's side. "You really managed to borrow Dao Monarch Darkness's time plate?" Koan Yun completely forgot that he was surrounded by Koan Yun's lackeys. He stared at Mo Wuji in disbelief. "What? Could it be that you were lying to me when you asked me to borrow the time plate?" Mo Wuji's face sank, he spoke with dissatisfaction. Koan Yun returned to his senses. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, "How is that possible? I didn't think that Dao Monarch Darkness would lend you this thing for so many years and not take it back." Mo Wuji snickered, "I used great treasures to trade for this. Why must this thing return back to him?" Yes. Koan Yun was currently a frightened little bird. He didn't dare to refute Mo Wuji's words. However, he still didn't believe Mo Wuji's words. Would Dao Monarch Darkness really give Mo Wuji the time plate? Kiki, don't try to scam him. Did Mo Wuji think that he, Koan Yun, was a fool that lived in a well? You are Mo Wuji? The great sage Min Yuan stared at Mo Wuji. The light in his eyes seemed capable of burning this bamboo forest. Koan Yun's Tao Tai pot was going to be his. Now, Mo Wuji had come and brought the time plate. This was the will of the heavens. It was destined that he, Min Yuan, was going to be the main character of the upcoming cataclysm. When Min Yuan was speaking, 20 people had already come and surrounded Mo Wuji and Koan Yun. They continuously threw array flags, worried that Mo Wuji would escape again. Mo Wuji did not hold back as he sent his spiritual will on the fake sage Min Yuan. He soon discovered that Min Yuan was still injured. "Why is this fake sage still injured, and why is your voice so hoarse?" "All right, I just went to your dirty lair." "Who leveled your lair?" Mo Wuji asked quizzically. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1174, Poverty Restricts One's Imagination. Chapter 1174, Poverty Restricts One's Imagination. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Brother Mo, don't care about him. If you have any escape methods, hurry and bring me away. I promise that I will not disappoint you. Koan Yun anxiously reacted. Seeing that Mo Wuji was still calmly speaking with Min Yuan, he hurriedly transmitted a message to Mo Wuji. Unfortunately, Min Yuan had already installed a voice transmission seal over this area. The moment Koan Yun sent that message, it was repeated out loud by the seal. Koan Yun awkwardly stroked his head and carefully walked to the back of Mo Wuji. He was truly afraid of this fake sage. Mo Wuji chuckled. "Koan Yun, did you betray me? Why were there 10 fellas waiting outside for me? I'm not going to be calculative with that. Yes, I can bring you away. However, when we arrive at your treasure trove, I will get first pick. Anything you say, you only need to bring me away." At this point, how could Koan Yun still care about his hidden treasures? Mo Wuji turned and looked at Min Yuan. "You still haven't answered my question. Who on earth could have attacked you? You are a sage after all, albeit a fake one. You truly have balls." Min Yuan laughed in anger. Immediately, he conjured an elemental hand which grabbed towards Mo Wuji. Previously, Mo Wuji was able to escape from him at his sage mountain. But if he allowed Mo Wuji to escape again, then he, Min Yuan, was truly useless. When Min Yuan made a move, the 20 unity gods also surrounded Mo Wuji, sealing off all paths of retreat. Looking at Min Yuan's overconfidence, Mo Wuji chuckled. This fella still thought that his cultivation was still the same. Mo Wuji didn't even retreat, he also conjured an elemental hand. When Min Yuan saw that Mo Wuji had actually used an elemental hand to deal with his own, he stared at Mo Wuji in disbelief. He had seen crazy people, but this was the first time he saw someone as crazy as Mo Wuji. Originally, he only intended to capture Mo Wuji. But now that he saw Mo Wuji behaving so crazily, Min Yuan could no longer act patiently. The Tao ripples within his elemental hand flowed and powerful laws burst forth from the elemental hand. He wanted to crush Mo Wuji's fleshly body into pieces. After which, he would force Mo Wuji's primordial spirit to explain where Mo Wuji actually got his balls from. Boom! Mo Wuji's elemental hand clashed against Min Yuan's elemental hand. Laws exploded messily and disintegrated. The spatial domain around them also started to collapse. Min Yuan immediately felt his body turning heavy and a powerful spatial force wrapped around him. Just as a flame of anger ignited in his heart, it was doused by a bucket of cold water. The laws that disintegrated were all his. Mo Wuji's laws were like a firm boulder. After they destroyed his laws, they went on to control the space around them. His anger instantly vanished and was replaced by a deep sense of fear. You? Just as Min Yuan uttered this single word, a horrifying finger shot towards his forehead. This heaven and earth could no longer tolerate him, Min Yuan. That finger, which seemed to encompass the vastness of the universe, stabbed towards his forehead. How could Min Yuan waste any time? He waved his hand and whipped out a golden blanket. Bang! Another violent explosion of laws and elemental energy burst forth. Min Yuan could only feel that his domain and laws were turned into juice by that finger. A sense of helplessness inundated him. Min Yuan didn't even know how he could flee. Crack! The sound of bone shattering could be heard. By the time Min Yuan could take another good look at Mo Wuji, all his spirit channels were already sealed. His Dao laws were also restrained by Mo Wuji. An elemental hand was currently webbed around his neck, suspending him up in the air. How was this possible? Min Yuan's eyes were filled with aghast. He completely couldn't believe that Mo Wuji could have gotten so strong. Could Mo Wuji be a sage? Who else but sages could be this strong? It wasn't just Min Yuan, even the 20 unity gods that came with him were equally helpless. Mo Wuji's overwhelming strength was more than they could take. The 20 unity gods only hesitated for a brief moment before transforming into 20 beams of light that shot away in all directions. Mo Wuji didn't even bother chasing after those cultivators. He looked at the strangled Min Yuan and sighed, "You actually call yourself a great sage with this bit of power? The way I look at it, your balls are bigger than mine." Mo Wuji could not help but sigh. He felt that Min Yuan's power was roughly the same at Fang Shiyu. He had fought with Fang Shiyu before. Fang Shiyu was still a huge distance away from an actual sage. Even though Min Yuan probably lost so quickly he underestimated him, Min Yuan could probably only last a few more exchanges with him. Brother Mo. Koan Yun stared agitatedly at the restrained Min Yuan. His voice was shaking. In terms of salutations, he naturally changed from his usual old brother Mo to brother Mo, 1. Against Min Yuan, he could only die. On the other hand, he knew that Mo Wuji wasn't a greedy and covetous person. Of course, the premise was that he had to treat Mo Wuji with sincerity. Otherwise, what happened in his sea of consciousness previously would happen again. He was too clear of the way that Mo Wuji thought. If he worked with Mo Wuji, the best method was to try any schemes. "What do you want?" Min Yuan struggled to spit out those words. Mo Wuji said indifferently, "What do I want? I have always treated those that tried to kill me equally. That is, kill." Wait. Sensing Mo Wuji's rising killing intent, Min Yuan didn't dare to gamble with his life. "If you have anything to say, then say it." Mo Wuji eased his killing intent. Min Yuan sucked a breath of air and said, "You should know. Before the previous cataclysm arrived, many people left their treasures with me for safekeeping. As long as you let go of me, I will give a portion of those treasures to you." "Only a portion?" Mo Wuji laughed. Min Yuan directly closed his eyes and said, "That's right, only a portion. If you are going to kill me because I don't give all of them to you, then do it. Take it that I didn't say anything." Mo Wuji's spiritual will landed on Min Yuan. Even after a long observation, he could tell that Min Yuan wasn't intentionally acting calm. Not only that, he could sense that Min Yuan had a sort of death conviction. Mo Wuji sighed. This was the first time that he saw a fella who treasured his treasure more than his life. This fella was clearly a petty man, and such a person actually called himself a great sage. If this Min Yuan encountered a vicious person, he would be dead by now. Mo Wuji didn't really care about whether he killed Min Yuan or not. He only cared about the things that Min Yuan could give him. The cataclysm was coming and he needed to raise his cultivation. Otherwise, he would also be in danger. "What can you offer? I want to see whether it's enough to buy your life," Mo Wuji said indifferently. At the same time, he loosened his grip around Min Yuan's neck. "What do you need?" Min Yuan didn't answer Mo Wuji. Instead, he replied with a question. Mo Wuji was thinking that he needed at least 1,000 peak-grade god spiritual veins and tens of thousands of high-grade god spiritual veins. However, he paused before he said what he thought. An expert negotiator definitely wouldn't reveal his bottom line. He, Mo Wuji, wasn't an expert negotiator, but he understood that simple principle. You are the one that's pleading me. It's not the other way around. If your items aren't enough to satisfy me, then we will have to call off this deal. Regardless, there would be treasures waiting for me at Koin-Yun's side. I can simply take Koin-Yun's treasures and kill you to quench my anger. Mo Wuji stared at Min Yuan and spoke with an incomparably indifferent voice. This time, Min Yuan didn't hesitate. He spoke with a clear voice. I can give you 10,000 peak-grade God spiritual veins, 100,000 high-grade God spiritual veins, 10 Tier 9 God herb gardens, 100 God herb gardens that are below Tier 9 and 821 peak-grade smithing materials. Among the smithing materials include a fairy bamboo. Mo Wuji inhaled a breath of cold air. This fellow was too rich. At a single go, he could offer 10,000 peak-grade God spiritual veins. He even had the fairy bamboo, that was one of the 5 greatest Hotian materials. The rootless god steel that he used to forge his half-moon weighted halberd was also one of the 5 greatest Hotian materials. In other words, this bamboo fairy was a treasure on the same level as his rootless god steel. Mo Wuji suddenly thought of a phrase: poverty restricts one's imagination. Just now, he only wanted 1,000 peak-grade God spiritual veins. That was simply. Koin-Yun interjected, Min Yuan, before the previous cataclysm came, countless cultivators left their treasures with you. Now, you are only offering this bit. Do you think that Brother Mo would agree? Min Yuan said calmly, I can only offer these. If he agrees, then he will agree. If he doesn't agree, then he can kill me. I, Min Yuan, definitely wouldn't make a second offer. I agree. As long as you can take out what you offered, I will not kill you in the resting land of gods. Of course, if you offend me again in the future, then don't blame me for behaving without mercy. Mo Wuji didn't hesitate to say. He obtained these things as easily as picking money from the road. Moreover, they were extremely important to him. As for killing Min Yuan, it didn't really matter to him. A petty person like Min Yuan was really true to his words. Such a person would rather allow himself be killed than to give his treasures away. 1. It becomes a more formal Brother Mo. This is the same Brother Mo that Huan Ti in Tong Ming uses. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1175, Unrelated people can F***ck off. Chapter 1175, Unrelated people can F***ck off. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. A ring was thrown without hesitation into Mo Wuji's hands. Mo Wuji examined the ring and verified that the things inside were those that Min Yuan had promised. Not only that, there was even an additional pile of magic treasures. The excitement that he was feeling caused Mo Wuji to feel like he was a little country bumpkin. Dao friend Mo, may I ask if I can go now? When Min Yuan saw Mo Wuji engrossed in checking the contents of the ring and dismissing him, he could not help but ask this question. With his acumen, he believed that Mo Wuji wouldn't go back on his words. Moreover, he didn't have a huge leeway for bargaining, which was why he gave those items in a straightforward manner. If Mo Wuji truly went back on his words, then he, Min Yuan, could only blame his poor acumen. Mo Wuji kept the storage ring, calmed down, looked at Min Yuan calmly and said, "Of course you can go. But before you leave, you need to swear an oath. I believe that an intelligent person like you should know how to swear an oath, right?" At this moment, Mo Wuji was wondering whether Min Yuan had a talent for acting. Min Yuan's words caused one to believe in him. It seemed as though he was a naturally trustworthy person. Min Yuan naturally knew what Mo Wuji was saying. He did not hesitate to say, "I, Min Yuan, swear that after I leave, I definitely would not take revenge on Dao friend Mo and anyone that is related to him. If I go against my words, may inner demons plague me and lightning strike me, causing me to forever be unable to enter the sage stage." Mo Wuji sighed in his heart. It seems like he had really misjudged Min Yuan's character. This fella wasn't only a petty person, he was also a hypocrite. Any word that he said felt like the truth, causing one to have no other choice but to believe him. Moreover, he was cunning and sly. Just from a few words of Mo Wuji's, he knew exactly what he needed to swear. You can go. My words still stand. Don't offend me again. With that, Mo Wuji loosened his elemental hand. Since he said that he would let go of Min Yuan, he wouldn't go back on his words. This was the demeanor of an expert. Min Yuan clasped his fists and his figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. After Min Yuan left, Koan Yun breathed deeply. Brother Mo, you were duped by that fella. I'm sure that if you were bent on killing that fella, he would definitely offer more treasures. It's just that my cultivation is too low and I don't dare to offend him. That's why I didn't dare to speak much. Back then, he played the role of a kind and benevolent saint. Thus, before the cataclysm arrived, many throne gods placed their treasures with him. Today, I finally understand that this fella has a great ability, that is, everything he says sounds like the indubitable truth. That causes people to believe in him undoubtedly. Koan Yun wasn't speaking blindly, he really didn't dare to speak up during the exchange between Mo Wuji and Min Yuan. He couldn't stay by Mo Wuji's side forever. The moment he leaves Mo Wuji's side, and if he had offended Min Yuan, he would likely die in Min Yuan's hands. Mo Wuji would rarely regret something that he had done. He said calmly, Koan Yun, when you sent me that message, what did you promise me? Koan Yun's face changed. Brother Mo, you just obtained 10,000 peak-grade god spiritual veins and you still want mine? Isn't this too thick-skinned? Alright, I will trade 200 of mine for yours. With that, Mo Wuji threw a storage ring to Koan Yun. At this moment, Koan Yun's face was incredibly unsightly. 200 peak-grade god spiritual veins was definitely a huge sum. However, Mo Wuji wanted to trade peak-grade god spiritual veins for creation ones. These two weren't even on the same level. Even as the resources in this universe continuously deplete, peak-grade god spiritual veins could still be found. However, creation god spiritual veins really couldn't be found anymore. Who asked him to have such a bad mouth, to promise anything just so he could preserve his life? Although he didn't want to, Koan Yun could only keep his promise and offer the 200 creation god spiritual veins to Mo Wuji. At this point, he could offend anybody, except for Mo Wuji. After Mo Wuji kept his creation god spiritual veins, Koan Yun plastered a smile on his face and said, Brother Mo, can we go to that place now? Without you, we wouldn't be able to get there. Mo Wuji had a huge smile on his face as he said, we would naturally go there. Alright, where did you hide all your good treasures? Koan Yun suddenly remembered that he had also promised Mo Wuji first pick of his treasures. His expression instantly turned bitter. Brother Mo. Before Koan Yun could finish speaking, Mo Wuji extended his hand in front of Koan Yun's face. Old Koan, don't go back on your words. I risked my life to come and save you. Come, tell me, where did you hide your babies? You risked your life? That Min Yuan wasn't even a match for a single one of your fingers. In his heart, Koan Yun was scolding Mo Wuji. However, he didn't dare to say those words aloud. He could only say, how about this? When we arrive, you can enter alone and take a pick. You can take one and I will also take one. The chances that Mo Wuji wouldn't notice the treasure were slim. However, this was the only thing that he could do. Within a planet which was exuberant and full of life, Lei Hongji had both his eyes closed. He was sitting within a dark and inconspicuous crack. At this moment, the spirit channels within his body seemed to become invisible. Only when he was circulating his energy, a faint lightning tactile ripple could be seen. If Sage Tianhan saw this scene, he would definitely be at a loss for words. This was because this was a true stainless spiritual root. In the path of cultivation, people would occasionally talk about stainless spiritual roots. However, all cultivators knew that there was no such thing as spiritual roots which were truly stainless. Even the most stainless spiritual roots would have some impurities. But at this moment, Lei Hongji's spiritual roots were completely free of impurities, only lightning-type Tao ripples could be seen flowing around it. This was the supreme kind of lightning-type spiritual roots, and this was also a secret that only Lei Hongji knew. His spiritual roots could evolve, and by now, his spiritual roots seemed to reach the very peak. When his spiritual roots becomes increasingly free of impurities and stains, his cultivation speed would be incomparably fast. Moreover, he would be able to sense more Tao laws during his cultivation. This was similar to Mo Wuji's Tao revelation channel, which allowed him to correct the mistakes in his techniques and skills. The lightning-type cultivation technique that Lei Hongji cultivated was originally a peak-grade technique. Following Lei Hongji's continuous modifications, his cultivation technique could be claimed as the #1 lightning-type cultivation technique in the world. With every circulation path that Lei Hongji takes, a faint layer of lightning seemed to form around him. The lightning-type Tao ripples within his body started to rumble. It seemed as though there was an entire world of lightning within him. He seemed to encompass boundless lightning power and might. Crack! A cultivation shackle within Lei Hongji broke. Excitement burned in his eyes as he stood up and brought out a faint blue fruit. Even before that fruit was brought into his mouth, lightning-type Tao ripples seemed to circulate around it. Clearly, this was a peak-grade lightning-type Tao fruit. The Tao fruit was placed into Lei Hongji's mouth. Instantly, it transformed into lightning-type Tao ripples which disappeared into Lei Hongji's body. Boom, boom, boom. Incomparably thick bolts of lightning came crashing down. Lei Hongji roared ferociously and charged out from his crack. At almost the same instant that Lei Hongji emerged from his crack, 10 bolts of blue lightning slammed against him. The current Lei Hongji didn't even bring out his magic treasure. He simply allowed the lightning bolts to land on him as he absorbed the lightning essence for cultivation. Such a huge stir immediately alarmed everyone else on this planet. Tianhen, who had been hunting Lei Hongji, was the first to notice it, and he hurriedly sped towards Lei Hongji's location. When he saw that it was Lei Hongji, his heart was immediately filled with delight. However, Tianhen's delight was soon replaced with fear. He saw 10 bolts of lightning continuously descend and crash against Lei Hongji's body. However, Lei Hongji didn't even bring out his magic treasure. With every bolt that landed on Lei Hongji's body, his cultivation would grow stronger. Boom! When another 10 bolts of lightning landed on Lei Hongji's aura completely changed. It felt as though a barbaric demon had been released. That overwhelming aura didn't stop because it was released out of Lei Hongji's body. Instead, it continued to grow stronger and stronger. Tianhen sighed. He knew that he no longer had a chance to eliminate Lei Hongji. Lei Hongji had stepped into quasi-sage stage, and Lei Hongji's quasi-sage stage wasn't inferior to him. Even though many years had passed since he was sent crashing into Nirvana Ocean, he had only recovered a portion of his cultivation. Even if Lei Hongji wasn't a match for him, he couldn't do anything to Lei Hongji either. Moreover, he had a faint feeling that his furnace of heaven and earth wasn't with Lei Hongji. Tianhen looked at Lei Hongji with an expression of helplessness. He slowly turned and swiftly left. He was very clear that the #1 person under the sage stage should be this Lei Hongji. The moment this Lei Hongji obtains a god throne and step into the sage Tao, then no one in this universe would be a match for him. Since he was helpless against Lei Hongji, then he would leave. This was the resolution of a sage. This person is so strong. Lian Ji was also observing from the distance in shock. After cultivating in this abundant planet for a period of time, his cultivation was approaching Unity God level 9. Tong Ming patted Lian Ji's shoulders. There's no need to care about him. Let's continue to cultivate. Even if he's strong, would he be stronger than Tao friend Mo? Unrelated people can F***ck off from this planet. Otherwise, don't blame me, Lei Hongji, for behaving without mercy. A deep voice transmitted throughout the planet and into Lian Ji's, Tong Ming's, and Huan Ti's ears. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1176, Koan Yun's Hidden Treasures. Chapter 1176, Koan Yun's Hidden Treasures. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. This kid is a savage. Huan Ti chuckled and spoke in a nonchalant manner. Tong Ming also laughed. Tianhan left just now. He probably knew that he would be helpless against this kid. Huan Ti said indifferently, that's because Tianhan had already left before this kid started speaking. Otherwise, Tianhan definitely wouldn't have left. With Tianhan's pride and ex-sage, it was fine if he left on his own accord. However, if he left because Lei Hongji said so, then how could he retain his face? Later, I will have a go at this kid. If I'm not enough, you can join in. Tong Ming also didn't care too much about Lei Hongji. However, he didn't completely disregard Lei Hongji. He had seen how terrifying Mo Wuji was. At the early quasi-sage stage, Mo Wuji was able to easily deal with the coalition between Fang Shiyu and Dao Monarch Golden Pool. This reminded Tong Ming that he should never underestimate any quasi-sage, even if that quasi-sage was only at level 1. In front of him, this Lei Hongji had just stepped into the quasi-sage stage. However, Lei Hongji's lightning calamity was far too terrifying. Tong Ming remembered that his quasi-sage lightning calamity probably wasn't this terrifying. Compared to Brother Mo, this person is lacking severely, Lian Ji said in a disrespectful tone. There was no need to talk about Mo Wuji's overwhelming might. His character of not using his strength to oppress the weak was admirable. On the other hand, they only needed a single glance at Lei Hongji to know that he uses his strength to treat others with injustice. Lightning bolts continued to fall unceasingly. Tong Ming and company could clearly feel that Lei Hongji's power was still rising. Crash! When the final lightning bolt landed on Lei Hongji, his cultivation also rose to its peak. Tong Ming and Huan Ti, who were observing by the side, were inwardly shocked. Lei Hongji was only a single step away from stepping into quasi-sage stage level 2. They had witnessed their fair share of lightning calamities, but they had never seen someone coming so close to level 2 after tiding through the calamity. After the calamity ended, Lei Hongji cleaned himself up and landed in front of Tong Ming and company. His tone was cold as he said, "From now on, this planet is my personal cultivation planet. Since the three of you don't intend to leave, then stay behind and become fertilizers." With that, Lei Hongji whipped out a thunder hammer. While Lei Hongji was fast, Tong Ming was faster. A frost sword chi was shot out before Lei Hongji's thunder hammer could descend. The surrounding space was instantly sealed by the frost chi. As the thunder hammer moved within the sealed space, frost chi and lightning simultaneously exploded. Tremors reverberated through the air and minute tears began to form in the space around them. Lei Hongji's face changed slightly. He didn't think that he would encounter an expert that wasn't weaker than him. Although the two of them merely had a short clash of their domains in sacred art, Lei Hongji was clear that he was still slightly lacking if he wanted to suppress Tong Ming. This was unless he knew the great art of lightning. Huan Ti was already dissatisfied with Lei Hongji's attitude. His blade crown descended, conjuring a red chasm blade rainbow which shot towards Lei Hongji. There were already some minute tears in the space around them, but when this blade rainbow appeared, the tears began to widen. Lei Hongji no longer dared to stay behind. His figure flashed and he transformed into a bolt of lightning which shot away. With just that bit of ability, he actually dared to behave so arrogantly. Brother Mo is much stronger than you, but he is nowhere as arrogant. Seeing Lei Hongji leave, Huan Ti complained in a dissatisfied tone. He and Tong Ming didn't chase after Lei Hongji. They only needed a single glance at Lei Hongji's speed to know that they would be unable to catch up to him. Tong Ming shook his head and said, that person is a peak-grade lightning-type cultivator and he had just entered the quasi-sage stage. Even though his cultivation was close to quasi-sage level 2, his control over his lightning-type sacred arts did not level up along with his cultivation. If he spends some time, he would use his lightning-type sacred arts to their full potential. When that happens, he shouldn't be much weaker than Brother Mo. This time, Huan Ti didn't speak. With his acumen, how could he not understand that? It was just that he didn't feel comfortable. In the past, he was a sage, an existence that stood at the very peak of the universe. But now, he suddenly met a person that was even more startling than he was. This caused him to feel old. We will collect a month's worth of resources here, then we will go and find Brother Mo. Tong Ming broke the silence. God Burial Valley. This is the place where you hid your treasures? Mo Wuji stared in disbelief at the smelly swamp in front of him. Because of some laws, the corpses which sank into the swamp did not decompose into nothingness. Instead, they released an unbearable odor. Koan Yun laughed awkwardly. That's right, this is the place. After entering this swamp, one will not be able to use spiritual will and elemental energy. You cultivate the mortal Tao, so you might be able to get through it. Then how did you hide your treasures in the first place? Mo Wuji's expression darkened slightly. He really wasn't willing to dive into a swamp full of corpses. It wasn't like this previously. It only became like this after the calamity, Koan Yun hurriedly said. Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness spiritual will was indeed unable to penetrate into the swamp. However, his spirit storage channel's spiritual will was able to, and he did see the faint outline of an array gate. He sighed. It looks like Koan Yun was speaking the truth. There were indeed treasures hidden in here. Mo Wuji's spirit storage channel's spiritual will formed two elemental laws which shot towards the lake. The lake automatically split apart and a murky black valley was revealed. Deep within the valley, an array gate faintly appeared. Seeing that Mo Wuji could actually open the lake, Koan Yun continuously rubbed his hands in excitement. Even if his most desired object was taken by Mo Wuji, he would still be able to take back the treasures that he had accumulated over countless years. Mo Wuji stepped into the parted swamp and punched at that array gate. The array was hidden deep in the swamp, but its defensive capabilities wasn't very strong. With a single punch from Mo Wuji, this array gate disintegrated. How could Koan Yun dare to waste any time? He grabbed his Tao Tai pot and charged through the array gate. He borrowed the Tao Tai pot just for this moment. Mo Wuji instantly saw huge piles of jade letters, pills, spiritual veins, god crystals, Tao fruits. There weren't many materials and spiritual herbs, but among them, there were some that Mo Wuji didn't even recognize. At the same time, there were countless sealed jade boxes. These boxes radiated all sorts of colorful light and the Tao ripples from within them intertwined among one another. Koan Yun rubbed his hands and said, Brother Mo, feel free to pick one object. After which, we will split the remaining objects in half. In other words, Koan Yun was saying that he would have the distribution rights after Mo Wuji took his item. How could Mo Wuji not understand what Koan Yun meant? If he hadn't earned a fortune from Min Yuan, then he would have really taken half of the treasures here. But now that he had obtained a large amount of cultivation resources from Min Yuan, he didn't really care about Koan Yun's treasures. His spiritual will quickly scanned the area. What disappointed Mo Wuji was that there did not seem to be anything exceptional here. There weren't even treasures which were on the same level as the fairy bamboo. The best item was an attack-type magic treasure. Perhaps this magic treasure was useful to Koan Yun, but Mo Wuji didn't really place it in his eyes. That's not right. Koan Yun took great pains to return here. There was definitely something that wasn't simple. This time, Mo Wuji opened his spiritual eye. He soon discovered a red flash. Instantly, Mo Wuji was shocked. He actually saw a natural-born seal. He studied the array Tao, seals, and the talisman Tao. Naturally, he knew how rare a natural-born seal was. Natural-born seals and natural-born arrays were two different things. Natural-born arrays could be frequently seen, but natural-born seals were much rarer. Moreover, this natural-born seal even contained the Tao aura of creation. It was just that this Tao aura was dispersed into the surroundings and it couldn't be detected using spiritual will. Besides this red light, there was also a wooden box which was concealed. However, Mo Wuji's attention was entirely focused on that natural-born seal's red light. He did not hesitate to grab towards it. At the next instant, this natural-born seal landed in Mo Wuji's hand. He immediately felt a searing and majestic origin aura from it. This was definitely something good. Mo Wuji's heart pounded with glee. He did not even look at it twice as he directly sent it into his mortal world. Koan Yun patted his head and sighed, "Sigh, you really found it. I guess I can only say that I'm not fated with that object." "Well, that's fine. I didn't manage to obtain that fire origin bead too. Back then, you wanted me to bring you to that planet with the extreme ice heavenly bamboo. Was it because you wanted to obtain the fire origin bead?" Mo Wuji remembered Koan Yun's conviction towards the fire origin bead. Koan Yun nodded, "Yes. You just took one of the mother fire laws that was formed in the primordial universe. It is a law which can help one to validate the sage Tao. At the same time, it can also allow any flame to evolve into a sage flame. Back then, I almost lost my life because of this law." Sigh. Hearing that he actually obtained a mother fire law, Mo Wuji's mood got better. He patted Koan Yun's shoulder and said, "Old Koan, hurry and pack up the rest of your stuff. I don't need anything else from you. Everything here is yours." Mo Wuji finally understood why Koan Yun wanted the fire origin bead. If the fire origin bead is merged with this mother fire law, a supreme fire-type world could be built. When he heard that Mo Wuji didn't want the rest of his items, glee flashed through Koan Yun's eyes. Following which, he did not hesitate to raise both his hands, sweeping everything into his world. This included that wooden box. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1177, This Tao shall be extinguished. Chapter 1177, This Tao shall be extinguished. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. After packing everything up, Koan Yun snickered and said, "Brother Mo, no matter what, I have to thank you for helping me take back my items." Mo Wuji pointed towards the Tao Tai pot on Koan Yun's back. "That pot is a calamity. Do you want me to help you keep it?" This Tao Tai pot belonged to one of the 12 God Emperors, the Tao Tai. Mo Wuji was very clear about the power of the Tao Tai. It was done of the top among the God Emperors. In fact, it might even be the number one. That fellow was even able to injure Huan Ti. Thus, it wouldn't need much effort to deal with a single Koan Yun. Additionally, Koan Yun used the 7 Buddha spade to trade for this Tao Tai pot. Mo Wuji intended to return the 7 Buddha spade to Koan Yun and take the Tao Tai pot from Koan Yun. The moment Mo Wuji suggested that idea, Koan Yun began to shake his head like a rattle drum. "No, no, no. This thing belongs to the Tao Tai. If I encounter him again in the future and I don't return it to him, then I would be screwed. The Tao Tai is the most violent person among the 12 God Emperors." Before Koan Yun could finish speaking, the air around them began to shake. Following which, the laws of space started to collapse. Huge spatial fractures began to appear, resulting in a violent force of suction. That bast *RD Min Yuan, he is actually trying to explode the resting land of God. Koan Yun started cursing. Immediately, his entire body dived into his Tao Tai pot. His Tao Tai pot was already behind his back, so he was able to hide in it in the shortest time possible. If he didn't have the Tao Tai pot out, he wouldn't even have been able to protect himself in this situation where spiritual will was suppressed. Mo Wuji didn't have a chance to bring out his time plate. He didn't even have a chance to whip out any defensive treasures before he was sucked into a spatial fracture. Despite his intermediate stage sage physique, several of his bones were shattered by the violent forces. But it was fortunate that he had an intermediate stage sage physique, allowing him to timely bring out time plate. By the time he was stable within his time plate, Koan Yun was already gone. Mo Wuji sighed in his heart. It was truly hard to be humane. If he had simply killed that fake sage Min Yuan, then this wouldn't have happened. The time plate soon stabilized. Mo Wuji set his eyes on the time plate's map. It truly deserved to be a supreme treasure of fortune. All positions in this universe were clearly displayed in the time plate. What delighted Mo Wuji greatly was that he had actually seen the position of the very high heavens. The very high heavens belonged to the immortal world plane. It was where Tao Emperor Zi Chang Luo resided. Originally, Mo Wuji wanted to wait till mortal sex stabilized before attempting to return to the immortal world through the time plate. If that attempt wasn't successful, then he would use the Seven World Stone to return to the immortal world. But in this strange combination of mishaps, he actually saw the immortal world's very high heavens. Naturally, he did not hesitate to control the time plate in that direction. Mo Wuji knew how to get to the Seven World Stone from the immortal world. Thus, as long as he returned to the immortal world, he would easily be able to go from the immortal world to the God world. As he arrived in the very high heavens, Mo Wuji felt the rich and dense immortal spiritual energy. Even though this sort of energy couldn't even be placed in his eyes, it was definitely much denser than the immortal spiritual energy in the immortal world. The mottled words "Very High Heaven Tao Emperor Hall" floated majestically above a grand hall. Mo Wuji kept his time plate and sent his spiritual will into the hall. What gave Mo Wuji a pleasant surprise was that he actually saw many familiar faces in the hall. There was Zhu Yin, the person who he had a great battle with many years ago. Although he destroyed Zhu Yin's spiritual intelligence, this fellow was still able to escape. What shocked Mo Wuji was that he saw Zhu Chu beside Zhu Yin. Mo Wuji might not have minded that he did not manage to kill Zhu Yin. However, not killing Zhu Chu had always brooded in his heart. This trash, Zhu Chu, actually massacred several cultivator cities just to force him, Mo Wuji, out. And as for the Zhu clan's broken technique, Mo Wuji had a severe distaste towards it. Boom! Before Mo Wuji could step into this grand Tao Emperor Hall, its doors were blasted open. Zhu Yin, who had skin similar to a chicken, landed in front of Mo Wuji. He stared at Mo Wuji for quite some time before he suddenly started laughing. "I was just saying that I would be going to the immortal world to destroy your Pingfan Immortal School. I didn't think that you were so impatient and came to offer yourself to me." Ha 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 ha. Including Zhu Chu, there were more than 10 people that arrived by Zhu Yin's side. What left Mo Wuji shocked was that the influential Pil Dao Alliance head Xiao Lisher was also present. Besides Xiao Lisher, there were 6 Paths Immortal Domains Heavenly Emperor Gai Ao and God's Immortal Domains Heavenly Emperor Ogu. As for the other people, Mo Wuji didn't recognize them. Noticing Mo Wuji's gaze, Gai Ao lowered his head. He seemed embarrassed and guilty. Mo Wuji was currently a quasi-sage. He only needed a single glance to tell that both Gai Ao and Ogu were placed under a seal. Towards the broken Dao seal, Mo Wuji had a deep and personal experience with it. Back then, if it wasn't for Poison Fairy Nong Shuan's reminder, then he really might not have been able to find Zhu Chu's seal. Mo Wuji was also very clear about Zhu Yin's abilities. Back then, this fellow was already in existence at the very peak of the immortal world. However, Mo Wuji was shocked by Zhu Yin's current abilities. After having his spiritual intelligence destroyed, this guy didn't die down. Instead, he actually stepped into nascent God stage level 9. Mo Wuji was sure that he didn't see things wrong, but he was truly in a state of disbelief. To cultivate to nascent God level 9 in the immortal world, what kind of logic was that? This was going against the laws of the heaven and earth. The only possibility was that Zhu Yin had formed his broken world, which had its own laws. Thus, he could enter nascent god level 9 while in the immortal world. Mo Wuji didn't question that possibility. After all, Zhu Yin was the same as him, they were both progenitors of great Das. He also formed his mortal world. It wouldn't be strange if he entered the nascent god stage while in the immortal world. This was because he had his own laws. On the other hand, Zhu Chu was already at the early immortal emperor stage. Clearly, Zhu Chu's cultivation speed was extremely fast. Mo Wuji, Mo Wuji. You truly deserve this day. When Zhu Chu saw Mo Wuji's slightly flustered expression, he also started to laugh deviously. Back then, you destroyed my Zhu clan's legacy and wiped my Zhu clan off Jinxing. Today, my Zhu clan has returned. Not only that, my Zhu clan will wipe out the legacy that you have left behind in the immortal world. You're thinking too much. Mo Wuji shook his head and said speechlessly. A mere level 9 nascent god actually dared to talk about destroying his immortal world legacy in front of him. Zhu Yin harumphed coldly, he is not thinking too much. In fact, his words are right. You, on the other hand, are as self-confident as you were in the past. Although I didn't manage to break through that turtle shell in my first attempt, I'm sure that there will not be a second time. I will make sure that everyone in your Pingfan Immortal School will disappear off this world. You already went to Pingfan once? Mo Wuji's voice went cold. Instantly, killing intent rose from his body. Originally, he still wanted to ask whether Zhu Yin was able to enter the nascent god stage because he had condensed a broken Dao world. But now, he no longer had such an intention. Through the words of Zhu Yin, he could tell that this fellow was waiting to break into the heavenly god stage and make a second attempt at Pingfan. However, this fellow would no longer have an opportunity. Great Dao Lord, Mo Wuji definitely has some huge secret. Why don't we capture him and I will slowly force that secret out of him? When Gai Ao saw that Zhu Yin was about to make a move, he hurriedly spoke up. He was worried that Zhu Yin would immediately kill Mo Wuji. He had a relationship with Mo Wuji and he knew that Mo Wuji had a great future. He truly didn't wish for Mo Wuji to die like this. Suggesting for Mo Wuji to be captured was merely a way to make plans. Unfortunately, he couldn't even protect himself. Clearly, Zhu Yin didn't even place him in his eyes. Zhu Yin lifted his hands and snorted, F***ck off. According to Zhu Yin's intentions, the sweep of his hand would send flying Gai Ao flying. Thereafter, he would open Mo Wuji's mind and search Mo Wuji's soul. However, his voice stopped suddenly. He felt the space around him hardening like steel. He couldn't even sweep his hand for half a feet before it was sealed still. It wasn't simply his hand, even his elemental energy and his spiritual will. At this moment, besides his mind which could still think, everything else was sealed. This sort of law. Zhu Yin's face instantly turned pale. He looked as Mo Wuji slowly walked towards him. If he still didn't know that Mo Wuji was the one controlling the laws, then he was a pig. You. Zhu Yin repeatedly muttered the word you before finally spitting out a sentence. Exactly what is your cultivation? Mo Wuji walked in front of Zhu Yin, lifted his hand and formed an elemental hand. A mere nascent god level 9 that hasn't even passed your tribulation actually dares to talk about destroying Pingfan in front of me. Your Zhu clan's broken sect can disappear from PFF. With this elemental hand, Zhu Yin's body was crushed into nothingness. A primordial spirit remained, completely unaware of what to do. Mo Wuji's finger landed on the forehead of that primordial spirit. Soon, he saw a world. What shocked Mo Wuji was that this was actually a world filled with vigor. That violent vigor was definitely 100 times higher than other cultivators in the same stage. It could be confirmed that if Zhu Yin was allowed to grow, this fellow was likely to be a new sage. Regardless of how evil Zhu Yin's broken Dao was, it was definitely a great Dao. From this day, this Dao will be extinguished from this world. Mo Wuji's elemental hand pressed down. Beams of gray light shot out in all directions. Zhu Yin had been extinguished completely. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1178, Immortal Worlds Number 1 Sect. Chapter 1178, Immortal Worlds Number 1 Sect. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Xu Chu stared at Mo Wuji blankly. In his mind, the one that should have turned to dust should be Mo Wuji, and not his Zhu clan ancestor Zhu Yin. When Mo Wuji's gaze landed on him, a deep sense of fear rushed into his heart. Even though he had been hunted by Mo Wuji in Jinxing, he had never desired Mo Wuji. This was because he knew that Mo Wuji couldn't kill him. Today, when he was truly staring death in its face, he finally realized that death was something that he couldn't accept. Brother Mo, as long as you let me go this once, I'm willing to offer my soul imprint. Xu Chu quickly knew that he needed to make a decision in the shortest time possible. At this point, how could he still care that Mo Wuji had previously destroyed his broken sect? Or even that Mo Wuji had killed his broken Dao Zhu clan ancestor? Mo Wuji said indifferently, "Your soul imprint. I really don't find it amazing." He threw out a ball of flames. Zhu Chu was burned into ashes. Mo Wuji was too lazy to accept the soul imprint of a quasi-sage, what more a mere early-stage immortal emperor. Sect head Mo. Gai Ao's throat was dry. Back when he first saw Mo Wuji, the distance between Mo Wuji and him was 108,000 li, 1. Although he viewed Mo Wuji with favor and although his daughter looked up to Mo Wuji, he didn't really care much about Mo Wuji after being rejected. Today, he finally realized his daughter's eye for people. At this point, he couldn't even imagine how high Mo Wuji's cultivation had gotten. However, he was all too clear about Zhu Yin's strength. His power was already considered outstanding in the immortal world. But in front of Zhu Yin, he couldn't even last more than an exchange. In front of Mo Wuji, there wasn't even a need to talk about an exchange. An expert like Zhu Yin didn't even have an opportunity to lift his hand. Mo Wuji waved his hand, dispelling the seal within Gai Ao's body. Gai Ao immediately felt his body loosening and his heart started to beat rapidly. Even Zhu Yin, the person who sealed him, probably couldn't dispel the seal with a simple wave of his hand. Heavenly Emperor Gai, I wonder if your daughter is doing well? Mo Wuji casually asked. After saying that sentence, Mo Wuji realized that he had been too casual. Why would he ask about the other party's daughter for no reason? However, who asked him to only know Gai Ao through Gai Ao's daughter, Gai Fian? Moreover, he got the inspiration to save Xin Shuyin from the soul-condensing immortal pawn through Gai Ao's act of saving Gai Fian. Hearing that Mo Wuji was asking about his daughter, Gai Ao was instantly enlivened. Before I was captured by this old bast *RD Zhu Yin, I was still with my daughter. Because Zhu Yin was too strong, I had to send my daughter away. Now, I don't even know where she is. Before she left, she even mentioned you. If Mo Wuji had feelings towards his daughter, then he would definitely raise both hands in agreement. Mo Wuji smiled awkwardly. It's good that she's fine. Oh right, this must be Heavenly Emperor Ogu? Ogu, who was waiting by the side, immediately bowed upon hearing Mo Wuji's question. Greetings sect head Mo. I truly don't deserve to be called a Heavenly Emperor. It's enough to call me by Ogu. At this moment, the remaining people all came forward and bowed to Mo Wuji. They had all clearly seen Mo Wuji's power. Is there anyone else from the broken sect? Mo Wuji's gaze swept across the crowd. Including Gai Ao and Ogu, everyone's eyes landed on two green-robed cultivators. Piltdown Immortal Alliance's alliance head Xiao Lisher, on the other hand, lowered his head till it could not be lowered any further, fearing that Mo Wuji might find trouble for him. Today's Mo Wuji had already gone beyond what he could even imagine. Fear appeared within the eyes of these two cultivators. Before they could even beg Mo Wuji for mercy, Gai Ao shot out two gray beams of light. Two mists of blood exploded. These two green-robed cultivators didn't even have a chance to beg for their lives. Guy Ao might not be able to last more than a blow from Zhuyin, but he was still a peak expert of the immortal world. After killing these two green-robed cultivators, Guy Ao bowed to Mo Wuji and said, "Sect head Mo, these two men have done vicious deeds for the broken sect. I have killed them." Mo Wuji nodded, not minding this act. After which, he waved his hand multiple times. All the seals of the remaining people were turned into nothingness. The only person that Mo Wuji did not remove the seal from was Xiao Lishir. Xiao Lishir should already count his blessings that Mo Wuji didn't kill him. After everyone thanked him, Mo Wuji asked doubtfully, "Heavenly Emperor Guy and Heavenly Emperor O are at the Great Circle of the Immortal Emperor stage. However, you are still unable to feel the beckonings of ascension?" Mo Wuji was truly confused. This plains God word had been restored. Logically, those that are in the Great Circle of the Immortal Emperor stage should be able to ascend. Guy Ao sighed and said, "Previously, there was indeed a period of time when ascension was possible. Some Great Circle immortal emperors of the immortal world were indeed able to leave the immortal world and ascend to a higher world of legend. However, for some unknown reason, a golden sword chi pillar suddenly appeared in the Great Sword Path. That sword chi pillar charged out of the immortal world. Suddenly, all things within the immortal world seemed to be suppressed. After which, no one could sense the breath of ascension again. Great Sword Path? Mo Wuji immediately thought of Sword Prison. Sword Prison had the Sword River, as well as that terrifying Heart Tree route. If he had not rushed to the Great Sword Path in time, then Han Xingru would have already perished in Sword Prison. Although he had destroyed the Great Sword Path, the Sword Prison still remained. Not only that, there was also a terrifying expert hidden within Sword Prison. Back then, his power was too low and he didn't dare to cause any trouble. But now, he was already in Quasi-Sage level 4. Even if the person hiding in Sword Prison was a sage, he would still dare to go in and take a look. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji said, "I will take a look at the Great Sword Path. I'm sure that you will soon feel the beacons of ascension again. The very high heavens is a unique place in the immortal world. I hope that the few of you would establish a cultivation secret domain here, then allow those of talent or merit to cultivate here." Yes. Sect head Mo can rest assured. We will definitely listen to your instructions. Ogu and the remaining immortal emperors all rushed to answer Mo Wuji respectfully. From Mo Wuji's previous act, as well as Mo Wuji's words, they could tell that Mo Wuji was definitely an expert that exceeded the level of the immortal world. Ever since Mo Wuji exterminated the Great Sword Path and other behemoth sects of the immortal world, there hadn't been a new power to emerge in the immortal world for thousands of years. This was until a supreme immortal emperor, Lian Yingzhan, appeared from Pingfan Immortal School. No one personally witnessed Lian Yingzhan's might, but it was rumored that Lian Yingzhan slaughtered 6 immortal emperors by herself. If Lian Yingzhan was the only expert to come out from Pingfan Immortal School, then it still wouldn't be much. But after Lian Yingzhan, there were more Great Circle immortal emperors that came from Pingfan, such as Fu Jingfeng, Su Zian, Zhuo Pingan, Wei Zidao. As for the ordinary immortal emperors, there were more than 10 of them. Indubitably, Pingfan Immortal School had become the #1 sect of immortal world. Moreover, Pingfan was different from other sections. Here, mortals and immortals lived together. No one could use their might to bully the mortals. This was a rule set by the first sect head Mo Wuji. In the outermost plaza of Pingfan, Mo Wuji's statue stood proudly. On the stone tablet below the statue, there were Mo Wuji's 9 words, "One's Tao can differ, but all men are equal." Tao ripples revolved around these 9 words. Many cultivators sat in this plaza with their legs crossed, closing their eyes as they sought insights from these 9 words. These 9 words were now the most important treasure of Pingfan Immortal School. All the immortal emperors of Pingfan Immortal School had gained insights from these words. Outside this plaza, there was a wide and straight path. spiritual herbs grew on both sides of the path. Some ordinary mortals were working hard in the fields. In other sects, the spiritual fields belonged to the sect. Service disciples and mortals worked for the sect. What was grown on the fields was decided by the sect. But in Pingfan, these fields belonged to the mortals. The herbs that they would grow were decided by them, and the things they grew would then be sold to Pingfan. On the surface, Pingfan seemed calm. However, in the sect head hall established in the air above Extreme Glade Sea, there an air of solemnity. Sitting at the very top was an extreme beauty. This beauty was wearing pink immortal robes. She was Pingfan Immortal School's current sect head, Gu. She was one of the lucky few to return from the very high heavens. Sect head, very high heavens as Juin definitely wouldn't show mercy on our Pingfan Immortal School. However, Pingfan isn't a soft persimmon that he could squeeze. Our sect's defensive array is the #1 array in the entire immortal world. As long as we activate it at full power, even Juin might not be able to destroy it. A middle-aged man stood up and broke the silence. Jiyu shook her head. No. I have never heard of a defensive array that could not be broken. Moreover, that Juin is incomparably strong. The moment he destroys the array, our entire sect would be massacred by him. As she said this, Jiyu paused, swept her eyes across the crowd, hesitated slightly and said, I suggest that everyone breaks up into groups. It's rumored that Pingfan is built on a huge immortal vein. If we can hide within the vein. No. Before Jiyu could finish speaking, a clear voice interrupted her. 1. This distance comes out a lot, and this is the distance traveled during the journey to the west. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1179, Brazen Woman. Chapter 1179, Brazen Woman. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The one who came forward to speak was a woman in a light purple dress with a cultivation at the late Immortal King stage. Her tone was extremely agitated. After saying the word no, she continued in a higher volume, Pingfan Immortal School is my master's blood. It's the foundation of our mortal Tao. Even if we all have to die, we cannot abandon Pingfan Immortal School. Jiyu sneered, just because Wuji accepted you as his named disciple, you dare to behave so brazenly in front of me? There's no need to talk about you, even Wuji wouldn't speak to me like this. Men, send Lu Yueshuang to the sea prison to reflect for 10,000 years. Sect head, Yueshuang was only suggesting something different. There's no need for such a heavy punishment, right? Moreover, Yueshuang is still the disciple of our sect's founder. A middle-aged man stood forward and spoke in a deep and low tone. This man was Pingfan Immortal School's right protector, revered Lord Yujiang, with a cultivation at the late Immortal Emperor stage. After Wei Zidao ascended, he specially picked Yujiang to be his successor. Pa! Jiyu slapped the table in front of her, shattering a teacup into dust. What? Do you think that I, the sect head, am useless? Just because Wuji isn't here, you can go against the sect head's orders? Men, drag Lu Yueshuang down. Yueshuang is my disciple. What rights do you have to imprison Yueshuang? Mo Wuji's icy-cold voice came, sending the entire sect head hall into silence. Master. Lu Yueshuang was the first to react. She emotionally charged out and kneeled in front of Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji nodded towards Lu Yueshuang contentedly, very impressive. In just a short 10,000 years, you have reached the late Immortal King stage. Moreover, your Tao ripples are very stable. Very good. How are the Pan siblings? Did they also come to the immortal world? Even Mo Wuji didn't expect that Lu Yueshuang's cultivation would advance so quickly. Those years ago, he passed by planet Heavenly Crow and accepted Lu Yueshuang and the Pan siblings as his named disciples. He also left behind some cultivation resources. However, he never expected that Lu Yueshuang could ascend from a resource-poor place like planet Heavenly Crow, reach the Immortal King stage and even find his Pingfan Immortal School. Master. After calling out once more, Lu Yueshuang started to cry profusely. She wasn't even able to mutter another word. Founder. The remaining people in the hall reacted and they all hurriedly kneeled down in respect. Mo Wuji's gaze swept across the hall and he sighed in his heart. In just a little more than 10,000 years, there was no longer a familiar face here. Besides Lu Yueshuang, where did everyone else go? Big Brother Mo. At this moment, how could Jiyu still dare to stay in the seat of the sect head? She nervously walked down and bowed towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji's eyes landed on Jiyu and he said coldly, "Who are you? What rights do you have to take the mantle of Pingfan's sect head?" Jiyu really wanted to say that Mo Wuji recognized her, that she was Jiyu. However, facing Mo Wuji's intimidating aura, she was actually unable to say another word. The innumerable woman strategies that she knew were nothing more than jokes in front of Mo Wuji. This was because Mo Wuji had never placed her in his eyes since their very first encounter. In the sect, she could call Mo Wuji intimately by Wuji because Mo Wuji wasn't here. Now that Mo Wuji had returned, how could she still dare to say Wuji? Does anyone know where my disciple, Fu Jingfeng, as well as Lian Yingzhan, went? Where is the previous sect head, Su Zian? Also, where did Mo Qingche and Yan Li go? What about Wei Zidao, Wen Ho, Jin Mingcheng, Fei Ling and company? Mo Wuji's tone was calm but it contained a sort of firmness. Right Protector Yu Jiang, the one who helped Lu Yueshuang previously, stood up, bowed towards Mo Wuji and said, answering the founder. After the founder left, revered Lord Lian came back with 100 peak-grade immortal veins, and she even found an immortal essence pool. Because of that, the various elders and revered lords of Pingfan were able to raise their cultivation rapidly. In a little more than 1,000 years, Pingfan became the #1 sect in the immortal world. Just at that moment, immortal world could resonate with the beckoning of ascension. Revered Lord Lian, sect head Su, revered Lord Wei, as well as other experts of our sect, ascended and left the immortal world. As he heard this, Mo Wuji frowned slightly. He had such a huge reputation in God world. Logically, after Lian Yingzhan and company ascended, they should have immediately heard of his stories and convened at mortal sect. But why didn't he hear any news of that? All of them ascended? Mo Wuji continued. 10,000 years. Logically, Mo Qingche couldn't have cultivated so quickly. A young man with the cultivation of the immortal reverend stage stood up, bowed to Mo Wuji and said, answering the founder. Sect head Jiyu believed that Fei Ling had committed an offense, so she imprisoned him within the sea prison. Senior sister Qingche had also been imprisoned for the same reason. Afterwards, senior brother Yanli forcefully broke into the sea prison to rescue senior sister Qingche. The air around Mo Wuji instantly turned cold. Previously, he didn't sweep the area with his spiritual will because this was his own sect. Now, his spiritual will swept out and he immediately found the sea prison. In the sea prison, there wasn't only Fei Ling, there were also two other familiar faces, Hai Zhenkue and Wenho's wife, Yin Xianling. Mo Wuji might not know about others, but he knew about Yin Xianling. She was Wenho's wife and Wen Lianqi's mother. She was compassionate and considered for others. Such a person was actually imprisoned in the sea prison. Also, Jiyu even dared to imprison his granddaughter, Mo Qingche. He really didn't know how this woman came to Pingfan Immortal School. Soon, Mo Wuji's spiritual will reach a more secretive seal within Pingfan. Fu Jingfeng was also being imprisoned. At this moment, Fu Jingfeng's cultivation was gone, his sea of consciousness was destroyed and his eyes were lifeless. Truly too brazen. Mo Wuji's anger reached its peak but he calmed himself down. Big Brother Mo. Jiyu had already gone past her initial shock and fear and she gently called out Mo Wuji's name. Looking weak as though she could not even withstand the wind, anyone could not help but hold back against her. Mo Wuji looked at Jiyu with contempt. You're really not bad. After you left Lei Hongji, you came to my Pingfan Immortal School. You even imprisoned my people. I wonder what offenses they have committed to deserve this. Lu Yueshuan finally calmed down. Sobbing, she said, many of them were like me. Just because they didn't agree with her words, she did not hesitate to lock them up. Mo Wuji nodded, turned to Yu Jiang and asked, who appointed you as the right protector? He had heard Yu Jiang's previous words. There was no problem with this right protector. Yu Jiang had been speaking in consideration for Pingfan Immortal School.